Hello, casters, and welcome to your final webcam premiere event before Worlds. I am so excited to be here today. I am Kay. I will be one of the voices in your ear and faces in front of your face today, but of course, I simply cannot do it alone. I am joined by my two wonderful co-commentators today. Andrew, hello. How are you doing today? How are you feeling about this honestly momentous occasion?
I'm feeling pretty good. You know, I've got some tartar sauce on the side over here. I think I'm ready to see who's going to be able to grill some fish today. I'm very excited for these clashes, Kay, and to see how we're going to round this all up. It's going to be quite the momentous day. So I'm quite excited to see what is eating up the fish today, Kay. I don't know what you're most excited about.
There are so many things, and you know what? I also have to introduce our fellow co-commentator here, Swole. And Swole, hey, you know what? We talked about it. It's a momentous occasion. I would say even maybe a little bittersweet. How are you feeling today?
Well, I hope it's not too bittersweet on the fish fry. I similarly am also looking at the big deck with the big target on its back. But again, like you mentioned before, penultimate tournament before we get to Worlds in Las Vegas here in just about a month. So I think a lot of our players are also trying to really rack up those qualifying points. They're also trying to test out certain decks maybe for Worlds. A lot of our Worlds competitors are in the competition today. So I'm really looking forward to that, to see what people are potentially cooking. You know, the last tournament was a big thing about the new format, new ban list, but now we're really getting down to business. So what about you? How are you feeling about this one?
I think that this is going to be a very high stakes tournament today. Our casters are going to be playing possibly for their Worlds lives. We have people who are just right on the brink of qualifying. We have casters who might even be trying to gamble it all and go for that first place instant qualification. So I think no matter what, we're in for a lot of action. We are in for people playing at the peak of their abilities. It's going to be a little bit high pressure, a little bit high stress, but no doubt a lot of fun. And I can't wait to see how our casters are going to cope with all of it. We were, of course, here joining you while round 2 has already commenced. We have our casters playing away. They've already had round 1, and we're here to yap at you for a little bit before we get into the action in round 3. We are going to be recapping some things that have been going on, talk about the 2026 season that we're currently in, and of course, provide a little time for you to maybe wake up with us, depending on your time zone. Get in the action, get the blood flowing. I don't know about you, but I've got a little cozy cup of tea to keep me company here and wake me up a little bit. But
hey, same here. So we're all on the day. I mean, to be honest, on our West Coast, people are a little bit sleepy on that time, but hey, it's a good morning for some Elestrals regardless, and hopefully that's not going to hinder too much play, and the fish can be kind of problematic to deal with, but you know, y'all get over there.
Hey, you know, we will see, certainly. And you know, we've talked a little bit about this 2026 season and our schedule. We have been so many places, and we've seen so many different decks win things out, including last premiere, a honestly momentous occasion. Brewlock on this Earth Brew was so incredible to see. And as you can see from the schedule right here, this is the final event before the Las Vegas World Championships. Andrew, how are you feeling about this season? I mean, even just looking all the way back to May, what a journey we've been on here.
It's so great to see such a variety of fun cards in the top here. I mean, obviously, we've had a few Frost wins, a few of the Lockagon wins locking it in. But just to see Chronodial, Centarbor in here, the reappearance of the Great Whale with Pope when we all thought Galaxy had gone out to pasture. It's just been quite the season to start with the Elestrals we knew, where Astrabbit and Whales were everywhere. They've entirely disappeared. A ban list comes in and suddenly it looks like they're all over the place again. I'll be really excited to see what today looks like, Kay. What was your favorite deck of this list here?
Oh my gosh, it is so hard to choose. There are a few that are jumping out to me. One of my personal favorite moments, because I am nothing if not self-serving in the things that I say on this mic. I'm looking at Perky and I'm looking at that Nixamera list. what a time that was. We had all of the stellar Nixamaras. We had the stellar Bunnock. We even had the X of Tens make an appearance. And I thought that was so cool to see. Now, Swole, without getting too much into our predictions for today, because we will get into that a bit later, I know you're looking at those blank spots there. Is there anything that you think is missing? Any deck archetypes that you're like, it really should have some representation here? What would you like to see there today?
Outside of just some big fan favorites, I think the one big thing I'm missing there is, of course, our champion name, right? I think we have a lot of repeats on here. I think it'd be really cool to see some of these casters take the run back, even some old faces come in. So I'm always big down for the players. But as far as decks go, and what those decks could be bringing, I got to say Titan. And Titan's the number one. I love to see Justin T cook with that last time. And similarly, I myself have been a big fan of it this format. Though similarly, I got a shout out to Funglow and Thunder. Where's my Thunder up in here? Come on, y'all.
I think that Thunder has had a bit of an interesting time lately. And we can talk about this a little bit later. But of course, we have Sunstrike on the horizon. And Thundercasters, I know, are already looking at that sort of with their fly hands, their plotting hands going together here. We've seen a little bit of the reveals from that so far. And I personally can't wait. But for today, for where we are right now, we have our global leaderboard here. These casters have been working since, as we just saw, last May to secure these spots, to secure these points. And there are so many casters here that we know and love, we're familiar with. And everyone here in the top 16 has qualified 2 times over, at least, for Worlds here. And Andrew, I know that you have had a bit of a mix, not only being a competitive player, but also being here on the desk with us. Are there any casters here that you've particularly loved to follow in this 2026 season?
I mean, shout out to Bo, honestly. She is just such an expert at throwing decks together that no one else was even considering or maybe even capable to pilot if they copied it 1-to-1. Whenever a Bo brew shows up, I know I'm in for just such a good time. I'm always excited, honestly, when a new format drops to see what has Bo brought to the table.
I am right there with you. And not just because Bo is the only caster to have put foxes on the board or in any significant way, shape, or form. Now, of course, as we see at the bottom here, we currently have 71 total casters qualified for Worlds. Swole, as someone who is in that 71, how are you feeling about that? Are you looking forward to Worlds? Is that a good number? Do you think we've got a good turnout for that? What are your thoughts?
Terrifying. I think out of the names not only seen on the top 16, the global leaderboard, but total, I mean, any caster worth their salt getting the qualification for Worlds in general. And hands down, I am so scared of. Round 1 through the entirety of finals, I'll be shaking in my boots. But big one I'm looking forward to, and this might just be self-serving, I'm excited to see the Australians in action live. We get to see cool decks like Cobalt and Phrase do well, Dooms as well too. We saw that previously. And so getting to see some of them at Worlds throw down, I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
And we would be remiss not to mention that this is one of those events that I think just is like a bat signal to the Australians, where it is a momentous occasion. It is either the first or the last of its kind, of course, being the final premiere before Worlds. And I feel like that's when the Australians really just buckle down and they get a win. And, I think that they might be the casters to beat today. Now, Andrew, of course, we have a lot of casters here who have immediately qualified from a first place, but we have casters who have qualified just from staying consistent, either with getting placements in Top Cut or even making it as far as semifinals, but haven't quite gotten that win yet. Is there anyone that you think it's like, it's overdue? I think that this is a caster to look out for today.
Oh man, I'll be honest, I don't even know in the 71 who has or hasn't made it yet. Who's right on the edge there? Who's going to do awesome? I'd love to see Why Rebellion come back. I know they've qualified already, but Hermes take two. Why Rebellion being the strongest champion of Hermes. I love seeing Hermes do well. Such a such a skillful deck that just with enough hours of practice like Y Rebellion, you can do crazy things. I'd love to see them do crazy things again.
Well, you mentioned Hermes, and of course, Swole, you mentioned that Hermes and Titan brew that we saw from Justin T in that last tournament. I think I'm with you there, where it's like, I would love to see and Titan finally take it. It's such a fan favorite. There are so many different and Titan brews that we've seen. Swole, are there any particular ones that you really think could be the brew to take it? I know that you have your suppression focused one that you've been playing, and of course this Hermes and Titan that we saw from Justin T that I think that all of us on the desk said, I'm sorry, you combined what with N Titan?
Yeah, I think while most of us were blind between, are we going the Earth version of Antitan or the lunar side of Antitan, the Wind Antitan we just didn't see coming. The Spanish Inquisition of decks, really. But I think ultimately, outside of the crazy brews with it, again, the text outside of that, I don't know. Some of these players can cook up something, like we're mentioning Bo previously, can look at a list and say, yeah, the incidental synergies of this just work and can just cook themselves into existence. So regardless if it's the suppression version, the Earth version, or this Wind version, yeah, I'm hoping Antitan across the board is a big W. Shouts to Log on this one, going crazy on this.
Now, I know that it has been hinted at. It is, the winds have changed, the animals are acting funny, but I personally have avoided mentioning it until now, and that is the ever-present, as of last tournament, Fish deck. There were so many different brews of this deck. We saw it represented in the top cut as we have our top 8 casters decks available here with a few different brews of Fish. Now, Andrew, I know that this is something that you've had your opinions on. However, even with the prominence of Fish, this is quite a diverse top 8. What are you thinking about today? Do you think we're going to have a similar top 8, a similar representation from Fish?
I think we're going to see more Fish, most likely, but I hope what we see is people doing more interesting things like Astronite, where we have Zefrog or other fascinating techs that jump in to really make the difference. It's crazy to be in a world of Elestrals where the idea of 2 5s isn't enough. Like, if you go back to Daybreak or Moonrise and you're like, yeah, I'm gonna give you 2 5s, and you're like, great, I've now won the game. In live stream world, though, 2 5s is not a one game. You have to do something else with the deck. So even if we see a lot of Fish, what I'm really excited for is to see, what do those Fish turn into?
I'm with you there. There are so many different brews, and of course we have our top 8 decks here, but we also have our top 6 decks represented overall from the previous event. And of course, like we said, we have Fish Nexus represented a couple times. We have the Chronodile brew. We have the Locagon brew that a lot of people after the ban list were saying, Locagon got hit pretty hard, but we still had casters cooking with it. We had that Solar Mill list that we actually were able to see on stream that was so fun. And Swole, I know that you have a particular love for the Champions of Zeus list. Are you surprised that we saw it so represented? And furthermore, are you surprised that we didn't really see it convert?
No, I think that represented makes a lot of sense to me. Similar to what Andrew was saying here, it's not about the fish in the room, it's about how you deal with them, right? And how you address that fish. And I think that this deck specifically with its champion, Voltempest, has a really good answer. Fish love combat, they love to splash around. And so what's he gonna do is the bird's gonna swoop on down, the big attack, and just sit there and hit for a lot of damage. And I think that makes sense as to why players are gravitating towards it as a lot of good answers. However, to convert, it's a little tricky, a little spirit intensive, and so similar with a lot of these other decks too, like Hermes Toolbox or even the Wasp Ivy deck we see, sometimes the spirit management can really get to casters. And so while I do love to see the Champions of Zeus, here, seeing it succeed, that'd be a dream.
I mean, hey, you talk about spirit management, and our champion from the previous event said, spirit management? How about I just run 20 Earth Spirits? And you may be onto something there, because that might have been the difference maker. However, moving forward to today, we actually do have the data for all of you here. We have currently 80 casters who have entered the event, and I know what you're all seeing.
Oh.
That's right. We have...
I love you, Cobalt.
It really seems that we have condensed the fish lists, whereas before it was quite broken up into, well, we have fish Locagon, we have fish Nexus, we have fish Chronida. We've got 17 fish decks swimming around there. Now, Swole, your immediate reaction was Cobalt mentioned. You know I have to throw it back to you for that. Tell me about that.
So I had heard of, listen, I guess it is the fish that breaks the camel's back, right? I had heard of rumblings of some cookery with these daybreak box toppers, right? We had Chronodile, we had Celestlio, and the only one that we were really missing was this beautiful Pharaoh Geist. I love seeing Outback Sunset play on the previous Outback Sunrise deck come into play. For Celestial Foretell also being in there too. I don't know if that's Australian as well, but holy, that is the big jump out to me on this one. Andrew, the Lunar on the list. We gotta be excited.
I am so excited. Outback Sunset, I wonder if all 7 of those are Australian players. I don't remember how large the Lumaroo contingency is. But I really hope we see some kangaroos grow up into camels today.
You know, I think that biologically that does make some sense, surely. Somewhere in there's some logic. But I think that that's very cool to see. I love that people saw the success of Earth in the last tournament and said, you know what, I think we've been sleeping on Earth a little bit, and I think that we can maybe revisit that. We see the Champions of Dionysus list. I imagine that it's very similar, if not card for card, what we saw from Brewlock. And people still playing around with Ledagon. That's one of those cards that, I mean, last tournament, I remember going on, and some people would say, and on, about the fact that Ledagon has been so represented, however, didn't have the tops, didn't have the wins to really back up the fact that so many people were playing it. But it's one of those cards that it's like, you have so many tools to go with it. Dionysus is so cool with the Dazed and Enraged. I know that a lot of us thought that Dionysus's madness was going to be an auto 3 of add into whatever deck you were playing, regardless of if it was Earth. But that really hasn't been the case in the live stream format. However, Brewlock, you may have opened some people's minds to the possibilities of the Earth list actually having more legs than we gave it credit for. Now, I know that all of you are saying we have 17 fish decks, but what realistically does that look like? How much fish diversity in the school are we really looking at? And we do, in fact, have a deck analysis, which I love this, a breakdown of the archetype of fish Nexus. Now, Swole, I see that Argo. I see some other cards that I know have your synapses firing. What are you thinking of these lists?
I'm a big fan of the Analafish here. I think that the Wayland's Argo makes a lot of sense. You know, we did see once again that combat is back in a big way. So seeing Wayland's in there to help take care of those similar names, very similarly to some maybe new revealed cards, taking care of decks like Morfrost and the Fish Engines. And Necklace of Harmonia, adding an extra 5 on top of every single fish is huge, and we'll get over everything else. I do love to see the experimentation with Capregal as well. I think that's a really cool tech that I think a lot of players are splashing in, similar to we saw Astronite do in the last tournament. And of course, you know, I got to shout out that Zephrog. I'm sad to see Starbit not represented here. I'm just saying Starbit was a killer, but I think this is a really interesting spread of ideas across the board.
Last tournament, we had the ongoing bit of, can someone check on the Zephrog player? And in fact, they were Zepfrogging themselves all the way to finals. So if we saw Zephrog per game, Andrew, I know that was a big moment for you. I know.
I would like everyone to remember that Zephrog only lost by 1 spirit. It was that close to taking it. I actually, this fish analysis, as Swole has put out here, is just so beautiful. Seeing Waylance at the top makes me feel really good about my predictions, which we'll get into later. But also, Kay, we were joking about Kuribus for game in our pre-shows we were setting up, like just get a bunch of water spirits on board and Kuribus silly. And there's Kuribus there, so that's super exciting. And I gotta call it out. Oistillery, I've been a big crab fan this format for Mostation, but Oistillery is another crab that has my heart. I got the reverse stellars of that just because I love it so much, even though it's completely unplayable. So I hope to see someone has actually made the brew work today, Kay. This is just a beautiful list to me.
I think that it is inspired that someone said, you know what if a crab was also a siege weapon and then cooked with that? And I'm with you. I would love to see it perform well. Hey, someone check on your Oistillery players. I don't know. But we also have Joblin in there. As you mentioned, we have Kuribus. Are we going to be seeing Rock in a Hard Place? A card that I think has been very unexplored, honestly. But in a format where removal is key, especially if you can say, hey, this or this, you choose, and making your opponent have to choose between an Elestral or a rune. I mean, I think that is incredibly powerful. So we'll see how those perform. Now, there is more to the picture, of course. From our previous event, we not only had our top decks, we had the total decks that were represented as well, but we have our top 12 Elestrals. And I think that as we dive more into the data, we are able to see a better representation of what that looked like, what casters were cooking with, the cards that we were saying, hey, these are the ones that people are auto-adding to lists. It's not just Gorgon's Gaze. I believe Astrabit was back in a real way in the previous tournament, which, as we're looking at the game, one of the big themes recently has been slowing the pace down, saying it's not all about these huge combos. Nectar of the Gods is gone. And instead, we have more opportunity for stats like 5 to actually be significant again. Swole, looking at this, what does this tell you about the state of the meta, where we were at the last tournament?
Well, I think that's something where a lot of players will go back to old favorites, right? That's the big one, is that once there is a new format, there's new shakeups happening, Astrabbit, the Whale, even things like Equilinx and Viscerus coming back in, players will say, oh, these old cards that we thought might have been a little bit underpowered or not as performed well in the previous formats, we're going to try and see how it works out in this one. It's always something that a lot of our top players will look at, is saying, yeah, the new stuff is really nice, but can the old stuff perform better, or if not the same, right? And so with Astrabbit especially coming in, I think the 5-stat booty is it's good enough to block the fish. We saw that even with the Sprouter, with Brewlock, right? Utilizing the Nexus mechanic to get in Madnesses and also get in the Days to search the other champions of Dionysus and just sit on that booty with some Foley Forest. You're good to go.
Well, not only that, but you mentioned combat is so back, and one of the things that we were seeing return was Astrabbit left an attack with a back row set, where it's like, I know that's an Argo. I know that's about to become a 7, and I can't do anything about it. And I can't wait to see more battle tricks. I can't wait to see more of the exciting. It's not just, oh, I have a big guy and you can't come back from that. It is the back and forth, which is really what we were able to watch last tournament. Now, we just saw the top 12 Elestrals represented. We also had the top 12 runes, which I think that is more consistent from tournament to tournament, with the small micro changes between really painting a picture and showing us the state of the meta as people start to look at more in-element specific runes, saying, Ambrosia is now semi-limited. We have Nectar of the Gods gone, and I have some of these spaces in my rune section of my deck to be able to look at these more specified lists. Now, with that being said, I know that we were all there. I mean, this is a bit of a Groundhog Day situation, I think, for all of us, where it's like, hey, you were there and you were there. The Rummagem saw it shadow, and now we have 5 more rounds of Swole, Kay, and Andrew. I don't know what's going on. But with the experience that we were able to gain from the previous tournament and the perspective that we were able to get from that, we, I believe, have an incredible bit of predictions this tournament. We were able to get our commentator predictions in. Now, Andrew, you know I've got to ask you, you've already kind of gotten points on the board. We saw that Waylance. Tell me about these picks.
Okay, well, I said I had my tartar sauce on the side over here, and, you know, I think Waylance is perhaps the best fish stick cook in the meta right now. We saw in a previous premiere Waylance send deck to Underworld actually happen, and I think with the prevalence of fish last event, many casters looked at that and went, wait a second, what if I killed one of your fish for all of your fish? And so, especially when Frost is still something people have been cooking with, apparently not based on today's top deck, so maybe we won't see the more Frost Waylance variant, but you tech in a couple of Frost. Frost already good in a format where Cryoblast has started to become relevant again, right? So you put a couple of Frost in your deck, you have one Waylance, some Cryoblast maybe. Good times in hand, good times in hand. Of course, the Moose, it's, come on, it's, someone's got a Moose. Suppression's so back in the new format, I think. You know, Dense Fog just turns your fishes off. They're not 5s anymore. Who would have thunk it? You know, Kay, I see you've got a little bit of my lunar mind there with Spectrus. Tell me about Spectrus, but more specifically, Babloon?
So I think I've got a little bit of a combination of brews for the enemy, and then brews that I think could take the enemy down. Because you're so right. Suppression is one of those things that what does fish do? It's not a 5 anymore if you suppress it. We have Spectators, which so often has been such a targeted killer, like really an assassin for problem cards, whether that be whale or now fish or even poor calf mel. I mean, we saw that the Pharaoh guys there, and I can't help thinking of all of the poor calf mels that we've seen taken down by Spectators. It's a monster. Suppression is so strong, especially when it's an effect that you can simply just activate. Be sure to activate it. Be sure to say that you are triggering the effect of your Spectators. This is very important, casters. Do not forget. But instantly being able to enter a battle, suppress your opponent, and gain attack points for doing that. Now, Babloon, I think, is such a fun tool. We saw it prominently after it was first released. It was released early in a Shattered Stars set before Livestream even came out. And immediately, it was in the winning deck, being Dooms with Chronodile. And we've seen Chronodile swimming around. We know that people are cooking with Chronodile. We know we have these other water brews. And in Elestral, something we know is very valuable is spirits on board, and Babloon is such a good way to do that. It gives you things to play with. It gives you things to Nexus even if you're not just using it for Ascension fodder. We saw the base Aphoros really is Nectar of the Gods really banned, or is it just a fish now? And it was incredible to see that. So these are my personal predictions. I would love to see either of these pop off. I have missed Babloon, and I do love my little ding Assassin Spectaris. Now, Swole, Andrew and I have talked a bit about the fish. It seems that you are gleefully over here pretending that fish just don't exist at all.
Ooh, au contraire, mon frère.
Oh,
I think that I made these choices with fish in mind, actually, oddly enough. So we'll talk about Thunderstorm, right? Outside of my general use case for loving most things Thunder, shouts to my Zeus, and of course my Hera. But I do think that in general, the idea with this one is that, we saw Hermes come back in a big way. Hermes do really well last time. The Hermes Toolbox, Dionysus also. So a lot of casters are choosing to gravitate towards wanting to keep and play a mass of Divine Runes. And like you were mentioning previously, Rock and Hard Place is a card that can take care of that, which maybe makes sense to why players are gravitating towards Gurubus. So I think for Thunderstorm and for the Brontiglow Fun Glow deck, or even just Thunder splashing this in there, I think Thunderstorm as a general rule of thumb could be like your Assassin's Arrow, but specifically to take care of those those divines in the pesky back row. Snowlit though, El Diablo. Okay. This one might be a little bit of a stretch. We were talking about Frost being back in a big way, but one deck that consistently shows up towards the end of these tournaments, even or beginning of formats even, is BlueStacks. BlueStacks is still very strong, very good deck. It's very competent. Yeah, they lost Cedarsaur. Yes, we don't have the iWooly anymore, but I know a lot of casters cook with this deck, and between Blizzard Whiteout and the mass amounts of Frost that just, I think, does really well, BlueStacks, I think, could be it. I love me some El Diablo, so we'll see. It's not too far out there, but I maybe a little bit of a stretch on that one.
Well, those are our predictions. However, if you're watching and you're looking at this and saying, I've got better predictions, first of all, thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. If you're on Twitch, if you're on YouTube, be sure to leave a like, follow where you are if you haven't already. And of course, tweet out those predictions. Tweet out anything or post wherever socials you've got it. #PlayElestrals. We would love to see your thoughts, whether that be opinions about decks, things you'd like to see, or if you're playing and you want to simply keep us posted on your tournament match results and everything, use that #PlayElestrals. We love to see the community getting involved. And again, we'd love to see your predictions. We'd love to see your hopes and dreams for the future as we have the drive-by of all of our predictions going by. So, hey, if you think that you've got some that can match ours, be sure to let us know. And we have all of the action here at this link below. So if you are watching us here on YouTube, don't forget that over on Twitch, we have a lot more interactivity for you. You can make predictions. And I'm just saying here, coming up before too long, in round 3, it will be a community vote. We don't have that ready for you quite yet, but if you want to have a say over how this tournament goes, over the content that you watch and the decks that we see represented. Oh, actually, what's that? I'm hearing right now that we do have that ready for you. We have the decks that you can all choose from and decide what we see in round 3. So those of you who are on Twitch, get ready to vote. Those of you who aren't, get over there. Be sure to make your voice heard, because last tournament, oh my gosh, how long ago was that at this point? The last tournament, we had some spicy picks. I believe that Solar Mill was the one that won. So, hey.
And similar, okay, Solar Mill, the last one was the big one. Everyone's like, surely this will be the one on the feature. I think we know from the get-go that we need to see something here. Okay, I similar, Andrew and Kay on the last one were like Solar Mill. Seemingly we have an unspoken favorite here. I'll give it to Hermes. I'll just say, I'll put my hat in there for Hermes. We'll be the contrarian.
Okay.
Hey.
Yeah.
Outback Sunset. Look, Greece, home of democracy. Your vote is so important in this democratic system, and that's why you're going to vote for Outback Sunset, the one we all agree on. Oh, okay. Why do you want Outback Sunset? Just because you're also a lunar lover?
Hey, I love a cute theme. One thing about me, I look at that name. It's so fun. It's so festive. I saw Lumaru. I saw Arrowgeist. Yeah, of course I want to see that. I want to see, first of all, I think really, if this is the brew that the Australians are on, I want to see the crimes that they are committing to get into this Pharaohgeist. I think that's always the question, is like, what have they done to make this not only, because it's always consistent somehow, like they've figured it out, they've broken the deck. I gotta know. I gotta know the brew, and I have to know how afraid we should be, frankly. Like, there are fish in the water, but there are kangaroos on land, and those things are jacked. And I don't know. I'm curious about this one.
No, we should be afraid, very afraid, Senator. Specifically, I don't know. The Australians are so funny to me. You can tell when treachery is afoot because you see something like a spirit deck, and you're like, "What did you do?" And they just smile at you and go, "It's the best deck. I don't know what to tell you."
So hey, you know what? If you at home watching are seeing this and you have a particular opinion one way or another about it, hey, no pressure. I mean, whatever one you want.
Hermes, let's go!
You have a vote. Your voice matters. You can hop on twitch.tv/Elestrals and vote for one of these, any of these. You have 5 minutes to vote. So, if you make sure to be an informed voter, don't let us influence you too much. Go with your heart, go with whatever subliminally your mind is telling you should vote for, what you want to see. Now, Swole, I gotta know, what is it about Hermes that you want to see so particularly badly? Just curious.
What isn't about Hermes? She's got everything. That's all I'm saying. You list out the myriad of time that we've had with Hermes, the experiences we've had with Hermes, and you just can't look at that and say, that means nothing, right? Just for the new shining thing, I don't know. I love Outback Sunset. Do not get me wrong. And I will love to see it, and it'll be really fun to watch it and win the community vote and see it probably win today. All these things sound wonderful. I gotta give it to Hermes. Come on. You want me to switch? I can say Dionysus instead if it helps.
I was gonna say, Andrew, I need you to say something in defense of Dionysus before we seem too biased on this broadcast.
Now, my constituents out there who are voting right now, I know you have a very important decision to make. Hermes cannot be the choice. He is notorious for his trickery. You do not want to vote for trickery here today. Outback Sunset, I don't know. There's zombies there, but I think we can vote for Dionysus. We know he's going to give us an excellent time today. Party boy who doesn't want to party on stream.
Hey, no matter what, we know Dionysus is going to be a good time. You know what? I would love to see Equilinks. I would love to see some Nexusing popping a rune of some kind. I would love that. And while we're joined by this old-timey, possibly British politician sort that is advising us one way or another, chat, many things are happening today in the world of Elestrals. And are we in Greece? Are we across the pond? I really could not.
Yeah, now that strange man has left, I do have to say, don't listen to him. Don't vote for a party boy. You got to trust the Egyptian camel. How many great technologies from history originate from Egypt, really? So
that's very true. By the way, 30 seconds only. 30 seconds left to vote. So while all of this sort of in the ninth inning here is coming at you, all this information, these new sponsored people who are coming in, giving you messages with strange accents, be sure to get your vote in. And hey, Swole, any final words that you'd like to say as we reach the end of this countdown?
The Mayans created the pyramids before the Egyptians. I'm just saying, Viva Latino. That's it. We're good. All right. Yeah, it's going to be Outback Sunset, right? That's where we're predicting.
I think we're about to find out imminently. Personally, I can't wait. After all that, I gotta say, I'd be happy to see any of those decks win. Me personally, I think it's gonna be a great time no matter what version of Outback Sunset we see going into the next round.
Absolutely. It'll probably just go against Dionysus, and we'll get both of the things that weren't Swoles, which will be the important one.
I agree. Listen, you cannot give me an inch, because I will say, production will say you were being biased towards Swole today with all the Hermes and all the what was the other one? Argo, was it? Yeah.
Yeah. I think that, we have some making up to do today. And you know what? Maybe we need to be putting Spectaris brews on, which I'm looking at Outback Sunset. I'm saying from just looking at the spirit math there, I think you can.
Yeah. Maybe they side deck into Posthumous, right? That's what you do with Outback Sunset?
Yes. Don't say that because it's true. It's true.
Everybody, the results are in. The votes have been counted. And our winner is... Someone give me a drum roll. Our feature for round 3 will be... We're really building the suspense here for you before we announce that it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, all of your votes had led to this momentous occasion, for which the answer is...
They've had this ready for like 10 minutes at this point. They are just letting us continue. And the results are... Woo! By a landslide.
Outback Sunset.
Let's go.
Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed?
I'll tell you who we took out back. That's Hermes and Dianite.
Hey, yo. Yeah, can we get a recount on this one? 5 more minutes on the clock, please.
Hey, you know what? That being said, I have to let you all know, Soul isn't even going to be here for round 3. Your commentators going into the next round are, in fact, me and that strange accented individual who is here and is now replaced by Andrew for the time being.
Hey, the accent comes and goes. Where does it originate from? Where does it go when it leaves? Philosophers everywhere are still researching this.
Yes, yeah. They're calling him Cotton-Eyed Joseph. Anyways, with that being said, we are ready to go to a break, and when we get back, we will return with your vote. Outback Sunset versus who knows? So we'll see you all for round 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have casted your votes, and I am back here with Kay to see what kind of things we can get up to with Pharaoh Geist today. Kay, you were with me on this campaign trail to get Outback Sunset into this elected position, so I think you're just as excited for me. What are you most looking forward to since our constituents have brought us this victory today?
I would like to say that I believed in our candidate from the beginning, from the moment that it was revealed that we did have this deck in the pool of cards and decks to choose from. And, you know, Pharaoh Geist, the only card I believe that was pre-hit before it was even available to be played, because it is so powerful. And if you manage to get it on the board, it is so oppressive. Many people are saying suppressive, that it's a real problem. So if this is our Australian contingency, and if they have managed to make this a consistent engine that just churns out Pharaoh Geist and then rises it from the shadows, and then I mean, hey, I cannot wait / am terrified to see this work.
And I hope it works fantastically, but I'm also So curious what deck they're going against. I mean, statistically, it's probably fish, right? It's probably fish, which a lunar-based deck into a fish-focused meta probably immediately has advantages, right? Like they probably have dense fog ready to go to take out fishes, right? Right? Like you would think so. Spectaris in the main.
Exactly. Hey, you and I, we've been talking, we're talking about this in the last premiere event. We're saying suppression is so strong right now. There are so many things that are vulnerable to it. And Dense Fog being a card that hits everything in the way that you want it to in this current meta threat-wise. Obviously, the benefit of Gorgons over Dense Fog is the fact that it's able to stop it on the chain. However, with Dense Fog, we aren't necessarily worrying about those instant effects so much anymore. We're worried about those passive effects. It becomes a 5. It does this. It does that. And that's exactly what Dense Fog is here for. It's less expensive than Gorgons, and it's a lunar rune. So I'm personally very excited about that.
And, you know, if I waxing crescent here while we're setting up about what people might be able to expect if they're not familiar with the absolute insanity that is Pharaohgeist Lunar. You know, Pharaohgeist lands, it can't be sent back to your hand, it can't be destroyed in battle, and it adds what we love to call the camel tax. Every card your opponent plays requires expending an extra spirit. Now, there are a number of ways to get into the camel, despite the fact it is limited to 1. There are cards like Comalis, which can search it on Nexus. Pheromel, it's 2 Spirit Ascension. If an attack is declared, can actually negate the attack and then transform itself into a Pharaohgeist. Or maybe they're on some kind of like deep draw strategy. I mean, one of the reasons Pharaohgeist got hit is the card Full Moon exists, Lunar Phase Full Moon, which can put 2 lunar spirits on a body. Well, 2 lunar spirits on any body allows you to instantly ascend into Pharaohgeist. So there's a lot of interesting avenues to play with for Pharaohgeist. So I'm really excited and interested to see what exact path has been charted for Pharaohgeist today.
I think for a long time, the camel has been towing the line and people have been cooking with it, trying to figure out what brews work. We've seen the zombie fruit, the Latagon that played Rise from the Shadows and went into, because you said, if you have 2 lunars on board, that's a Pharaohgeist. And, you know, that's really all it takes. And as you said, you can't send it back to hand. You can't destroy it. Once it's there, it's kind of there. And we do actually have our casters who are going to be in our round 3 feature match. We have Gwendolyn Gaming and MG1. Now, we have our stats here. What is standing out to you from these stats, Andrew?
Well, we have 2 people who have been in the tops of premieres more than once. MG1 doing a runner-up and a top 24. Gwendolyn over here having a top 8 and 2 times top 16s. So we're really cooking with gas here today. These are 2 casters that aren't slouches, and it will be exciting to see which of them is on the camel and what deck the other one is on. I think we are in for an awesome clash no matter what here, Kay.
If I were to make a prediction, my guess is that Gwendolyn Gaming is our caster who is on this Outback Sunset brew. Just a guess.
Oh yeah, what makes you think that?
Intuition. A woman's intuition.
Okay.
Don't question it. I have a feeling. And that being said, I'm excited to see what MG1 or the caster who isn't on Outback Sunset, whoever that may be, I'm excited to see what they've got. As you mentioned, statistically speaking, possibly fish. But there are all kinds of things out there swimming in the depths, and it looks like we're going to be finding out here in no time because we are getting ready to get into round 3, Gwendolyn Gaming versus MG1. This is your community pick, so get excited in the chat. Be sure to let us know your predictions once those go live on Twitch, and let's get ready. Gwen will be starting us off first.
All right. It's going to be exciting here to see if we get some expended draws. I always love to try and guess spirit math off of our first expended draw. We see win from MG1 here. So I think Swole may have won all along. This might be Hermes.
I can't believe this. Absolutely not. Okay, and just based on the spirits here, I think that we were correct in our predictions. Never doubt a woman's intuition. We do have a lunar and a solar spirit in Gwendolyn Gaming's Underworld. Now, hey, Wind, we could be looking at Aeolus. We could be looking at Wind Toolbox. We could be looking at Pantera. Ari is somewhere smashing the screen saying, don't forget about Pantera. Hermes isn't the only Wind strategy. So, hey, watch for a sec. Give it a minute.
That's true. Wind has some good options. We saw that there was a wind-water nexus in the fish breakdown as well with the champion of Aphrodite Bird, which can nexus wind and then ascend. So there are options there. We see Cyanectar coming down turn 2 from MG1 here. It looks like we had an expended draw from Gwendolyn Gaming. Cyanectar, champion of Dionysus, secretly being a 6 because it allows you to search a poison-tipped arrow, which will give -2 attack to your opponent no matter what. We got the counter rune version there. 2-3 back row set from MG1, so it could really be anything. Gwendolyn having 2 back row they set at the start of their turn, going into their next round here. We'll see if they can get the camel off to the races on their turn 2.
I have to say, as we have a Temple of the Sun getting set here. Okay, interesting. And there goes the Nova Core champ. Okay, this is very interesting. I was looking at the way that Gwendolyn Gaming was playing. We had the mulligan, we had the expended draw, and I was with you on this must be a deep digging strategy that we are seeing here, something that wants to really get into the combo pieces. However, now we're seeing a very solar heavy brew of this Pharaoh Geist with Nova Core hitting the board with the Temple of the Sun active. So of course we have the destruction effect. We have that PTA as well activated.
Rise from the shadows!
Oh!
So what I was just going to say is that Nova Core makes a lot of sense, just like the zombie fruit deck, right? Because you can rise from the shadows, the Nova Core, and get 2 lunar spirits on board. The camel's in hand. Just believe that the camel is in hand.
As we have been saying, if you have 2 lunar spirits, that's a camel. And listen, Gwendolyn Gaming has been throwing those spirits into the underworld from the beginning of this game. So that is what we have been prepping for this entire time. My goodness, we have another Cyanectar champ hitting the board, another poison-tipped arrow coming out as well. Again, that counter rune version. Of course, we can also search out the Artemis's arrow if we want to go for the invoke suppression route. But looking at this deck, I don't know about that. Oh, you see what I see.
That is a Hermes.
Yep. You cannot keep getting away with this.
It was Hermes all along. Now, Poison Tipped Arrow was a really good pickup for MG1. While Pharaoh Geist cannot be destroyed by battle, it can still be destroyed by runes. The Poison Tipped Arrow is a great insurance policy from MG1. While it is expensive to get rid of the Pharaoh Geist using it, it is much cheaper than allowing the Pharaoh Geist to stick to the field.
I wonder if we're going to see, with the knowledge that there is a Poison Tipped Arrow set, some different play here from Gwendolyn Gaming. Are we going to be holding off on the Pharaoh Geist, sort of baiting out that back row, as we have the Hermes search for the Aviolith champ and choosing to heal back to the Hermes here as opposed to the Spirit deck, giving us more opportunities to search out those Hermes tools?
Well, because Pharaoh Geist makes things so expensive, a Poison-Tipped Arrow with Pharaoh Geist will cost a total of 5 spirits. You have to pay the 1 for Poison-Tipped Arrow itself. You have to pay the 3 for the enchantment cost of the Pharaoh Geist, and you have to pay an extra 1 for the camel tax, as it is called. So if Gwendolyn Gaming can get MG1 to a spirit count that is 5 or 4, such that they have to expend their whole spirit deck to get rid of the camel, that would be probably a winning position. And they are going for it.
We did see the Apollo activation. They're getting the Nebuleo, but we actually just had the Pharaoh Geist all along. And looking at the spirits, as you called out, MG1 is only on 8. Of course, we have a lot represented on board underneath that Hermes. So MG1, if they decide to, and I don't know why they wouldn't, activate this poison-tipped arrow, we might opt to pay with the spirits on board, at least partially. And yes, we see the poison-tipped arrow flying at this camel across the board.
Yep, that's going to save them 1 spirit on that overall cost. They're still going to probably take 2 to the face for the camel running over the bug, and then have to pay an additional 3 for the expansion, putting them very low on spirits. Now, the thing about Hermes being a toolbox deck like it is, they are just going to be able to go digging, so to speak, get more spirits off of the Hermes, maybe heal again off of another Aviolith, maybe drop a carry off, which gets to cast itself when it's sent to the underworld by Hermes to start filling out their board. So MG1 does have some options here, despite being kind of towards the bottom of their spirit deck now.
And there is that Aviolith, like you said, going to be healing back. I imagine opting to go back to the spirit deck as opposed to onto the Hermes this go around, but you never know. This Outback Sunset brew, very interesting, using the Nova Core to get into, and I don't know if that's the only line to get into Pharaohgeist, but from what we've seen so far, I think Nova Core is a great option. Like you said, it's very reminiscent of the Latagon. And you know what? That is a Hydrake. You know what? I said, hey, maybe it's not Hermes, maybe it's Hydrake. What I should have said is maybe it's Hermdrake. Maybe it's Hydromes. And that's on me. That's on me for not saying that.
Hydrake is an interesting drop at this stage of the game. MG1 pretty low on spirits, and the ladder up to Pinter is quite an expensive one because you have to pay, it's not an ascension, you have to pay the full cost of each card along the way. So Hydrake would drop to a Twindra for 2 spirits, and then you would need an additional 3 to get to the Pinter from that.
So we do see Gwendolyn casting out that Nebuleo that they grabbed from the Apollo, and here comes a Dense Fog. Oh no, okay, it's the Nebuleo effect. We see Dense Fog with the Navi package showing itself to be part of this brew here. The double Dense Fog, the Navi, and the Doppelgator. So no hits on the Nebuleo here, but that does give us some insight into this deck that Gwendolyn Gaming is playing here. What are you thinking about that Navi line?
Nabi is a really good choice in this format, I think. Nabi dropping the attack of opponent Elestrals as long as they are not Lunar Enchanted is great into Fish, and it's even a good matchup into the Hydrake here. It could take over the Hydrake, go into Doppelgator, take out the Twindra, and in this late game state where MG1 is likely not going to have enough spirits to go up to the Pinter, that's probably enough to do it. And of course, as we've said many times, 2 Lunar Spirits equals Pharaohgeist, so going and getting a Doppelgator on field makes a lot of sense if your goal is to put a Pharaohgeist on top of it.
And we see Gwendolyn Gaming playing smart here, even as you said, as MG1 really doesn't have the spirits available to go into Pinter, saying, I'm going to leave my Nebuleo in defense. I don't want to give you something to crash into with your Hydrake. As MG1 is setting up this board, we see the special cast of the Carry On from the effect of Hermes, and then the normal cast of the Aviolith coming out here, which, while does not represent huge attack stat line, it does represent huge healing opportunities for MG1, which is exactly what they're wanting to see right now.
MG1 now in a bit of a precarious position, though. They have 2 spirits left, and something weird like Comalis coming out and managing to nexus some spirits onto itself would be quite devastating to MG1 in this game state.
Well, we do see the Guardian of Light coming out here for Gwendolyn Gaming, preventing one of these attacks here and healing back 2 solar spirits, just further making this spirit differential a problem for MG1. However, just pure board presence wise, MG1 has it. But like you said, with this brew, we don't know what could happen. As soon as you Nabi, Doppelgator, any other option here, Gwendolyn Gaming could be off to the races.
And I'm going to wager Nabi is what they put on top of their deck with that Foretell. It does make the most sense to me that they'd want to do that. They could do some really decent damage to MG1 this turn with that combination. Of course, Aviolith being on field is a bit problematic. They can get rid of it and heal back up and actually be, for the first time in a while, up on spirits over Gwendolyn.
Yes, and I imagine that the sequencing that Gwendolyn Gaming is going to have to do in this next turn is going to make all the difference, saying, I know what to attack first, I know what to deal with. Possibly we could even suppress that Aviolith before swinging into it. So that could be a bit of a boon. We know Dense Fog was in that. It was in the foretells that we saw. However, the Nabi coming out, I think you're right about that being the card that was stacked on top here. As we have Nabi hitting the board, the effect activating here. Seems that we're swinging into the carry on.
I think in this position, I'd almost rather swing into the Hydrake because you'd be forcing them to spend their last 2 spirits if they want the Twindra. And if they decide not to, you don't have to worry about the Twindra anymore after heal. It looks like maybe none of that matters. MG1 is going to use their last spirits to shield, but with an Aviolith on field, they do have some potential to heal. They could ascend over the you can ascend over the Aviolith and heal, right? So, and I think that is what we're going to see here, is exactly an ascend over Aviolith to get the heal, which is going to put Gwendolyn on the back foot here. So much to the point, it looks like we're going to go ahead and go to game 2 on this.
I think that you were right. It looks like that was maybe the carry-off that was ascended into, so unfortunately, I think that if we had been able to deal with that Aviolith that turn, I think that that could have been Gwendolyn Gaming's game there. Whether that be, not to call out my own prediction, whether that be in the form of a Spectaris coming out. However, if you have a shield, you've got a shield. And if you can ascend over the Aviolith, then you can. It shows exactly why Hermes is one of those strategies that, as you said earlier, just because it's an older one doesn't mean that we shouldn't be looking at it. So what are you thinking about this matchup? I know you're a Lunar expert here. So for Gwendolyn Gaming, what should they be looking at in the side deck?
Well, I guess it really depends whether or not Spectaris was already in the main. I think Spectaris does a lot of good things into this matchup here between Hydrake and Aviolith, being able to stop those values you get by crashing. More Dense Fog maybe even, and I don't know. Is there some kind of side deck rune removal they have? Are they side decking the sneaky one of Tornado or something to send Hermes back to hand and get rid of all those spirits on field? Moves like that are pretty devastating to Hermes players, and they have come and gone in the meta, so I don't know. I'll be really interested to see how game 2 goes. I think what was really exciting about this game, though, is that I feel like both players really got to do their thing, and it really came down to kind of those final back and forths. The fact that MG1 had just enough spirits to do that Aviolith move at the end there, had the shield to stop that Nabi from taking out their remaining spirit decks. I think it was a very excellent game, and both casters did really well with what they had. What stood out to you in that game, Kay?
Well, we got a Pharaohgeist on board, and provided we didn't have exactly Poison-Tipped Arrow to answer it, I mean, that could have been a real problem. I think that Cyanectar, being one of the most represented, if not consistently the number 1 most represented Elestral in the live stream format, I think it makes a lot of sense. It just goes to show how powerful Poison-Tipped Arrow is, not only being able to get, as we mentioned, the counter rune version, but if they so choose to get the Invoke version as well. It's an incredibly powerful card, and it opens up your deck to you in a strategy in Hermes that already opens up every tool imaginable that you could need. So if you're also able to go in and grab counter runes while also being able to grab healing and removal and non-targeting removal and blah, 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 and blah, 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 ascension fodder, whatever else Hermes has, it's truly unlimited. It's such a powerful strategy. And Gwendolyn Gaming, I would love to see Pharaohgeist hit the board again. And MG1, hey, keep doing your thing. I loved the fact that we had the Hydrake in there. I think that that's such a cool inclusion And, me personally, my dreams, I want to see Pharaohgeist and Pantera on the board in game 2.
Yes, Clash of the Titans. Let's make it happen. Now, Hermes is kind of a tricky deck, so to speak, for Pharaohgeist to go into, because at any point in time, Hermes can send Carry off to the underworld to deal with the Pharaohgeist. While that is an expensive move, again, like we saw last game, once the Pharaohgeist got off the board, MG1 had a pretty decent time using the Hermes toolbox to get control of the game again. So it'll be interesting to see if the Pharaohgeist hits the board again, how does MG1 deal with it this time around?
Well, I mean, I'm just looking at the records here, both of our casters being 2-0. I'm thinking Pharaohgeist has consistently been hitting the board for Gwendolyn Gaming. But with this strategy of not only Novacore, which is so powerful, but we saw the Nabi line, we saw Nebuleo. I don't know if that's indicative of Celestleo also being in here. I would be shocked if we also saw the Celestleo in this list, but this brew is very interesting to me. I think that the ramps that we see are very interesting, and we haven't really seen anything like this before, the solar and lunar combo with Pharaohgeist.
And, it might just be that the goal to get Pharaohgeist in hand is to foretell it off of Apollo, because it is a solar Elestral, despite the fact we think about it as lunar.
Mm-hmm. There is, in fact, a little solar there. True. And as we have our casters getting ready, it looks like MG1 has mulliganed.
MG1 did mulligan, and we are going to get a... well, now we know how you get Pharaohgeist. You put it on top of the deck with First Light.
Yeah, okay. We are simply going First Light, a card that me personally, I love. I think it's one of those in Solar that people don't play enough. And, here we are. This might be the difference maker in this list.
Solar Light, of course, being a invoke rune that allows you to put a Solar Lestral on top of the deck. And as we just said, there's a sneaky little solar there on Pharaohgeist.
Mm-hmm. And if you have Apollo in hand, not only do you get to put that solar Elestral on the top of your deck, but then you get to use your Apollo effect and put it right into your hand. And then also foretell everything else. Okay, it looks like we are we casting? This
no, I believe we're putting Glimbat on top of the deck. So everything we just said, completely ignore that. We're going Novacore 2.0.
Yeah, okay. So we already have the Pharaohgeist in hand. We are simply going to set to and...
Gambit. Everyone get your coins out. Get your coins out and start flipping. We are going to flip coins to remove all of MG's1's board every single turn.
I just want to point out that Gambit is not on receive. It is you can. So if MG1 doesn't deal with this Gambit, we are going to be flipping coins going into this next turn. Insane. We have Gambit, we have Pantera. Many people are currently saying that the Ari agenda cannot be stopped. Oh my gosh. And then the Gorgon's Gaze to deal with this Aviolith before we go and flip the coin. Oh my gosh.
That is OG Aviolith. I was really confused there for a second because I was like, there's no Hermes on field. And I was like, oh, wait a second. Normal Aviolith exists. Normal Aviolith allows you to normal cast itself if there are at least 2 set back row on your opponent's side, and then lets you draw cards. Nog is fish, but also sometimes Nog is Wind Golem.
I am very curious as to whether or not Gwendolyn Gaming thought that was Champ Aviolith and therefore Gorgon's Gazed to stop the heal effect.
I don't know if you caught this. We just had Gambit to destroy Aviolith. The Gambit has hit the Aviolith.
It paid off. Oh,
and we're getting Cockaway. Oh, is there another First Light in hand?
Whoa! Y'all.
How many 2-drops are in your deck, Gwendolyn Gaming? How many multi-drops are in the deck, Gwendolyn Gaming?
The Australians can't keep doing this. What's happening? Oh, but there's a fire spirit. What's happening?
So Cockaway, when you play First Light, gets to ascend into Draco Ray or Dracodoodle? Draco Ray. I think it's Draco Ray.
Draco Ray. Yeah, you got it.
It's 2-drop Ascension, which also gets to heal. Okay, I got Gwendolyn Gaming. what is your spirit math, and how many multi-drops do you have in your deck, and how do you not have to mulligan 3 times every game? What is happening right now?
And you know what's crazy is that anything that MG1 plays, if it is not taking care of the gambit, is we are going to flip a coin again next turn.
Okay, I'm sorry. I got so distracted by that there. Kay, did you see what card they put on top of their deck with First Light?
Sure didn't. Sure did not. I absolutely didn't.
I was busy losing my mind over here.
I was looking at the Draco Ray art that we have here, that tournament pack Stellar, I believe. And looking at the fact that there was actually a fire spirit being played on the Draco Ray, I'm with you. What is this spirit math? Did we side into this? Is this just a native part of the deck? I don't know. Oh, I'm so intrigued.
And we are now going to get a Temple of the Sun. It looks like MG1 was not able to start building up a board there. So we're just going to start buffing up on Gwendolyn Gaming side. I mean, really, we didn't need a camel. We needed a big fire chicken and Amit to flip coins for us.
I think that we saw an expend to draw there. I saw the expend. I didn't see the draw, but it looks like we set Temple of the Sun and we swung for damage. And okay, so now we are off to the races as we see MG1 finally getting the Hermes, unlocking the entire strategy, and now MG1's deck is at their fingertips. And I don't know, do you think that it's too late? Do you think that Gwendolyn Gaming has already started cooking too much? Or do you think that we can come back from this?
Well, Gwendolyn not having back row here means there is good opportunity for MG1 to maybe drop a carry off and start doing ascend things. But what we're going to see here instead is an Aviolith and enchant to Hermes. So MG1 must be confident they have enough back row to protect themselves for another turn to invest in their Hermes like this. And they were confident enough because the Aviolith was actually just in hand anyway. So we're now going to just wall up. Aviolith having 7 defense and having the upside that even if your opponent can remove it, you get to heal. So it is a double whammy there.
If Gwendolyn Gaming did have access to PTA Artemis's Arrow in the side, I imagine that is a card that was grabbed. Or like we said, the Spectaris, if you are able to get over this Aviolith, suppressing it is incredibly important. Although it looks like we are actually going to be going a normal cast of Carrion, possibly?
Oh, did MG1 not have enough wind spirits left to do Aviolith champ? Is that what happened?
I mean, I do see it in the underworld there, so I'm...
Well, they sent one to the underworld, and then it looked like they were going to normal cast one.
Yeah.
Anyway, Nova Core.
So anyways, I just drop a Nova Core, and I also have Draco Ray, and also Gambit, so can't believe this Carrion is about to get coin flipped.
Well, I mean, the Nova Core is going to deal with it first, right? So unless MG1's going to spin to Gorgon's Gaze or something to protect it here.
I think that one would make sense. However, Gorgon's Gaze on a Gambit also feels so terrible. Oh my goodness.
I mean, MG1 with almost no spirits left, I think their heart may be heavier than the feather in this case, Kay.
I mean, I am looking at where the spirit deck should be, and I'm seeing no cards. So, with that being said, unless we're going to go in and get Aviolith, and we have some big plans here, but even then, I don't know. I'm doing the math. I don't think that there's anything that answers a Nova Core, a Draco Ray, and I mean, hey, don't count Gambit out as a threat, okay?
It always hits. Simply always hits, you know? Not for me. Every tournament I've taken it to, my opponent only heals, but you know it. For everyone else, it hits.
Hey, you are the one who is taking the bad luck to make it good for everybody else, and I think that that's beautiful, Andrew. I think it's so selfless, and I think it's beautiful.
And I think that was lights out. Oh no, it's paused for judge review. So we're going to have to find out what that was. You know, what this match has taught me is while we were all afraid of the Pharaoh's wrath, what we weren't paying attention to was the judgment of Amit, which is really the Egyptian threat, it would seem like.
And furthermore, solar 2-drops. This is something that I feel like at the beginning of this format, everyone was like, solar 2-drops are kind of crazy, especially if you can ramp into the Celestlio. And then we forgot about it a little bit when Rise from the Ashes was sent to Tartarus. But now they've been looking at it. They said, oh, wait, you know what's still crazy? Solar 2-drops. Even if we don't get into the Pharaoh Geist, even if we don't do that, we are still setting up threat after threat. There's Dracoay, there's Novacore, and you're right, Gambit. There is Gambit.
I'm trying to do the spirit math in my head based on what we saw the first game and the second game, because we saw Nobbies and Doppelgators and Dense Fogs, so like so much Lunar. In the second game, we're like First Light, Cockaray. Is this a smoke screen? Is their spirit deck just so exact they can fit all of those in the main deck?
Yeah, is there just like one fire spirit in there? I don't know. I don't. And I mean, like you're saying, there was enough Lunar to justify the Navi package, and I mean, running Rise from the Shadows, that implies a certain amount of Lunar, but also we're playing really solar. We have Guardian of Light, we have Novacores, we have Temple of the Sun. I mean, it's a solar deck, and
they might be on like exactly 5 Lunar to be able to do like Camel, Nabi, Rise from the Shadows.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the idea is that in a game, you're probably doing one or the other. Maybe, I have no idea. However, Gwendolyn Gaming was from the beginning expending, I mean, in that mulligan, we saw Lunar in the underworld. We saw Lunar being used in expend to draw. So it doesn't feel like a finite resource. Unless we already have.
You always need at least a couple of Lunar in the underworld for Rise from the Shadows to work. If you want to Rise from the Shadows, something that wasn't Lunar to begin with, right? So that makes sense that you want to get like 2 Lunar in the underworld as fast as possible.
Yeah, I'm with you. Meanwhile, we have MG1 over here who just was not able to get the strategy up and going quickly, having not seen Hermes until what, their third turn, I think. And at that point, even having seen back row, Gwendolyn Gaming is just putting threats on board, flipping heads with Gambit and lowering the spirit count to the point where it might be too late to have seen Hermes, even with access to Aviolith. So,
well, it was really interesting too, because we chose to put the spirits on Hermes even at such a low spirit count that you know, there must have been something in MG1's hand or back row that made them go, yeah, I'll put the spirits on Hermes and everything will be okay for at least one more turn, despite the fact that I had like 3 or 4 spirits left.
Yeah, I wonder, because like you were saying, it seemed as though we were going to normal cast the champ Aviolith, and I wonder if that was the plan, and then, you know, maybe not enough wind spirits in spirit deck or something like you were saying. It clearly something happened there, and I don't know if that affected the decision-making process.
Not that it necessarily would have mattered, because Novacore hit the field, but
yeah, we had Novacore hit the field. We still, even if Novacore was able to be answered by a Gorgon's Gaze or what have you,
Gambit.
We still had Gambit.
Gambit. I don't know. Although, who among us hasn't lost a clash to being one spirit off of where you thought you were?
I have absolutely.
You're like, okay, I'm going to do this move, and you pick up your spirit deck, and you go, actually, I concede.
The number of times that has happened, it's why I am so impressed by decks like this, where it's like, oh, you have Lunar and Fire and Solar, and you have all these things, and you're keeping track of all of them. We've had a lot of sort of Skittles decks happening recently, where it's like, what if I just throw a little bit of everything in, and somehow our casters are able to keep track of that spirit math and still say, well, these are my lines, these are my outs, and these are the answers I need to keep available to myself. And I am endlessly impressed by that.
You know, you gotta one resource management that isn't talked about super much is brain resource management in clashing, right? Because there's only unless you are the anime protagonist, which I know some of our casters are, you got to choose the axes you want to spend your brain power on, right? Like, you can give yourself a really complex spirit deck with a lot of moves for your deck, but then your brain's probably not going to be doing the best job like predicting what your opponent's going to do. Or maybe you do something like Brewlock last tournament where you're like, I'm actually just not going to worry about my spirits. Spirits just exist, and instead all of my brain power is going to go into getting the right cards from my deck and predicting where your cards are going. And then, sometimes you're just built different and you can actually do all three of those things because you just got an enormous brain that is doing Elestrals all the time.
Meanwhile, I sometimes forget about cards that I have on my board directly in front of me. And you know what? I think that's a beautiful thing. I think it's...
I mean, who among us in like round 3 or 4 of a tournament hasn't gone expend to draw, attempt to normal cast?
Oh yeah. Hey, we've all been there. Am I right, casters? And hey, you know what? If any of these moments have happened to you throughout your tournament run today, or if they happen sometime in the future, just let us know. Let us know. #PlayElestrals. We'd love to see. Even our top casters are human. Most of them are divine, I would say. But we'd love to hear your anecdotes, your stories of fun things that have happened. Me personally, on the first premiere event that I ever played in, I attempted to pay for a continuous rune using the spirits on I think it was probably a Demeter, knowing me. I think I tried to cast an Elestral using the spirits on a Demeter, and I said, I can't do that.
I can't tell you how many times I will be like, okay, I'll use spirits off of the divine for this artifact that I'm about to play. And then I go like, wait a second, I know I can't do that. Why do I keep thinking I can do that?
For those of you who are unsure, if it stays on the board, you can't do it. That's the rule. That is basically all it is.
To step back one step, since we've been yapping here, to help people understand what we're talking about. Usually when you pay for cards in Elestrals, you pay from the spirit deck. There are a couple of exceptions to this. If you are playing a invoke rune, instant rune, so to speak, a invoke rune or a counter rune, you can pay with spirits on the board. You can never pay with spirits on the board for something that requires you to expend, though. But let's say you play Earthquake and your only 2 Earth spirits are on Demeter on the board or whatever, you can use the 2 spirits on the Demeter to pay for them. This is not true for continuous runes. If you play a Stadium or you play a Divine, you cannot use spirits on the board to pay for that continuous rune. When you cast an Elestral, those spirits always have to come from the spirit deck. But if you ascend an Elestral, you can do what's called siphoning and suck spirits together into one thing. So if you have like 2 1-drops, you can siphon those spirits together to make one big 3-drop. So, mysteries abound in how to do spirit math in Elestrals, and knowing how to do these type of moves to make the most out of your spirits is one of the big differences. Really skilled casters, you will see them do just absolutely strange moves where it's like, oh, they ascend a 1-drop on top of a 1-drop, and you're like, why did they do that? And then suddenly they use that spirit for something, and you're like, oh.
Exactly. And on top of that, I think that I love examples. I'm such, that's how I learn. So for example, let's say you PTA Artemis's arrow, you special cast out 2 Spectarius Champion of Artemis, and then you siphon Ascend over both of those Spectarius into, what's that, Andrew? That's right, a Posthumous. And now you have Posthumous on board, and all you had to do was a little bit of suppression.
You only had to have 5 of the right cards in your hand to do it.
Exactly. Easy peasy. So, while we're here waiting for our judge review to hear about our judge call that's going on, we will keep you posted as we find out more fun tips with Kay and Andrew of how to play Posthumous. And surely it will result in at least someone playing it at Worlds,
Okay,
right?
okay. Here's my spicy pasta mousse tip for the day.
Okay. Ooh, I'm ready.
Pulveror.
Oh, okay.
So here's the thing. Most people go Fawnlet, search Artemis, sit on the Fawnlet.
Right, but you think they're fools.
But why sit on Fawnlet in defense when you can go Fawnlet, search Artemis, enchant Artemis, disenchant one from Artemis for Pulveror effect, which lets you ascend from hand if you disenchant one lunar from the field. So you go Fawnlet, search Artemis, disenchant one from Artemis to ascend Fawnlet into Pulveror from hand. You now have a 2-drop lunar on board that is a big threat, harder to deal with than Fawnlet, and it's a 2-drop lunar, ascend into Posthumous next turn.
You know what? I gotta say, poor Havacub Pulveror, those are Elestrals that have been very much overlooked for me. But you know what? I know that you've been in the trenches of Lunar being like, there's got to be an effect here somewhere. There's got to be something that helps this happen. And because I know that's exactly what you were doing.
Every time a new ban list or new cards drop, I sit down and I build 5 different lunar decks with all of the different like lines I have devised in the past, and I go like, all right, which one of these lines improve, which of them don't change, and then I get sad and conclude I should just play Earth again. So
I mean, hey, listen. I want to hear about what is your dream lunar brew? Like, what is something that you've been trying to make work that you're like, oh, I see the line, I just don't have the sauce?
Here we go. So one of the reasons I'm so excited is that the Posthumous thing is like a Twilight lunar brew, as I like to call it, which is lunar and solar. And I think Twilight stuff is really good. But I do think we have an update coming through on the state of our game, Kay. So before I yap too much, would you like to let everyone know what's up?
Yes. So we do have the update from our judge review. Unfortunately, Gwendolyn Gaming has been issued a game loss due to a GRE error. What happened is that from the first light, the Novacore champion was added to hand as opposed to the top of the deck. So unfortunately, we have moved too far past this and we couldn't repair the game state. So that has been a game loss issued, which does mean that the round 3 match does go to MG1 on Hermes Pin Terror. Very cool to see this, as you call it, a Twilight brew, this Outback sunset. So, hey, you know what we were talking about? We're all human. These game errors happen. And thank you so much to our judge staff for always being here to keep us informed, to make sure that game states are repairable when possible, but also made right when they aren't. So super well played to both of our casters. Love to see both of the decks pop off. We got to see the Pharaoh Geist hit the board and MG1 doing Hermes things, staying consistent there. So congratulations, MG1. Going into round 4, MG1 is 3-0 and Gwendolyn Gaming is 2-1, which is not something that casters cannot come back from. So, hey, who is to say we may see more from Gwendolyn Gaming moving forward? And Andrew, I did with that. We have a little bit of time now post Clash, and
yes.
Now that we've gotten our judge call, we found out what happened there. Let all of you know what's going on. We are still sort of in that solar and lunar mood. I interrupted you doing your dream Twilight brew here. Let's hear a little bit about that.
Okay, so here's the thing: is that there are so many good lunar solar cards, but the only bridge between them is Pheromel and Pharaoh Geist. And for a long time, so let me run this out for you. Champ Exaltus exists. Champ Exaltus, if something is destroyed in battle, you get to drop it from your hand. You have Rise from the Shadows to bring things back that were destroyed. You have Spectrus and Lumaru, which are just excellent 5 bodies. You have Guardian of Light. You have Cathmel, which can natively keep you healed up. There's just so much going on in this kind of intersection of lunar and solar. The problem is that Pheromel is a bad card. So Pheromel you can negate an attack and then ascend to Pharaoh Geist. The problem is if your opponent can read it all, they just don't do that. And then your Pharaoh Mel just kind of sits there. So for a long time, I've like said, look, someday there is going to be a Lunar Solar 2-drop that finishes bridging this gap. That isn't Pharaoh Mel and will do good things. I believe a wonderful person recently announced that there is a card called Lumavale coming in Sunstrike, which is a 6/6. And, you know, we can go to the whiteboard and argue about whether or not the effect of Lumavale is good. I think it has utility. The most important thing for me is that it is a 2-drop Lunar Solar with good stats that can be used to bridge this Twilight strategy together. So when Sunstrike comes out, I will be back to the whiteboard on Twilight trying to figure out what I can do with Lumavale in it.
Hey, and you know what? Maybe we see more from Outback Sunset today, but maybe we see more from Outback Sunset in Sunstrike with this bridged gap that you speak of. I know that Lumavale is one of those cards that has been hotly debated in the community. And, you know, I'm excited. I'm excited to see how it works. And I'm excited to see more from both of these casters and both of these decks. I think that while, yes, it was Hermes that we saw from MG1, there was some spice there. We saw OG Aviolith. We saw, well, we didn't see Pinterra, but we saw Hydrake.
We saw the implication of Pinterra.
Yes. Hint terror. For sure.
Yes. No. And there are 7 of these Pharaoh Geist decks, if I remember the statistics correctly. And so what I'm really curious is, are all of them this level of insane with Draco Ray and Nova Core, or are there variants of Outback Sunset? Like, is this one monolithic idea of like 5 different 2-drops apparently based on what we saw, or are there variations of it? So hopefully a Pharaoh Geist deck converts today, and we can see in the top whether or not there is a different brew, or whether or not this was a collective hive mind of zombie Campbells that has stormed into the premiere today.
I am very excited to see that too. I imagine that at least the core principle of the deck is consistent across. Like you said, whether or not we see the exact brew from the 2-drops plethora, the absolute cornucopia of 2-drops that we had witnessed. I don't know. That remains to be seen, but I think it's a very interesting deck. And I think that we're at a point in the meta where casters are starting to say, well, we have these sort of basic principles of decks. Even like with this Hermes list, we saw this is how Hermes has been functioning. These are the things that Hermes wants to do. And then saying, what can I do to build on and improve upon it as we go into Worlds, possibly? Because at the end of the day, as we saw from Bo's Dallas run, sometimes these unconventional brews that have cards that can take your opponents by surprise, sometimes that is exactly the difference maker. Cards that your opponent hasn't been drilling and playing into and saying, I know exactly what I need to do to answer fish. I know exactly what I need to do to answer these established meta threats. So now we see a little bit more expression in the deck building from our casters. We see a little bit more experimentation. And I think that is going to make for a very exciting tournament today.
Well, Kay, I am super excited to see what's next, but I think it is time for you to take a little break. I'll come back shortly with Swole so he can tell me that he told me so about Hermes. But until then, we'll see you all on the other side. Well, my muscular compadre, it would seem you can, in fact, keep getting away with it. Hermes takes it despite what all of the votes led to. You can't stop perfection, I guess. Swole, did you see the game, and how do you feel about how your choice for the community round performed?
Well, I am a little sad that Outback Sunset didn't quite fully flesh out the rest of the game. Unfortunately, that does happen, but really cool to see the Pharaoh guys touchdown. First and foremost, it's really interesting. Like you're saying, we have zombies afoot, and so the rise from the shadows back in full force. Really interesting to see the solar element back in this sort of way. And again, Hermes performs. I did not put it on today's prediction, unfortunately. I didn't try to double down from the last one, but it is one of these cases where, once again, it's a good deck. You have a lot of good players like MG1 also playing cards like the Pantera line and the Hydrake line, which is also really interesting and very strong inside of today's meta. So I think it has some legs, and I think can show that off pretty well. What about you? What inside of this play here, the Gambit, right? Gambit, it was crazy.
Everyone, get your coins out. You gotta flip them. Find out whether your heart is heavier than the feather or not. I mean, to see Gambit pop something on stream, that's got to be a highlight for the day already. We're just starting. I'm sure that one is going to stick with me. The Rise from the Shadows Nova Core into Pharaoh Geist was just cinema. I think the Australians, they've really put something. You were saying before we went into that match that they will show up and they will have a spirit deck and a card list, and you'll be like, what have you done? And that's what Kay and I were feeling on stream. We saw Draco Ray come out. We were like, where did this Draco Ray come from? How did you slot that into the deck with everything else? It was, wow, quite the performance. And I gotta say, I'm super excited we actually saw Hermtear, the Hermes Pintear combo. Hermtear is something that I had a soft spot for in Clash for a while, just because who doesn't love Hardisoned Champ Aviolith into Pintear to heal and have a big Bungus on board? That's just really good stuff. I hope MG1 continues to do well today, and they can actually land Pintear maybe in one of their top rounds. We might get to see it all the way if they convert today.
Yeah, I think it's one of these decks that, especially since the last time, we've seen players like Wirebellion, players like Kryber, and Justin T perform with this similar sort of shell and this sort of engine. I would not be surprised if today we have a similar level of caliber of clashers trying to duke it out for sure. And on the Spirit Math thing too, by the way, I just want to point out every question that y'all might ever have about what are you playing? Is it just one of copies of this, one of copies of this? The answer is yes. They are also, and I don't know how to explain this. It's like one Fire Spirit. It's like, I'm sure they're playing one, only a couple handful of Lunars, only one Frost Spirit in the just in case purposes. I guarantee that is the idea of just like we'll have it. We'll just need it just in case. I don't know. That's always a super fun one to be in, is look at these sort of tech options for spirit management in that way. And for the rest of the day too, I don't anticipate that not being, I guess, an inconsistent theme. I think a lot of our casters today trying to sharpen their steel for those world's qualifying points are cutting it down to the wire. The format is fairly refined in terms of what we're seeing of consistent decks and also our jump scare surprises. I don't know if we're coming down to anything super crazy, but I know that the big target on the room is Fish. I don't know if you talked about that one yet. We saw a lot of excitement for this first round, but I think we are still set to get wet.
Well, Swole, do you think the format is actually refined, or do you think everyone is playing it conservative as they get their last opportunities to get points and trying to not spill the sauce before they land at Worlds?
Ooh, excellent question. And honestly, yes, I love that. That is exactly what I was trying to go with that point, is to say that it might just also be a big smokescreen to show us, there's something deeper under the hood.
Yeah. There's no Frost, because actually Frost is still best deck, right? We'll see 25% representation.
I'm saying,
Who knows, right?
Yeah, I think that's one that, again, Snowlit will be back in a big way. More Frost is just under the surface. Everyone's like, no, don't play it. It's not that good. And meanwhile, Bo is going to take down Worlds with it once again. That's the consistent theme that we'll see.
Actually, photosynthesis is just going to come back, and
You say it's a joke, but listen, with Argo running around with Necklace of Harmonia, there is where there's a will, there's a lith, and there's definitely a Heliolith inside of a lot of players' minds at the moment. Hey, we just saw too with the Outback Solar, if that converts in performance today, I don't doubt that something like Heliolith putting those 2 Solar Spirits on the board could be enough for removal. Oh, it gets popped, gets destroyed. Okay, here's Rise. That's 2 Lunar. It fits in there. It fits in there.
Yeah, maybe you go a different route. You do an artifact package with Comalis to search and artifacts to Nexus, right? You know, that's a different way you can do Pharaoh Geist. Although, I gotta say, I knew in my head that you can Apollo and First Light Pharaoh Geist. Like that's the thing I knew was possible. Yeah. It's not a thing I've ever seen actualized. And to see someone sit down and do it, I'm like, oh yeah, I guess this all does just kind of work.
It is strange, right? I think one consistent theme inside of the game of Elestrals is that we have these sort of like crazy brews, right? The deck building theories, the sort of one-off cases that you would say to yourself, I don't know if that would ever truly work. Back in Kissimmee, we have a player taking Imperwatt to top 16 from the Code Collective. And then you're thinking to yourself, well, yeah, Imperwatt kind of works here, but how does that really function? How does that really play? And so it's both a combination of the fact that we have insane casters willing to put in the time and the effort into these strategies, and the fact that, maybe it just works. Some people sit there and they're like, I don't know, this card can't be good. I don't know, this card's too broken. I think there's a level to it where a lot of our players say, hey, I'll hold my beer. I'll go ahead and take that one for us.
Yeah, no, there are just so many interesting lines that can be drawn in Elestrals with the spirits and stuff. One thing I'm surprised I haven't seen as much of, to talk to your heart, to talk about Thunder for a second, we've been talking a lot about Lunar, is I really expected to see Zeus make more of a comeback in the sense that, like, if you're on Magneros and you're on Astrabbit, it's like Magneros into Aepharos plus Zeus is actually 2 8s instead of 2 5s, right? So like the fact that we haven't seen kind of some more Thunder try to break out with the fish tech, because normally you see the fish tech where it's like, well, I want to play a couple of extra Thunder Spirits so I can do Magneros. Well, why not just play Thunder Spirits and put a couple extra water in there for Aepharos? There's an opposite way you can do it, right?
I think now we're getting into, well, first and foremost, now you're cooking with cookies. We're talking about this to give an Astrabbit a cookie kind of deck building idea is, if I'm just playing this, I might as well play this. And if that's the case, I might as well play this, back to back. If I'm playing Rhino Sect, I might as well play Rise from the Shadows. If I'm playing Rise in the Shadows, I might as well play Pharaoh Geist. There's so many ways to go about this, and that's really how you end up cooking like a lot of these casters, is you just sit there and you say, yeah, why shouldn't I, in fact? Why shouldn't I keep it?
Yes. It's going to be, oof. Oh, man. This is the last premiere before we go to Worlds, right? And the anticipation to see what kind of brews we see today, and then the anticipation to see how many of those brews then show up at Worlds, or if Worlds is just an entirely different format. I remember at Dallas, there was kind of an experience where people went in with certain expectations about the Moonrise format at Dallas, and then showed up, and then like the format at Dallas was just like entirely different than what the average player was expecting. Like, I personally got by that. I built a deck that was designed to be like, well, I'm expecting X number of like Moonrise, Were Pup kind of packages, played 0 of those packages at Dallas and just had a horrible time because my deck was designed to go against it.
Hey, you're telling me we faced on the day Blizztrix after Blizztrix. Fire was also back in a big way, which I think was not on anyone's radar. I remember at some point in time seeing, oh God, it was the Volcanic Forge and a Necruff as a 6 body hitting me over and over again. Not, naming any caster specifically 0, but there is someone out there who says Ryceros might also work in that package too, 0. But I digress. I think there's a very good argument that Worlds will see a similar level of metagaming, right? We saw Blizztrix in a very similar way pop up inside of its, prominence for Dallas. Fish could be that deck, or Blizztrix could also be Blizztrix. We'll get there as we get there. But I think that's something that we will maybe carve out on the day of, or even in the last chance qualifier. You know, we do have the last chance qualifier for a lot of our players looking to, you know, round up some last minute points and to get their shot right into Worlds to compete with some of the best players who are also coincidentally competing today. So while today we might not see a lot of those metagaming decisions, I don't doubt that Friday before we will definitely be seeing some insane stuff.
And speaking of insane stuff, so we have our players lined up here for round 4, Couch Potato and Cindershade, both of them doing well in Premier. Cindershade having a top 16 at Kissimmee, a top 8 in a Premier, and Couch Potato with a top 16 and a top 24 here. Two casters that are going to be exciting to see, I think. I mean, with Cindershade in the mix, are we going to see a Salashade, do you think, Swole? Our fellow, our local lover?
I think it's really funny. This is a small inside baseball thing for Cindershade, but you know, we had Astronite getting to second place with Zephyrog last tournament, right? And I don't know what Cindershade is playing today, but in the previous Premier, I thought our Zephyrog pilot was going to be Cindershade because I had gotten whispers of Cinder's deck, and Cinder was like, no, Zephyrog cooks, believe me, it does. And I was like, you know what? This might be pretty good. Sure enough, the run goes to Astronite, but Cindershade could be making the run back on the Frog, but to the namesake, Salashade would be nice. Mill does have legs. The Solar Mill deck was in representation last Premier, and I think that Cindershade is definitely a pioneer of that strategy. So I think it's definitely something to look out too. Couch Potato too, no slouch. I think Couch Potato was a previous, oh god, I think Kay actually faced off against Couch Potato in a couple premieres ago. I know she might have some more insight onto their play, but previously before, maybe on some sort of like Earth Brew before, or some sort of Wind Brew, I believe.
Well, I think we'll find out shortly. Cinder will be going first here in this round, so they will kick us off, and we might get some really good ideas depending on what kind of mulligans we get into.
Yeah, with Cinder going first, I imagine if we're seeing fire off the bat, I think it's not, but we have a Thunder Spear coming out for that Magneros, and we're going for the fish here. It could be Zephyrog after all.
It could be, and if you think Cindershade is going to take it, don't forget to get on Twitch right now and let us know which of these two casters you think is going to hop to the top, whether that's with a frog or metaphorically.
And bust off your doors here. Hop to the top. We got set 1 from Cindershade coming in here as a cast of Magneros. This is, like you were saying previously, the previous undisputed titan of Elestral's board state, the 2 5s in the back row.
Cindershade could be on Zeus. We could see the 2 8s I predicted.
2 8s indeed. As a Cryoblast coming in here to snipe out the Aphoros, freezing that fish in the water.
And a Solar Spirit. Oh no, I'm wrong. That is a Flurmy. That is going to be Frost best deck. We predicted it before this match. Well, we knew what was coming. More Frost obviously getting many hits to it, but is still, I think, a very competent resource engine. We see an Indus form coming out here, which makes me think this might be a more pure Morphrost deck. Sometimes you see Morphrost engines that do kind of the Chimera for draws plus the Lycan for searching, and that's about it. But here we're seeing a Indus form, which indicates to me maybe more pure Morphrost is afoot today.
Yeah, I think would be really interesting to see perform. I know the previous players inside of the Elestrals were saying that the deck does still have legs, a couple of them that you can roll together on the Snowman, but I would be curious. And an Indus start here in attack is interesting. Maybe just trying to take apart the back row with 2 Morphrost Chimera getting sent to the Underworld here with this Morphrost Indus effect on cast. If there's a Stadium Rune in the back, this could be a good crash opportunity, but is it worth losing the Indus form here, or do you think that's okay just to say, I'm going to pass here and allow you to make the decision if I can destroy your back row?
2 back row feels like a good position to allow the pass. If one of those is Gorgon's Gaze or something, maybe you prevent it, or we just go ahead and crash ourselves. We go ahead and crash ourselves, get rid of the back row, and get to it. I mean, the thing about Morphrost as well is Morphrosts that are in the Underworld are actually in your hand, because between Kione and such, it's really easy to get them out. Of course, we are going to see Cindershade just fill their board with fishes here. We're seeing that beautiful OP pack, Reverse Stellar, OG Aetheros, a Champ Aetheros, and a Atlantis. So Cindershade has just gone full fish board here, Swole. What do you think this means for Couch Potato?
Well, I think they're going to be shooting fish in a barrel here, trying to get rid of these boards. You got to have a lot more spot removal than just single Cryoblast, and a Shield of Achilles to bounce back. The Aetheros Champion of Aphrodite is a good start to that. It's interesting here because in this position, Cindershade does not have any back row, but you almost are okay with that champion staying on the board. But you're now dealing with an open board state. Your cards are no longer 5s. The Atlantis is only buffing the Aetheros OG, well, the Stellar OG, by the way, shout outs to that, to a 3. And so these Morfrost Chimeras are about to put in some work clearing this board. We're in for a frosty season.
Absolutely. We see a Chimera come down. It discarded a bat, which allowed Couch Potato to go get one of the Chimeras that was in Underworld. There was another bat, so the second Chimera was then able to use its effect to go get the third Chimera, which means Couch Potato is going to have drawn 2 cards, have a full back row, and 3 5s on board, able to clear out Cindershade in 1 turn.
This is the funny part here, right? Is that just one Shield of Achilles, so well timed to help break apart the big boogeyman of 5s, right? And similarly, the call and response from Couch Potato here is I'm going to establish a board myself. Those double bat forms coming in clutch here to help break apart this board. Cindershade going with the defense position Galaxy Champ to maybe have that big 5 booty on the whale, stop some onslaught here. This is a little bit tricky of a place to be in. Oh, it's a 6 under the Atlantis, excuse me. That's actually way more threatening than I thought.
Yeah, 6 will be hard to deal with, though another Cryoblast weirdly does handle it. It'll be interesting to see how Couch Potato decides to go. If this is pure Morfrost, I would expect Boreas and maybe Brummalinx to be in the mix here, so maybe they have their own stadium to deal with this.
And slap down an Ambrosia here to heal back some spirits. This is a previous card that was put to 2 on the previous ban list, and we had thought for a second that players weren't even playing this card at 3. Will they play it at 2? It turns out, yes, the slower game state and kind of pace of the game allows for these sort of incremental spirit plays. As the pass back to Cinder here goes for draw for turn, this whale holding out strong.
Cindershade is going to have to convert the whale into something, though. A board full of 5s and a board full of back row is not the nicest thing to look down, even if your defense position is currently safe. But I guess another whale does it. It is interesting that this one in defense position as well. In theory, they could have had 2 6s to go for Chimeras, but they probably don't want to risk the back row. It does look like none of this matters, though, because the Mountains of Boreas does come down, replacing the Atlantis, and it looks like does Cindershade just scoop it up?
Yeah, that's going to be a concession from Cindershade at such high spirits, too. It's so, again, the incremental advantage of these sort of game states is you can tell that I think Cinder, over a long period of time, with the only card in hand that we know of was the Aetheros Champion of Aphrodite. There was an idea there, like you said, that they could go for an offensive onslaught, but with 3 back row staring down, a Gorgons, a Shield of Achilles, there's a lot of different ways to fry a fish there if you are Morfrost. And so you can freeze dry those fins right off. And it's so interesting here to see Cinder scoop so early, but it could also be contention of time too. What do you think?
It might be time. It might be Cindershade deciding that all they've shown is fish and whale, and maybe they have some secret sauce in the deck. They don't want to bother to show off from a losing position. They want to go into game 2 and try and surprise. Maybe they have some really good side deck tech where they're like, playing this out isn't worth it. I'll just get my side deck, go first, and tear this apart. They might just know they're kind of low on resources. We saw a Champ Aetheros, a Magnaros, and Aetheros, 2 whales. At that point, you got to be wondering, what is the probability that I actually draw an Elestral that's going to help me here? I've already lost my Atlantis. I lost 2 of my whales. I've lost 3 of my fish. Who knows?
Yeah, I think that's one thing for the fish deck that's, you're playing a critical mass of Elestrals. And to be fair, those Elestrals are consistent, they are powerful, but sometimes not seeing those back row, especially turn after turn, can be really painful into low to the ground strategies. Something like Morfrost can easily take advantage of that. And so for Couch Potato taking this game 1, A side deck wise, it seems like that worked out perfectly, right? You got out the combo, you got the Lycan form to search out your cards, you have the Indus form to set up for those double bat form plays, and then the 3 back row. I don't think you can ask for anything better there if you're Couch Potato. That Cryoblast too coming in really helpful. I wonder if we might see an addition of Ice Age too to help maybe combat the white board state.
You know, Ice Age is not a card I've thought about in a little while. Ice Age being a invoke rune that lets you clear the board if you also clear the opponent's board, or is it everything that's not Frost Enchanted? I forget which way it works.
Everything that's not Frost Enchanted.
There you go. If you also disenchant 2 from your board, the fun thing about that is that Brummalinks, if you're playing it, is a 1-turn Ice Age, because you can go Brummalinks, search Boreas, put that down, and then Ice Age, disenchant from those 2. Maybe we haven't seen a lot of Ice Age play, but maybe with the wide boards Fish are building, it's time for it to come back.
I mean, hey, you're thinking like Justin T on this one. Ice Age, Brummalinks is a one card Ice Age enabler. You sound like a champion already. I'm terrified for seeing you at Worlds. We have game 2 coming in here with Couch Potato and Cindershade. Cindershade is going to go ahead and go for a mulligan here on the top. The hand wasn't quite good enough. Maybe just more Elestrals versus counter runes this time. I think if you're the Fish deck too, sometimes you can take those hands that are pretty minimal Elestrals and go more counter runes. That actually might be what I prefer here if you're on the Fish play. But what about you?
If I'm going first on Fish, my goal is to have 1 Magnaros and 4 counter runes in my hand.
Yeah, that's the game plan right there. I'm gonna start off strong with an Aphrodite here, loading that thing up with 4 spirits and dropping down a Aphoros, OG Aphoros here. Oh, this is such a good play. This is so powerful in itself, right? We were talking about it previously that Nog is gone. Nectar of the Gods is nowhere to be seen, but I'm looking at a card that says, I could be Nectar of the Gods if you look hard enough.
Hey, Nectar of the Gods is dead. Long live Nectar of the Fish.
It's a little high on omega-3s.
The Champ Aphoros search means that Cindershade will be able to have 2 5s with the special cast ability there. The Aphoros is loaded up with a bunch of spirits. The Aphoros having high defense is actually really good into this Frost deck, the OG one, because it can't just get cryoblasted away, which means those spirits are a little safer. Couch Potato just always has it, though. We see Lycan form coming right off, and it looks like we're going to basically see a repeat of Couch Potato's game 1, searching out the Indice here again, and a Chimera. I'll be interested to see, do you think here you go for Chimera to try and get over something, or are you going Indus to clear back row, or again?
Ooh, this is so tricky, right? The thing about OG Aphoros inside of this meta specifically is, yes, it's a 5 attacker, and if you can deal with that Champ Aphoros, it becomes back down to a 2. But a lot of those spirits, you're either 1, taking spirit damage by trading it, or 2, if it stays on the board long enough, it's just going to continuously accrue advantage and also be able to deal extra damage and pay off spirits and feel your Aphrodite. It's really a catch-all type of deck, so to speak. And this card, it messes up threat detection all the time. Do I swing on this fish or that fish? You know, and that's something that I don't envy in this position with more Frost, especially leading Indus here, which I think sets up for your future plays. Yeah, this is a tough decision with 2 back row, 3 back row now. I don't know.
Never mind, everything's fine.
Yeah, never mind. It's all good. 2 Gorgon's Gaze and a bluff. Yeah.
Yeah. Or a shield. I mean, a shield on the Aphoros loaded up with spirits would be a massive boon here for Couch Potato, I think.
Yeah, that's also what we saw that in the last game, right? In the game 1, that just one well-timed shield can do it all. So I don't doubt that maybe this position Couch Potato wants to say pass here, move it back to Cindershade. Cindershade is going to Nexus onto the Aphrodite and draw 2 cards. Here we go, the Fish Engine at play. And now we might be able to see a full 4 board of Fish even.
A full 4 board of Fish might be possible if there is a Magnaros or another original Aphoros in hand. We'll have to see what Cindershade throws down here. And it is going to be a Champ Fish.
Yep, Champ Fish on the special cast here, and still the option, I think, to detach and disenchant from the Aphrodite. Poison Tadera coming in here from Couch Potato trying to harpoon down the Fish Onslaught. not trying to have the four board and 75 fish ago.
Oh, we're going for Foamy here. So we're going to see what the sauce in Cindershade's deck is. Foamy allowing you to discard itself and expend a water spirit to go searching for a water 2-drop. And the answer is Lockagon. So ban list who?
No, exactly. You know, I was excited for whatever, I guess sauce too, but I guess Lockdown can be just as saucy as before and does play around this poison tipped arrow pretty well, unless we have a second one coming in down. Gorgeous on the textured full art, by the way. I saw Dan pull this on the local stream the other night, and wow, this thing is gorgeous. Lockdown's so interesting here. Like you said, we per deck's long pass now, it's still very strong, just as explosive, and does the job really well with this OG Lockagon limit. So I'd be curious to know now if Cindershade is on the full lock package or just a 1-in-1. What's kind of the idea here?
Well, we know there's at least one other because it was in hand and now on field.
There we go. OG lock coming in. Can heal back one.
Yep, that will trigger Champ Lockagon to do the heal effect, and when it heals, it will allow Frostfall Lockagon to pop a card, popping a back row here, which gets a shield. I think that's going to be a real tough position for Couch Potato now. 2 back row gone to very little effect, and that Indus is no longer long for this world either.
Yeah, it's never resolving, and in theory, I think the Indus would be the target to go for. The back row ended up working out and sniping in. I think that was a full art Tsunami. Correct. That it did take down, which against the Frost deck, that can be really, really helpful. So maybe that could be the deciding factor against Couch Potato here. Cindershade back down to 9 spirits, by the way, which is significantly low comparatively.
Well, you know, clearly Cindershade is just playing Cracking Champion of Poseidon, which can add a water card from your underworld back to your hand. So they'll just be able to recycle all of this stuff.
You're telling me. Speaking of Zero coming in here, you know, I faced off against Zero at one of the Tuesday casuals. That deck scared the absolute bejeebus out of me. That thing was killer. All tentacles in tow wrapped around the solar Elestrals it was facing down. So you joke about that, but it is real and can hurt you.
So we're going back to Couch Potato here, who has 1 back row remaining. Clearly not a Gorgon's Gaze, probably a bluff set. Into a Cryoblast. Okay, that's going to clean up some fish, but Couch Potato got to be wondering here, how are they going to deal with the Loch Ness Monster?
Yeah, this is actually part of the advantage of something like the lockdowns before, right? Is that it creates these decisions of everything is a threat. And we were talking about previously with just the OG Aphoros, but one Chimera can crash with something that can help clear the other fish, but the more and more Lockagon is able to establish its field presence, it just keeps on getting scarier. Stacking the pops, if we're playing Drataguas in there for continuous healing, this can get very scary very fast. So I'm curious to know what Couch Potato has here.
Drataga would be a good shout for Cindershade. Drataga being a water receiver, when it gets a water spirit, it can heal, which pairs beautifully with the Water Nexus package of Aphoros.
And looks here we're going to pay with a PTA to come down for the second Chimera, I believe, to help kind of mitigate this board just a little bit more. I'm not exactly sure how many spirits in the underworld for the water buff of OG Lockagon. That could end up coming up here.
Yep, OG Lockagon getting an extra attack for every water spirit in the underworld. It will be critical to know that count. Crashing with the Frostfall Lockagon to prevent it from getting pops anymore would probably be the most important thing Couch Potato could do here. Otherwise, crashing with Champ Lockagon to turn off the heal engine is probably the next best bet.
This is such a hard decision here. I'm going to go to end phase and pay out to pop the Chimera. And now we're going to go ahead and pass back to Cinder. 2 back row still. You imagine if one of those is shield, you do help take care of this board a little bit further. And I think so far we've seen 1 OG Aphoros, 2 of the Champ Aphroses. So we're running down to lower options if you're Cindershade.
Now, if you were Couch Potato, would you have crashed the Morfrost, there was no back row on Cindershade's side, so it would have been a safe operation to spend a Spirit to get rid of a Locagon.
I think so. And also, hey, look at the Earthquake coming in here. I think that was maybe the decision in itself. I think, you play on the Earthquake that you knew your opponent had, and definitely didn't top deck the turn. No, I think you do end up crashing there. Just to say, if you have another Locagon, you have to get rid of the other Locagon OG and put a little bit more of a difficult position. And wow, we have Pelquarius, Champion of Aphrodite here. Are we seeing double sauce? Are we going Nexus onto...
Are we ascending?
I think we are. Hold.
Is that Zefrog?
Jumping down for Zefrog in here. I think that's the Stellar Zefrog?
I think that's the Stellar Zefrog. Cindershade, what a treat you have brought for us today.
Oh, God. Okay, I'm smiling ear to ear. I love seeing the Frog going into work, searching out another one. A second Stellar. Stop flexing on us. What? It's over. Frog mentions when. The Pelquarius tech is so neat because, yes, it has a native wind spirit that you can play and just end up jump scaring your opponents with what we see here, which is just a massive amount of spirits to deal with. And I think that we're currently representing on board about 8 damage or 7 damage, excuse me.
6-7 damage, correct?
Yeah.
So the thing about Zefrog that is scary as well, Zefrog is not necessarily a threat in the sense that it's easy to kill in combat. The problem, though, is it can attack directly, and when it hits you, it gets to take a card out of your hand, which means even if you have the answer in hand, you don't anymore.
Yeah, the cool part, too, is that if it doesn't take a card out of your hand, it definitely takes a card out of that back row, a Shield of Achilles being its only big weakness. And you expend the spirits of equal to what we had the Zefrog on here anyways, so... I think from there, that's going to be Couch Potato scooping it up and conceding to Cinder now in this game 2. We're going to a game 3 now. Locagon Zefrog versus Morfrost. So interesting to see. This is so cool. Do you think that this was sided into? I think that's one thing I'm so curious about. The Zefrog package. We saw the whales in the first portion of it all. And then we have Locagon in Zefrog. Do you think any of that was brought in to help with this matchup?
Well, I think I was most surprised to see a second Zefrog.
Yeah.
I expect the first Zefrog. The first Zefrog is not surprising. The second Zefrog makes you go, oh, you intend to do this often, I see.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it is the second Zefrog that does get you, in fact. That's true.
I am quite curious if Cindershade is effectively playing a old school Locagon deck, except 2 Frostfall Locagons replaced with 2 Zefrog, and Tad Puffs replaced with Pelquarius champs.
Ooh, that could be it. Pelquarius champ was something that I think a lot of early on casters were considering. It has a little bit of a conflicting like condition with the Locagon champ, as Locagon would be special cast that turn, and I think that does kind of make this deck a little bit muddy in the waters, right? Maybe Zefrog helps bridge that gap and that you have a definitive target for it. Alternatively, you can have the flex option just to slap down a big spirit body and just swing from there. I do think that'd be an interesting inclusion here, is just bringing that in to go into Morfrost, though. One thing that we didn't see inside of that game 2 was the whale inclusion. And so I'm also curious to know what that's going to drop down and do, especially when we've seen Couch Potato put up a board of what, 3 5s so far is the biggest we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, the Frost Elestrals, notoriously bad defenses. They melt so easy. So the whale will be able to have some delicious Morfrost slushies quite easily if it lands into no back row.
It looks like we have another mulligan here from Cindershade, and trying to search for the perfect hand, which I imagine is just Zefrog.
Now, I hope Couch Potato had Waylands in the side deck to bring in here, because, that is the perfect answer into Fish Party, especially when you're already on Frost.
Yeah, you would be saying that for your prediction. Wait a minute. The stream goes out. The screen turns black. We all disconnect. There is no Waylands in Elestria. It has not happened yet. The points aren't quite there. No, I think that'd be a good tech inclusion, especially with how many bodies that Morfrost does put on the board. The simple enchanting of the Water Spirit underneath it, that could help really deal with a lot of these bodies. We saw that last premiere with Adam and Astronite against each other, the whale versus the frog.
We're going to get an Indus opening from Couch Potato here, really valuing the ability to move back row, it seems like, and get more Frosts in Underworld. I feel like that move is even better going first, because now Cindershade basically has to either leave it on board or accept they're losing a back row they set their first turn.
Yeah, that's the tricky part about Indus form, even early on into Frostfall's game. You can see here taking a more defensive position, probably because of that, with the Foamy Champ slapping down. But definitely this is the Bo start, right? Bo putting players into this sort of like hard positions, catch-22s, and Indus form is definitely the card to do so.
Now, do you think we go Lockagon here, or do you think we go Foamy into Zafrog to start the game?
Ooh, Foamy Zafrog is a really interesting idea because you can skirt around everything that isn't Shield. Shield puts you in a big loss, but no, I like the idea here. Just say, better have it, right?
Oh, and better have it with 3 back row. Cindershade not very afraid of that Indus doing its thing here.
No, it's a very scary looking card, but ultimately, like you said, makes a delicious slushy. So is set 3? That's going to be quite a bit. We've seen tsunamis. This Indus form can't quite hit over the Foamy, so here's an Ascension line. Bringing out another Frost Spirit for a... Oh, that's an Abom form.
That is interesting. That's going to allow Couch Potato, if they choose to disenchant, to bring back one of the Morphrosts they sent to the Underworld with Indus at the start of the game.
Yeah, I love an Ascension of the Abom, and that goes through on cast as the cast goes through, so no PTA. Does make this a little bit more valuable. Can come back, bring in a Chimera. Chimera could even pitch bat. There's a lot of really cool things you can do with Abominable form. I'm so glad that players are back on it. And it just gets bigger and better. This thing gets huge.
What I've been interested to see today as Scorpio comes out is the lack of Pandora's boxes being activated, Swole. There've been so many searches and stuff, and yet no one has been stopped.
Yeah, it's funny because it's like someone said it's a free burn 2 the last time it comes down. But I do agree. I'm actually kind of perplexed we haven't quite seen anything yet. As the PTA was held for this Morphrost Chimera and Scorpion coming in here to pitch a bat. And this is the full combo, by the way. This deck is really just disguising itself as a cool combo deck. And this chilly mountain climb as the Foamy with 0 defense. If you can even get another back row from Cinder here, that's worth it, I think.
Yeah, to review what happened there, a bomb disenchant, bring back Scorpio effect to pitch, set Foamy to 0, bad effect to bring back Chimera pitch to draw a card. So Couch Potato just running circles here, doing things with Frost. That does not matter if you eat a tsunami.
Ooh. See, this is so tricky now too. These positions where you have your offensive and your defensive call and response go unimpeded here. Yes, if you're Cindershade, you stop the attack, but you also then lost 2 back row, and your Foamy gets destroyed by this Scorpio. This is so difficult.
Both casters spending a fair amount of spirits this turn, but Couch Potato being up overall. Cindershade, if they have a fish, which they do, they're going to be able to probably clear up this board pretty well, unless that back row from Couch Potato is something immensely helpful.
I find it so funny. You know, one thing is that Elestrals as a game, you know, for a long time, people were saying these interactivity points of going back and forth, being able to do these plays. And this is what the game looks like, by the way. No Gorgons. If you really want to look at Gorgons is a little bit of a low-bearing card. Don't clip that one. But I think that this is so interesting to see both these decks do what they are meant to do and have these sort of offensive and defensive responses. You know, we have the Morphrost make a big board, take some damage, and try to swing. And now we have the call and response with the fish coming in here and swimming on up, trying to break apart the board. This is very scary. This is so tight, even for both players.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I don't even think we've seen the Foamy do its search, right? So there's just a Foamy chilling in hand, waiting to do something nasty.
Yeah, waiting for it to search to Zephyrog to make us go, oh, at the end. Yeah, I think that's if I had to guess. The Aphros going to go ahead and try to swing here on the Scorpio. I think it's going to eat a shield. That is definitely a held shield. And I think the Abom with a 3 defense is going to wall out this OG Aphoros.
So I think this was a sequencing issue on Cindershade's part, right? You attack with the OG Aphoros, so even if it gets shielded, it's fine because Champ Aphoros has a higher natural attack.
Yeah, and now you're completely right. Here's the snowball effect coming in clutch. Now re-enchanting the Abom, threatening out. And there's a Gorgon's Gaze held for this. This is not a game Sans Gorgon. That is definitely Sans Sand Gorgon. What? Wait, was that there the whole time?
I was just trying to figure that out, Soul. I think that had been there the whole time, which means that Cindershade just absolutely let Couch Potato go off last turn.
Wow, you know, hey, maybe this is particularly why I'm on the desk and they're on the play. Cinder holding that Gorgons for just the right moment, saying, I'm going to force you to be in a rough position now after I can break apart your board on my comeback. Because you're right, even with a Gorgons held there and a full board made, Cinder was able to expertly navigate that and break apart with the fish. You know, yeah, I was saying this is what it looks like without Gorgons, and turns out it was maybe just held for the right time. Whale coming in here, by the way, to snipe out this bomb.
Whale's going to have a delicious snack unless we have a Gorgons or Shield right behind that Abominable there.
If it's a Gorgons, I'll eat my words on that one. I'll carve up a delicious snake head dinner and snack on some rattlesnake, slowly turning me into stone.
Aphrodite is even if this eats a Gorgon's Gaze here and cannot complete what it's trying to do this turn, Cindershade could always just put another whale in hand to try again next turn.
Yeah, that's kind of the neat resource loop part of this deck. I think a lot of top players gravitate towards is that it just gives you options, right? And time again, we see players gravitate towards decks that just say, I can do whatever I want.
And we get a last minute Gorgons there.
Ooh. You know, I think that might be a little bit on the advantageous side, right? Because like you were saying, if the Gorgons comes down, Cinder knows to fire off this Aphrodite. And maybe just trying to say, I don't want you back on another whale.
We are going to get another disenchant from Abominable. Do we have Gorgons too? We do not. So the Chimera is coming back into play, putting Cindershade in potentially a rough position here, depending on what their back row is.
Ooh, yeah, that two attack on the Galaxy makes it super vulnerable on the crackback. We do see players teching in stuff like Monsoon, though, so Monsoon could be pretty devastating as Couch Potato slaps down an Ambrosia just to eat a little bit of that health back.
But Cindershade only needs one Tsunami for everything to be okay.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of different ways to skin a Morfrost here, and it's just gonna go through though. No counter rune responses.
Okay.
And that's gonna put Cinder down to 5 spirits, getting a little low.
All right. Now into 2 back row, a crackback is going to be more difficult here. Another Gorgons, another Shield. There's a lot of options that could stall out Cindershade, but maybe Couch Potato just doesn't have it.
Yeah, a Magneros here, talking about the Magneros plus counter runes before. Do you think that is kind of what the angle is? Alternatively, it looks like we're going for, I think that's a Foamy Expend to search.
That is a Foamy Expend to search here.
Ooh.
Will be interesting to know what we're getting off of that. There's no Tadpuff anymore, so we can't expect a like Tadpuff crazy play. We're going straight to Lockagon. Okay, this is very interesting. Now, the tough part about even if you have 2 fish, the Abominable is now a 6. 2 fish doesn't do anything.
Yeah, it is really tricky. Atlantis could be the option away and around it, but with only 4 spirits left, that's a heavy investment to try to take care of this body. There's Pelk.
So Peliquarius is going to run into the problem you described, though, where they can special ascend into Lockagon here, but they cannot special cast the second Lockagon.
Oh, and a Gorgon's Gaze coming down for stopping this ascension and saying, yeah, Nexus is fine. Usually a phrase only reserved for copies specifically of Equilinx and Kinleo. Cindershade activated an Ambrosia here off of the Pelquarius to try to eat up a little bit more of that spirit deficit. Wow, what a backbreaking Gorgons.
Now, interestingly, they chose to keep the Wind Spirit on the Pelquarius, which either means, in my mind, they don't think this is going to live, or they have as a frog in hand they want to ascend to.
Ooh, like kind of like an eruption play, kind of sneaking it into the back.
Yeah.
I think that works here. You're right. I mean, Couch Potato does have enough spirits to where a continuous Zephrog, protect the frog play could work. Maybe that's the line that Cinder is working out. But a Brummelings champ coming down here from Couch Potato going to get some crazy advantage, and the Stadium Room will be very helpful in just buffing up these Morfrost even more. Do
you go Stadium or do you go wide out here for extra protection on your board this time? It looks like Couch Potato's going for Stadium, but I mean, wide out protection is always a top contender when you do this search. Yeah, late game too, we know Cinder to be holding these Gorgons for just the right moment, so I think it's a good call in saying that wide out could have been a really good option. Stat buffing too, you can't go wrong with either thing, and I do agree this is like a tough spot regardless, and Cinder has no Tsunami in the back to stop this play. Unfortunate. That's going to take Cindershade really low on spirits, I believe down to 3. Still not out of the game. A whale could come down and do some helpful things, I guess. There is a whale. The real question is there back row so that the whale lives a turn? Well, where there's a whale, there's a way. And I'm going to be trying to swing over this a bomb here, which, this Chimera could easily just discard a bat and go back into it. I think that Cinder is trying to say, I'm going to go to the very last spirit. I know I can do this. If you're Cinder in this position, what are you looking for? Monsoon of Eurus, I guess. Like, reactivate whale on opponent turn seems to be about the only thing. Unfortunately, Cindershade doesn't have it, and I think that takes them out of the game in terms of spirits here. Yep, that's going to be the swing for a game. The Morfrost Onslaught icing over the fish in a barrel, and that was kind of crazy. Like I said, this game 3 going down to the wire here. It just takes a little bit of incremental advantage in either position in these sort of low to the ground decks, right? That's one thing I think we can see showcased inside of this match is a big board of Morfrost get here, a big board of fish get here, and both players being able to answer that so masterfully. So congratulations to Couch Potato for taking that one on. And I'm sure we're not done with Cindershade just yet. There's a lot of Elestrals to be played today. And I'm not sure we're going to see the end of Zephrog either. We saw a touchdown here, talking of the impact of that inside of the game 2, excuse me. Yeah, I mean, the ability to discard your opponent's hand is something that is terrifying to, I think, all card game players. I don't think that's unique to our card game. Just for the ability to keep your opponent off of the answers, basically. You tell your opponent, you better top deck what you need, or this is going to be a rough day for you. Yeah, I believe in our stats, we only saw one Zephrog deck, though, right? So I believe Cindershade is our sole Frog Warrior today. Okay, well, from Astronite previously before to Cindershade now, I mean, we've seen it happen again. We've seen it happen before, I should say, rather, right? Where the lone Zephrog player takes it all the way to the top. I mean, hey, I think it'd be an interesting repeat overall. How are you feeling about Frost after seeing that showing Swole? Did the ban list simply not exist? Ooh, honestly, the Cryoblasts were, like I think mentioned previously, this was a good showcasing of why some just extra removal and some solidly stat Elestrals can really do it. Well, I was really impressed with the Morfrost deck specifically was the ability to utilize the toolbox side of Morfrost that we all knew was kind of there, right? They're not just a pretty face and a good search engine with Lycan inside of Indus and Chimera, but utilizing a bomb there to consistently threaten back those sort of revivals, right? The reincarnation, the zombie of the snowmen. And I do appreciate seeing that in this. The full showcasing of Morfrost is cool. We didn't quite see Terraform in that one. I think Terraform was the only missing piece of Frost that we didn't see touchdown. But it didn't touch down, but we saw it get discarded inside the underworld. Yeah. So I think this is was a cool showcasing
so to speak. So what about you? You're thinking that Frost is back in a big way? We didn't see Snowlit, but you know, it's there, I'm sure.
I never thought Frost left, baby. Who said it was gone? No, I am curious. The Couch Potatoes deck, her brew, I will be interested to see maybe in the top later or maybe afterwards when deck lists come out, because I'm curious to know, is it like pure Morfrost? Because that's all we saw. We only ever saw Morfrost. Are the Enfrostrix in there? Are we doing any kind of Kione shenanigans that just didn't show up and they just drew all of the Morfrost? Or is this just straight up unfiltered Morfrost to the face?
Yeah, I think that's the cool part about Frost, right? Or rather the cold part about Frost is that there's so many different ways to construct the deck that I wouldn't doubt it if in the side deck even there was copies of Waylands or there was some Ascension lines. We could even see the OG Iwooly, right? Like things to help clear out the wide boards that we know some casters were on in the previous event. So I think that speaks to the volume stood, just like you said. Maybe Frost really never left us and it's been cold this entire time. We've just been forgetting our jackets.
Yes, we freeze-dried some fish. We'll have to pop them in the microwave before we can enjoy the tartar sauce with them, I think. But and then on Cindershade's side, you know, it was interesting to see fish into fish into fish. And I think this really gets into something we were talking about at the start of the day, which is like, yes, 2 5s and some back row would win you games in the past. It doesn't anymore. Like, if you get 2 5s, the answer is, okay, what are you doing with that though? Because I'm going to get 2 5s and take care of your 2 5s.
Yeah, I think that's the one consistent theme of Lifestream overall is these sort of like, I want to say who jumps the shark first, so to speak, or who jumps the fish first might also be the more correct term here, in that, yes, we do see these big 5 boards being out, but that also leaves you vulnerable and open to getting that 5 board broken, right? It's so tragic to see yourself open up like that and just to consistently get beat down. But you gotta have them, because sometimes that back row can be just enough to protect yourself and have a full facing 4 board, or what was it, Locagon, Zephyrog for one of those turns. So big payoffs in that case if it can go, but every deck seems to have a well-equipped, well-rounded strategy to take care of stuff like that. You
know, to talk about the party boy Dionysus for a moment, as Fish continues to grow in the meta, now being 1/4 of the decks represented here today, Psyprong into Dionysus Papa 5 is something that everyone thought was going to be in every deck at the start of the format. It was like, oh, well, you now just fit in a couple of Earth Spirits and 4 spots for 3 Psyprong and a Dionysus. Why wouldn't you? And that just never ended up happening. Do you think there is a world where Psyprong comes back as a meta counter to the board of 5s?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we saw even like casters on the cusp testing that out last time with Waspivy. I think saw Stella Kristoff utilize that to great success. Brewlock even, having that inside of their deck for the, 20 Spirits of Earth. So you are playing every good Earth card. But a lot of casters last Premiere decided to say that would be the answer on top of whatever sort of Earth Spice that we have on top of it, right? Like we're going on full spice up the world here, where we've got Earth Spice, we've got Posh Spice, we've got Fish Spice, and then we've got Scary Spice still. There's still Scary Spice inside this world, Posh and Scary. So that might be a similar reflection to that, is Earth plus Spice, Centarbor, Waspivy, what have you. And then we've got Fish and whatever Spice, Locagon, Zephyrog, what have you.
Speaking of Earth Spice, where has my station champion of Demeter gone, Swole?
Yeah, I mean, hey, I think it's very valid to ask that question, because previously a 4 was enough, but maybe just the fact that we have the 5s back in contingency, it's no longer the biggest crab in this club, but I would love to see it come back in a real way. Stadiums are very real too, so yeah, it becomes a 5 again, it becomes a 6, it becomes a 7, it becomes an 8, it becomes a 9, it becomes the game's over,
Yeah, I mean, I myself, this format, have enjoyed many games of swing for 5 spirits with my station.
The crabs can and will hurt you. OG and also the new champion of crab. When are we getting our fire crab and our thunder crab? You know, we're missing a couple of the elements. A frost crab. Wait, we're missing our snow crab too. It's right there.
Zap Station.
That could work. Yeah. Stormshin. No, that doesn't quite work. I imagine it with a little like zappy mustache. That's the idea.
Look, I don't know if Dan was directly responsible for this, but I don't know why they decided to name the earth crab and the water crab the same name with like one different letter. You know, like whenever I'm playing water crab, I got to be Moose Station.
Wait, Moose mentioned? No, we can't have that. There's our lunar crab right there. Moose Station.
Oh, there we go. There we go. It has like antlers.
Mustache. Well, the antlers are the mustache.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. Elite Four art department. That one's on me. You can have that one for free.
We need crabs to be the second Elestral to get one in every element. I think that's fair.
Yeah, the rabbits are first, right?
I guess. I guess everyone gets a rabbit. Sure.
Rabbit, fish, and crabs in that order specifically. I'm waiting for magma arrows.
Magma Narrows. Yeah, no, I see it. Magma Narrows searches Magnaros.
Special cast is from deck Magnaros, which you know we'll break it eventually. We'll say that there.
Isn't Magnaros on normal cast though?
If it is, you know, maybe it says you get an extra normal. We have to make this even more ridiculous, right? Even more fish ridiculous. We'll fix that later.
We gotta make it fishy.
There we go. Yeah, we'll get fishy with it.
We'll get fishy with it. Yes, 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 yes.
At this point, this is just your substitute teachers riffing in front of you, by the way. If you enjoy the Unk status here, make sure to share all of your amazing plays and favorite moments from today's cast with the hashtag #PlayLestrals on all socials. I think we've seen a lot of really cool stuff happen so far from even just these first couple of games. Obviously, Outback Sunset is the big talking point from today's tournament. The Australians are back in full camel toe, and we get to see that hopefully get to like succeed inside the tournament as well. We do get the fish brought down with Zephyrog, which we did see a big comeback in a big way. And Morfrost is still around, showcasing why it might still be at the top level.
So I got a question for you as we head into Worlds.
Okay.
You've been at the desk here with us so much recently. It's been lovely. I love having you around. How are you staying sharp as you come into Worlds yourself as a competitor? Do you have a secret? Is the answer you don't? Is that what the answer is? I'm just curious. You got like a training regimen? You know, I know you're pumping the iron at the gym. How are you pumping the spirits?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a really good question, actually. I think that's yeah, that's a good question. And that's a very simple answer as to how someone as myself can both stay on commentary, be up to date on both the entertainment and the information aspect of it, but also be on the technical side of play and also on the practice side. If I had to answer that question in 3 different points, I think that the first would be that it's a very difficult thing to do, to stay up on that sort of topic, right? It's again a skill that I think only a few casters themselves can actually accomplish. And for many players, on the second point of that is that some would say that's impossible. Others would say that, yeah, I have plenty of time in the world to do so. Others would say it's about 3 a.m, and certainly you have some casters being like, you know, hey, do you want to catch some games? Other times it might be you're just reviewing and playing some games, making some quizzes. I don't know if there's a definitive answer here for some casters. And at this point, I think I've rambled on enough to say that I've forgotten the question, and hopefully I've dodged it effectively.
Dodged effectively, absolutely. We have taken the Achilles shield here. Gardon, protect you.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Listen, I speaking of Gardon, you know, I'm really excited for our Sunstrike reveals. I'm staying sharp on those as the reveals and the first look has dropped for that one too. Super exciting stuff to look forward to in the future of Elestrals and for the future of this tournament, by the way. A lot of exciting, electrifying action for our penultimate tournament. So stick around and we'll be right back with more action.
Hello, casters. We are back. We have just finished up with round 4 and are currently preparing for round 5. I am, for the first time today, besides that brief chat at the beginning, joined by Swolax. It is great to see you here in round 5. I feel like we've had a whole day without even chatting, really.
No, I know. Well, hey, listen, I'm say you're joined by me. I'm joined by you. The effervescent K-Cray has been missed throughout this cast, and I am so much looking forward to commentating with you on this round 5. It does feel like it's flown by too. I think in these later starts we get into this and it's like, oh my god, we're here already. But it's been exciting so far, and we've had a lot of different casters show up, and really only one can take it. That's my big thing here, is that we have a lot of great names, but I can't wait to see who takes it to the top.
Well, and we are going to have our casters playing for their lives for that top spot, because we have a lot of incredible prizing that we are going for today. I think not least of all is the fact that the caster who wins immediately, instantly qualifies for Worlds, which is the next premier event that we have. Swole, what else are we playing for here today?
Well, right. So those qualifying points are the big one for today. A lot of our casters who are even here in the tournament have previously had these tops for these beautiful marble framed foamies, which are just so gorgeous. Lockagon and also the fish deck is very popular. And so these are, I imagine, are very sought after for our casters. We have some Pandora's boxes up for grabs, as well as some booster boxes of Lifestream. And as you were mentioning previously, the champion can take home not only a direct invite to Worlds, but also that champion Centarbor, which we saw previously in the last event, in the Centarbor winning the champion Centarbor here. Can we get a repeat? We saw plenty of Dionysus and representation. So this is it's pride, it's glory, and it's beautiful cards all together on the line. So very, very, very cool.
And not only that, but I know that anyone over all the entire tournament, if you place even 32nd, you are going to be taking home those qualifier points. I know that so many of our casters are right on the cusp of qualifying for Worlds. So I know that a lot of casters are at least playing things out to place top 32 or higher. Now, for those of you who are looking at this, either you overslept today, or you said, oh man, is it the 7th already? I completely missed that. And you are stressed about your Worlds qualification. Don't worry too much, because there is one last chance, a last chance qualifier that we're going to be running before Worlds. It is going to be live in Las Vegas in person, and the top 4 casters will be immediately qualifying for Worlds there. So, hey, if you are just shy of, if you, again, overslept, forgot the date, whatever it may be, you do have a last chance qualifier there. But that's in the future. We're still here today on the 7th, the final premier event before Worlds in Las Vegas, which I am so excited about. We've seen some spice, we've seen some heat. I know that that before we went to break there, you and Andrew were having a Gardon good chat about some things coming down the pipeline for Elestrals.
Yeah, I think that we've had, well, rather trying again filling out this word count here and dodging a little bit of things. I'm looking forward to all that of the new stuff that we have been seeing from the world of Elestrals. Like, yes, we have today's tournament, we have some live streams still to experience and be had, but these reveals have got me going, electrifying my own heart and shining through the sun or something. We're trying to mix this back in. But I know you yourself have had a pretty nice first look at this.
Yes, hello casters, and welcome to your second look at Divine Champions Sunstrike. Yeah, that's right. If those of you watching are like, wait a minute, I think, yes, it is me who yaps your ear off in those first looks. Hello.
I knew that voice sounded ethereal and professional. That's crazy. Wait a minute. You must be Kaylin Creighton, the voice of Elestrals.
Hey, you have to dig deep a little bit for that voice. You have to. And next up, we have another divine that we are very excited about. That's right, Hera and Ares. Wow, I cannot wait. And you know what? As if you guys haven't heard enough of me, we do have some new reveals. That's right, new reveals coming on Monday. Now, we've seen, I can't give too much away. All I can say is that we've seen the date written multiple times, that on the 9th of February, remember, or something, I don't remember. But the 9th of February, we're getting some new reveals. We've already had a handful of things revealed to us in Sunstrike. I know some of them have been hotly debated, very talked about, very anticipated at this point. And I personally can't wait. So have you had a favorite reveal so far? I know that there are a couple that I'm like, that seems like a Swole card right there, but I'm curious.
The ones that I know about, I can't even talk about because Dan goes into these weekly casuals and says, you know, yeah, I'll just show off at a Sunstrike card, and it's like, what am I supposed to say about Armadon, my boy, my beautiful solar boy? Other than I'm looking forward to it, right? We still have these little smatterings of reveals. We have the tiny leaks here and there. But I'm very much looking forward to Hera and Imperial, and subsequently, hopefully, the rest of the line coming in with that deck. I think that's been so cool. Inside of the first look, I think we had looks at the I know Andrew, I'm sure, has had about this one, the Havocub, which is very interesting to see. I am curious to know how that shapes out. That's really interesting.
I am personally so excited. And as you mentioned, we've had kind of a smattering. We've gotten a look at kind of everything, but not a comprehensive look at anything. And with that being said, on the reveal on Monday, we have over 40 cards featured in this video, a format that we know nothing about, but there will be 40 cards discussed, which is
40.
Yes, 40. That's right, folks. And me personally, I can't wait. I'm very excited. And what's incredible is that, as we mentioned, I have been the one sitting and saying, hello, casters, and welcome to your first look. That's me. However, I have this thing where I reveal a card and then I forget. And then I'll see it again and it's like, oh, this is the most exciting card of all time. Oh my gosh. And people say, Kaylin, you revealed that card. And I'll say, did I though? Cobalt mentioned? I think that this is to say that you have solar on the brain. We have that, we have the Stellar Armadon promo that I'm so excited about. And me
Looks
personally,
so cute.
I can't wait. I'm very excited about all of these strategies that are coming to light. I know that you've mentioned Hera. I think that it's so exciting that we have the juxtaposition between Ares, god of war, right? And then we have Hera, who's very family oriented and healing, seemingly, something that we haven't seen a divine do. So there's this lovely dichotomy between the divines that we have, of course, Hephaestus and Aeolus also being featured. Very cool to see them getting some love. I know that I love Aeolus, and I'm a big fan of wind strategies, and I'm hoping that this is the set that maybe tips wind, not just Hermes wind, because you can't keep getting away with this, but Aeolus wind into the spotlight, you know?
No matter how many win cards there could be, though, let's just call a spade here, or a dragon. No matter how many win cards they can make, no matter how many ways to search and to cast and to ascend, there will be a couple casters always saying to themselves, yeah, but what if I just had a Hydrate? What if I just went to Twindra? What if 15 was the biggest number in the game?
But enough about Ari. Yeah, hey, listen.
Saw Gambit and Pantera there, and they were with Hydrake in the last match with MG1.
I know.
That's what they're doing. Absolutely.
Yeah, the Argenda is crazy.
The Argenda. That's wow. I didn't pick that up last time. That's insane. Insane work. See, I must have forgotten about that immediately after hearing it. That's incredible. No,
yeah, Ardently. Yeah, there's something there.
Oh my god, it's insane. As we're prepping for our fifth round here, getting our players set up and good to go. There's a lot of things I know that are between the layers of this tournament. We keep on talking about it. Speaking of Pent, it is the Pent Ultimate before Worlds. A lot of our casters are scrambling for points, scrambling to showcase their sharpened steel on this one. And we have some returning casters here trying to showcase out some interesting cool decks. Gwen showing off the previous runner-up finalist for one of the tournaments, showing off the Outback Sunset. And I think this is so interesting to see the levels of cookery with this. Your experience casting that one, tell me all about it.
It was very interesting. I know that Andrew and I were sitting there trying to do the spirit math in our heads of like, okay, so we're running full Navi line. Also, there's a Nova Core. Okay, and Draco Ray. And on top of that, an extensive solar package. And we know Pharaohgeist is here. And who knows what else? I've heard that some solar lists run Earthquake.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know anything about this, but
no clue. I've never heard of that card. Yeah. Well, I have heard of it. I've never seen that card played before in my life. To roundabout answer the question here of all these engines and what more they could be running, the answer is yes. Whatever you might be saying to yourself, can they fit that in there? It might be a tight squeeze, but absolutely they can and will. It could be anything as simple as Mel. It could be as small as a Lumaru package, but they will do it. They will absolutely do it, and I don't know how they keep on getting away with it. It's insane. It's awesome.
Hey, you know what? I have seen Lumaru mill some big hits. I've seen a Lumaru mill a pin terror. So if you have a Roo as small as a mustard seed, you can really make some things happen. And
I wish a Loom might, yeah.
Yeah, a Loom. With that being said, let's look at the top 16 so far. We have an ever-changing, ever-evolving list of our top 16 casters here. As we go from round to round, this, of course, evolves and changes. And oh my goodness, I see some things here that Trishula is here. Really cool to see, as well as Justin T coming back with the run back. What do you think? Do you think he's on Hermes and Titan again?
Well, honestly, maybe trying to prove once again that he can make the run back, right? Trying to take this down with Hermes would be interesting. I know that he said previously, talking to Justin about the deck, there's a lot still left to innovate, despite the fact that this is an amazing cook already. So I don't doubt that he could be on the same list, or maybe it's like a couple of cards swapped around. It was so optimized before, I'm not quite sure. Trish is also an interesting name to see pop back up here again. I know we saw Trish for a couple premieres ago when Like a Void was unleashed, which is a lot of fun to see. I know that's like a favorite card of theirs. Lightbringer at the second place is a new name I'm not familiar with, and it's so cool to see new blood in the water for Elestrals like this. Anyone that stands out to you in particular?
Well, so because of a message that I saw from the Premier Discord as I was getting ready, which was from our current top seed, Trenton C. I saw a message before round one as we were prepping, to start all our business. I see, can I stop getting tough matchups in round one? I am still waking up. So, I saw that and I was like, interesting. And it seems that the conclusion of that tough matchup in round one was, in fact, that Trenton is our undefeated top seed so far. So my own personal storyline that I was following along there, just getting my little Discord notifications while getting ready. Cool to see that all is going well for Trenton C. And me personally, I can't wait to see what casters we have up next. I don't know if we've seen some hints as to who we might be looking at in this round. Maybe some names floating around in the air on your mind, Swole. I'm not sure, but we will be finding out here pretty soon. With our top 16, of course, we're going to be going into round 5. As a caster who has made many runs in tournaments, what does round 5 mean to you? Is this really time that makes or breaks? I feel like this is a critical round.
That's probably the best way of casting it, right? Is round 5 being this make or break moment for a lot of casters. Either you are, X2, or you have 2 losses on your wins, and you have to keep on winning now. You have to keep on climbing the mountain alone. Alternatively, you could be so far ahead that you say, yeah, I've got a couple rounds I can just chill on here for a little bit, right? That's kind of the interesting one, is I think there's a double edge here to round 5 specifically. 6 and 7, as all the kids would love that one. You more or less know how you're going to end up on the day, but there's still a little bit of ambiguity, and you can almost taste victory inside of this round. So if our casters are not feeling the heat yet, I'm sure that as the rounds progress, they'll definitely be feeling that soon. I think that's probably the biggest thing here. Though, to be fair, for me, at this point, enough sunburns and enough Locagon with Leica Voids happen that I haven't seen a top cut in years.
Hey, listen, you know what? I gotta point it out. We've got our matchup for round 5. Cobalt Sanderson. Who saw that coming? Who saw that name written in the sky? I don't know. Versus Yoku Midori. And I'm gonna say it. Cobalt is playing that mat for me. I know it's true. It's for me. Anyways, so what do you think about these casters?
Well, I think that Cobalt, previous Premier Champion, as well as our multiple top inside of Elestrals, one of the most widely known casters to ever sling cards. And Yoku is no slouch either. A couple Premier Tops under their belt too, and playing top 24 at Kissimmee is also incredibly impressive. I'm loving the stained glass mat from the other side from Yoku, by the way. I haven't seen that one in a little while. We see a lot of the other mats come into play in contention, but this one's pretty sweet. So
well, it's a more rare one, right? Being from the Elestriad, so you
looks
know.
Like it.
Hey, not just anyone can have one of those mats, unless I guess you find someone willing to sell you one. But outside of exactly that, you have to be a participant in one of the Elestriads to have an Elestriad exclusive mat. And of course, the mat that is for me for sure, the beautiful full moon art that is actually a store champion mat. So, hey, also very cool, a mat with some weight behind it as well, I would say.
I imagine that would be actually pretty painful, honestly, if you get hit with that. I think that I would love to see if Cobalt is truly on our Outback Sunset, right? That's the one thing we know from the Australians, is that they tend to move in packs, or what's the Roo contingency, the collective of kangaroos?
I don't know.
A herd.
Just like a gang.
A wallop.
Have you seen them? There's so many animals. This is just a side tangent. So many animals in Australia that I feel like they have undersold to us in terms of, did you know even koalas are scary? Like, they have been presented to us as cuddly, cute, but actually terrifying. Anyway,
they have 3 fingers and are not, they're not normal mammals.
We've been told to stop talking about animals and start talking about Elestrals. So that being said, we're going to be getting into round 5, Cobalt Sanderson versus Yoku Midori. Cannot wait to see what these casters are on. Is Cobalt splashing a Fox package in this possible Outback Sunset? Okay, I can't even fool myself into thinking that's the case, but they will be starting us off here first. Cobalt, show us what you got. Are we looking at mulligans? Are we looking at just nice, clean stuff? Oh, actually, I already see them.
We are seeing 2 mulligans out from both Yoku and from Cobalt here, and I could not have predicted that. But if y'all would like to make a prediction on who you think is going to take this one, potentially Outback Sunset versus Yoku on the Wind Thunder is what we see for the Expend Mulligan, you can head over to twitch.tv/Elestrals, where the prediction is live, and you can take down who is going to win this match. Wind Thunder is interesting to see from Yoku. I would love to see some Champions of Zeus here. That would be nice and native.
A little Voltempest action. Oh, Cobalt saying, actually, let me think about this. We started to play something, but in fact, are going to be playing Werepup.
Werepup!
Oh, okay. Hey, I am not ruling out Foxes being splashed in here. I'm just saying, I can't rule it out. I really can't.
Who can say? As every lunar phase has its moment, and this one I'm going to grab the lunar phase, OG lunar phase, which is kind of unheard of for the modern Werepup engine. Setting 2 here from Cobalt, nice and value play, playing it slow, re-enchant. The lunar spirit can make that Pharaoh Geist nice and scary.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know what that full moon is lunar on board. And that's exactly what Yoku does not want to see. However, a thunderstorm coming down. Hey, you know what? Give him a point. Give him a point for the thunderstorm prediction. Oh, actually, wait a minute. Is that not even thunderstorm? There's thunderstorm. There we go.
There you go. Absolutely.
There's thunder everywhere.
Yeah,
we had the Titana Strike go and grab thunderstorm, and now we've got a point on.
This is the Thunder, this is kind of what I was talking about before previously, right? The Thunder deck has these really nice value trades. Champion of Zeus Titanic Strike is this nice, decently statted body. Hitting a Dense Fog, though, which is, not such great value. So you're spending, 3 spirits on that to take out something that might not even hurt your deck stat-wise. And Werepup still has the ability to ascend into Likable here.
Yeah, Yoku took the gamble there, saying, well, one of those set is Full Moon, and unfortunately, just like Gambit, had to take a coin flip. And the Gambit did not pay off here. So unfortunately, unless Yoku has something that can deal with this, okay, maybe we're going to see a race to the top because we see Mount Olympus being activated.
I do think this would be our best bet forward here. It's a ton of spirited investment to go through and try and spot this out. We have a Zeus coming in here to decrease the Werepup. This is such a tricky position to beat because Full Moon dodges all of this.
Yeah, so Zeus coming out.
Wait.
And there's got to be one more piece here.
There's Race to the Top.
Okay. We had to know Race to the Top was coming. Simply going, simply going to be letting the Werepup go down here. Okay, so that does answer after a lot of investment just to stop the Werepup Full Moon from going off. I mean, we saw Titanic Strike into Thunderstorm, into Mount Olympus, into Zeus, into now Race to the Top, and all of that to get rid of one little puppy. And we still have Full Moon set.
It's so much spirit investment, but look at the board that Yoku is representing here. I think that we have no counter runes back, but the Zeus on board with the Champion of Zeus does just immediately threaten the big bird. And I don't mean Skyhawk's going to drop down from the camera. I mean our Voltempest Champion of Zeus could be lurking. And something that I know Cobalt is more than happy to take the gamble on. One thing that these play patterns of our pro players say is that, if you have it, you have it. I'm just going to say use the spirits if you got them. And Cockrate coming in here from Cobalt, dropping down on the table.
Ooh, let's see if we are going to be looking at a First Light. Okay, we see the First Light coming out. So this is interesting. Similar to the previous Outback Sunset Brew that we saw, but we didn't see the Werepup package in the previous one. So I wonder if this is just a different look at that. But here comes the Fire Spirit. This is going to be a properly enchanted Draco Ray coming out, hitting the board here. And as you mentioned, no back row set for Yoku. So this is looking a bit tricky. I mean, that Zeus, incredibly powerful. As you mentioned, we could have the lurking Voltempest. However, we didn't have Zeus's Call. We didn't have anything to guarantee Voltempest being one of those 2 cards in hand.
We're going to go ahead and opt the Draco Ray in defense position. It doesn't have only a small 3 defense booty here, so Titanic Strike can natively get over it, but trying to just play a little bit slower here and then also stack the Nova Core here. Don't want to get hit with a GRE as you are stacking his effects and going off. The Draco Ray to heal in attack. Okay, potentially just slapping on the board just to clear it out of the deck then. I was so curious. I'm like, there is a big mention to be said that this is, again, so risky if you're representing a Voltempest.
Yep, and just to make sure that Nova Core going back to the top of the deck here.
Hold.
Here.
You got this?
There we go.
Oh, there we go. Hey, all right.
Okay, so we do have Draco Ray in attack. We have a Full Moon set, which does mean, hey, possibly we could have Arrow Guys next turn if we want it. But even with that, I think that with Zeus on board, let's see if we see there's
the big bird.
Yoku simply had it. Cobalt said, you've got 2 cards in hand. What are the odds that it is Voltempest? Apparently very high.
Yeah, one thing a lot of these new Voltempest brews have started to do is play a critical mass of the big bird. And, Cobalt taking the gamble here and saying, yeah, I'm going to swing. If you have it, you have it. If you don't, you don't. That's perfectly fine. Yoku going for an expended draw here. But now with the Nova Core on top that we know from Cobalt, potentially having an answer, even if this chicken goes down.
Let's see. Yeah, chicken is in fact going to be going down. However, we know that that full moon is likely set. Could be something else, but I have a feeling it's that full moon. Cobalt going to be drawing the Nova Core from the top that we know was stacked with that first light and had the Temple of the Sun. So that is huge. Here comes the Nova Core. Do we have something to stop the effect of this Nova Core?
Yeah, one Gorgon's Gaze here does do it. And we do have the Gorgon's Gaze from Yoku, paying off one from the Zeus and one from the Spirit deck to stop the destruction. And while you do clear the Mount Olympus, giving yourself a solar boost, not quite big enough to hit over a 14 body.
Not much is in this game, being the second highest attack stat that we have, the highest being Penterror at 15. And I'm even doing the math of like, what if it's Argo? No, we're still not quite getting there, unfortunately. But looks like this poor Nova Core is going to be sitting here a little helpless.
And it looks like Yoku's going to be healing back 3 spirits with an Ambrosia and just going for an expend to draw here, taking the time saying, I have my big Elestral, not even taking a second to even to even bluff that was anything else. One counter rune from the top of the deck onto the back row set, taking down this Nova Core from Cobalt. And now Cobalt has to have a second Nova Core to respond to this.
With 9 spirits left, it's getting to an interesting place, or excuse me, 6 after the damage there. Okay, so we do have another Werepup. We have an extra back row being set. I wonder if we're going to go and grab the Invoke Lunar Phase. No, that looks like Lunar Phase full moon once more. So we now have 2 full moons set. And I'm looking at this Voltempest, I'm saying, even if you manage to full moon into Leica Void, what does that accomplish here? Unless that other back row is something that can get us to next turn.
And we have a Zeus's Call coming in here, screaming from the top of the mountain to search out a Champion of Zeus. It might even be another Champion of Zeus Titana Strike. A Spark It here could also be pretty killer. A lot of really great tools and options. And going for that Spark It champ there, it looks like. Unless it's a Werepup. That's the Shattered Stars art. I know that for sure.
The Ampup, yeah. I think that is what that is. So maybe a pup of our own over here.
Let's see how Yoku decides to play this one out, because this does put them on extremely low spirits if they decide to do an expend, discard, and ascend into
that is a Spark It. No, is it? Sometimes we have so many cool arts that we were able to see, and that is incredible. Okay, it is Ampup. Man, I should have trusted my gut there. Okay, we have this puppies running around.
Ampup on Pup Violence.
Oh no! Oh, Rise. Okay, so we allowed the Werepup to go down to the Ampup, and then rose from the shadows. And then died to Voltempest? Am I getting this right?
Oh, but for a second Nova Core here, just to say I can clear out the Voltempest, better have a second Gorgons, and Yoku does not have an answer to that. That's going to be gone from the bird. Only 2-3 spirits left for Yoku. It has to be exactly Voltempest here, but even then you're taking 1 damage from the Nova Core.
Yeah, and if you don't have exactly 2 thunders and a wind, you can't do Voltempest. So unless we've done our boy math really, really well, we might be in trouble.
Yeah, you cannot sequence this incorrectly. And as the last time thing we saw from Yoku was the sort of like shortcutting there. But a Shield of Achilles paying off of the Zeus and going to expend those 2. Putting that Nova Core back in the hand is so dangerous here, because Cobalt can stop an attack here, but Yoku has to put out 4 damage for this to work.
With only 1 spirit left, unless we have Ambrosia up
the top.
All right, Ambrosia off the top. That's exactly what we needed. Although Yoku has been having trouble getting Elestrals. We know that Ampup was from the Zeus's Call. Do we have another Elestral in hand? We know that Ambrosia was a top deck, so it's hard to say.
Yep, and we have a Lycavolt Champion of Zeus coming in here with a Thunder Spirit back on the board. And with only 2 spirits left, gonna go ahead and ascend into a Griffuse Champion of Zeus for just some extra spirit damage here.
And we did have the spirits that we needed actually for a Voltempest. So there is a chance that we next turn could ascend if we wanted just into a Voltempest.
Yeah, I mean, the idea there was the Ambrosia gets back the wind spirits just so you can do the Griffuse line here and put Cobalt on one spirit, not enough to do the Nova Core on the Crackback. That was an insane sort of manipulation from spirits there, all from this Ambrosia. That's crazy.
It does seem like it was Ambrosia off the top, which is why we see so many casters say, hang on, let me see what my top deck is. If it's not Ambrosia, I'm going to concede. And... You know, this is one of those situations where it's like, let me see what the, oh, okay, all right, we can finish playing it out. Because you're exactly right. It not only gives you more resources, rewind that, resources to continue playing the game, but also the ability to craft the exact spirits that you need to do whatever it is you might need to do. And that was down to the wire. I mean, down to the top deck. Do you think that this match is one that our casters are quickly going into the side deck for? Or do you think that was close enough that it's like it could really vary?
Ooh, I don't know. It's so difficult, right? Because I think the big thing Cobalt has to look out for is the stat line here. If Cobalt is on any sort of bodies that can maybe contest the Voltempest, it's just Pharaohgeist with the stadium up. And we already know that Yoku plays the counter stadium in Mount Olympus and Race to the Top. So there's a lot of different ways here that I think Yoku can just remove, and control space. One thing that is notable is that from Yoku's side, I think you have the toolboxes. Rewind that back. You have the toolbox in the deck itself to get the answers you need, right? The Deuce's Call, you have the Griffuse, you have the Voltempest. So many things possible to play into the deck. I don't know what you side into, but I think if you're Cobalt, game plan is still a game plan. You're going for Geist, you're going for Camp.
I think that one thing that our casters will want to do is if you have extra stadiums in the side, I think that will be key. Both for Cobalt, keeping Nova Core online, being able to say, even if you're able to get Mount Olympus out, and for Yoku, trying to mitigate that and also keeping removal and Race to the Top online. So if we are playing extras in the side deck, that is something that I would go in and grab personally. But I guess that remains to be seen here as we get ready to get into game 2 of Cobalt versus Yoku. I imagine Cobalt is going to be starting us off here.
Yeah, and Cobalt here, I think leading Werepup last time was a good case scenario, but now going to choose to expend to draw and have the Solar Spirit on the play here. I imagine this is interesting because typically you want the Lunar Spirit in the Underworld maybe set up for a potential rise from, but as Astro Rabbit comes down here in attack position, we're going full attack Rabbit on this one.
What could that mean? I mean, the solar in the Underworld tells me maybe that set is a Guardian of Light and we're prioritizing preparing for that, or who knows what that could be. But yeah, we have attack Rabbit coming out here, possibly saying we have an Argo to set. I don't know. But historically speaking, that is exactly what that has meant.
Yeah, I know Astro Rabbit here, picking off the top. Crazy value, I think, if you were Yoku playing the Olympus with the Race to the Top, right? I think one thing for removal turbo from Thundercasters is always been a consideration. And I think if you have a solar card of any type, maybe Nova Core can help wall this out, and that might be able to beat that strategy. But I'm just going to go ahead and get in for just a little bit of chip damage and pass it back to Cobalt. Let's see if there's a game plan get running.
With that one set behind the rabbit, I'm just saying. Okay, Cockray coming out here. And let's see, do we see the first light? There we go. So we have a Draco Ray incoming, and possibly, I mean, hey, last time we saw Draco Ray and then put Nova Core on top of the deck. However, we're not going to be seeing that because we have a Gorgon's Gaze coming out.
Yeah, not quite the Argo and the Necklace of Harmonia combo that we could have seen from this attack, but I do think that either way, it takes care of this bird, right? The 7 attack from the Draco Ray, not under a stadium, would just crash with this rabbit, even being more value, I think, for Yoku. And you still get to stack a Pharaohgeist on top.
Okay.
Cobalt. You know, we didn't see it last time. We knew it was hiding. Thank you for the confirmation.
Yeah, just putting it out there. Okay. Lovely ghosty lumps here coming out.
Yeah, let's bring your whole camel into it.
Uh-huh. So we're going to be setting that on the top of the deck. Are we going to see Apollo coming out here to add it to hand? Or are we simply saying, by the way, that's coming next turn? Just so you know.
Yeah, passing it back over to Yoku here. A 4 attack stat is still a little scary to leave on the board. One thing that the Voltempus Zeus deck has an advantage is it can be a sort of big drop deck as a Thunderstorm comes down here and takes out the solo back row from Cobalt.
Stop playing that card.
Yeah, I can't keep getting away with it.
It still only counts as one. It's, you know, as they say.
As Cobalt thumbs over on activating this card, and it is a Gorgon's Gaze, I believe, inside of the Constellation rare.
Yes, it is. Interesting. Okay. Just letting the Gorgons go. A Gorgons on the rabbit could have prevented a re-enchant of the rabbit, which I mean, hey, is that a good move?
I've heard so. You know, the re-enchant rabbit, get rid of the bird, swing for 2 can be pretty profitable. But I imagine Yoku here does have some way to contest, but it looks like they're going to go for the good play.
Yeah, we're going to re-enchant the rabbit and be looking at the top 3 cards of our deck. I'm just saying the Gorgon's Gaze could have prevented this from happening unless Cobalt said, you know, I'd actually kind of prefer to re-enchant rabbit and let this Cockaway sit here because for some reason I have a plan with my Pharaohgeist at the top of my deck. I don't know. Personally, I want to see what Cobalt is about to do because I'm nervous.
Well, and this does put Cobalt in a better defensive position, though we could see a race to the top coming down here.
Yeah.
And taking out this bird while also meaning that Rabbit's a 7 defense. And there's race to the top. You know, we have the Jolton coming in here winning after all, but Rabbit showcasing why it's still one of the fastest Elestrals in the game.
Yep,
it's that one swing too.
Yeah, another back row, taking that damage there. This suddenly has become a very tough position. And hey, you know what? I'm just saying, this is what happens when you give a rabbit a re-enchant. Okay? However, we have another Cockaway coming out saying, do you have another Gorgon's Gaze for this? Because here's another First Light. I drew the Pharaohgeist that I put there last turn. And this time I'm going to be putting something else here. Maybe it'd be a Novacore, possibly?
Yeah, I think the removal would be very advantageous here, getting rid of the stadium with your own solar stadium on the temple. You know, one thing that's looks like they're a stack on top of the Glimbat there.
Ooh, okay.
One thing that I think is so interesting, and I know that's not below Cobalt in terms of tech play, was maybe re-enchanting, or rather enchanting this Ascension with a Lunar Spirit from the Draco Ray. And that way you can ascend hard into the Pharaohgeist in the next turn. Especially with no back row, I feel like that's an answer you have to consider.
Oh, okay. And we are getting shielded, unfortunately. So all of that is to say, didn't matter. We're paying 1 off of the rabbit and shielding that back to hand. That does tell me that we probably have at least the Novacore in hand, and we're getting Glimbat to be able to get the stadium, to be able to do that. So it looks like next turn we have some removal, we have a big body to drop, and we have a way to get rid of this Mount Olympus.
Yeah, and I think even then you're taking so much damage here from the rabbit. A re-enchant on the rabbit to gain value, swing 2 continuously. This is the little bunny that could. Yeah. And there it goes. As it turns out, it's a good play. It is. And we're looking at the top 3 there. And one of the benefits here is that you're able to craft your hand. You're able to get the Mount Olympus race to the top combos. You're able to get whatever it is that you may need. Who knows? Be it a Voltempest, who knows? And Yoku's pretty content to just chill here. And like you said, put out these 2 bits of damage each turn. That adds up and makes it even more and more difficult for Cobalt to do all of the scary things that we know this deck can do. And while this deck is particularly spirit efficient with things like the Draco Ray. Opting to go for a defense position rabbit here.
Interesting, knowing that we have probably the Nova Core coming this turn. That tells me that maybe we're looking at a Gorgon's Gaze in the back row or something. But even then, I think that the 2 damage could have been worth it. So, who's to say?
Yeah, one thing that the Solar deck does struggle with is wide board creation. So unless there's a Soul Bell Champion of Apollo back there, I think you're right. The attacked rabbit there into swing 2, deal 2 damage, and then go from there, I think might be nice. But Cobalt opting to expend a draw here, the Swolax special, and saying pass back to Rabbit, giving Rabbit a chance to swing for 3 now.
Ooh, and that is just too tempting, too juicy. There's no back row here from Cobalt. I mean, we know already that there's at least 1 3-drop in hand. Are we? We've been talking about all these solar 2-drops and big guys. Are we just trapped in the hand? Is that what's going on here? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, I know there's a song, I think, about that, actually, when you're trapped in the hand.
Yeah, 2 drops in the bush.
Something like that. There's an old saying there. As Sparkit comes down here, Champion of Zeus, to search out Zeus, now turn on whatever Volt Tempest, if that's in hand as well. Sparkit here being so nice as a tempo turn. And just saying goodbye to the kitty and hello to the bird. We have the Griffuse coming in, MVP from the last game. Right now representing 4 damage on top of even the rabbit in defense.
Oh, this is it's so interesting. It makes me think that there's got to be a Volt Tempest, but also I think you'd want to poke for the 2 damage.
Yeah, this is now 4 damage left on the table here. You got to clean up those.
Oh,
clean up that dinner a little bit. Here's Temple coming down. I'm sure we'll see Nova Core.
No, we see Navi just getting rid of the 7 defense of the Astrabit makes sense, getting rid of the possibility, or I don't know, another race to the top. And Navi coming out here, and we're going to be going into this Griffuse and going into that Spirit deck to bring out Doppelgator, which does in fact deal with this rabbit.
Well, so the Griffuse only goes down to a 4, which means you crash the Navi here. And Cobalt takes 1 spirit damage on the board. And I think this is a way to clear off these spirits. Yoku taking their time saying, I'm okay with sitting on this rabbit. And again, I think you need some offensive pressure here. You're down by 7 spirits. I think you have to make a move.
Yeah, we didn't see the Volt Tempest coming out here, but we do see Jolton. Okay, little Pebble. Where was this last premiere when Jolton was one of my predictions? I'm just saying. But anyways, we see Mount Olympus coming out. Listen,
we've been retroactively giving me Hermes. We can retroactively give you Jolton. I'll say that. Yeah, the Jolton here is first. I'm really excited for the Jolton from Sunstrike. That thing looks absolutely gorgeous. We know between this race to the top that Jolton ends up taking this one, but are we going to be finally seeing attacks to Rabbit? This thing is killing me. It's Chekhov's rabbit here.
We must, but we know that we have that Glimbat, which I don't think is what was. I think we just had the other stadium. So does that mean we can go and get another temple? I'm not positive. Oh, okay, there we go. I think Yoku heard you, Swollen, and we are going with attack rabbit here.
Finally, turning the rabbit to firing the rabbit-shaped gun on the wall. I imagine at this point, Nabi is killer. Whoa, that's gonna be able to take care of this.
Hey, maybe you should have left that rabbit in.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Rabbit in the fence. Hold on. Maybe don't listen to
Wait.
Hold on. Ooh, we have this super cutie, the celebration part there for the Owloon. I love that one. Oh, gonna be going with a lunar solar enchantment here.
Yep. Oh God, we already know it takes care of business.
This could mean. Cobalt, what do you mean by this? It's a mystery. We don't know that you have Pharaohgeist in hand. Oh, no back row.
That's
a little tricky.
Very much so, and we also know that Yoku has plenty of ways to reduce stats with a Zeus that we know that they searched previously. So this Doppelgator is not long for this Earth. 5 is no longer the standard here.
No, and especially with the Mount Olympus still active, even easier to meet, beat, or whatever it may be. And here comes, especially with Zeus. Yeah, anything gets over this doppelganger at this point, unfortunately. And Yoku having found that ambrosia means that we can simply afford to do it all.
Yep. There's your Zeus's call here. Going to be able to search the toolbox of the deck. This is the nice part about the Champions of Zeus strategy is you really have a bunch of different ways to skin a cat, aka your Spark Hits. But I'm going to go for the Champ up here. Yeah, I would never say that. The Champ up here is going to be able to now do nice work of this doppelganger. You even have the option to ascend if you have an extra one in hand.
And it looks like
it looks like you do.
Yep, are going to be, in fact, ascending here into the Leica Volt, which also means that we might be, depending on which one, seeing some hand ripping going on.
Yeah, it looks like going to be a hand rip, and I imagine that Farrageist is not long for the hand of Cobalt Sanderson as Yoku brings out this very large Leica Volt under the stadium and can now threaten the entirety of the board, which isn't much to say that on the doppelganger side. It does, in fact, meet, beat, and eat this gator.
Oh, there you go. You found the third.
Yeah,
and it doesn't even matter because we have another race to the top coming out here saying, actually, I'd rather just get rid of this and then swing for damage because this will put you on 1. What are you going to do when you're on 1? Unless, hey, we have seen Ambrosia from the top already in this matchup.
Oh, yep. There's a lone Apollo getting drawn off the top and Cobalt showcasing the hand here. This Outback Sunset goes down to a strike of lightning and thunder from Yoku and the Zeus deck, taking it 2-0 over Cobalt Sanderson. I think this was so far very interesting to see the sort of toolbox side of the Solar deck pop up. I know previously it was just going into the Farrageist as soon as possible, but trying to manufacture these game positions and game states was really interesting to see. What stood out to you about that one versus the other match commentated?
Well, I've heard of Thunder from Down Under, but this is ridiculous. And, it is interesting to see this different take with Cobalt. A lot of similar pieces that we've seen. However, the Amp Up line, that is not something that we saw from Gwendolyn in the previous. Oh, I see Gloombat mentioned. Okay, we've got lots going on in there. There's lots of tools, lots of things, lots of ways. You know what? Gloombat is simply a way to get an extra spirit on the board, possibly more Ascension fodder for that Farrageist. I think it makes some sense. And, I would love to see this Outback Sunset really pop off, but you're right. It did fall to a strike of lightning here. And it just goes to show, the fact that we brought back Race from the top and we've seen Thunder consistently perform ever since shows that it was always just right there. All it needed was a little push, a little bit more removal, a little bit more in the toolbox, as you mentioned. And, I feel like with Thunder, it's one of those decks that it's not that it necessarily does a bunch of big things, but it's that every single thing that it does is high impact. Every card that you play, whether it be in Re-Enchanting Rabbit or what have you, it's just maximum value from each turn. And I'll say it, Stadium Wars, they've come into play again.
Yeah, back in a big way. I think that's one thing that stats and Elestrals still remain king in a lot of ways. We have the Nova Core for removal, which can help complement off of that and help boost up some of our Solar Elestrals. But Thunder's been doing this since Frostfall, baby. We've got the Race to Top coming in clutch, like you were mentioning before, but also making Rabbit that 7 defense was really challenging for many, many turns. And while some would argue, and some of the deaths specifically for many turns, that Rabbit could have been put into attack, I can see now maybe why that was so dangerous with the Nobbies in the back, which again, the stat reduction and swapping around is so critical there. I think this was an interesting showcasing of the Zeus toolbox way, right? We saw in the first game with Yoku going into push for game, they had to have a way to put Cobalt on such low spirits the Nova Core couldn't be a threat. He's your champion of Zeus Griffuse, You have the way to jump scare with the Voltempest with your Zeus and your champion combo. At the end, we saw the search of any card that could potentially combat the Doppelganger with the Zeus's Call. so many tools moving in places in this beautiful Thunder deck.
And even looking at those last couple turns, we saw the Doppelganger misenchanted with a lunar and a solar. I'm looking at the spirits and I'm saying, was that because we didn't have a second lunar? And then it's like, would that have made a difference? But then again, we saw the race to the top. So it's like, sometimes you just have all the answers. Like you said, with the Zeus's Call, being able to go in and say, yeah, anything is going to answer this, especially with Zeus available to be able to mess up stats. And I mean, race to the top, making it all irrelevant in the end anyways. Yeah, it's, hey. I would have loved to see...
Frostfall.
Apparently. I mean, I would have loved to see a Lycavolt hand rip, personally. I mean, selfishly, I think that would have been very fun. But, you know, it got the job done regardless, and it was a great game. I love to see Thunder back in a real way. We, of course, saw Earth, the other big name spirit from not only base set, but Frostfall. And even into Daybreak, I think that Thunder and Earth were still performing very consistently and even put in the same decks together often. Earth taking the last premiere. Is it Thunder's time? I don't know.
It's been a while since we've had the native Unk deck, which, you know, I know we didn't see Arclith in the last one, but here's hoping. A boy can dream. I think it might be, you know, we've been saying that Thunderstorm is back in a big way, specifically Thunderstorm, and we know a lot of casters would be considering Thunderstorm, playing Thunderstorm, searching Thunderstorm, and that Thunderstorm will be Thunderstorming the Thunderstorm.
You know, you don't get a point every time you say it, right? You know that's not...
Oh, that's not what the rule was? I can't exactly remember how this entirely works. All I know is that we call the shots, and they end up happening specifically whenever you're predicting them, right? I think we have a lot of casters today rocking up with OG Specteris and Balloon Champ, right?
I think that we'll need to see that on stream to prove it. I'm just saying, you know, if anyone out there listening has any control over whether or not we see Balloon or Specteris on stream, by golly, that would be nice. But hey, we still have a little bit of time left in the round. I'm having some thoughts, and those of you watching along at home, let us know what you might be up for, because I'm thinking we could possibly open some packs.
Ooh,
yeah.
We've got some stellar luck, and we've been seeing some beautiful cards pop in now. But I know you're also one for fancy on these stellar pulls.
Hey, you know, I have been waiting for a time when it would make sense in the day. I have all of my end of year sale stuff here. I've got Pandora's boxes. I've got Shattered Stars. I've got even some starter decks because I'm trying to find the little Stellar Fawnlet. It's a whole thing. Anyway, I got some of those. I got lots of stuff over here. So, hey, you know, I think that we go with Shattered Stars. What are you thinking?
Oh yeah, hey, hit me with the Shattered Stars. I'm trying to find some more divine intervention here. I know that the most recent set has those amazing stellar divines. So, I mean, anytime, absolutely. Is there one particular you're chasing?
So I have a few.
Oh, okay. All right.
I have a few that I'm chasing here. I have this set, which I'm trying to remember. There are a couple of the X of 10s that I'm chasing. I think this was Nixamera Risen? Fallen? I don't remember. I think this is one of the X of 10 Nixameras. And this one, I might also be one of the Nixameras. I'm not totally sure, but I went and I got some that I've been missing. But I say that maybe we go here with this one.
Let's try it out.
Okay.
Let's see what we're rocking with.
I'm just saying, I think the last time that I opened Shattered Stars on stream, I got a Reverse Stellar Mudlet. So, hey, you know what? Maybe it's time for the Rummagem to see its shadow and bring back another Reverse Stellar. 6 more weeks of me pulling the Stellars on stream? Question mark?
Now we're hoping for an X of 10 here on stream. That would be killer. I know PK is probably one of the only ones to do that. I can't think of anyone else that's also pulled the X of 10s.
Yeah. Who knows? Who knows? What could that even be like? I don't know. I'm taking the Luminate spirits out of the back here. And hey, you know what? We were just talking a little bit about this card. You mentioned Soul Bell, which is, hey, you know what? And you know, we have a lot of our solar friends in here that, you know, maybe the Australians are looking at this saying, "Ooh, we have Armadon, we have okay, that is the Nixamera Risen. Our reverse hollow for this pack is
holding space.
Ooh, okay, we have the reverse hollow Exaltus, and our pull is Lyre of Apollo. Okay.
Don't sound too disappointed. That card's a Heliolith enabler. You know, that one's not too bad.
Hey, you know, nothing against Lyre of Apollo. I'm just saying I've got more than my playset of that one. Just not what we're going for here. But as you know, we
can't all be Stellar K, Stellar Cray, you know.
Hey, listen, I'm just saying that in these Shattered Stars bundles, we have 3 packs, which means we're not done yet. By golly, we have another. We've got our Luminate Spirit here. Okay. Now, going through, again, as we know, we have the Soldo, we have the Exalt, we have the Cyphermal, we have the Armadon, we have the Nixamera, and we have our reverse hollow, which is the Armadon.
Okay, this pack is already a winner.
Okay.
I take it all back.
Let's go. We have. Okay, we got a full art stained glass Luminate. Okay, it's a full art. It's a full art.
Well, with that, you can play on stream. Actually, you can be the feature match every single round. That sounds incredible. That's one secret qualifier is you have to play the holographic stained glass spirits if you're going to be on stream. That's just a given.
I have to make sure that you cannot tell what the spirit is by all means necessary.
It's just a requirement. We don't make the rules. We just sign off on them and say, yes, that's okay. You know?
Okay. Now, I have a confession to make. I was saving this pack specifically because I got a feeling. That this is the Stellar, okay? That this is the one. It's got something spicy in it. Maybe something in there. And I say that we go ahead and get into this last one.
All right, last pack luck. This one's going to be the easiest one. Absolutely.
Okay, we have our Luminate.
Okay.
All right, and a quick glance through some of our favorite solar friends here. Yup. Okay, our reverse hollow is
Armadon. Let's go. Exaltos. All right.
Okay, and our Stellar is... actually, it's the Constellation Twindra. Okay.
Okay, there we go. Well, between that and the Pantera line that's been seen pop up in the Hermes decks, I think you're well on your way.
I know. Listen, I'm getting a message. Many people are saying that I should open this one too?
I mean, you might as well, right? I mean, if you can open only one, you don't want to make that pack feel, excluded. You want to. I know. It's gonna feel bad, feel lonely. You open up the other pack and it watched you do it too, and pull nothing. Yeah. That's ridiculous. You have to do this one.
Exactly. We've been showing a lot of solar favoritism, so time to show fire some love. I'm just saying.
It's Valentine's Day coming up here soon. Absolutely, we have to.
You know what? I don't. Oh! Wait a minute! Stellar Leviathan sticker. Cute. Let's go.
Like the best one. Listen, we have already changed our luck around. You don't even need to open the rest of the packs, the rest of the cards. It's over. We pulled the Stellar. Go home, everyone. Thanks
the real answer. The real thing is that I'm going to be setting this aside in my next letter that I'll be sending to Dallas, as we have been pen pals for a little bit, and I know that she loves Leviathan, so I got to set that aside there.
Very, very cute. What are you hoping to pull from this Aries here?
Well, not that you would know from this set, but the Reverse Stellar and Fornax is actually meant to be in this one.
That doesn't sound right. The Fornax packs have an Arcturus on it.
Yeah, no, I actually
I think you can get the reverse stellar Frostmite in there, actually. I think.
I wish a Frostmite. I really do.
Rhinymph, I think too. Yeah, I think it's Rhinymph and Fornax and Frostmite. I think that's exactly the cards you get inside that pack. Yeah.
Well, hey, remains to be seen, okay? We have Baby Bear, we have Warmite. Okay, the little Bellowbee. We have the reverse hollow Volcaries Champ. And
All right.
we have the full art of Volcanic Forge. Okay.
I do really love the full arts of the stadiums, and Volcanic Forge is pretty gorgeous, actually. You can see your reflection in that one.
Hey, true. I thought that was just my hair. Picking up on the reds, you know? All right. Let's see. We have 2 more left here. 2 more chances.
All right, Stellar incoming. We'll transfer the luck over, all right?
Yeah, okay.
Holding with bated breath.
Deep breaths, everybody. Deep breaths. Let's manifest a stellar pull here. Okay, we have the Bellowbee. We have the reverse hollow Volcaries again. Volcaries Champ.
Right.
And our pull is... Ooh.
Oh, Tammer!
Hammer of Hephaestus. Okay.
We can get excited about that one.
Yeah.
Old school favored, by the way. You couldn't spell the Blazerous OTK without Hammer of Hephaestus previously. I'm just saying.
Yeah, so I'll go back in time and tell myself about this poll then. And
you absolutely should. I mean, break the laws of theoretical physics just for that. In fact, if I could go back at any point in time for the previous Realm of Elestrals, he'd be like, "Hey, here's all the new cards coming out, by the way. Don't worry about it."
Yeah. I mean, you kind of have done that multiple times in Shattered Stars at this point, I think.
Hey, you're telling me.
Okay, and with that, this is actually officially the last pack.
Okay, last pack luck. Last time we got the Twindra.
Twindra, yeah.
Here we go.
Okay. It was the Constellation Rare, which, don't get me wrong, I love, but I'm hoping for something a little stellar, you know? We've got the Pyro Spirit there. Okay. Our Fire Friends here. Lots of little cuties in this one. Okay, the Bellowbee. Next up is the Reverse Hollow Slot, which is... Ooh, Runacle.
Okay.
And...
All right, here's the stellar slot.
Okay. Peace. Ooh, actually, full art Lavalith. R.I.P. May he R.I.P.
Yeah, wait a minute. That's crazy. You get a refund now. They get to swap out one of that slot in front of their card. Actually, that's how it works.
You know, I kind of did the opposite of insider trading, where as soon as I found out about the Lavalith ban, I was like, yeah, I'll try and go for the Stellar Lavalith and so don't worry about it. It's fine.
Well, we love a Lith, and RIP, unfortunately, to see Lavalith go. I'm sure a champ Lavalith in tow, in scheme with the rest of the Liths, would make up for it, surely.
I mean, hey, we know, pause. We know Hephaestus is one of the starter deck divines in Sunstrike. So you might be cooking champion of Hephaestus Lavalith. I don't know. Could be cool.
Saying.
Well, you know, if at any point today we have more time to open more packs, I've got them. And you know what? I was just kidding this time. The Stellar is actually just right here.
Yeah, of course.
In that one, I'm looking at it. Right.
The feeling was a little bit off because you were feeling it from the pack, but it's actually very close to the pack. Right next to it was the other packs where the other Stellars are actually located, you know?
Well, yes. That's the problem with X of 10s is they have so much aura that it's a little hard to tell because they just, you know, you might not know, but as someone who spends a lot of time around an X of 10, it's just indescribable. You know, there's nothing quite like it.
And would you say that it's the first X of 10 that gets you, or the Stellar Box Topper that gets you? Or is it the 2 God Packs, 3 God Packs? I can't remember how many it's been to this point.
It's only two God packs.
Only two? You know, that
only two God packs, only 1 X of 10, and only 1 Stellar Box Topper. So.
And how many of the Divines, Stellar Divines individually, right? It's one of everyone except for, or all
except
of them
for
currently?
Hephaestus!
Well,
for Hephaestus. I'm
Hephaestus
trying so hard. I really...
Or can't pull F in.
You don't need to write that part down. Wait a minute. Don't write that part down.
That was just for this op-ed, absolutely. Yeah, this is actually going on to the blog.
Can you write the part about the X of 10? And
sure, I can go back over the record if you'd like. I can do that.
Can you talk about the 3 X of 99 Zeuses? Could you?
There was 3?
Yeah.
Okay.
3.
Spoiled beyond belief. Some of us don't get anything.
Spoiled
oh my God,
fruit
Swole,
is a card
just pull
that...
better. What are you doing? Lock in like
shield in this house, you know?
She's so good. What are you doing wrong? Oh my God, you're the Thundercaster in this house. Sorry, that's not going the op-ed. This is actually just my diary.
He's actually just having a meltdown live on stream, folks. If we could just go to break real quick, I think
we're not crashing out into Voltempest. We're crashing out at quite legitimately not being able to pull anything. But that being said, you'll get them next time with the packs.
Hey, you know what? We've had a little bit of crashing out. What I'm looking forward to is more clashing out from our casters as we move forward with the day. Thank you all so much for being with us here. And, you know, it was a bit of a bit, but we are, in fact, going to be going on break here. And when we come back, we will join you all for round 6.
Okay, hello. It is so good to be back. I see I missed out on the moose loving session, but I also heard there is a certain someone you are missing.
I can't believe I'm I thought we were having like a cute little party, like, oh my god, they should kiss.
No.
But in
I
fact,
had to flip
I'm
the
just...
stellar show off on you. You're always dropping the moose on the swole, and I had to flip the script on you there. But
I'm getting Hephaestus mogged live on stream. I'm getting Stellar Divine maxed. Oh no.
I'm sure Swole doesn't feel too
something.
bad after seeing the moose. He is getting everything he wanted today with thunderstorms and such. I don't know, Kay. I think we're going to have to break into the back room here and make them put Spectaris or something on screen here today. Swole cannot keep getting away with this.
Hey, I know a certain agent with some experience breaking into the back rooms of Elestrals HQ, but unfortunately, with it being Sunstrike reveal season, she might be a little bit busy with other things. So we might be on our own here, and simply our pleas into the universe of please let us get a point on board at least. They might go unanswered.
They might. But I gotta say, I had many things answered from the last round. You and I were theorizing whether or not these Pharaohgeist decks looked really uniform, and I think the answer is no. I think we saw some diversion there in Cobalt's Blue with the Werepup, and also it was so good to see Thunder do its thing. Everyone was not afraid of Race to the Top getting unlimited. How many times did Race to the Top remove something in those matchups? Many.
2, 3, something significant, more than one, and it certainly made a difference. And it is cool to see these different the brews. There we go. The different brews of these Outback Sunset lists. I think that, in fact, as you said, we were right that they might be on different iterations of this deck. Us seeing this Werepup package that unfortunately could just never quite do what it needed to do. And, I wonder if this was something that they were brewing back in the one no man's land, there are no rules, go crazy, everybody play like a void champ, who cares? Premiere that we had before everyone said, okay, we take it back. Actually, you had too much fun, biggest ban list we've ever had. There we go. But I wonder if this is a brew that was started around that time and taking advantage of the Leica Void engine, and maybe we're looking at the remnants of that.
Knowing the Australians, no, this was purely born after the ban list. They were like, perfect, now we can do this.
No one expects it, and that's exactly when we should do it. Right.
Precisely. I do have to say, it felt good to see Zeus doing things. Swole and I were having a chat earlier in the day where I was like, where's our man Zeus in this combat-focused meta? Here, we found him.
I mean, Zeus has been considered for many formats the best divine for a reason, being able to essentially do an entire board sync. Of course, the difference being from Zeus to Demeter, that Demeter buffs one of your Elestrals, which says, okay, if your opponent can answer the one Elestral that you've buffed, that means that they've answered your divine. They've done this whole thing. Whereas with Zeus, it's like, yeah, your Elestral has been sunk down, and now every Elestral that your opponent has can threaten it. And if you can't stop them all, then there's nothing that you can do. And we did see a little bit of that, although not too much wide board building that we've seen from Thunder in this current meta, I've noticed.
No, I think Thunder is much more focused on the tall building anyway. You have the Arcoliths, you have the Voltempests, which we saw. We saw expert piloting of Grafuse coming down to do crazy things, right? It seems like, which is a really interesting balance, since Zeus can sync the board just like you were talking about. It's interesting that Thunder is kind of forced to build tall instead of wide, because they get less advantage out of that, actually.
Yeah, and it is interesting to see this evolution of the Thunder strategy, because I remember distinctly having a conversation back during Firestorm when we had Champions of Zeus, Grypheus, and Voltempest coming out. And I remember the dialogue at the time being, you're only ever playing Grypheus or Voltempest. You're not playing a list with both of them, and you have to decide which one is more valuable. And now we see this current iteration, which is they're both valuable and they can both fit in the list, and it's good. So, I mean, we saw Grypheus for game in game 1.
Yeah, and I think the card that has made that possible is Sparkit Champion of Zeus, which didn't exist when these things first dropped, right? Because Sparkit Champion of Zeus can either search your Zeus, which you kind of need for the whole Voltempest action, or you can search Zeus's Call if you already have the Zeus and then add one of the champions to hand. So you only have to really play one Grypheus, one Voltempest, and then you can either Zeus's Call them or spark it into Zeus's Call to get them.
Yeah, and it's really cool to see. I think you're exactly right that spark it, that tool piece that we have, which goes to show going into Sunstrike, we already know that there's a lot of specific support that has been hinted at, that has been leaked possibly, of searchers within Element. And those can be the thing that, like you said, unlock the entire strategy. So I know that there are strategies that I've overlooked in the past that I'm going to be taking a closer look at going into Sunstrike, and I'm very excited about that.
Yes, I know we have seen Drakid Champion of Poseidon, right? Which will be our Poseidon searcher. You know, some people being curious about off-element searchers like that. Hasn't been a problem for Hermes. Spy Nymph has done wonders for Hermes. So, you know, maybe Drakid will bring the same wonders to Poseidon. Let us not forget that Poseidon's Ivory Champion of Poseidon gets to foretell and add every card that mentions Poseidon to hand. So, you know, maybe once we have a Poseidon searcher, that strategy will become real, and you'll just say, okay, foretell with Ivory, add deck to hand.
Hey, I know that for the longest time, one of our fellow co-commentators, Eagle, has been preaching the good word of Poseidon, and specifically Ivory, saying, you know, I think it gets kind of crazy in the near future, and you might be exactly right about that. I think that the writing has been on the wall. The Eagle has flown the coop. I don't know. There's something there. I'm not sure, but I can't wait to see. You know, I love my man Poseidon, and I would love to see him shine, and I can't wait to see. We talked about Aeolus a little bit earlier, but these divines that have been not as explored, not as utilized. Artemis,
okay, can this be
even.
Can this be the first set where champions of Aeolus aren't actually just champions of Hermes, please?
You know, I hear you. You are valid. This is a safe space. And me looking at that champ Galaxair being like, it's good, right, guys? And just waiting.
Rip champ Galaxair, worse than Carrion.
Listen, we've seen it work with Haboofin. It's real, guys.
Haboofin champion of Hermes, you mean?
Maybe we should move on. You know what, maybe actually. So with that being said, I'm not allowed to tell you who we're going to be seeing next, but I can tell you that it's going to be spicy. And personally, I cannot wait as we are getting set up for round 6 for our clash. We have some very fun casters here. This is bound to be an exciting clash. And ooh, Andrew, are you getting excited as we approach the end of Swiss here?
I am getting really excited. We have seen, let's see here, Thunder, Hermes, Fish, Frost. So what does that leave from the top decks we're missing? A Dionysus? Outback Sunset, of course. Mm-hmm. So I think what would be really awesome is that we get the party boy in here who unjustly lost the vote to Hermes despite coming in second place. Actually, no, he did come in last. So let's get third place Dionysus in here. Let's get third place Dionysus in here and see what they can do today.
And me personally, I am shocked that was the outcome, considering we were so unbiased and did not steer anyone in any specific direction. There was no pointing. happening at all.
No, it was a completely balanced, ungerrymandered election, one for the history books. None should be concerned about the results.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Those of you who have been watching over on Twitch, be sure to stay put because you get to vote. You get to make your predictions in every single round. And that means you're kind of a part of the action, which I think is so fun. So if you aren't hanging out over on Twitch, you're definitely missing out on being able to interact with the stream. And hey, gamble. Who knows? Make some predictions. Do you feel like Apollo is on your side? I don't know.
Flip that coin. See if it heads or tails.
Listen, next up we've got Vegas, baby. So I'm just saying.
I think for Worlds, every player should be required to have one Gambit in their deck. I think that should actually just be a rule we add for Vegas.
You know, the bit for a long time was like Blizz tricks for it, but I think you're exactly like Gambit is truly, I mean, it's got gamble in the name. It's the spirit of Vegas. So if you play Gambit in your deck for Worlds, you get 1 million style points to be awarded by the commentators. This means absolutely nothing, but it's pretty cool.
But sometimes style points mean absolutely everything.
Yeah, something that you can tell your friends who they're like, yeah, I top cut. And then you'll be like, yeah, but how many style points do you have? None. I've got 3 million. I played Gambit at 3 of. So, you know? Oh, and it looks like we can actually finally share who our casters are going to be. Andrew, tell me about this lineup.
I think I can fairly say this is a spicy lineup. We have Spicy Sausage here, who has multiple various tops ranging from top 4 to top 16 and in the top 32 at Dallas. Julian, who has locked it down with Lockagon in the past, becoming a premier champion with it, being a runner-up, and just all around showing up and showing off. Julian there has one of their little whiteboard cards. Famously, Julian has little whiteboard cards to keep track of the number of waters in the underworld for Lockagon, so maybe we'll see another Lockagon today. I am excited. What are you hoping to see here, Kay?
Well, okay, first of all, I'm seeing something I want to see, and that being Spicy Sausage. Shout out to the Matt! I'm saying he's playing it for me. Don't know if it's true. Telling myself that. I gotta love the Fox representation. However, Julian, while very popular and well known for the Lockagon strategy, I know Julian for heel control. And that is a strategy that I think has legs in this format now that we've slowed things down again. Maybe even Julian has managed to come up with a combo of Lockagon, water, heal, something. I mean, the essence is there. I feel like there's got to be something. And in this post-ban list world, I don't know what Julian has been cooking with, because famously Lockagon was hit pretty heavily.
It was hit heavily, or maybe not at all. I mean, we saw Lockagon doing a whole bunch of stuff in one of our previous feature matches. Julian will be going first here, so I think we will get a good glimpse of what they are up to in just a moment.
Ooh, okay. And yeah, we have a collection of some pretty cute mats here, actually, which I'm very excited to see. And I'm very much like eagle-eye view, trying to keep an eye. Are we going to have a mulligan? And if so, what do those spirits look like? Julian, is it water thunder? If so, I'm excited. Although that could just mean fish. Dang it. Never mind. Not the teller I thought it was.
Fish.
Oh, yep. Hey, you know what?
So Magnaros, Champion of Aphrodite, is going to allow the search of an Aepharos, almost certainly going to be Aepharos, Champion of Aphrodite, which will allow itself to special cast from hand. Might not just be fish, though. I mean, this could still be a Lockagon package. We will have to see, neither player having gone for a mulligan here, meaning we don't have good insight into the type of spirits they're on. But we do see the Aphrodite coming down from Julian as well, and searching the OG Aepharos, the wonderful premier marble frame reverse stellar copy there. I was lucky enough to pull one of those recently. Gotta love those marble cards.
I've been opening those packs since Kissimmee, and I haven't pulled even one! So it's fine. I think it's and I think it's very cool that we see it from Julian here. I'm happy for you. Congrats. Awesome. Really neat. Anyways, isn't it Spicy Sausage's turn? Isn't it time, Julian? Come on.
It is Spicy's turn here. They will be playing into a single back row. So, you know, we'll just get Swole's Thunderstorm in here and it won't be a problem.
Don't manifest that. Are we possibly...
Is that a scoop?
Are we somehow starting over? Or is it... It can't be a scoop. There's no way.
I think Spicy Sausage just straight scooped.
Okay. Either this is wild aura farming, or there's a card with an effect that I have never heard of that says both casters shuffle their hands into their decks, and
So now this actually isn't too weird in a competitive sense. If Spicy Sausage is on a really interesting deck here, and they know they need cards from their side deck to pull off against Julian, knowing what Julian's deck is, while Julian doesn't know what Spicy Sausage's deck is, means that going into round 2, Spicy Sausage can go first with the full surprise factor, whereas Julian has no information for side decking here.
do you think that we really have that much information, though? I mean, it's Julian, so there's an assumption that it might be Lockagon, but I don't know that we really
We saw all 3 fish, so Spicy Sausage knows about 80% of Julian's deck.
Yeah, that's fair enough. There could be a surprise Lockagon, there could be Zephyrog, we've seen Whale Lance variants, we've seen all kinds of stuff. But in terms of the basic play style, I think you're right. We are able to, for the most part, say, oh, let's go and grab a Dense Fog from the side, let's go and get, whatever it may be, whatever we may need.
Completely unbiased, clearly Spicy Sausage is siding in a Whale Lance right now.
Or a Spectaris! Hey, could be a Spectaris. You never know.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, regardless, I feel like we got to be in this together. Swole already has who knows how many points were counted so far, but the two of us, we have to team up. We have to make this happen. We got to take them down.
Can I go to the open market and convert my Posthumous points to Pharaohgeist points? What's the conversion rate on that?
Hey, listen, I have multiple tallies. There is an official graphic that shows a count of moose mentions just for me. That has to count for something, right? Someone resented my bit to the point of invention.
Okay, wait. So Spicy Sausage going here immediately just drops an Aetheros? So we had an immediate scoop on a mirror match? What was Spicy Sausage's opening hand that they not only didn't mulligan, but then immediately scooped?
You're asking the wrong girl here. I can only speculate. And this is one of those where I so miss being in the in-person events where you get to talk to the casters afterwards and be like, what happened there? What was that? Tell me the secrets. But here we might just be left wondering.
I mean, clearly the Whale Lance had to get sided in now. Why else would you do? I don't know. Okay, so we have Galaxy coming down here on Julian's side, which is going to reverse Uno all of these fish stats.
That is, I wonder if that was native to the deck or if that was something that Julian somehow psychically knew to go and grab. However, a Shield of Achilles coming out, sending that whale back to hand, which just means it's gonna happen again.
But now Spicy Sausage can be prepared for it. Maybe using Aphrodite Search to get a fish and put it in defense position so at least one of them survives the flip. Spicy Sausage has some good options here now that they have the knowledge of what is happening.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is... we're looking at something very similar to the last game, just in reverse. And now we see some wind spirits to pay for a Gorgon's Gaze from Julian?
Now that's interesting because if the deck stats were right, there's only one Zephyrog in the tournament. So what do you do with it?
I have no idea, actually.
We get another base Aetheros here, which is interesting. The other Aetheros did get Gorgon, so you won't be able to Nexus from it, unfortunately.
Okay, so we do see, we see the one Nexus going off here. I wonder if we're going to be seeing another special cast of a Champ Aetheros. Possibly.
And
yes.
we are.
Okay, so full fish board. It's very fishy in here. Fish on fish. It is a fish fry. There's wind in there somewhere. And I don't know what brew spicy sausage specifically is on.
We don't see a back row activation from Julian, it seems like. So Spicy Sausage will get a full board swing in here with 4 spirits of damage, the 3 spirit Aetheros being unable to attack because of the Gorgon's Gaze.
And I just... Okay, yeah. As we discussed, that whale that was shielded can simply come back. And this time it is going to be... I'm assuming that's a Gorgon's Gaze?
That is a poison-tipped arrow.
Okay, that glare was right there.
Whale arrow question mark. It seems weird to do this, right? Except when you remember that this is original Galaxy, which means the stat swap persists. And so Spicy Sausage doing their best to clear the whale to make sure that they get their 5s back on the following turn.
Yeah, there's only so much that this Galaxy can do in one hit, and that is part of the strength of Aetheros, is it is a flood of Elestrals. So while the stats were reversed, Galaxy has not been bounced back to hand. It has, in fact, finally been destroyed. We have taken down the white whale. And it looks like fish are, swimming on back in anyways.
We will be getting another Nexus. So Nectar of the Gods, Calamari edition is going really well here.
Now, you say calamari, and I'm thinking about all these different brews of fish that we saw in the breakdown earlier, and I'm so curious as to what we're looking at right now, because we've seen no clues as to which one it might be. Other than, I guess...
This might just be pure fish Nexus on pure fish Nexus. It's hard to tell. I'm holding out hope there's something crazy in Spicy Sausage's deck that led them to think that, like, immediate surrender in the first game was the right course of action.
Yeah, it's like, is it... I feel like fish can come back from a back note, or like being on the back foot, but also, you know, like you said, if there is something very spicy hidden in the depths of this deck, then yeah, that would make sense. Julian coming out with an Astrabit. Okay, this is something that we were seeing in the last tournament, saying things are slow now. I'm able to simply get advantage going, craft my hand, and I also have the Clash Stellar, so I'm gonna put it in my deck also.
You gotta do it.
Sense. Yeah, I mean, it's gorgeous.
It's gorgeous. Now, the real question is going to be, does Spicy Sausage have a whale in their hand to deal with this rabbit? Whale being a classic answer to rabbit, being able to flip its stats around so it has 2 defense instead of 5.
Well, Julian does have those 2 back row there. I wonder if we're going to see the rabbit getting protected. I mean, hey, I'm just saying, we have some Thunder. We know Magneros is there, but that also means Quackle could be here too. I'm just saying. It could fit nicely into this deck, and we've seen Julian do it before.
Yeah, maybe this is the mythical Thunder Fish deck that I talked to Swole about.
Oh, we are going just a full attach, not even Argo, for the Necklace of Harmonia, so that we can swing over this rabbit. And is it going to be punished? It seems like it might be punished immediately. Oh, actually, it was just Nexus Bank. Never mind.
We are just Nexusing with it, which is an interesting choice here. Spicy Sausage may be hoping to get, I don't know, an Atlantis in this position. What would you be looking for here to be able to get over?
Well, we're really digging because we're bringing out another Aetheros, which means, I mean, Atlantis is kind of our only option. We don't have our normal cast anymore. We can't get a whale out. We are going to be drawing here. I mean...
Approximately 10 cards in hand. Spicy Sausage has to have something.
There's sure... Oh, Earthquake. That will do it, folks. We dug and we dug, and eventually, you know, in the earth, there was a quake. You dug too deep.
The Stellar Tectaris has smashed the ground. And
summons the Stellar Ambrosia to come and heal back some spirits.
Okay. Now, I believe that was a pay from Spirit deck, which is interesting. And I think we just get a scoop from Julian now.
Okay, so we've gone to game 3. Spicy sausage taking one, and Julian taking one. Now, Kirby, what are your thoughts on this? I know that this is a very interesting matchup. We've got fish versus fish. There aren't any dogs. I'm so sorry. Not that we've seen so far. And Owloon, no owls. I'm so sorry. However, there could still be interesting things lurking in the deck or in the depths of the decks. We have possible Joblins swimming around. We've talked about Curibus. We've talked about Rock in a Hard Place. There's a lot of possibilities still on the horizon.
Yes, many depths to plunge here. You know, if there's an Atlantis in tow. I mean, Rise from the Depths is a card that people try to cook with all the time. I mean, if you're drawing this many cards, you'll probably get Atlantis and Rise from the Depths in your hand, right? Like,
I mean, you saw the one of Earthquake, so statistically speaking, you should see Atlantis and Rise from the Depths. And I mean, that's just water Rise from the Ashes, and that card was good enough to get banned. So, hey.
Maybe. So it'll be interesting to see what goes into game 3 here. I mean, I kind of need Spicy Sausage to win this tournament now, so that when they go to the player interview, we can ask what was up.
I mean, but here's the thing: if they do, and we see this round, we see them win this round, then like we kind of have our answer, right? Clearly, they know something we don't know, and they were able to go, you know, lose the first one, sweep the next two, and maybe that's just been the strat all day. I have no idea.
Maybe instill false confidence into the opponent, cripple them while they're confident.
You know what? Bold, spicy, even as far as strategies go. I like it, and Kirby, I think that she likes it, and I think that we're ready to get into game 3 here of Julian versus Spicy Sausage.
Well, I imagine Julian will be taking first here, so the question is how many fish hit the board turn 1?
There is no limit, theoretically. No,
I'm gonna take a wager and say we're going to have 1 Magneros, 1 Aetheros on both boards.
See, I think Spicy Sausage is going just the Aetheros strategy. So I'll take your wager, and I'm saying Aetheros.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. That's, you know, Kirby, I think that we've hedged our bet. She has insider knowledge. Don't let that cute face fool you. Okay, Julian going to be starting off with a classic Elestrals opener in Astrabbit in defense.
Neither of us are very good off to the races in terms of our predictions here for what turn 1's going to look like.
To be fair, I said Aetheros from Spicy Sausage. I would just like that to be stated publicly.
That's fair.
So there is still hope. 3 back row. Woo! Remember Hurricane?
No.
Distant memory. I'm just saying, Gloombat goes crazy. Okay, there is 1 Aetheros, and I'm thinking, considering that's regular Aetheros, we've got a second Aetheros. So hey, you know,
no, that's fine. One of Julian's is a poison-tipped arrow, so there won't be 2 Aetheros on the board at the end of the turn.
I think multiple of Julian's could be anything, truly. And
okay, there's the Aphrodite.
Yep. Okay, Aphrodite gonna go get the other Aetheros. I think that someone's prediction is coming true. Can I get points for this?
Fish 2 on the way.
Electric.
Not electric in this case, just watery boogaloo.
Water, yeah.
Moist boogaloo, I don't know.
Ooh, never say that ever to people. Least of all into a microphone. Anyways, so there's the champ Aetheros, and we see the
poison-tipped arrow, yes!
Oh, hey, you knew that! The effect of the base Aetheros coming out here. I imagine we're going to be nexusing to the base Aetheros as the champ Aetheros has been poison-tipped arrowed.
One would imagine.
Yeah, unless we... Well...
Could always Gorgons here to stop the card advantage engine from getting off. No, Dense Fog.
Okay, hey, you know what? This is a card that we have been talking about. We've been saying that it is good into fish. It completely shuts down the strategy. shuts down the ability of it as well. And so not only are we removing one Champ Aetheros after the payout of this PTA, theoretically, but we've also stopped the card advantage and the draws from the base Aetheros.
And to play back how this works here a little bit, Aetheros Nexus on Nexus Dense Fog. Aetheros' draw effect is conditional, which means it happens on the next chain of effect execution. It becomes suppressed during the current chain because of Dense Fog, so even though it successfully Nexuses, it no longer has its effect on the next chain, which means the draws don't happen, leaving the spirits really vulnerable on that Aetheros.
Allowing our casters to say a phrase that everyone loves to say, hates to hear, which is, the Nexus is fine.
Ha!
Who has not been on the receiving end of that one? Okay, so there goes the payout for the PTA and the Aetheros Champ going down. We do still have Aphrodite on board, enabling us to go and get another fish. However, Champ Whale coming out here, and that fish is looking like food, not friends.
I think that sardine's about to get in the can. The Champ Whale flipping attack means that the Astrabbit is also a 5 now, meaning that Julian has 2 swings for dealing with the fish here. Like I said, allowing it to Nexus and then stopping its effect left the spirits vulnerable on the fish, leaving Spicy Sausage in a much worse for wear position now, with all of those spirits having been removed from the board.
Which does mean that we no longer can Aphrodite to get Aetheros unless we already have another one in hand. So that shuts that engine down a little bit. But we do know that fish are never too far behind, and they can certainly come back if they are. So remains to be seen. We didn't see any counter rune activation, which I think would make sense unless it was exactly Gorgon's Gaze. And we come out with Magneros, actually. Okay. Well, the fish are arriving. Yes, and we're going to be searching out. Yeah, we have the Aetheros Champ. And again, we still have the Aphrodite. We have the ability to go and grab another Aetheros for next turn if we so choose. Unless there is something in hand that we're saving that Aphrodite for, because I don't think we saw the activation of Aphrodite in the last turn. I think we just saw the Nexus.
The good news is, even if there is a shield back there on Julian, Whale and Rabbit only have 2 natural attack, which means that even after something gets sent back to hand, turning off the buff effect from Aetheros, or it could be an Argo, actually. It could be an Argo, and now the attack stat's going to get buffed, and yeah.
Yeah. Okay, but now we really need to bring it back to Daybreak format, and you Argo his Argo. Let's go, Spicy Sausage. That's the play. We all know it. We all love it.
Necklace. We did see the necklace in Spicy Sausage's deck, but that's not going to happen. The Magneros is just going to go down. Luckily, Aetheros Champ still can run over the other Elestral without the necklace here, though.
Very true. And if we have an Argo of our own, it could be saving it for the clapback. Could be, I mean, on the oopsie. Oh, okay. I love the in-game communication, and it's from Julian, and oopsie, possibly
Oopsie
on attaching and getting rid. Okay, so maybe because we got rid of the Magneros instead of saving it to get rid of the Aetheros.
Maybe. I guess because Aphrodite can search another Aetheros next turn. It really depends what Spicy Sausage's back row is and whether or not they'll be able to stop an onslaught. Nothing ever changes. The rabbit is back. Welcome back to exactly where we started.
Yes, you could show me this screenshot right now from Julian's side of the board and say, what year is it? And I'd have a hard time telling you.
Okay.
I'd say, wait a minute, is that a titled whale? That's interesting.
Into a cryoblast to deal with the final fish.
Well, what was the oopsie then, Julian? What was the I have so we need to get both of these casters on call because I have questions and I demand answers.
into an Ambrosia to get rid of the Necklace of Harmonia. I was just about to say that without a way to Nexus, the necklace is going to start cutting into Julian here, but that doesn't matter if you can simply pay Ambrosia off the necklace, sorry.
Yeah, hey, you know what? I am with you, and yes, sometimes the way to get rid of the necklace is a Nexus. Other times it is an Ambrosia. And in this case, we are looking at Ambrosia. We've played a lot of Elestrals so far, I've got to say, and I'm looking at these spirit counts, and I am shocked at how high they are, considering.
Yeah, I mean, they're both playing a pretty slow game here, just hidden back and forth, kind of going 1 for 1 each turn.
Ooh, is that Base Galaxy?
Okay, so Base Galaxy here is going to flip the stats of the defense position Galaxy and be able to get over it.
Uh-huh. Okay, we love to see old friends coming back. Going to be using the effect of Aphrodite. Hey, I knew that we were saving that Aphrodite for something else, and I suspected it was Whale. We're going in, grabbing Champ Galaxy, going to be able to cast that out next turn, if we so choose, which means this rabbit is also not safe.
Well, it still is safe, because even if you activate the Galaxy's effect to swap stats, then the Galaxies become 2s again.
Okay, so you ascend over Base Galaxy.
That would have to be the move, yes.
I think that, that is the complication, right? When you're looking at Base Galaxy, is that it can gain you great advantage over your opponent's water Elestrals, but it can mess up your own. Eddie remembers all of the crimes that were committed with Base Galaxy to him. Eddie remembers as we re-enchant the rabbit over on Julian's side here.
I mean, if Julian doesn't have a counter rune to put in their back row, ascending normal Whale into Champ Whale might be the move here.
I think I'm with you. And this is a huge time for Spicy Sausage to really start making a comeback, because yes, Julian has been able to break boards and answer everything that Spicy Sausage has done, but that being said, we're pretty neck and neck in terms of spirits, and never mind, we have 2 back row set, and Rabbit is moving to attack. I'm nervous.
Sorry, what? Why is the rabbit an attack?
Argo, I think is what we must conclude here. And it's either that or possibly...
I'm sorry, is that OG Foamy?
Okay, so we have an original Foamy, the most spectarisable, the most never see its activationable Elestral of all time. What do you think we're floating into with this Foamy?
I think Sausage Boy here is saying, yeah, Argo me if you want. My Foamy will go get the answer.
Especially... Oh, yes! Okay, that is ergo Argo. And are we gonna Argo the Argo?
No, I think we let Foamy go down here and then jump into, I don't know,
load into something else? I mean, I guess Whale? But
Whale to swap and crash?
Yeah.
No, that doesn't work. That doesn't work because they'd both be 2s.
Wait a minute. Yeah,
what is the line here? I'm
curious. Tell us, Spicy Sasha. Dang it, every single time. Tell us, Spicy. Reveal your secrets. And next time that you're on cast, I'm going to have to do tongue twisters before I say your name. These are lessons we're learning for the future.
Yeah, Eddie putting it in defense doesn't really help. No, I'm struggling to think of a 1-drop water you go get here that solves this situation.
Unless it's go get a 1-drop water and then Argo? I'm really not sure. Another Foamy? Which gets PTA'd.
Okay. Spicy is sitting on 2 back row. One of those has to be a shield or something, right? Like,
there has to be some sort of an answer. And I am genuinely so curious as to what this could be. We're doing a lot of different things, and yet not a lot has happened. We just foamied into a foamy.
The more things change, the more they stay the same. Something like that.
What is that? What is this?
Reenchant rabbit.
Okay. So, if you were to competitively analyze what we just saw, what was the benefit of foamy into foamy there?
You know, I think Spicy might have been thinking they could go into Champ Whale, and like maybe like until they were searching their deck, didn't realize that the
OG Whale throws that off. Yeah, because that's what I thought initially. It's like, oh wait, no, there is in fact still.
In fact,
whale.
the move might have been declare OG Whale, so that died, and then you declared Foamy into Champ Galaxy. Like, that would have worked.
Do you think that if Spicy Sausage also had whiteboard cards that we would see an oopsie from his side? Or is this all part of the master plan?
Maybe. We didn't...
Not sure.
And we didn't see back row from Spicy there, so they let that attack go through, which makes me wonder, what is Spicy sitting on?
Soulmates, possibly? I'm not sure. But even then, I mean, we know that we have Whale in hand, free to go. There it is. There is the Champ Galaxy. And without any back row from Julian, this does in fact answer this very loaded up Astrabit. There isn't much that Julian can do, and is now running very low on spirits. So with another Aphrodite coming out, going to be going in and searching a second Galaxy, probably Champ at this point, unless... No. Going base set, which I guess if you've already used the effect of your Champ Galaxy, you're just making it a permanent 5 if it can survive into the next turn. So that makes some sense. You're basically just doing fish again, just bigger.
And maybe Spicy's plan all along was that they were just going to use a bunch of cards last turn to get Julian to exhaust their back row so they could safely go into Whales.
You know, Again, this is a situation where if we could interview Spicy Sausage at the end of things, we'd get some great insight. I have no doubt. But instead, we are simply left here to speculate. But I'm with you. I think that sounds likely because Julian is sitting on no back row, very low spirit count. Spicy Sausage is pretty comfortable. And Whale is gone.
Whale's gone because it had to crash with Rabbit.
The crash.
The stats, and they both became 5s. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense to me. And now we have an OG Whale from Julian.
We could get Whale Crash here. Spicy is up on spirits, so them keeping the board clear from Julian is a pretty good option if there aren't other things. I mean, those back row from Spicy have to be something, right?
It's gotta be something, and we can't afford to Argo again from Julian's side with only 2 spirits left. And a Tsunami doesn't do it, I guess. I mean, even a Gorgons wouldn't do it. That would still exhaust resources. So there goes OG Whale. Whale.
And I think if I'm Spicy here, I do OG Whale, search another Whale so I know I have it, crash the Whales. If Julian wants to spend back row on stopping the Whale, fine, it puts them on 0 spirits.
Unless we need to keep the Aphrodite on board to pay for potential back row, that way we can cast something, because this will exactly let us, for example, Gorgons or Shield, and then cast something, do the last point of damage. It looks like we're just going to be taking a Frost Spirit in damage. We have Champ Whale from Julian, so that's now sitting there at a 2. Aphoros comes out, Champ Aphoros, which is now able to swing over the Whale. We see, okay, the Aphrodite effect going and getting another.
I assume another
Aphoros?
Champ Aphoros? We've only seen one, I think, out of Spicy Sausage this game.
I think you're right. Or did we see 2?
I think Spicy Sausage is also wondering that right now.
I think we saw 2 at the beginning of the game because we had a fish board established. Spicy Sausage is going through and saying, I think that's the third one.
That's fine. Spicy can still search base Aetheros here to have a body in hand. Champ Aetheros is still a big enough body to go over Whale, and Julian on only one spirit doesn't have the ability to use back row to stop this move.
No, the only thing is that if Julian can answer this Aetheros with, for example, a base galaxy, then there's nothing that Spicy Sausage can do with one more spirit left.
And that's going to be what this comes down to. Does Julian have the one card in hand, maybe an Ambrosia or something, to get them out of this situation? And it looks like no.
Blast is what we see, and probably no Frost Spirits to pay for it. Oh my gosh, a set Necklace of Harmonia, or was that in hand? We see the PTA. Interesting. Okay, yeah, it was a Leviathan Spirit, so we didn't have the Frost to pay for the Cryoblast. Okay. Very, very interesting. Came down literally to the wire. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that means that Spicy Sausage has taken round 6?
I believe so. Okay, I believe that is what this means.
There we go, which means that after the immediate concession that we saw in game 1, that was the strat. I have so many questions saying, after your turn 1, I think I'm just gonna GG go next and have that pan out. Absolutely wild.
Absolutely insane is what it is. I mean, Spicy Sausage really knew what they were doing here. Time after time, we're sitting here throwing comments being like, well, that seems like a weird move. And the players just show us, hey, you guys are at the desk and I'm here playing for a reason.
Truly. I mean, and it was incredible. Kirby, she knew all along what was going on, but did not want to share. She's seen enough matches at this point that she's a bit of an Elestrals connoisseur expert. But you know.
Hey, Kate, I got a question for you though.
Yeah.
Where's Pandora's box today? What the heck is going on?
We haven't seen it. And you know what? I don't know if we've had a chance to look at any data from today, but I would be curious to see how represented it is. Because it is one that has been so commonplace that people are putting it in not even just their side decks, but they're maining Pandora's box. It was a big conversation point last tournament, but then people went into this tournament and said, maybe not. Maybe Hermes isn't intimidating. Maybe I'm not worried about Aphrodite. Maybe I'm not worried about any of these things that get hit by Pandora's box. So very curious.
It's curious indeed. I mean, I'm surprised we haven't seen it in anyone's hand or back row or anything. It might not be indexed today, which is a big change after it being one of the top runes for basically this whole format.
Yeah. And Kirby, do you have any thoughts about this?
Well, Kirby, if you have some strings to pull, maybe we can pull up the top. We'll go to Elestrals first, and then we'll circle back to this rune conversation. How does that sound, Kirby? Do you have some strings you can pull for us?
Kirby, could we please look at the top 12 Elestrals represented for today, start digging into this data, get an idea of what this premier tournament is looking like, and there is some interesting stuff on this list. Some very expected. Yes, fish. We see Earth, Cyanectar as ever. Very represented. Astrabic continuing to rise through the ranks as we slow down the format more and more and more. And I think that those solar cards at the bottom there must be indicative of the Outback Sunset contingent. What are you thinking about that?
Well, I'm doing some quick math here on the deck numbers. Click, 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 click. Because as I recall from the top deck numbers, we had 7 Outback Sunsets and 6 Apollo Foretells, which is a total of 13 decks. But there's like 17 decks playing these solar cards here. So there's some other solar brew in the background here that has been happening today. So I'm really curious what this kind of like rogue solar strategy is that isn't one of these 2 that are shown in the top decks.
Yeah, I would be curious about that. I mean, we saw the Nebuleo in Gwendolyn's list. We didn't get any hint of that inside of Cobalt's, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't represented. The rest of this, I gotta be honest, seems pretty expected, which does make me curious about those top 12 runes. Is that similarly about expected? Are we looking at something different? Or, I'm curious, like you said, about the location of Pandora's box. Where are we at there? And it looks like we do have that data here for you. And, hey, it's there. It's there in 23 decks. It's there.
Huh. Okay. Well, this is interesting because I don't remember the exact numbers off the top of my head, but it's in less than half of decks now, which seems like a big drop from before. As I recall, for a lot of live stream, it was kind of main deck staple, essentially. Still popular, but certainly fallen from grace, it looks like.
I would say so. And we do have Temple of the Sun as a stadium being represented. Again, I think that makes sense. We have all of our Sun Nova Core stuff running around. We have Argo even making it into the top in this, we've said, combat format. Combat is so back. We have Argo making its way back in. The rest of them, I mean, cool to see Dionysus's Madness here, but the rest, pretty expected. Even after the semi-limit, Ambrosia still very much strong and represented.
Hey, and Dionysus's Madness in almost half of decks. I think that's the most represented we have ever seen that card. I mean, has Madness finally claimed its place as a staple? Have we finally got there? We were never wrong. We were just late as per usual.
Everyone say thank you, Brewlock, for showing us that Earth is good. Really cool to see. As for the rest, I mean, I think that this just makes sense. If you had told us, actually, you know what? Here's a fun game for the future. I'm going to put this out there now, is to have us guess what we think our top 12 is and see how close we can get to reality.
Top 12 bingo?
Yeah, I think that'd be fun. Top 12 bingo. Oh, I like that. Ooh, okay. Hey, you know what?
Now, something else I want to draw your attention to on these charts that is really interesting. So we see Gorgon's Gaze at 100% there.
Yes.
Only card to be at 100% in these charts. I think this may be the first premiere where we only have one card that's in every deck. For a lot of premieres, like Ambrosia is basically in every deck. You would have at least another one of those staple runes that was in every deck. I think this really goes to show how diverse Livestream has really made this game.
I think so too. And the whole conversation about, like, we want to start seeing these in-element runes start to shine. I mean, you talked about Dionysus's Madness possibly being at maybe the highest representation that we've seen it. We are heading that way. We are heading towards a lot of Stadium Wars. We're heading towards a bunch of different things like that. And as we see the decline of the Omni runes being an auto include in everything. Gorgon's Gaze, so it's the only answer to a lot of things. I think that it's just one of those cards that may always be at 100%, although we may see a day where that's not the case.
Look, Medusa is fierce and she deserves it.
Hey, I agree. And, happy Pride to her, truly. Every premiere is Pride premiere. And we also have something that will give us an even more in-depth look at what our casters were preparing for, thinking the threats were, and that is the side deck cards. So we have these here for you. Let's take a look. Okay, we talked about Pandora's box. Why haven't we been seeing it so much? People are putting it in the side crazy style.
Okay, I'm pretty sure if you add the number of this to the number on the previous slide, that means actually everyone does have Pandora's box today. It's just mostly in the side.
Absolutely. And sticking with what we were just talking about is these in-element runes. There's a lot of those here. We see Cryoblast, we see Dense Fog, PTA Artemis's Arrow, and I mean even Tsunami, which technically is one, even though it's been played sort of as an Omni rune for the rest of its existence. People are seeing the value in those, and oh, hold on. are you seeing what I'm seeing in the second row? Poisoned nectar?
Oh, why though?
Poisoned nectar. Listen, this is something that I briefly, dubiously cooked on for a minute, which is where I said, hey, what if you poison nectar the
Aphoros? The Aphoros, yeah.
Aphoros.
I guess
Wait.
Aphoros plus Chimera gives you 2 targets for it, but like that's, I don't know, Pandora's Box, the search of Champ Aphoros. Like what?
Hey, it's slightly cheaper to poisoned nectar. Hey, I'm just excited to see poisoned nectar here. It's a card that I've been talking about this format. I did eventually say, you know what, maybe it's not as crazy as I thought, because actually it doesn't activate in the part of the chain of the Chimera effect that I thought it did, because you still get to do Bat, and you can bring back the Chimera if you want, because it's already in the Underworld. It was a whole thing. But, you know, with Aphoros being so prominent, we saw it on the top 12 Elestrals. I think it makes some sense.
Maybe. I mean, I would also rather play Dense Fog. Dense Fog seems to have a lot of utility, but I don't know. If you've been playing Elestrals for a while, for a long time, one of the common new player questions was, can I poison nectar an Ass Rabbit? The answer is no. But you know, maybe it is poison nectar's time.
I agree with you. I think that it's very interesting. Another thing to point out is the fact that the most represented Elestral being Cyanectar Champ, one of its targets is PTA Artemis's Arrow. And we see that in the side deck, but we didn't see it represented in top 12 runes. So people are valuing the PTA, saying maybe not so much the Artemis's Arrow. We want the counter. We don't want the invoke. Which, do you think that that's a mistake, undervaluing this card?
I don't know. I mean, it's basically Zeus, you know? It's mini Zeus. Cyanectar and Artemis Arrow is mini Elichick in many ways. On top of the fact that just besides stat modulation, it gives you suppression, which means, what if you ran into Posthumus today? Well, hit it with an Artemis's Arrow, suppress it, and now it's much easier to deal with, because not only does it get its stats dropped, it can now die in combat because it's suppressed and all of these things, right? I think the Artemis's Arrow just has so much utility in the ability to be able to control the state of the field.
And on top of that, we've already talked about the power of suppression, even into things like the fish strategy. Sometimes all you need is one suppression card, whether that be Dense Fog, which I know you've mentioned, but hey, PTA, it's searchable. And that makes it a little more consistent. So hey, maybe it makes it a valuable tool card. Who knows?
Hey, just play Volclips. There's a Lunar Phase that suppresses, you know, and then you can play Werepup and search it, play one of it, and then when you get all of the Lunar Phases in the Underworld, you can send your opponent's deck back to hand, right?
You know what? I need to copyright. There's a Lunar Phase for that merch. I think that actually cooks. Wait a minute.
I mean, it is true.
There's a Lunar Phase for that.
There's a Lunar Phase for suppression,
There's a
for
Lunar
drawing, for removal, for stat modulation, for back row removal.
You can also
Hey.
change positions. There's so much.
Hey, there's a Lunar Phase for that, folks. Get on this, casters.
Listen, one day. I know we've both got our lunar plushies in the background trying to manifest, but they'll listen to us someday. Aw. I have my little werepup down here as well.
Yes. Is that a werepup or is that an ampup? It looks kind of yellow.
You know what? It depends on the Nexus form that she's choosing to embody on any particular day. If she's feeling particularly devious, that's a werepup. All right. If she's, got the zoomies, that's an ampup. It really depends.
So we're playing Awakened rules here. The Nexus forms can just kind of swap on the same.
Exactly. Someday. I can't wait. I think it would be so cool to have that represented in the card game someday. Maybe we could see like being able to change between. Maybe I'm cooking too hard. Who knows? Who's to say?
I'd love to see the rulebook update where it's like, here's the rules that define what a Nexus form is. Actually, you play this room that says enter the Nexus, and you're allowed to change Nexus forms. And to do so, you have to open this spreadsheet, which tells you the relations of all of them. Because there's weird Nexus forms, like Foamy and Smoky are Nexus forms of each other, but like you wouldn't really know that unless you like really thought about it really hard.
Yeah, or unless some of your favorite art in the Elestrals TCG is the organized play Smoky and Foamy, where they're staring at each other from on land and underwater, and you say, what's going on here? Are they friends? Oh, wait! They're Nexus forms.
Yes.
And
yes,
friends.
Yes. The lore is in the art. The lore is in the art, just like how Artemis and Demeter are besties.
Exactly. See, but I already knew that. That one was clear to me. From the beginning, actually, from the offset.
Of course. I'm sure Artemis is helping Demeter protect the forest from the party boy advance.
Yeah, hey, listen, I speak for the divine, okay? But hey, you know, we love the combination of a Dionysus and a redhead. We really do. And I think that, honestly, get them all together, that's a party. That's a good time.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe Artemis is going to be helping out Dionysus in the future. We saw the Havocub champion of Dionysus in the Sunstrike reveals, which will be fun to cook with. Excited to hear what you have to tell us on Monday, Kay, about the new Sunstrikes. But I know you have been here at the desk for a while, so I am sure you're ready for a bit of a break. Yeah. So we'll let you go, and I'll be back with Slow momentarily. You all don't go anywhere, because we'll have more awesome clashes soon. Hello, back at the desk here with Swole himself after a wonderful round of clashes. Swole, we are about to head into our last round of Swiss for today. How are you feeling about the wonderful premiere we have got to experience thus far?
Honestly, shocked. In a lot of ways, I didn't even realize it was almost over. We are heading into our last round of Swiss for the penultimate tournament before the Elestrals World Championship, right? It's really funny. We've seen some Worlds competitors already on the stream today. We've been knowing some high-profile names have been duking it out in these Swiss rounds, and so we're coming down to the wire on the who's who of who is going to be moving on and potentially qualifying for their last little points, or trying to work for that travel stipend, that top 8, top 5, 4. Can't remember exactly which one that is.
Whatever, the top players. But did you get to see the fish cooking fish action of the last round, Swole?
I did, actually, and I had a revelation while watching this deck cook, so to speak. It's really funny to think about this, right? I think on some level, a lot of Elestral's deck building theory goes down to what is your low end, what is your high end, right? What is your base, and then what is your sauce, if you will.
Yes.
And so we talked about previously with Earth and the spices of Earth, what's your high end of Earth? You have your low end of maybe your side prongs, your side nectars, etc. And I think we're actually naming this deck wrong. Was my big thing. I think we could call it a crab deck, really, because this deck is typically it's not fish nexus, it's fish with sauce, right? Shouts to the Cree Crabs here. You found me at a very interesting time in life. I was ready. I was like, no, we got it down. It's fish sauce all day. So I'm down to calling it 3 crabs, but start that movement already. But outside the backdrop comedy, I thought the last match was showcasing a lot of what I think this format has to offer for our top players, being the small incremental technical play, right? I think Kay mentioned it inside of the last game there. We were so much Elestrals had been played. The spirits were like 14-11 after 10 cards being played. That's unheard of.
Yeah. One thing I was really interested that I haven't seen in any fish mirror matches thus far is, in theory, if you go Magnaros Aetherios and your opponent goes Magnaros Aetherios, the person who does it second can clear the first person's board, because you go Magnaros Crash with Champ Aetherios, which leaves their Magnaros and your Champ Aetherios, which will have a higher attack, which can then clear the Magnaros, which is something I have heard people talk about in terms of hey, Magnaros clears Magnaros, but I've never seen it happen, which is kind of weird.
Yeah, it's a very strange interaction, right? And a lot of these little micro things that do end up coming up is, I think, what a lot of people gravitate towards when they have a deck like Fish, right? We saw it previously with Morphrost having native toolbox options for players to escape any situation. And so with the Fish deck specifically, the Aetherios line, the Magnaros line, there's a lot of different plays that really end up mattering over the long tournament run, these very small interactions over time to get you that advantage.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see after this round how exactly our top 8 shapes up. If I was going to make a checklist of what I hope makes it to top 8, we got to get a fish in there just to see what top fish game looks like right now. Yeah. We'll get diversity fish, at least one of the Pharaohgeists to make it to the top. Let's get a Hermes and a Dionysus in there. That's kind of like my 4 wishes for top 8. What are you hoping to see in top 8 today?
Ooh, honestly, I'm not exactly sure. Outside of just the general predictions for the casters to get more points onto the board, I think that there is definitely a question mark above my head of, are we going to see a repeat of the last premiere where at least half of the representation is this sort of fish sauce deck, right? Or are we going to see Outback Sunset, the deck that we've been talking about, a little buzz that we've had on the desk, continue to perform, or is that getting stopped out by these low-end strategies? So high end versus low end will always be my question for this premiere specifically. What about you? What do you think the preference is for players today?
Well, what I'm thinking is if Outback Sunset makes it, I might need to go get myself a bloomin' onion when this is all over.
Wait, this is making me kind of hungry. Yeah.
I would love for that to happen, and then go get a bloomin' onion and celebrate even if they don't win. But I also, we've seen 2 of them on stream and they looked kind of different. I assume Gwendolyn was not on the Werepet package that Cobalt was. So, can we get a third variant? Can a third variant show up in the room, please? That's really what I want to see. Outside of like, where's Waylance? Waylance was in top representation in terms of fish variants. We haven't seen it hit the board. You would think in a format where 9 of the cards in your opponent's deck all get milled by Waylance, and they're like the 9 most important cards, that like Waylance would be doing some serious work, and it has just not shown up yet.
I imagine, similar to Adam's list from the previous tournament, that Waylance being popular is more of a consequence of the maybe the side deck, right? Maybe players played it in testing and said, I'm not as good as our top players, so I'll get it when I need it. I'll have it in the side just in case. Alternatively, maybe a lot of those players attempting to repeat the success of someone like Adam says, you know, this card will actually do it today, but I keep on getting stopped by whales, Galaxy Champ or OG. You know, you could take the trades and swing in there. So I think there is maybe some tech play that might be stopping this nasty 2-drop from wreaking havoc. But on that note too, one thing I would think would be more prevalent would be Narpoon Champ. You know, Narpoon Champ turban into those whales. You have plenty of Nexus material with the fish on board. So, I mean, there's an idea.
I mean, hey, at the start of Livestream, everyone was terrified of Necklace of Aphrodite. Because Necklace of Aphrodite, equipped to opponent Elestral, kill it with Waylance, mills every water Elestral in the opponent's deck.
That's right. We still have one more chance for the funny whale combo.
One would imagine in a format where 25% of your opponents are on water piles that some person would come along and perchance think that maybe we should resurrect this combo we doom and gloomed about at the start of the format. It hasn't happened yet, but I mean, like, come on, someone out there's got a Necklace of Aphrodite and a Waylance in their deck. I believe in it.
It is really funny to think about that, right? Because that was something that players can do and could do, and so we haven't seen a lot of these more quote-unquote ancient live stream techs come into play here, right? I'm saying ancient now, knowing that it was only, what, like 4 or 5 months ago at this point that we had our first open for the format.
Yeah, we really have to dig into the archives for this one, Swole. We got the forbidden section of the library where every conversation about Waylance occurred at the reveals of Livestream.
Yeah, exactly. We got to dust off those videos and go nuts with it. Evo Vamp, I'm so sorry, you're an unk now. The win is so long ago that we could write it in stone tablet.
Yeah, well, I mean, apparently we're going to be writing them in gemstones now. I don't know how much you've seen about
the
new TP packs.
I love the gems. I think the gems is such a cool, inspired design. I was a big fan of the marbles before. You know, we're really building upon this sort of like thematic idea. So I cannot wait to get my hands on some marble cards. And I know this was in one of the big reveals for Sunstrike, but Soul Fury is so cool. Oh, big fan.
Oh, fire discard coming to a clash near you. We've seen it in live stream. We saw some crazy discard Smeltung enchant to Ursadin, get out Majursa backflip shenanigans, right? And Soul Fury says, don't backflip, just Soul Fury.
Legitimately, I mean, hey, listen, Up in Flames is one of those things that I think we will see rise again. One of those things that we will see go nuts. But I think in the meantime, what we're going to take a look at here is some of the top 16 players combating for today's big win and for those qualifying points to make it to Worlds. Again, this is the last tournament of the season before Worlds, and so a lot of our competitors are fighting for a little bit of glory, a little bit of pride, and of course, that champion Centaur today.
All right, Spicy Sausage in the top there, which is critically important for Kay and I personally to get them a victory so we can interview them and figure out what happened.
Of course, yeah.
Justin T in the top again, maybe doing the run back to bring it all the way. Lightbringer being a name I'm not familiar with. Excited to see if they make it, and what is the cook they're on today. Being in position 3, they're probably pretty safe even if they do lose the next round and staying in the top 8, but it's tough with the top 8 and this many casters out here. Those tiebreakers really do matter.
Yeah, I think this is so interesting to see here because we have some, regular names like Kryber, Little Bobfish, Gwen, of course, we saw earlier. And we also have newcomers like Lightbringer. This is a name that I have not quite seen, which is kind of cool to watch. as far as this Jandries as well, up here in the top 16. So some new blood inside of the water of this fish meta. But all these players here, I think, easily could convert and to take this down. This is a very stacked tournament. We keep on seeing this over and over again. These premieres get more and more competitive, and especially down to the wire like this one. I mean, the stories write themselves here. We have the 3-time champion Justin T make a comeback here. Can the Cryo Rhino god Trenton C make it to the top again? And then we have Spicy Sausage is an OG. You know, this is an old school player coming in here to prove that they've still got the talent. You know, and I think that any one of these players I'm looking at here over time, this is going to be a crazy top 8.
And we have gotten production confirmation that this is Lightbringer's first premiere. So another one of these amazing stories where someone shows up and just goes to town in their first ever premiere. We love to see that.
Incredible. It's actually a really cool thing. We keep on saying it over and over again that Elestrals has this like big storied history of premiere winners. One being repeat premiere winners is a very hard thing to do. You know, we looked at the timeline before previously of our season and not a lot of repeat names on there. Then in addition to that, oftentimes this can be someone's first premiere at all that they can go and, you know, convert to the top cut and, you know, match hands and spirits with some of the best players in the game. So I think it really just speaks to a lot of the dedication, the grind, and of course, the skill set necessary to compete in Elestrals that, you know, a lot of players can come in here and wreck shop. So brush up on some knowledge. They were talking about what I do to stay fit, and it's run away from most new players because I'm actually terrified more of them than I am of Bean Soldier, you know?
That makes sense. And I mean, we're getting fed a little more information from production that apparently the only loss that Lightbringer had was against Trenton themselves. So maybe they will get the run back at the end of today, should they get to meet at the top. But we'll see. They're talking about storied Elestrals history. If you go undefeated in Swiss, you're always doomed in top 8 every single time. Every single time.
Yeah, you're telling me. Well, I mean, we could see a first, right? I think we've only had one individual maybe go undefeated as a whole throughout the entirety of the Elestrals run. I'm not even sure if that's true, but
I think we've had 2 times that someone went entirely undefeated, if I'm remembering my statistics correctly. But more often than not, an undefeated person in Swiss gets knocked out in round 1 or 2 of top 8.
Yeah, that's the top cut curse, baby. That's sometimes how the Nexus circles the sky, so to speak.
The Nexus circles the sky. Yes. Nexus of Harmonia will give +5 to your win ratings, but then when you make it to top cut, you have to expend 2 wins.
Yeah,
so.
No, circling the sky is what we call it on the desk here when we're trying to, you know, buy for time during a judge review. We're just really trying to circle the point here. Yeah.
Hopefully draw into an interesting topic with the spirit we nexused.
Yeah, absolutely. So for this last round here, you know, we've been seeing some of these honestly, I think overall a consistent theme I've been seeing out of this tournament is we have not been seeing a lot of unknown factors that we normally would get. You know, the crazy brews that I think we saw in premieres past haven't really reared their heads. I think for the most part, players are truly sharpening their steel. Do you think that there's someone out there with something crazy, or is this kind of what we're getting here?
I'm sure there's a few crazy decks today. I mean, shout out Pharaoh Geist.
Sure.
But I really do think what's happening here is Fish and some of these other decks we're seeing are well understood. And going into Worlds, I think the average top competitive player has chosen a safe, relatively straightforward deck to pilot while they're in the background with the cauldron, brewing up the insanity they're going to show off in Worlds, but trying to not leak it beforehand.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, again, this might be the last time that some of these players play in this season if they have not qualified for Worlds. So some players might be going all out. But I know for a considerable number of even those top 16 players we just looked at, that could very much be the case where those secret testing circles are going nuts right now. And even the notes and stats from this premiere, I'm sure will be influencing this stuff later. So yeah, I'm hoping that Worlds will be a crazy firefight of some of the hidden strategies we have not quite seen, along with these sort of certified decks that they know players are comfortable with. It's also the kind of the point of it too. Is a lot of top players will say, "Well, I've been playing fish good. Let me fish."
And that might just be what happens. Maybe Fish just shows up to Worlds and takes over. I'm putting my bets on Dallas 2.0. Everyone is going to think they're going into a game of all fish, and then like only 10% of decks are going to be fish or something silly.
See, that's the really funny part, is that players metagame themselves into no one playing fish. That would be incredible. That'd be absolutely incredible.
Everyone's on like Moorfrost Waylance, and they're like, okay, well, Waylance stops the fish, and then the Moorfrost builds a wide board, and then it's just mirror matches of Moorfrost Waylance, and they're like, oh man,
They're like, oh god, well the Waylance knows my Moorfrost. Like, oh wait a minute, we're back to this meta. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I would hope so. I'm down to see what our casters cook and who I get to play against on the opposite side of the table. I don't get the luxury of sitting out and letting everyone else do the work on this one. So I'm terrified to see what I can play against, truthfully.
And we have gotten some more production information here. We have a slight delay getting round 7 started, which means, fortunately for all of you, you get to listen to Swole and I just absolutely go off the rails here as we find ways to fill the time today, which is, I'm sure, all of your favorite parts of a premiere. Wouldn't you say, Swole?
I mean, I would say so. I mean, one of the things that I think we have the advantage of, luckily, between you and I, is not having we have an infinite amount of things we can yap about on the game in the meantime. So luckily, yeah, I think
I got a whiteboard just off screen here. Like, worst case scenario, I'll start like drawing diagrams of combos or something.
I mean, there's this big oopsie written on that right now, right? That's kind of what we're.
Oh, yes. Do you think you know what the oopsie was Julian was trying to communicate?
I have no clue. I can't tell if that was oopsie from the opponent or if that was oopsie from Julian on that level, because wasn't it that the Dash Rabbit came back in the first place? So I don't understand what was going on. That could just be for us here trying to communicate back to us.
Yeah, I mean, pro tip, get a whiteboard card and just like write random things on it during the clash, and then you'll just give us infinite things to like debate over when we're like, why did they write apple? Like, what was that?
Just confuse us endlessly is really the key there. Just say to themselves, well, I know this clash is really interesting. I know they're really trying hard to discern what our plays are. I'm just gonna say, I'm gonna say apple, and that's our safe word, and it just triggers us into thinking, oh, wait a minute, what's going on?
Well, Swole, I know you probably have your own secret sauce for Worlds, but I wonder if you have any ideas about fish. Like, if someone is newer to the game and they have to go against fish right now, what is your anti-fish mech tech?
Ooh, well, I'm so glad that we've established this new game on the desk called Swoleax's Tech Corner, where we get to discuss and talk about relevant meta strategies and potentially how to counter them. There is, I think, a lot of things you can do against the fish deck, right? Obviously, things like Dense Fog. It's as simple as that. You can turn off stats as well as do cool battle tricks with a lot of different types of Elestrals. And it turns out that can hit a lot of different decks, not just fish, not just the Magneros that can sink them down to 3s and 4s. You can also hit Solar if you really want to. Or again, Locagon pops back up again. Dense Fog is in there. Personally, I'm a big fan of Synectar Champ being able to go into the Poison Nectar. Poison Nectar, the Poison Nectar's Chalice, right? You can negate the draw, and that removes cards on the board too. Very powerful and very searchable with the Synectar. On top of that as well, if you want to go into the PTA Artemis's Arrow, we talk about it right now, undervalued. I could not agree more. It is Mini Zeus and can help swarm the board with Champion Spectaris if you're on the Lunar package. There's a lot of different ways that decks have the ability to handle these fish. And so that's probably just a couple of immediate ones I can think off the top of my head. Cryoblast too, we've been seeing that, but
To double click on the Cyanectar again, I think the average player totally forgets there are other search targets for Cyanectar that aren't just Poison Tipped Arrow. It's Poison Tipped Arrow, Poison Chalice, and Poison Tunic, right? It can search all of the poisoned cards, basically.
Correct.
So I don't know. Maybe there's the Nexus brew there. The Poison Chalice is one thing. Well, what if you put a Poison Tunic on and then go to town?
Yeah, Poison Tunic could be pretty good. A lot of those decks do get into also very dangerous spirit territory. So Wasp Ivy was always something to look out for. A lot of players were opting to go for that strategy last Premiere. And so there's a lot to be said about potentially that popping back up again and being a way to answer and contest these 5 bodies because you have your 8 on board now, right? And there's a lot of different things under the surface that players are exploring there.
Yes, just under the surface. I mean, I guess Wasp Ivy is also a great answer into Fish because, like, no back row, and I'm an 8. Good luck, have fun.
Yeah, it takes care of so much. And typically, too, those decks don't necessarily want to splash too many spirits together. We did see Cryoblast a few times pop in here, and that gets a little more popular. There's native answers in the form of Galaxy Champ, so yeah, it's a little bit of a give and take. But
you can Galaxy Champ my Wasp Ivy. You'll pay 5 spirits for the honor.
Hey, alternatively, we can just turbo into some 7s. I heard there's a Pulveror tactic that I know is sinking in there for the Lunars.
Hey, one of these days, man, all of the lunar pieces are going to come together. I'm telling you, we're right there. Every single set, I'm like, this is the set we get like the 1 lunar card we need to go off to the races. I'm actually really excited about Havacub, Champion of Dionysus, because it is actually just Nabi 2, if you think about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you hit something with it, you go into Pulveror. If you enrage it, bonus, you get an attack boost. You don't even have to go into Pulveror. You just stick Thyrsius on it and go to town. Thyrsius plus Havacub, Champion of Dionysus, is an 8.
It's honestly insane. On top of that, too, the Havacub can get up to like the insane base stats when it's enraged. So you can now have a battle trick in the form of the Dionysus Madness to just, instead of dazing your opponent to stop their attack, you can still hit in and enrage for a 6, so your fish doesn't do anything to that.
Enrage for a 6, drop the Pulveror. Let's go.
It's simple as that. Now, I think the new cards from Sunstrike do have my brain cooking a little bit. And we still have a little bit of time until Worlds, just a little bit under a month. But these reveal seasons have got me super, super hyped. Big fan of most things on the Solar side. Big fan of things I've seen from the Thunder side. And of course, talk about Dougie and Dugabus. Earth could be back in a very silly way. It's always been there, but these 2 cards are so interesting to me.
Hey, I mean, Dougie being able to send Earth cards to the Underworld, which you can then bring back with Gigaflora or Giraflora, Champion of Demeter. Yeah.
Now we're cooking combos specifically for PK, and now that's maybe a little bit too dangerous. We can't give him hope on these decks.
I am legally registered as a lunar caster that moonlights as a water caster, but the real answer is I am practically an earth caster. Every single format, an earth deck ends up being my favorite deck somehow.
It's, it all comes back to earth. There's a lot of ways that we can just continue to revolve around it, no matter what divine we end up picking. It's just the fact that Demeter calls for us all and is just the absolutely right choice. And speaking of that too, we do have someone who is an innovator inside of the Earth space themselves. And typically, I think Earth space is probably the best descriptor of that Earth lunar and some of the early adoption of these killer Earth decks. We have setting up for our feature match today. Justin T is coming back here in a big way. Andrew, I know last time we saw Justin T pilot this Antitan deck to kind of an insane success. This thing was not on anyone's radar and was doing numbers. What are your thoughts here on that?
Antitan to the moon. I keep saying you can't get away with it, Swole. I'll give you Antitan. If Antitan takes it today, you get that one.
Let's go.
Unbegrudgingly.
Yeah, no, I'll take the retroactive pick. It's I haven't seen Snowlit yet. That's the biggest flop I think I've seen, but no, absolutely. I mean, outside of that, though, I know it might be sad to see the lunar element taken out of that deck, but the synergies themselves work out really well.
Hey, maybe Suppression Antitan is here today. You don't know.
That's true.
Spectrous Champ is one of those cards that's going to go crazy someday soon. But what we know is crazy is our 2 casters' records here. What are we looking at in terms of records, Swole?
Well, we're talking a little bit about Justin T. Again, a 2-time Premier Champion and a bunch of Premier Tops under their belt. And Lil Bobfish here coming in hot with a few tops themselves. And for the Cards HQ, it's kind of one that I know I was put onto the radar of Bobfish before. A lot of great players are coming out of that region and also were there at the store. Again, this is one that Bo took down themselves. And so I think seeing Cards HQ as a top is very interesting to me because, one, it does mean that they were, clashing spirits with some of the best players in the game, period. but then also to make it back into this deep in the round with this record against one of the two-time Premier champions, I think we're going to be in for some high-level play here from both sides. It's just a question of what kind of deck are these casters choosing to bring in this. So, Justin, we had theories about an End-Titan deck before, but you think they could be back to Earth Lunar?
Hey, I hate to interrupt, but do you see what I see next to Lobefish's deck in the corner there? It's the Gambit coin.
Wait a minute. Are we full Lunar again? We cannot be Gambiting again. Oh, wait. No way.
Oh, man. All right, they're going to determine who goes first here, but I really hope the Gambit coin wasn't a bluff and that we will see Gambit pop again on this stream.
It was similar to the Apple and the Oopsie. You know, it's just there to confuse us and to tease us, entice us for the match. I don't know. I'm too jaded to believe that it could be Gambit again.
I'll have hope for us both, Swole. I'll have hope for us both.
Absolutely. Well, I'll be hoping for End-Titan then. How about that? I'll pick for the End-Titan side of things. We can maybe see a run back and Gambit. But maybe Gambit will just hit the End-Titan. You know, maybe we'll best of both worlds.
Well, not if there's a bug on board.
Doubtful. I'll say doubtful on that one. The amount of times I've seen that happen? No way. I'm hoping for that one too. Honestly, that's kind of the neat part about the End-Titan deck specifically is like there's so many different ways that these casters can configure these just absolutely unbeatable board states. But time and time again, we've seen those board states broken and created. And so let's see if Bobfish in the action can take it down versus Justin T, and previous two-time Premier champion. Both 5-1 on the day. Both these casters are fighting for that top 8 slot.
Justin will be going first here, so we'll get an early look to understand whether or not they are going into End-Titan. We see a mulligan from our fish friend over here, though, and I see one solar. I don't see what the other spirit is, so immediately I am very curious to know, are they also on the Pharaohgeist brew today?
Maybe the Australians did a recruit outside of the Down Under, and that'd be very interesting to see. Alternatively, we did see Celestlio Fortel in the top representation today, so we could be watching another run of a deck that we haven't seen in quite some time. I think that would be very cool to watch if this is maybe both solar that we've seen expended for the mulligan.
All right, Justin starting out here with a Cyanectar, that beautiful reverse hollow stellar. Now the question is, what do they get here? On turn 1, it's always normal PTA, right? And we do see the normal PTA.
We were slight hoping for the Artemis's Arrow side of things. Yeah, Justin's pretty partial to, I think, the OG PTA as just like the base. And going first here, it is functionally removal. It's also functionally a 6 now for this Cyanectar champ. 2-set back row from Justin. And this is looking like a very old school Elestral start. You know, you have a decent advantage Elestral and then some back row. Not a very flashy turn.
No, I mean, if you adjust your glasses a little bit there, I think that's Elichik and 2 back row I see.
Oh, there's, I might need to adjust my glasses a little more for that. If my sight doesn't mistake me, that is Solar Enchanted Apollo foretelling Lumaru, Gorgons, and another Lumaru.
Okay, so we've pretty much confirmed now this is either Celestlio or Pharaohgeist.
Ooh, okay. So, you know, oddly enough, too, this Lumaru does contest the Poison-Tipped Arrow or this Cyanectar champ. And it's funny because while this Poison-Tipped Arrow, I think, could be used on either, you know, Pharaohgeist, if that touchdown, if this is that deck at all, you have to respond to this Kangaroo.
Yep. If Justin is on End-Titan again, Lumaru is actually really scary because Lumaru milling your one of Ardvarum is just game over for your plan.
Ooh, and there's the Solar Burst too coming down, the one of now. Foretelling 4. Of course, we know Lumaru is on top. Solar, the Guardian of Light, a Pandora's Box, and a Gorgon's Gaze, sending the Lumaru to get rid of the Cyanectar.
We found the Pandora's Box, Swole.
It's been here the whole time. Wait a minute. You know, it was really funny not seeing it for a couple rounds. I was questioning if players were off of it.
Yes, we saw in the stats that it is much less common right now, although in many side decks. But what we'll see here is Lumaru poke for 1, poison tipped arrow off of Justin. Globalfish probably feeling pretty good about that. That Lumaru effectively doing 3 damage to Justin on this turn.
Yeah, it's still a little sketchy because of the foretells, right? You only saw runes in the rest of that foretell. You kind of had to send the Lumaru back. So unless Bobfish has in hand a couple more Solar Elestrals, we could start to see a expended draw for a couple turns.
I have to imagine that Solar Burst send Lumaru is a vote of confidence that there are bodies in hand.
Yeah, versus taking the tempo play. And
There's the Hermes.
The Hermes, a big confirmation that potentially this could be that anti in the Hermes list that Justin was running back from the previous premiere. Let's see what Hermes decides to send.
Are we going carry on? Are we going to the buggy races here?
Well, main deck Pandora, as we know from Bobfish too. Justin's got to be careful about that one. That is a pretty decent counter to this Hermes play. And we know it's not coming for at least a couple turns, but that could be very scary in these subsequent games here.
I believe there was a Gorgon's Gaze that Lobofish had in their foretells, which I imagine is what they put on top.
Yeah, it's always a safe bet to assume, right? Because Gorgon's Gaze is universally one of the better ones. And I guess we weren't quite sure if Justin was going to be in this Hermes list as a carry-on comes down.
Carry-on might indicate that the Ardbud is in hand.
Ardbud, I mean, pretty major combo here. And I think instead we're going to go for an attack position Aviolith.
So Justin here is saying, I'm going to value the damage. They lost 3 damage effectively dealing with that Lumaru. Now they're going to poke back with their own 3 damage, 2 on the Aviolith, 1 on the Carry-On.
Yeah, this is so tricky if you're Bobfish because a shield doesn't feel particularly great. And a Gorgon's Gaze, even, you're starting to waste resources away from this pretty wide board. And if you are looking to predict on who's going to take this one after some insane spirit swapping here from this shield bouncing back the Aviolith, you can head over to twitch.tv/Elestrals and vote now on, do you think this Hermes deck, it can take out Solar, or is Solar going to shine too bright for Hermes to handle?
Sending the Aviolith back there is a really interesting choice, don't you think, Swole? Because unless there is a way to remove the Hermes, it's just coming back.
Yeah, and I guess maybe the other idea is you don't want to leave it on board for a potential heal, right? But I think you kind of don't have a choice there outside of taking damage, and you don't have any more removal from Solar Burst. So no, I'm with you on that one. It's a little tricky, especially because shield. There's no satisfying shield in the Hermes deck, is there?
Not really, I guess. We're going to hit an Ardbud, a Spineth, and a Carry-Off of the mills from Lumaru, though. Those are pretty good mills to have hit off of Justin, but nothing that is crippling, I think.
Yeah, and then the Carry-On is a little annoying because that one, it's like, if you play a third one, then that's great. You have the extra fodder for it, but now you have to find a way to shuffle it back with something like a Carry-Off champ, which can be a little bit tricky in terms of interrupting combo lines. So still very good value from Bobfish overall. See how Justin responds here. You still have the 2 spirits on that Hermes to send the myriad of toolbox options. What do you think that they could be mulling over?
I don't know. I feel like I would just windmill slam the Aviolith again, poke for 2, and say, hey, yeah, kill my Aviolith and give me spirits back on my Hermes, please.
Yeah, I mean, you're up in such a big spirit advantage here, right? It's really funny. Normally we don't see Hermes in this position.
Yeah, Hermes way up on spirits today.
Things never uttered by Elestrals casters in our lives.
So we are going to use the Hermes, even though we did windmill the Aviolith, which is quite strange. I imagine you would have left the Hermes for the inevitable heal back from the Aviolith, but instead we're going to send another Aviolith here and widen even further the spirit advantage. Quite an interesting move when you're already on double the spirits of your opponent. But hey, far be it from me to question Justin T.
I wonder too if the idea is if you have the ability, or rather the search, to get another Hermes or have the Hermes in hand, that could be a little. You don't have the wind spirits for it. It is kind of hard to say how many you have.
A shield now would also be much more devastating because the Aviolith wouldn't be free anymore.
Right, and still you're taking the damage either way. Bobfish going down 2 spirits, and this is starting to get very expensive for Bobfish. Solar does not like to be in this position. But a Royal Lotto coming in here.
Ooh, okay. And what we saw was a Guardian of Light from Bobfish there. So they stopped the attack and actually healed.
Yeah, that's gonna end up mattering, just taking some small points of advantage. Royal Lotto is such an interesting tech.
Yeah, that's going to perhaps buy them time. Just Royal Lotto allowing you to foretell when an attack is declared. If there's a Solar Celestial there, you can add it to hand and stop the attack, both protecting you and giving card advantage. The average caster just stops attacking once Royal Lotto hits the field. So even if Justin T doesn't give advantage, Bobfish is buying time with this Royal Lotto.
And buy time indeed. This Pandora's box was exactly what we saw foretold. And we get to see a mill of a Spy Nymph and also a Nectar Champ. Those are starting to hit a little more of these starters that would get Justin back in the game. And yeah, Royal Lotto, El Diablo Nuevo, is a little bit dicey to deal with now. Nice fish tech too, by the way. Speaking of that, I think this is a kind of underrated card for this format.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Justin T comes back from this. The difficulty being that even though they can still do Hermes here, they will lose it because I think we've seen all of their Aviolith champs now.
Yeah, the 2 of, and we have the Neblio coming in here, or rather foretelling off the Apollo to grab the Neblio. I think that was a Temple of the Sun, and
that looks like a Plucky that's being added.
Plucky being added, other 2 stacked on top. I guess searching the Lyre here is very interesting. True to form Solar deck here.
I think the most valuable part of this is going to be bringing heals online. If there's another Guardian of Light back there, Bobfish will be able to get a double heal off of it. The Plucky Champion, if you're not familiar, lets you heal back Solar every time a Solar rune is played.
And one thing here too is we know that Temple being on top allows for an additional amount of healing. And I guess you're trading the Spirit for 1 on, something with the Lyre, but now we have access to Heliolith potentially if that's in hand at all. You can use another Lyre since we know that's in deck for another Plucky as some sort of removal. This is a really good position to be in. Royal Lotto effectively being a counter rune on legs.
Let's see here. We're going to see an Asked Rabbit from Justin here. We've seen Asked Rabbit a few times today. Swole, are you a original Kickstarter Asked Rabbit man or a Clash Full Art Asked Rabbit man?
Big fan of the original Kickstarter ones. These ones will live in my deck forever. They're so beautiful. Love the artwork, and the feel of them is incredible. I love the Kickstarter one too. The full art's nice, don't get me wrong, but I have a special place in my heart for these rabbits. And yeah, speaking of counter runes on legs, this thing is the Justin T special, being able to enchant the rabbit and go nuts. A little dangerous still too, though, because we know that Bobfish plays Lyre natively, so just like Champ Whale, this rabbit might not be long for this earth.
Yep. Justin probably feeling a little safer having seen a Lyre be played already, unless Bobfish can find another Plucky. We know the Lyre is not on top of the deck, so it would have to be in hand already.
Well, in addition to, we have the Temple. For Temple being able to buff the Plucky to a 6.
Oh, that's right.
Be very scary. And if there's a Lyre too, Royal Lotto then becomes a 3. Ooh, this is getting dicey. And Justin's down to 6 spirits here too. That is back to being even. We thought that Bobfish was down for so long.
Well, Bobfish was down for a while, but never count out Apollo. They have foretold the future and have many machinations in place.
Yeah, this is the only way. We have to be down to half the spirits of our opponent to win this one. Bobfish is casting out that Stadium rune, allowing Plucky to be a 6 and contest the rabbit.
Yeah, Justin T will have to make a good call here. I mean, you can shield this Plucky, perhaps. That's going to be expensive when you're so low on spirits, though. Madness is a decent option, though. That's going to stop the Plucky in its tracks for at least a turn. But Justin is going to have to get an answer to this Royal Lotto soon.
And one thing too is that while the solar deck is playing cards like Plucky for some advantage or some Guardian of Light for some healing, it's still up in the air if Bobfish is on Ambrosia, right? Which I think we know Justin to be on historically. So Justin could also just be waiting for a chance to strike with a couple Ambrosia, let me pop off with a combo. And Rhineup's a pretty good start of that. Rhinup to grab back a second Hermes, and now things can start to get a little dicey.
Do we got the second Pandora's box, Bobfish?
Second Pandora's box would be huge here. Alternatively, too, now we can represent a Spinosect, which I think helps clear the board from Justin, not kind of circumventing that Royal Ottle.
Yep, Spinosect would be a good pivot here. I believe Justin has enough spirits for that. None of this matters because Lobofish is going to slap down the Gorgon's Gaze, stopping the Spy Nymph in its tracks.
Ooh. And so interesting to Gorgons now versus potentially on a later time, but you got to keep Justin off these Hermes as long as possible.
I think the fear is maybe that there is secretly a third Aviolith in the deck, and Hermes into Aviolith the third would be problematic.
Heliolith or Hermes Aviolith the third. It's actually my college roommate. Oddly enough, it was a family name.
Oh yes.
We have from Justin here. Trickery coming in. Is this going to attempt to dodge the Gorgon's Gaze?
So this does work. We know there is a Spy Nymph in the underworld from the mills, actually, from Bobfish. So we can go Spy Nymph into Spy Nymph. Is Spy Nymph normal cast or any cast?
Spy Nymph is on normal cast, I believe.
Okay, so then I actually don't understand what the purpose is.
No, it's on any cast. You just search back and get
I was
back
just pulling it up. Yep.
new Hermes.
Okay, so there we go. Justin knew what was going on. No, it is normal cast. When you normal cast the Spy Nymph, you can search your deck for a Hermes.
Oh, interesting. Okay. I did see a second Hermes come out of the deck. So unless I'm mistaken here.
Maybe I'm reading wrong text.
No, that's the original normal cast from the Spy Nymph off of the Gorgon's Gaze. The Gorgon's Gaze didn't actually hit the original because it got dodged from the targeting from the Hermes, or from the
I see
the Trickery. Excuse me.
That makes sense. I was just confused because the Gorgons had left the field already. I assumed it had resolved.
Yeah, I think that was one of those moments where a player cast it, moved it, and Justin's like, let me respond. That makes a lot of sense. Now we're loading back up the Hermes here for our plethora of pinatas and options. We have the idea there could be a question on if there is a third Aviolith champ in the deck to heal back. And I think that would put Justin ultimately very far ahead here. And you still have to deal with this Royal Otto, though. It's such a tricky position.
Well, what's also going to be tricky for Justin is even if they go into Spy Nymph here, they're going to be leaving themselves in a very precarious position with very few spirits left. Just one good whack from Bobfish would bring the game to a close.
Yeah, and suddenly here, this could be the game-winning turn. Both players on 3 spirits individually. A lot of options still available with Hermes out, and I think this is going to come down to what is the send off of the Hermes here.
I think the only thing that does it is Spinosect.
Yeah, Spinosect to dodge the Royal Otto and attempt then to swing on the Plucky Champ is probably the idea. Yep, here we go. Disenchanting the 2 wind spirits from the Hermes. Hermes effect. We know Pandora's has been in the past. No Pandora's activation here. Sending Spinosect. Spinosect is a good start. Spinosect to Nexus Wind onto the Spy Nymph, which is not Gorgon's Gaze. Thank you, Trickery. Spy Nymph effect to disenchant. And a second Gorgon's Gaze to hit the Spy Nymph here. That's a lot of spirit investment and a lot of cards down from Justin.
Okay, I mean, That puts Lobofish on 1 spirit, so a little bit behind Justin. But if that prevents Spy Nymph from doing Spy Nymph, then that's all that matters, really.
Ooh, and there's a Plucky coming down here too to search out potentially another Lyre, which the Lyre of Apollo effect to boost the attack and defense of the Champions of Apollo, I think is way more scary here with 2 Lyres out than the general attack swapping.
I think you are correct on that one, Swole. This is, I think with the right sequencing, Bobfish might have this locked up. It really depends on what that back row Justin has is.
Yeah, classic case too of these sort of decks. The Gorgon's Gaze coming down here from Justin saying, this is the right moment. I cannot allow for a full board clear. And you still have a Plucky, which is a 6 attacker. And that's, oh wow, what do you hit here? Got me the Spy Nymph, take that down.
Yeah, and the other Plucky still gets +2 from Lyre, right? So it is going to be a 4 still, which is still not the greatest thing to have to deal with.
Yeah, 4, the Royal Lottle gets you the attack negation as a Hermes gets disenchanted here. Justin T is going to send. Is this the 3rd Aviolith champ? Are we about to see it? There it is.
That's what it has to be. I think nothing else would have done it here.
Yeah, the interesting part here too is that if this is, let's say, an Antitan package from Justin T, we did see the Ardbud get milled earlier, that you can, in theory, just use the raw stats of the of something like the Ardvarum or the Antitan. With a carry-off champ coming down here, the big body with a Thunder Wind enchant?
Well, I think what maybe is happening here is Justin's just going to attack and say, better foretell it.
I think we know that there is some Solar Lustral still left. That's a Champion Exaltos, a Glimbat in the deck.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Justin.
You know,
Yeah,
this is one of those things. Maybe you leave the Glimbat on the bottom here.
I think you put the shield on top, right? And you go, good luck.
Yeah, you take the Exaltus and that Exaltus becomes very, very scary. Glimbat and the shield. Shield now can contest this this carry-off champ, but still, again, 8-bodied stat is very hard with only 1 spirit to deal with.
I'm trying to think here. You ascend into the Exaltus maybe, so it has 2 spirits on it, and then foretell somehow, so you get the +3. I'm not seeing how you get over the 8 immediately.
Yeah, you'd have to go for, because the Lyre of Apollo buffs it by 2, and then the Stadium buffs it by 1, making that make it a 6, and then you foretell to make it an additional 9. Yeah, that's tricky.
Oh wait, we're just going to put all the spirits on it.
Yeah, wait a minute. Talking about the siphon mechanic from earlier, going to school here, saying I don't need to foretell with Royal Lottle. I can just go for this 3-body buffed up by the Stadium. So by 3 up into a 6, plus it becomes an 8, which now crashes with this.
Crashes and does damage.
Crash does a single damage and then Plucky in for 1. Ooh, this is down to the exact wire. Bobfish on a 5-body, 0 spirits left. We know shield might be back there from his foretells.
It won't do anything though. Well, Bobfish on a 6-body, not a 5-body, right? Because the temple is still in play. Oh my god,
the temple. You're right. Can the Antitan deck navigate this 6-body? This ended up paying out in dividends the tiny Solar Elestrals that could.
So, can you believe we are still in game 1 of this match?
I know! All right, looks like not anymore. That's going to be a scoop here and a concession from Justin T over on to Bobfish, taking down game 1 against Justin. I was sitting there thinking the same thing. I'm like, there's no way these casters can have anything left still, right? I'm running through the Rolodex of both Hermes and Solar, and I'm like, I don't know. But wow, what an interesting first game. Talk to me about the Solar tech plays here.
I mean, this is super interesting. when we were looking at the card stats earlier, I was saying, hey, 6 plus 7 doesn't equal the like 17 solar cards we're seeing represented in the top here. I think Bobfish might be, when I said like, hey, I hope we get to see what the other brew is. I think Bobfish is the other brew. You're playing like low to the ground value solar, where it's like, here's all of these 1-drops that do helpful things for me. Like, sure, I'm not going to drop a Celestleo on you, but good luck getting over 2 Pluckies that are 6s.
Yeah, that's one thing that people, I think, forget about Solar after the advent of the Celestleo build. It's like, yes, Celestleo is really strong, and yes, Celestleo is a game ender, but Solar's got a lot of really great toolbox options inside of it, and it's just about the sequencing. It's about getting a little bit lucky with your foretells and having those back row to back it up, right? Those 2 Gorgon's Gazes were back-breaking, the Guardian to heal back to make sure you had just the right amount of spirits in there. I think this was a showcase that Royal Lotto still has hands. You know, this thing's a little bit of an evil card. But I think from Justin's end, what do you think Justin's looking at for side deck options into this matchup?
Oh, that's really tough. I mean, I feel like the Hermes and Titan brew is already pretty competent into this Solar matchup. They just need to see the right cards this time. You know what I mean? Like, off the top of my head, I'm like, maybe if there's a Tsunami in the side, you put in a Tsunami to like put those Pluckies in defense next time or whatever. But besides that, I feel like the deck is pretty competent and just needs the right draws this time around.
Yeah, I think that's one thing, is that this Hermes deck has all the tools necessary to take down some of the best strategies in the game already. We saw that from the last premiere, Justin be able to navigate these sort of difficult positions. And even in this game, you know, it was something that we saw where the Spinosect was the way around, but having the Spinosect in and being able to out this board and be so close, it was never truly out for either of our casters here. So I'm wondering inside this game too, if that's gonna be the same way, or are these silver bullets gonna come in to really take care of things?
We do have a judge review here, so we have a moment to chat about some of the moments in this game a little closer. I want to talk about the Gorgon's Gaze into Hermes trickery there.
Oh, yeah.
Do you think that was a Bobfish misplay? In my mind, the right time to use Gorgon's Gaze is when the Spy Nymph goes to disenchant. Ooh. Then you can stop it dead, and even if they have a trickery, they can't do the ascend. They could swap it out, but you can't ascend over the new Spy Nymph. But you're allowing them to get the Hermes if you choose to do that. Do you think stopping the Hermes altogether is the right play, or waiting until the last moment with disenchant is better?
You know, it's so funny to think about that, because the question comes down to, does your opponent have that trickery, right? And it's something that I think you can both account for and not inside of a deck like this. It's so strange. One of the only cards to do that, because trickery is such a skill-intensive and very strong card, right? I think in the game, in terms of Elestrals, one of the best cards in the game, period. But so dependent on Hermes that if they have it, it's just a question of, are they going to use it? Does your opponent who's playing Hermes sees that they can dodge things like this too? So again, I don't think if you're Bobfish, I think it's maybe okay to let them get the Hermes, but if Justin didn't have trickery there, I think that's maybe the better call. Is you don't let them have it, and that's so tricky. Yeah, I mean, to the namesake, right?
I mean, in Bobfish's case, they had the second Gorgon, so they probably felt pretty safe doing the initial fire. Because if it works, it's even better, right? But yeah, I don't know. I think maybe I'm just stingy with my Gorgon's Gaze, much like an RPG player who just like fills their inventory with potions. Like when I was new to Elestrals, I would fire a Gorgon's Gaze at like the first chance I got. I'd be like, oh, that's an effect? No, it's not. And as I've matured in my Elestrals playing now, I'm like, this is Gorgon Gaze will sit here until I think it will cripple you.
You know, I was thinking about that the other day, and this is Unk status once again, but I was legitimately thinking, like, you know, we used to fire off Gorgon's Gazes or attacking, like stopping attack, just to keep the body on board. That rarely happens, I feel like. I mean, it happens, it's a thing you can do, but, you know, so far are the days of that we say, oh, yeah, my Sorlet that got put into defense position, I'm going to use now the Gorgon's Gaze to stop that. That way I can just keep the raw stat on board. It's very funny, but yeah, Gorgon's Gaze used to be the most fireable card. Now it has to be held for those right moments, because I think a lot of decks can even play around it.
Yeah, well, I mean, clearly they can if you have some trickery up your sleeve.
Yeah, if you're one of the greatest cards inside of the entirety of the game. The impact of that trickery heard around the world truly. It's a nice tech play option that you think you have for the Anti-Titans Hermes deck. For the Solar deck, too, I think the Royal Lotl was maybe the MVP there, stopping some of those key moment attacks. What do you think?
I think it bought Bobfish a lot of time, and at the last moment there, Justin saying better foretell it. It allowed Bobfish to get the game-winning Exaltus into hand. I mean, that's the tough thing with Royal Lotl is, like, at some point, if you don't draw the out, you got to just gamble that they're not going to hit something. But if they do, you've just given them card advantage for their next turn, and your turn is kaput.
Yeah, that's one thing that I think is so interesting about the advent of Royal Lotl in this game, right? Because for a long time, I think it's it seems like it's a very obvious solution for some players where Solar got slower, and a card like Royal Lotl buys you time. And so it feels like a match made in heaven, but between Cryoblast and some expert key pieces of removal, Dazed and Enrage being really popular too, I think there's a lot of counterplay even in itself to Royal Lotl. But Royal Lotl is such a good answer to a lot of different things. Aphrodite, clearly against Hermes here, to end up working out. So, that's like the weird catch-22 with a tech card like that. But I do love the inclusion, because it is just so evil.
Hey, you can't Cryoblast Royal Lotl under Temple of the Sun, so...
True. Which, we're talking about the MVP individual cards. Honestly, I think the big thing was the Temple and the stat boosting and stat swapping ended up taking the whole thing further.
We're getting some updates. Apparently a larger judge review is underway. We will hold on until we get the full information. We will bring it to you as expeditiously as possible. But until then, surprise, surprise, you have landed into another moment of Andrew and Swole Yap.
Oh, no. Well... I'm glad that we get to have this chance together. All right, so Swolax Tech Corner side of it was, we're talking about how to play against fish inside of this current meta. Andrew, talk to me about some of the tech options you've been exploring here against decks like this. Or alternatively, do you have any tips for handling some of these Titans that we saw on stream, Hermes or Solar?
Here's the thing. We have come back to such a combat-focused format. Before the ban list, one observation I made about Livestream was that combat almost never happened. At one point, I actually had a notepad and I started keeping track of how many attacks actually occurred in a clash. And the answer a lot of times was 2. There'd be 2 attacks declared in the whole clash, and that was it. So really, ergo Argo, right? These kind of combat-focused tricks are suddenly really good again. And if you're a top player such as yourself who foresees this and goes, yeah, Argo is so back, baby, then that's no surprise to you. But I think there's a huge contingent of players who get their mindset in what just was, right? We were just in a format where Argo was bad because when would you activate it, right? Because you're just never going to attack.
Yeah.
And so I think coming back to these type of stat tricks with the Poison-Tipped Arrow, Artemis's Arrow, Lyre of Apollo, Argo, and really being able to control those stats. I mean, shout out Zeus, who showed up in a big way earlier today, right? Some of these stat modulation things matter a lot more, especially when you got to worry about things like Nova Core hitting the field. I mean, Nova Core is something people haven't been as worried about, I feel like, since Solar has become less popular. But it's so easy to get the Temple plus Nova Core in the native Solar engine, and it's basically an 8, right? Because it will be there under Temple, it removes something of yours. It's quite the scary thing to deal with.
That's one thing, too, I think about this format that, again, we're coming back around the stats matter. And I feel like it's always the case where chainable cards or counter runes, or alternatively, the other side of it is that the battle ends up mattering when there's less destruction, right? Locagon was pretty big for a while. We also had the Solar deck for Celestia was pretty big. And even before you even enter combat, you needed cards to help stop that particularly. So that's another key indicator, is that if there's a lot of removal in the format, aka Solar Burst, aka your Cryoblast, like your combat matters just a little bit less, right? And we're seeing it come back in a big way. I'm very much happy about that. That means our big stat bodies, our Pen Terrors, our large Volt Tempests end up mattering, and it's really, really cool to see.
Hey, maybe we see Return of Bear Buddies then. Argo plus Don't Poke the Bear with all of our new bear techs, like Earthseer, Champion of Hestia, right? That's the 4 that burns on every bear that's cast, right?
Yeah, you're telling me. Hey, listen, you're talking about anti-fish tech. You go Ursa Cole, leave an attack position, search Don't Poke. You have an option of either going Argo to boost its attack to destroy an attacked Aphoros, and or a Don't Poke that makes it a 5, crashes. That's a tech. That works.
Hey, Bear Buddies, where you at?
I think that's definitely real. I'm also happy to see the rise back on today of Solar, right? I think either between the Outback Sunset or even alternatively this kind of Foretell deck, a little more low to the ground, is really cool to see players cooking back with. It's got a lot of really great tools in its arsenal, just like any other deck, but there's just some things about finding that right ratio that works for you.
So one thing I'm surprised, talking about stat modulation, that we haven't seen come back into popularity is mid-life stream, I guess I would call it. Toxiri became a real consideration that showed up pretty frequently. Because Toxiri searched Dinchfog. Dinchfog is actually super helpful. Woe -2/-2 upon you. Toxiri plus Specterus, Woe -4 upon you. -2/+2 upon you, I guess, technically, however you want to say it. But anyway, the point being is that, like, Dinchfog is so good into fish still, and stat modulation is getting better. I'm surprised we haven't seen someone crack back with the Lunar Suppression stat control deck.
I think it's definitely real, right? On a larger level. Argo kind of facilitates this idea that it still plays around the dense fog and stat modulation. So I think there's definitely a case to be made that it, in most cases, can come back. But it's still also a little scary to think about when you are saying, I am just going to hit with a 7 still. -2 is a 5, which still hits over my Toxiri of 4. There's definitely ways around it, and I'm with you. I love the Toxiri deck. I would love if Night Venom was back in a big way. Oh,
Night Venom. Oh.
So cool. Now we're on the lunar casting segment of this tech pause, by the way. This is how you know the judge review has gone too long, is because now we've entered into the lunar territory of our shenanigans. So no, I'm with you.
The broadcast is brought to you by Owloon Incorporated.
Yeah, there's a lunar face for that. There we go. Yeah. Someone should coin that.
There's a lunar face for that. A t-shirt designed to be sure. A t-shirt designed to be sure. Well, as a solar caster of years gone by, I say years gone by, it's been months.
Yeah, well, it feels like years.
How are you feeling about the Solar Brews in contingency today? We see Bob Fish's low to the ground strategy. We've seen Pharaohgeist. We know Celestlio has returned in the mix somewhere. What are you thinking about these kind of 3 brews as a solar caster yourself? Is there one that really stands out as like a good brew to you, or are you just waiting on the sidelines to see who kind of like tops today?
Well, I mean, out of the 3 brews and also with you, I think that we have a secret 4th one, right? And it's really this Draco Ray deck. I think we saw Law pilot this one a while back, and it's the sort of idea that combinations of cards to 7 to heal is still pretty good. I mean, we've had many phases of life stream, and I think we had at some point in time, I know, our big mid life stream crisis, in fact, where every deck is trying to decide what it's going to do post these ban lists. And so Solar being put into a position where it's more reliant on its 2 drops was something that was already there, but definitely just underexplored. And so between these different brews and these different types of Solar, I think that there's a valid option to say that they all cook in different ways. Defensively, in the form of the Pharaohgeist Outback Sunset deck, versus a more offensive heavy deck like the Celestlio Foretell. And even then, less mid-range or somewhat stat dependent with the the Draco Cockery deck. It's very strange. I think there's like a lot of different ways to build this. The one that I think is really cool that we just watched with his last match with Bobfish and Justin is that we haven't seen in a while, I guess, the artifact version of Solar, right? Where's Cybermall? Where's Plucky?
Where's Heliolith?
Where is Heliolith? That's one of the GOATs. That's a classic card. That card is so good still. And I think that is, with Argo running around, Heliolith when? Heliolith where?
Well, one thing I expected to show up, which didn't at all post banless, is basically Solar removal turbo. Basically, like play your artifacts, play your temples, play Novacore and Heliolith, and just like get those 2-drops out and remove things.
Yeah. Well, that's definitely the big case here, that with the absence of the 2 extra copies of Solar Burst, there's room for those Helioliths now to slide in and slap in the deck, and Solar is truly both the element of removal and the element of low stats. Have you read Corvashine, OG Corvashine? I don't know. How about that one?
Look, friend, we're going to play 5 2-drops. We're going to do 2 Heliolith, 2 Novacore, 1 Dracaray. And we're going to go to the races. We'll have our first light to just put the one we need on top of the deck.
That's crazy to me hearing that. Back in the day, if you were even playing 1/2 that was a large safety hazard.
Well, modern decks are so hilarious to me in some ways, because I remember the days where if you were allowed 1 2-drop in your deck, you could have 1 semi-searchable 2-drop or just 1 2-drop for fun, where you're like, 10% of games I'll just draw it and it will be funny. And people were like, we accept your 1 flex slot. If you had 2 2-drops in your deck, people are like, you might as well just concede. I don't know why you would do this to yourself. Clearly this is bad. And we have evolved into a meta where it's like, all right, so here's my brew. I have 6 multi-drops in this deck, all of which are live. And that's just a crazy evolution of the game to me.
Well, and it's so interesting that we have, I think, the highest volume of them in terms of value inside of Solar, right? Lunar might be the other one that we have just so many good quality 2-drops in, but it's just the 1-drops holding up. Dang, you can't say Fawnlet's sitting right there. Fawnlet's right there next to you. What do you mean?
Okay, Fawnlet is pretty good. Spectrus, pretty good. And then it drops off really quick. Kumalis is fine, except it only has a couple of good search targets. Toxiri is okay. We already talked about some of the problems with Toxiri. Gambit is a 4/4, and you would think that a 4/4 under Temple, which becomes a 5/5, would be good, but it's kind of questionable. There's just not that much techie 1-drops in Solar. There's a bunch of 1-drops in Lunar, sorry. There's a bunch of 1-drops in Lunar that have great gimmicks. You have Pandalent's Champ, which burns every time something is suppressed. So Lunar has so many gimmick 1-drops, which are fantastic. The problem is they don't build a cohesive strategy together.
No, I think that makes a lot of sense. And to kind of update everyone here at home from this judge review, it was very large and something that we had to kind of go over individually. There's a player that had marked cards in the deck, and so those have been identified and corrected inside of this match. We're going into game 2, and Justin will be starting off for this game. So it's still the case that Bobfish takes this first round, and after the judge review for our player having some identifiable cards in the deck, that's been corrected and shipped out, the match will end up continuing.
Well, based on how long the first match went, I'll put in an Uber Eats order here and get a pizza delivered to me as we finish out this round.
Yeah, you'll have a lot of time here between the top cut side of things, making the bracket. That's a good idea. Hold on, let me do that now myself. But yeah, let's say, can we put an order? Can I get a? All right, we're starting off here with Justin going into this game 2 with Antitan Hermes coming back in a big way. A start is really nice, I think, if you're Justin in the second portion of it. A Spinef is probably the best start, getting that Hermes online early.
The Hermes, off to the races. There wasn't a mulligan though, so nothing for Champ Aviolith to heal here. Maybe we're just going into a carry-on to fill the board with bugs for future Ardbud munching. Mini axes for Justin T to play with here.
Yeah, one thing too is that Hermes Trickery is one of these cards that is also great removal option by sending a Spinosect and then Nexusing, right? And having those two spirits under that Spino just to threaten it out. It's a little more Laurel's food, but Justin opting to go slow here. Apollo coming down from Bobfish with a Tornado, a Guardian of Light, and a Shield. Tornado. Whoa.
Oh no. Tornado is not something you want to see foretold if you're Hermes.
Yeah, that is very scary. I imagine that might have been put on top here too. You know the Hermes touches down. Oh, that's so difficult. That puts Justin in such like a weird position, but I think you just take it regardless. You just say, yeah, I'm going to take the advantage. It's so far up. Wow. How much do you think you're loading on here?
Well, I think you put just 2 spirits on the Hermes in this situation. No, I think you have to put 3, right? You do, because you have to leave the Hermes on field to like get them to use the Tornado, right?
Yeah, a little bit. Setting the 2 off from the Hermes here, just loading it up full, and end up sending the carry-on. Just opting to go for a little bit more damage here, it looks like. Unless an Ardbud coming down here, that'll be able to take care of much of the board here and maybe bait out some back row, but...
So Bobfish didn't drop an Elestral, and I don't think we saw an Elestral in what they foretold, right? So does that mean Bobfish is just going to be sitting here for 3 turns?
Well, it's funny too, as an Aviolith champ comes down, big 2-drop body, I'm sure Bobfish could be sitting on some copies of Novacore, could be sitting on some copies of those 2 drops you were mentioning previously. So that's another safety hazard for the sun. You can't stare directly too into it. And Guardian of Light will allow you to heal back those 2 from the Aviolith swings, taking a little bit more of an advantage there. And yeah, this is now a full board from Justin and a very strong lead, even though the Hermes can come down with the Tornado with the swiftness.
Is that the Heliolith I see there?
That's Heliolith and a Royal Lottle that was
Nice.
foretold. Full art Royal Lottle. El Diablo del Sol.
We have the 2-drop conga line we predicted, Swole. The Yap session was actually a foretell.
Well, yeah, you're telling me. I'm like, wait a minute. We just talked about those cards. We were joking. No, I think that let's say Liar Apollo coming down here looks like the take was the Heliolith. And do you think Heliolith bounces back the Aviolith?
Depends if the Tornado is around for stopping the Hermes from allowing the Aviolith to just come back down immediately.
Yeah, one thing too is that I think I think this is so difficult here is because there's not really an underworld to play with for trickery, but are you waiting for the Tornado to drop down as a Gorgon's Gaze gets the answer to this Heliolith?
Okay. Is the Tornado here in the room, Bobfish? It is.
Here we go. Using the Wind Spirits previously sanctioned for Tornadgen. Takes out the Hermes here. And I mean, if you're Justin, you've gotten a lot of good advantage out of that so far. I don't know if you particularly hate that because now also you can just drop down Hermes again.
Yeah, this is a tough position for Bobfish. I mean, Heliolith only being a 5. It's protected from the current board state, but Justin is 1 enchant away from Spinosect on the Spy Nymph.
Yeah, that's also part of it too, is that even if you are Bobfish and you're playing these sort of bounces and these big body 2-drops, if you're Justin, you're playing the same thing with that Spinosect. Looks like we're going Ascension here with an Earth Spirit. And there's that Spinosect, and I cannot keep getting away with it. Spinosect here to activate its effects to potentially bounce the Heliolith, but a Gorgon's Gaze in response. Do we see, well, no, actually, there's no Hermes. I'm gonna say there's Trickery, right? Surely.
Nope. The Gorgon's Gaze is going to do it here. That does a lot of good for Bobfish. That was a hard ascend on Justin's side, which means that Bobfish can probably expect this is the end of Justin's turn now.
This is a little bit of Sunstrike theory here, but Champ Hermes puts my brain on the line of Champ Heliolith, right? We gotta be getting a Champ Ares Heliolith. That thing's gotta be sweet.
My friend, give me a Champ Artemis Necrolith. Give me a 2-drop. I can drop for free a Mooner.
Wait, we're talking about the wrong lith. Other Hermes comes down here. Hermes fully loaded on this one. Beep him out the way. We have the now Tornado Safe, potentially. Sending out the removal option of the Champ Carryoff.
So that's going to be an expensive 4 spirit expend, basically. 2 off the Hermes, 2 for the Carryoff to get rid of the Heliolith.
And this Spinosect is Gorgon's Gaze. So only taking a little bit of damage if you're Bobfish here, which evens up the spirit advantage, I think, a little bit. Now back to the 7-7 count. This is still anyone's game here, and we saw Justin up very high in the last game, and so Bobfish could easily just be in a position later for it.
Yep, we know there were not a lot of Elestrals in Bobfish's future, so I'm curious to see what kind of options they have to crack back with.
Another Heliolith could do very well, and alternatively, the issue here, right, is that we have both options for a Nova Core or a Heliolith, and if Justin has another Gorgon's Gaze, it's going to be a little bit hard to play around. Alternatively, that could also be Trickery, and there's a lot in the Underworld to play with.
Yeah, Trickery into Carryoff wouldn't be bad just because it's a big body.
That's one thing that I think the Hermes deck does have a very nice advantage of, is being able to play around most any counter rooms, right? As the Foretell comes down here, and we have Nova Core and the Royal Lottle getting foretold here. That Nova Core is 1, gorgeous, and 2, that's going to be very nice in dealing with this. Unfortunately, no Hermes Trickery to destroy the Nova Core today. That was a very funny tech option that didn't quite work out for some casters.
Well, I mean, that wouldn't even do anything here in the sense that you could still just target one of the other Elestrals on your opponent's board.
Yeah, exactly. I think an open board Nova Core, or a 1v1 situation, Nova Core effect to destroy is very scary.
So for our listeners, if you're not familiar with how this works, Nova Core is non-targeting, which means you pick what you destroy on resolution, and once you activate it, you have to destroy something. If your opponent has 1 Elestral on board and destroys it, then on resolution, the Nova Core eats itself.
The true Nova Coreboros, I think is what it is.
But looks like the Nova Core gets rid of the Spinosect here and goes in for an attack, leaving Justin with just a little fly guy.
And we have Hermes Disenchant here. I imagine potentially for another Aviolith Champ just to heal back some spirits and get back ahead. Despite the fact that Bobfish is down to 3 spirits at the moment, the Nova Core being a 6-8 body, a 8-10 body under the Lyre is really scary.
Going for the Carryoff here instead to clear out the board, actually.
Ooh. That's going to be pretty expensive. I think it's going to be like you said previously, a 4 spirit turn.
But that's going to put Bobfish down to 2 spirits. So unless they get some native healing options like their Guardians of Light going here, they're going to have a hard time coming back from this, I think. We know Royal Lottle is on top of the deck, which is going to allow them to stall out again, and maybe that stalling will once again make the difference. They're going to have to stall for a good while, though, because we see an Ambrosia from Justin here, which is going to widen the gap even further in terms of spirit advantage.
Yeah, and it's one thing here, too, is that we've seen, I think, only 1 Hermes be used from Justin, so there's still plenty of space left to play with as a second one comes down here, and this now to send, I imagine, would be another Aviolith Champ to heal back.
Yep, that's what we see. I was going to say we might even see a Spinosect or Carrion just for the sake of more damage on Bobfish, but we're going to instead heal back. We've rewound the clock on Justin T's Spirit deck back up to maybe 7 spirits after Ambrosia plus this. Yeah, yep. 7 spirits it looks like.
That's right. We're back at the previous turn here, and so just a little bit of board state configuring to get you into an advantageous position. And realistically, Bobfish isn't that far out of this. Like you mentioned previously, the Royal Lottle is very scary, as this carry-on is only a 1 attacker right now with the Liar attached to it.
Yep, another Heliolith could come in. We are just going to see the Royal Lottle, I imagine, attempting to go over the carry-off here. And then the question starts to become, what type of bodies does Justin T have in hand?
Ooh, and this is also particularly dangerous because a shield on your Royal Lottle would mean, I imagine, game. And there it is, Shield of Achilles coming in here to take out the Royal Lottle, that Gardon on the artwork of the full, taking out its solar brethren in El Diablo Nuevo.
See, Gardon, good card, because it's Shield.
It's on the artwork of Shield. It is a good card, in fact. Hydrate coming down. There's the Marble Hydrate coming in here. That is a perfect little card to contest even the biggest of baddest of Solar Elestrals. And that, I think, outside of a Guardian, I think this was looking like game 2.
Is Justin on both Antidon and Hydrake, or did they smoke screen into Pinter?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you, but a lot of Hermes players last event, looking at the decks, were smoke screening, and they were playing both in the main. It was or a Navi Penterror with Hermes. There was some crazy stuff these casters were doing.
Okay, Justin T, I think, just going for style points here exclusively at this point.
Yeah, I imagine him attempting to play around either double Guardian of Light Shield of Achilles, maybe, is the idea, but that's still going to be 2 extra damage you're taking off of these extra 2 Elestrals, and the draw off the top here from Bobfish, it's got to be pretty big.
Bobfish paying off the Apollo instead of the Liar is quite the interesting choice. They must have Ambrosia in deck to have gone to draw their next card, thinking that maybe they'd hit it.
And also, they're going to be a scoop here and a concession from Bobfish, and we're going to a game 3 inside of our last round of Swiss. Both these players 5-1 right now, vying for that top slot inside of this last premiere. Justin's got a little bit of qualifying points to make up for now, and similar with Bobfish. So both these strategies taking it this far are already. I can see both these taking it down. So down to the game 3, we saw Penterror potentially sided into from Justin's deck. Talking about this one.
Well, what's interesting is we've seen the implication of 2 different 3-drops from Justin. We have seen one Ardbud hit the Underworld, and we've seen one Hydrake hit the board. And so the real question for Justin T today is, what is your deck?
Yeah, what is your deck indeed? What is your Hermes? I don't know. I think this speaks to the creativity that Hermes does allow, right? With trickery plays and with some of these different avenues and lines, the bugs that Hermes likes to play, or alternatively just the wind spirits, the raw wind spirits.
Yeah, I mean, I said it once on the stream, I'll say it again. I am a big fan of Aviolith Hard Ascendant to Pinter.
It ends up working out very well, right? And I think in those games specifically, Justin needing those extra heals whenever possible, because I didn't quite think that Solar could take the Hermes deck to such low depths. I mean, both casters were on like 3 spirits at one point in time, down to the final spirits on most of these games. So, and we were talking about previously before, that was only game 1. It felt like game 2 is also one of these games of inches between these 2 decks. Game 3, I don't know what kind of silver bullets Solar can put into this sort of strategy, but Tornado was an interesting one. What do you think?
I think Bobfish just needs to foretell better this time. I mean, I think the real struggle from Bobfish last game is they hit the thing that all Solar players hit, which is you foretell and you go, great, in 4 turns I can do something. Yeah,
it really is telling the Solar player, hey, we're going to go over this match, we're going to look at what you could have done better, and it's like, yeah, just foretell better. Just good luck here. Shuffle better, in fact. I don't know. Go on a more direct thing.
Tell your local judge that you shuffled better to get better results. Yeah, certainly that will go well.
Yeah. So what was the main difference maker today? I'm just kind of curious. Oh, I shuffled better. Oh. Sorry, I have to make a call to one giant Skyhawk real quick.
All right, our players drawing out here. I imagine Bobfish will be taking first in this round. We'll see if we get any mulligans out of this, or if Bobfish feels like they got all the bodies they need to get going here. And neither of them feel like they had what they needed. So this is going to be a game of 18 spirits.
Double mulligans, one from each caster. It's interesting because I think that there's very much a world where both casters could be seeing double 2-drops, could be seeing their oops all runes. And I think if you're Bobfish, especially after we saw the Fortellus in the last one, you cannot chance that you just do not see quality Elestrals inside of this game 3. Justin, we know, kind of had them on demand with Hermes, so you can't leave that up to chance, unfortunately.
Well, on-demand quality Elestrals with Hermes is a little questionable. On-demand Elestrals, absolutely. I'm not sure I'd carry on a quality Elestral.
Yeah, Carry On is a very, I mean, hey, we saw it last time swarm the board, and it's nice Ascension fodder at the very least. It at bare minimum, it's delicious food for Ardbud.
If it's even in the deck anymore.
That's so true. Roylotto coming in here from Bobfish. Interesting start.
Okay, so we're going to start the game by stalling the game.
Yeah, it looks like we were full steam ahead and hurry up and wait on this one. Going absolutely zilch nowhere. And a Gorgon's Gaze coming in here to hit this Spiniv. Luckily, Justin T is a Hermes player, so they always have it right now.
It's just in the hand.
Never mind. Nope. It's that one. Okay. I feel like all the times I've played against Y Rebellion or Kryber, it's always like, I'm going to Gorgon's Gaze your Searcher, and it's like, okay, Hermes. Lumaru coming down here.
Lumaru, who is simply going to mill the Pinter.
You know, honestly, this is the perfect position for Lumaru, right? We saw that Lumaru did some work last format with a bunch of these 4 breakers like Side Nectar, and Rhynymph is no Astrabbit, but a shield here is good value, I think, if you're Lumaru. You're happy to see that.
I don't know. The shield is interesting here because the Lumaru is just going to come back down 1, and 2, you know Helioliths and Nova Cores are in the deck, and now that shield's not going to be able to protect you from those bigger plays in a turn or 2.
Yeah, that's true. And we did see that kind of come in clutch the last round with the shield effectively being one of the big difference makers for that last game. And passing back to Justin here, Bobfish on no counter runes, so a Spiniv here in attack to search out a Hermes, and now having almost uninterrupted plays to get into Spinosex to play even further through this attack negation on the Fortell and deal serious damage.
Yeah, what I foretell is Spinosect to Underworld, Nexus, Ascend to Spinosect, get Roylotto out of here.
Yeah, about to say, this is about to be the case of the whiteboard card doesn't say oopsie, it says ouchie. We're going for our full Looney Tunes level of sign we're holding after this punch to the face. And we've got Hermes coming in here. There's the first step.
There's maybe a world where you even just send Carry Off here just to clear the board and save your Spinosect for the future.
Ooh, build wide and hope you don't have the Roylotto hit. I do like that play a little bit. That's a nice little section. Alternatively, the humble Aviolith champ. You know, we do this all the time. This is how many compilations can we have of Swolax and Andrew waxing like prophetic about anything, and then it's just the simpler Occam's razor, of it all. Oh, they just had Gorgons. Oh, they just had Earthquake for removal. Oh, they just have Aviolith for heal. Incredible.
I can't figure out why. Now I know the answer. I was going to say I can't figure out why the Spinosect was played in attack if that was going to be the move, and the answer was because Earthquake was in hand all along.
Justin, I was joking. Stop simply and answer us here. Give us some theory. Now removal into swing too. That's simple enough.
Now this is a weird position for Justin, in my opinion, to have spent their shield and spent their Earthquake, knowing Illumaru was in hand and about to come back down. I really feel like either a Carry Off or a Spinosect would have been better value there to save the Earthquake for a problem in a future turn.
So I think one of the mills kind of illuminated me to a potential outcome here, which is that the Lumaru being the 5-stat body is your line to Penterror. And outside of specifically Solar Burst and maybe a Heliolith play, I don't really know what you have for options against Pantera. You'd have, unless, obviously Justin have to be sporting like a Gorgon's Gaze to protect that, but now you also have the carry-off champ. Oh, you might be right. This is a pretty expensive removal for this Lumaru. Look how much value that Bobfish is getting off here.
Yeah, like I said in the first match here, far be it from me to criticize Justin T. They know what they're doing. But from the caster's desk right now, I'm confused by the amount of resources they're spending so early in the game here. Yeah,
it is also the mile-high view that we have that we can speculate over and over again. It's always like, yeah, I think they have these options available and they can do these things. They might also have Earthquake. It's, again, Occam's Razor. They might be saying, no, the simplest way for me to win here is to expend all my spirits. As a set 2, swing 2 is the call for Justin.
And we're going to get the Plucky here, so we're about to go to the races with a big 5 duck if Justin T doesn't have a response. And they do! The Gorgons has flambéed the duck.
This is so funny. Like you were mentioning previously with what is going on with this game, a Plucky getting a Liar is Gorgonzable. That is maybe very telling of what Justin's hand is.
Yeah, maybe Justin just has enough stuff going on in their hand that they know. I mean, they can just keep rabbiting. The rabbit will simply add the card they need. That's how that works.
There's a little more sculpting to do here with the rabbit. That never mind, that makes sense. Again, constantly being like, I wonder what's in the mind of our players, rabbit.
That does leave the Plucky at a 1, so yeah, rabbit can get over that, poke for 2 more. I mean, we talked about how the last 2 games were games of inches. I think Justin T maybe realized that this has been games of inches so far and just said, I'm just not going to give you an inch.
Well, one thing, too, is that this game is very much reminiscent of the old school way of playing Elestrals, which you are just trying to outvalue your opponent in these sort of tempo turns, right? And Rabbit is definitely one of the best ones for it. Very reminiscent of Heal Stall and Heal Control decks, where you had 1 turn of free, you're just up an advantage. And so milling a carry-off champ and a Hermes off those are very big.
So that means there's 1 Hermes left in deck for Justin T then?
That's right. And a Spinosect coming in here, ascending over, bouncing the Lumaru back to hand.
Did that Lumaru go to Underworld?
No, that was the Spirits of the Underworld, Lumaru back to hand.
Okay.
For that one. But this is still, the Spirits are going to the Underworld. That is a lot of damage here from Bobfish, and Justin still has plenty of Spirits to play with for back row. And I think that's it. I think that's just a concession from Bobfish here. The small movement and small motion from Justin takes it here on this one, 2-1 in our round 7 of Swiss. The final round of Swiss goes into Rabbit attack, and just a hop, skip, and a jump away from top 8. Will we see the Hermes and Titan take down more competitors in this run? I don't know. And Bobfish on Solar. And you're talking about this one. That was pretty crazy to see.
I think Justin just ended up making the right call. I would not have made the right call in his seat, it appears. Justin T realized it was a game of inches and just said, you're getting 0 inches and I will take as many inches as I can, thank you. And simply poking with 2 rabbits twice was enough to win the game.
No, absolutely. Outside of that too, I think the Lumarus could have been very clutch for Bobfish there. We saw some really nice mills into that last game, but it just came down to the first game. You saw a good mix of Elestrals and your runes. That second game, you saw oops, all runes. This last game, seemingly oops, all Elestrals. It's something that you can't quite foretell, but we were talking about previously, maybe just shuffle better.
Yeah. Well, Hermes Pantera apparently going to get to the top. I think Hermes and Titan is a lie now.
Of course. True. Wait a minute. Yeah, Pantera is the true Hermes companion. Absolutely. And again, congratulations to Justin on that one, and Bobfish for making it this far into the tournament run. We have plenty more Elestrals action to get to. We are so close to crowning the last premier champion before Worlds, our big season ender here, right before we go into the biggest competition in Elestrals history. And I'm so curious to see what our casters are going to be brewing up. We've seen Fish, we've seen Antitan, we've seen Penterror, we've seen now Solar. There's still so much on the table here, and a lot of great casters that are going to be vying for that top slot. So this is this top 8, I think, is going to be insane.
I think so as well. I think with that win, probably Justin has made it, right? They would only had 1 loss. So we'll probably see Justin there. Trenton was undefeated and will almost certainly be there. Lightbringer, assuming they continued their streak, will probably be there. So we probably know about half of the people who will be there. It'll be interesting to see who fills out the other half.
Yeah, I mean, the returning faces, the new blood, and some quality Elestrals, I think, is what I can only hope for, right? And on top of that, too, in terms of decks, I think that's one thing we talked about this previously, I'm really curious about. Is it going to be just Fish all day? Are we seeing Fish in the representation? Or our spicy tech? We know at least one Hermes player will be in attendance, so that strikes it right there. But, man, if Outback Solar can't convert, I don't know what I'll do. I gotta see it. I gotta see it. When these results finalize, I'm gonna go crazy.
Hey, the Pharaoh guys, I believe you don't need to foretell. You just need to look at the first light of the day, and that light brings you to a camel. Hopefully to the camel, and hopefully or
there's no
fire
boom bats
chicken.
in tow. A fire chicken into camel, ideally, right? I'm still yet to see that enchant Lunar ascend into the Pharaoh guys.
Of the 2 times I saw Draco Ray drop, I don't think it healed either time either.
I think I'm thinking of the Cobalt game. Cobalt definitely had to. I know that for a fact. That the Cobalt was bleeding spirits like nobody's business. That deck was expending it fast. But
yeah, I think it was maybe just in the Gwyn game. They did it so early that there were like not spirits in the underworld to heal yet.
Yeah, well, best of luck to our casters on the day 2. I know that we're getting into our last little bit here, and the top cut rounding off after a long 7 rounds of Swiss is killer. And so we can look at the top 16 here that are going to be illuminating our casters on the day. And oh my god, wait, this is about as what I thought it would be, to be honest, but also terrifying. Andrew, what are we looking at?
Well, we see Gwendolyn made it all the way to the top 8 here, so I think that means that Outback Sunset converted.
Oh my god, stop it, Australians. You can't keep keeping away with it.
We do see Lightning Bringer coming in. We see Trishula returning, Justin T making it to the top, of course, Spicy Sausage, MZ1, and Decent Shirt. I think we are cooking for a wonderful top cut today, Swole. We've seen about half of these casters in a feature match of the day already, so we know about half of what we have in store. I'll be interested to see what kind of spice, as we have been saying today, that our other half of the roster will be bringing.
Yeah, Fish and Sauce is really just the name of the game today. And some killer names here. We have Trenton, aka Sir Tractor, Trishula, Lightbringer, Justin, Spicy Sausage, MG1, Decent Shirt, and Gwen. This is a truly stacked roster. In between this, I know this is the consistent theme, but between Trish and Justin, we can't have 2 second placers here. That's crazy. I'm so sorry about that.
One of them will simply have to win, I think.
I don't know about that one. 2 bridesmaids and the bride. This logic problem we're working out can't quite be there,
The bridesmaids problem, you have a train hurtling towards 2 people in second place, and you got to flip the track.
It's a flip the track. Oh no, not the Trishalia problem. That's crazy.
Well, but interestingly, no one is undefeated going into Top Cut this time. I think for the last few premieres, at least one person has been undefeated going into Top Cut.
Yeah, which we know maybe that's a tactical move on our casters' parts. We were saying previously the undefeated curse was looming in the world, and so I don't doubt it that's also a superstition. Stevie Wonder in full effect for our casters. So we're going in.
Yeah, Trenton C just scooping a game to make sure they didn't enter with the curse.
Hey, you're telling that I'm not saying that's what happened, but I'm I'm also a betting man to say that is a small thing. We're coming back here from our top 8 bracket. This thing is incredible. We're gonna be looking at our third table here, which is someone we haven't seen in quite some time, and Trishula versus Decent Shirt. And I'm so curious, after all this time, does Trishula still got this? I guess we'll find out after a quick break.
We will. I will let you and Kay kick off Top Cut, and I'll be excited to see you all on the other side.
And welcome back, casters, to our final top 8 here of the big season before we get to Elestrals World. A lot of these top casters that are competing today will also be in attendance. But before we get into that action, I'm joined once again by the myth, the legend, Kaylin. How are you feeling after today's 7 rounds of Swiss going into this top 8, the last one of the season?
Whew, I'm so excited. I mean, this is the final premiere. We've been talking about it all day. It's a momentous occasion. Here we are going to be getting into top 8, the antepenultimate round of the entire day. And I am frankly just ecstatic. And we've had such a fun day so far. I think that one of the big things that I've been looking out for specifically is, what does this tell us about what Worlds format is going to look like? These are people's last chances, the last rounds that they have to test new theories, new brews, new, like, what if I put regular Aviolith in Hermes? What does that do? And it's been very cool to see. And I've been loving the different cookery that we've been seeing. And I mean, one of those things being the fact that Justin T is not on Hermes and Titan, but in fact, this Hermes Pantera that we've seen a little bit of, very interesting, but still a little buggy, right? What are your thoughts
absolutely.
on that?
Well, you know, the smoke screen comes in hard here. I think a lot of Hermes players last time were experimenting with this Pantera wind engine, so to speak. So kind of similar with the idea that Justin could pivot between the two very powerful engines, I don't doubt could lead him to great success, and hoping to maybe have a repeat of the last premiere, maybe to take this one down this time. But overall, though, and even set into our top 8 too, we have Gwen, who has qualified and moved on to the top cut here with Outback Sunset. We saw them previously in the day. I know that you were casting that one earlier. That ended up converting. The Australians did it. They can't keep on getting away with it. What do you think?
I mean, we said it at the beginning of the day. This is a significant event of some kind, which means an Australian's probably going to take it. I mean, if history should be learned from, we can conclude and deduce that, in fact, an Australian will be taking the whole thing today. However, I would be excited to see this new Solar Brew take it. I'm really intrigued by Outback Sunset and the whole theory behind it. But we're also familiar with a handful of other decks that we know are going into Top Cut, and I'm very excited about all of them, honestly. Another, considering the pool of cards and decks that we saw going into this, pretty diverse Top Cut.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen NG1, we've seen Spicy, we've seen Justin, we've seen Gwen. I don't know if we've seen Decent Shirt yet. You know, our current match we're hoping to be spectating is Shirt v Trishula, names that I haven't heard in a very long time. And so I'm a little terrified, but also very excited. So I know that the big deck in the room with the target on its back is still Fish after all this time and all this diversity, even in Top Cut. Where Fish? How Fish? What are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we're like in a car at a bar. You know, I'm not sure what's going on with the Fish, but there have been so many different brews of it that we've seen. I mean, you know, I don't know that we've actually gotten any points on the board between, I don't know if you know this, but Andrew and I have teamed up against you in the predictions point game, but I don't know if Andrew's Whale Lance has seen any movement. We also saw the Joblin brew, the Curibus line, which is very interesting. I hope that we see some rock in a hard place. We were talking about that earlier. I think it's a great card. And, you know, I think that Fish, while the actual mechanism itself is pretty self-contained, I think that really where you see it shine is the other ways that it can express itself and what it can change into, flow like water, if you will.
I'm really confused, just to kind of rewind a little bit. What is this contingency against the predictions? I'm missing something here. Are we combining the two predictions together? I thought Andrew was defending my honor with the Stellar Fawnlet.
I don't know what he told you, but no, there's no, there was an agreement, yeah, that we're going to be combining our points if we have any and using them against you.
Oh, that's only about fair. And the amount of points I will get as well, and the amount of times I've been correct, I think only can be beaten by the combination of two of the greatest commentators I've had the privilege of commentating with this entire season.
Yeah, you had
a lot more to go.
At the end, didn't you?
Which side of it? The compliments or the excitement for it? Because I'm still ready and rearing to go to get into this top 8 with you. And outside of that, we have our familiar names here. I think a couple of our casters here are repeat champions, in fact. I think it's actually really funny because I think that we have half of our top 8 here have won an event.
It is one of those, like, come on, guys, it's the last one. Let someone else go. Someone needs to qualify for Worlds from 0. But it's fine. Regardless what happens, I am personally thrilled. I would love to see actually the data on how many of these casters are currently qualified for Worlds. How many points are we needing to get to qualify for Worlds, if not? And therefore, how hard are we going to be fighting to get to that top slot? And I love to see, I mean, like you said, we have some familiar faces, some familiar names coming back, some of them after a while. And me personally, if we see Spicy Sausage again, I'm going to need to do some tongue twisters because that was tripping me. I'm going to need to do the 6 sheep sick over and over and over again. But I think once I do, I will be ready for that one. But he'll have to go through Justin T to get there.
Yeah, I think I'm going to stick to the rain in Spain on that one. If I say Spicy Sausage again, I'll just let it go. Lightbringer is a name that immediately draws my eye here on our top 8 bracket because I think, and once again, this is their first premiere ever in Elestrals history, and making it to top 8 conversion on that is mighty impressive, but hoping to take it down and get their invite to Worlds on top of that. First time premiere winner, first time Worlds qualifier, and first time premier entrant at all would be the story of a lifetime. And really anything can happen in these final tournaments close to the end of the season. Like you were saying previously, the Australians won't let that happen because Gwen with Outback Sunrise over previous champion Sir Tractor Trent's in here. This is a wallop of a bracket.
I honestly, when we get to this part of the day, I always get a little bit like, oh, why can't we watch multiple? I want to know what's going on over there. But we are in for an absolute treat. You said that we were looking at the Trishula and Decent Shirt matchup, and I am very excited about that one.
Yeah, again, there's some still unknowns here inside of this top cut, despite the fact that we've seen a sizable number of these decks. My hope is here too that with our repeating players here, particularly one Trishula. And this story goes a little bit deep, as a lot of our casters are aware. Trishula's been qualified for Worlds for a long time now, several tournaments, in fact, and took a hiatus from the game, and has now come back on a smattering of tournaments just to show us up once again, to show us why, in fact, he has a divine from the Elestriad, why Trishula was seen as one of the most feared names in the entirety of the game. So I don't know. Can we see the repeat success here? I don't think we've seen Trish inside of finals since. Maybe it was even pre-Firestorm. I want to say it was Moonrise format.
My back, you can't be talking like that. Oh, it's been a while since I've seen Trishula in a top cut, and it's an absolute treat to have him back.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, absolutely. the treat being hard candy here.
Butterscotch, to be specific.
Yeah, our previous premiere, the last one from Trish was almost a year ago, and that's insane to think about. But our qualifying placements, talking about this one too, we just got confirmation of our top 8's qualifying points here.
Yes, so as you mentioned, Light being at 0, this first tournament, first time in Top Cut, what a story that would be. But also a few of our other casters are just on the brink, and I'm doing the mental math. I think most of them, by getting to top 8, have actually gotten their Worlds invite. I'd have to check the numbers, but we have a Decent Shirt at 145, very, very close. We also have Spicy and Justin T both at 200. So I think they've cinched it for today just by making it to top cut. Win is at 195, and I think that everybody else is already qualified. So
yeah, everyone getting into that top slot just for performing today at this high level. I mean, you still have to have these casters show up too. You cannot put on the brakes when we're talking about the difference between going to Worlds and missing out by a couple points, right? Top 16, I think, wouldn't have been enough. And in addition to that, top 32, which I know a lot of our casters, they might have a little bit of those points too, but a few of them inside of this top 8 needed to be here with this and really show out. So I guess at this point, it's all about taking home that Centaur.
Well, I'm looking at Decent Shirt, and I'm thinking that they are one who is going to need to advance past finals, if not cinch it to get there. Just doing the quick math in my head. So, hey, first of all, congratulations to Justin T and Spicy, and I believe also Gwyn, because just for getting here to top 8, they have all qualified for Worlds. So that's very exciting. And let's see where we go for the rest of the day.
Yeah, real exciting stuff here to be rounding out the penultimate tournament. This is the last one before Vegas. I'm already excited for Worlds as a whole. We do have some time before we get into that, though. So today's on the rounds. If we can just close it out with some sort of miracle, some sort of excitement, I'd be more than happy. You know, it's been a really interesting day so far. No snowlet yet, though. I will say I gotta give up the Blister Extreme.
Yeah, hey, you know what? I haven't seen even a bubble of a babloon from the depths, and I really thought that the Spectaris pick was a slam dunk. That was the one that I was like, they're not even gonna let me pick this. It's so obvious. And yet here we are.
Yeah, we should have just picked Gorgon's Gaze. You know, next time we'll go on strike and we'll say Sunstrike, if you will, and we're just gonna say you have to allow us to pick Gorgon's Gaze and Ambrosia.
Yeah, I'm picking Aphrodite. I don't care. It's you know they can't tell me one way or another. But no, I cannot wait. We are currently getting set up for our top 8 here. It is going to be decent shirt. I've been so busy doing my spicy sausage warm-ups that I forgot to do my decent shirt warm-ups. We got decent shirt versus Trishula for top 8. And decent shirt as a caster is going to need to make it all the way today to qualify for Worlds. And of course, we have Trishula, who's defending the honor of, I'm going to be the bride today. So what a story, even just in top 8 that we've got going here.
Yeah, and Trishula, once again, these accolades speak for themselves. We have a multiple-time premier runner-up, top 8, and top 16, tops 4s. Well, decent shirt, multiple-time top 16, which is right there on the cusp for multiple tournaments, in fact. And so being able to convert into top 8 for the first time is really cool to see. And if they can take it all the way, that's, again, another one of these storylines that we see consistently of these players just really honing their skill here so close to these big qualifying points. Yes, we are.
Hey, I recognize that. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, I think it's called a deck.
Oh, I can't hear you. I forgot my headphones. Hang on.
Oh, she can't hear.
I'm getting something.
Sarcasm all over the place.
Wow, look at that. Oh. Wow, look at that. I have one of those. That's right. For those of you who don't know, that is the Store Regional Championship playmat. I'm sorry, Swell, were you saying anything? I couldn't hear you. I had my headphones out.
No, it's okay. I just, a quick little number came into my ear of the, you know, look at this mat. Isn't it neat? Wouldn't you say she won and competes? I don't know. Yeah. No, go for it. You want to carry that number along. I know you're really waiting. The regional store champion. He got that one for you too. That's the same thing as the Fox mat. You know, we're calling it there.
Yeah. I think absolutely that was for me. That or you know, it's a great mat. I gotta say, beautiful design. We love Gambit, and us regional champions. We gotta stick together. We really do.
Hey, I'm saying, listen, it's a big congratulations to the both of y'all, and it's a high accolade to receive. I know after being the progenitor of Scrap and Nexus mechanics, after competing and destroying in premieres, and now a first place finish for the desk. I mean, I think you might be the highest accolades on the table here. I think that's true, right?
Yeah, I can't think of anything else that might top that for sure. Definitely not placing it.
Sunburn PNM doesn't count, okay?
Yeah,
it does not
okay.
count.
Anyways, well, I don't know if you've noticed, but we've actually gotten into the action here for top 8 already.
Sorry, I was distracted by the
Somehow.
mat. Both players are looking to mulligan here, it looks like, to get in their perfect hand. Jumping into the penultimate round of our tournament here.
Mathematically speaking, yes.
And Titan Pantera, I think, is the actual...
And Titan Pantera, yeah.
Yeah, actually, that was my roommate's name in college. It was a family name.
Oh, that's beautiful. What is that?
Yeah. Dutch, I think.
Oh, okay. Anyway, so we've got 2 wind spirits over from Trishula and a water and earth spirit from Decent Shirt.
Water
Interesting.
in earth. I hope this is Barabog.
I mean, I'm looking at that playmat. I'm saying it's time to let the boss into the house.
The double wind spirits from Trish could be illuminating on what this could be. You know, I do know that Trish and Justin practice pretty close together, so there could be some wind shenanigans on the foot. Otherwise, I know Trish has also been a big fan of the Pantera and Hydrake line for some wind combat.
Yeah, I'm just saying that you don't actually get points for Hermes. I'm stating it for the record. So if this is Hermes, it doesn't count.
No, it's okay. We've retroactively given Andrew, what did we give Andrew? I forgot what it was. It was something. So we can give you a retroactive in yourself. Aphrodite, right?
Yeah, I think I got a point earlier for Jolton for sure.
Absolutely. There we go. Yeah, see, there we go.
Ooh, okay. And it looks like we are done with our mulligans here. Finally going to be looking at our new hands, hopefully getting us into something a little bit better here. And, you know, I'm with you. I'm looking at that. I'm saying, are you playing the boss? Is that what we cooking up today? You come to me on this, the final premiere before Worlds, and you're playing their boss?
We talk about these full art boss Elestrals coming down and winning these tournaments. I think we did forget about the boss.
Yeah.
As Seneca Champ comes down here for Trishula, grabbing the OG poison tipped arrow, a classic start for our live stream gamers.
Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense. Cyanectar being the top represented Elestral in all of livestream format for the entirety of the time that it's existed. And there are reasons for that. PTA going into your opponent's turn 1, incredibly strong, saying if you want to get anything on the board, you're simply not. Which actually we are starting over here with, oh, no, wait, that's a point. That's a retroactive point. That's an Eddie. That's an Eddie. That's an Eddie. Oh.
She's so excited, y'all. This is insane. You know, we did see Kerbis
show
fish.
That off.
Oh my god. we cannot keep on getting away with it. We saw Kerbis fish inside the top representation, but maybe we needed to do a quick health check on that. This is insane.
Okay. Not even worth firing off the PTA because that Cyanectar was going down regardless. We have Eddie out here, 3 back row set, one of those being rock in a hard place, calling it right now. And I'm so excited. Oh, please. This is going to be spicy.
Sausage even. Trishula here losing the Cyanectar is pretty big, but I think this could be easily walked away with a rock in a hard place. And one thing about the Hermes list too, if Trish is on the combination of Wind Earth, like it seems to be, is that Hermes getting destroyed after being loaded up with spirits would hurt quite a bit. Here's a Hermes dropping.
Hermes fully loaded. Let's go.
Hermes on to send.
Yep, we're going to be going in and grabbing. And I've seen you and Andrew deliberate so much over these Hermes choices. What are you thinking, Aviolith?
Well, it looks like it's going to be Carry On. I was going to ask you what you thought, actually, of this joining on deliberation here before it drops down an Earthquake, yeah.
Well, it looks like we are going to be getting some Ascension fodder here, which hopefully we'll be able to get an idea of the kind of brew Trishula is on. Although it looks like we might just be looking at, there we go, the Spinosect.
Ooh, Spinosect's pretty big here. That bounce non-targeting is tricky, and you know, a Gorgon's Gaze or a PTA can help here, but that's not going to quite do it. The bounce onto the Eddie is so fascinating because that does now still enable Kuribus. You still have the option to transition to that rock and hard place that's clearly set there, right?
Yeah, clearly, obviously. I think everyone knows that. However, the Spinosect is not long for this world here. And, you know, while we get some value out of swinging here, like you said, that Eddie was just sent back to hand. That's another one of those cards. It's like Whale. It doesn't feel great to send back. It doesn't feel great knowing it's gonna be coming right back round to get you again.
Yeah, the shields on Eddie back in the day always felt so bad, but sometimes you just had to do it because you had to protect this rabbit, or alternatively, of course, you did have that Argo set historically. And I don't know about you, I couldn't have predicted Eddie and Kuribus inside of this top 8 today. And if y'all would like to predict on this one who is going to take it, Decent Shirt or Trishula, go ahead and head over to twitch.tv/Elestrals and vote now on who thinks going to take this one here. It all comes down to this. Decent Shirt has to make a top run here, so let us know what you think as an Aphros drops down now and another Aphros drops down now.
So it is looking like there is a fishy side of this deck. As we know, Eddie is lurking there in the deep. Trishula finally activating that PTA, likely on the champ Aphros. And we do still have 3 whole back row set for Decent Shirt, which means that if we're able to keep one of these Aphros on the board, not only could we have the special cast of another champ Aphros, but we could have Eddie coming back, possibly turning into a Kuribus. Who knows? But big moves either way. Trishula, however, still has Hermes available to him. That means his entire deck essentially is at his fingertips, unless Decent Shirt has a decent counter rune to play here to answer it.
Yeah, the only thing here that's certain is that Trishula is probably in this weird position where, well, now after a Spine a lot better, but say that you had only limited things you could be doing. You don't want to be bleeding too many spirits and forcing yourself into an Aviolith. But now the Gorgon's Gaze coming down here to hit this Spine Nymph, which was left into attack, oddly enough, which I don't know if that signals maybe some tech of like Argo in the back. You know, this is kind of the rabbit theory, right?
Yeah, the attack rabbit. Ooh, and you know what? Trishula is someone who I have seen do the rabbit thing. So this would be a caster to look out for with this kind of potential tell would be my thought. However, we still haven't seen the activation of Hermes.
I'm mulling over some options and lines here. The Gorgon's Gaze does stop a ton, but if you are Trish, potentially sending the carry-on champ could now rid you of this Aphros on the opposite side.
Yes, we unfortunately don't have the Nexus options. We don't have the Chant options for the Spine Nymph. That has stopped, but you're right. That does not mean that Hermes is out of options, as I don't think Hermes has really ever been out of options, ever. Until today, as it seems like we have passed back over to Decent Shirt, who brings the Eddie back. That's right. That's my boy. And we have another back row hitting the board, opting not to change the position of this Spine Nymph. And there wasn't an Argo to answer. So Trishula simply just having another answer here, or no answer at all?
Yeah, that's such a tricky thing to evaluate. I think if you're here staring down 3 back row and some solid bodies from Decent Shirt, while Hermes has a ton of options here, it's going to be very spirit intensive. So an Ambrosia would be the way for Trish to come back. And knowing Trishula's playstyle from events past, they were a little bit slower formats, so you could afford to take spirit damage while you were racking up these resources. But hey, we're no longer dinosaurs here. It's the modern day. Ice Ages came and passed, and never mind.
I was about to say, literally was about to say, get an Ask Rabbit in Trishula's hand, and crimes will commence.
Oh, and we're back.
We are so back, as we have Trishula casting out Astrabbit in defense position. And you know what? Some things are just classic for a reason, you know?
Yeah. Trishula, I can't believe what I'm seeing here in the year of 2026, saying that Astrabbit defense will end up working here when we know that Kuribus is right there, right? The Ascension for Kuribus, 5 and a 9, it's not going to quite work.
Yeah. And unless Trishula is just not afraid of Kurobus and says, it's probably fine. I've got my rabbit and a dream, and and that's okay.
As the wizard that Trishula I know to be, a wand and a rabbit can do it.
I mean, especially if you're going to be re-enchanting that rabbit.
Activating the Hermes effect here to send this Avila champ heal a little back up in spirits to better align with decent shirts. Though, if you don't have a second Hermes here, this can get pretty fishy very fast.
No, I mean, as long as because you have often said the Hermes players always have it, and as long as we believe in those core tenets and principles, there is a way, sure.
Where there is a way, there is also a whale. Decent shirt now. Okay, never mind. This didn't quite work out. How come whenever she does the Eddie thing, there's a signal, but when the whale thing happens, no. So we have an enchant of the Aphros here just to get some extra draw, it seems like.
Ooh, you know what? If we are getting more spirits on board for a potential Kurobus to be able to possibly disenchant to get its effect, I mean, that could be what we're looking at from Decent Shirt right now. We have 4 back row sets. Surely one of them has gotta be a rock and a hard place, right?
I think if you're Decent Shirt, rock and a hard place would have been pretty primo to activate on the Rabbit 1 back row. That's kind of the ideal scenario for these cards. Yeah. Alternatively, setting up for a future Atlantis could also be the thing. Eddie goes up to a 6 body, being able to now contest this Rabbit. But Trishula here utilizing the cards of yore to put Decent Shirt on a little bit of a cooler while we rack up some spirits. Again, one of these really interesting things we saw on Livestream post this ban list is this format does slow down by sizable numbers. And this is exactly the situation that I think if you are Trishula, you actually don't necessarily want to be in because, even the Spine could be a starter with it, but is this going to be enough?
Is it going to be PTA Artemis's air? No, it doesn't matter. That's not irrelevant.
Welcome to the club. You, me, and Andrew, baby.
However, for Decent Shirt, we did see a lunar spirit. There we go. I saw it. You can't hide it from me, Decent Shirt. I know.
It's there looming, lurking in the water is just a way to ascend this Eddie into a Kurobus from the deck.
Oh, please. I don't know. Maybe we've been waiting for another Hermes to hit the board or something to get just maximum value, aura points. I don't know. It's got to be one of those back row, right?
Surely one of the 3. And I think for now, Trishula also playing around this sort of idea, setting up another back row here, which we know is not, or potentially not PTA, as the Senator was Gorgon's Gaze, but now you have to have a response of your Decent Shirt here. Your Eddie could crash, but that might not be enough.
Well, we're going to be going in, grabbing Ambrosia, healing back 3 water spirits. That Ambrosia was a fake set, with a bit of a fake out back there, where we're looking at this saying, there are 4 back rows. Surely one of them has got to... One of them was apparently an Ambrosia. Ooh, what do you see in this bowl?
Marble spirits on the board between the Eddie and also this foamy champ of Aphrodite to get you this Aphrodite. A lot of great options to go into. Aphrodite search the Aphros, Aphrodite search the Eddie, which is kind of like a galaxy champ. This is pretty interesting.
I can't believe I'm getting flexed on so hard right now with this foamy on board. Top 16 foamy, my beloved. You're so beautiful. And you know what, Decent Shirt, I'm happy for you. And it looks like there goes the Aphrodite. We are doing it. And it is Aphrodite for 2, so I wonder if we're leaving the extra spirit there for a potential Aphoros Nexus effect, or if we're actually just going to be activating the Aphrodite effect again next turn.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. The other side of this, too, is that the value that you do get off of this disenchant conga line does get much better in this position as you're able to outvalue Trish. As a champ Aphoros comes down here, this is going to allow them to contest the Synector champ, but both casters on such low spirits.
But no one can quite contest the rabbit unless, like you said, we're looking at an Atlantis somewhere in here. I mean, this just goes to show why rabbit is so good. Sometimes if your opponent's highest attack stat is a 5, you just sit with rabbit in defense forever, actually.
You make them draw the out. This is the age-old classic. Decent shirt down to 3 spirits. Trishula also similar in spirit count. We're going to try to sequence this and go for the Aphoros into the Side Nectar. A Gorgon's Gaze would hurt, but that would mean spirits off the board and a card off the board. And if you're Trish, you might be okay with missing that. No cards in hand from Decent Shirt. There's a Shield of Achilles.
Ooh. Okay, on, I guess, the OG Aphoros.
The OG Aphoros here and taking down two cards from the Spirit deck and putting Tsunami as a proactive spot to try and swing over the Side Nectar champ, barring some sort of shenanigans. I guess maybe to not lose the Aphoros champ to potential Gorgon's Gaze is another idea and play around on their shield. I'm trying to think of the line here for that Tsunami being proactive.
I mean, your guess is as good as mine with this one, as the Side Nectar was the only Elestral on board affected by that Tsunami. So it must have been something along those lines. Or if we somehow, well, we don't even have enough spirits for an Argo, so that's not what we were afraid of there. So maybe that is it.
Yeah, now we're back to this position where both Trish cannot out this board, but Decent Shirt, seemingly so, is also running out of resources. And there's an Ardbud coming down here in defense.
Ooh, okay. So it looks like, I mean, maybe our friends Trishula and Dresden T have been having conversations. We've got a bit of a buggy brew going on here for Trishula, and going to be going in searching possibly another Side Nectar we've seen too. Oh, no, going to be going in and grabbing the little Rhinosect baby.
Ooh, we got these Spinosect baby. The Spinnymph here is such a good call. You're hoping, I think, to maybe ascend over this Ard, but I imagine you're low on spirits. Send your Avila champ and go crazy from there. That might get you back into the game. Has Trish engineered a position where we can move on from Rabbit? I don't know. Or what do you think from Decent Shirt side? I think got the answer here?
I mean, if you can somehow get another... We needed to go get another Eddie for this Rabbit. Otherwise, what do you even do about it? Oh well, okay.
Yeah, whale with Eddie. I think that we do see it here.
Okay, there we go.
It's almost like that Store Regional Matt is a perfect call for you on this one. You play this game?
A little bit in my free time.
The Eddie coming down here and a potential call for clarification here on stuff like the Aphoros champ, I imagine.
Yeah, Aphoros is no longer a 5, as there is only 1 represented on board at this point.
We're pausing this for a quick judge review on this. I am not sure exactly if there's been a miscommunication. I imagine the search of Aphrodite being prompted here, potentially for the Eddie. There could be confusion on what exactly was searched, or potentially on the movement of some cards, though the deck there was moved into that rune row. There's some small procedural things you do have to keep in mind when playing into this game that you can't let go. Even as cards are flying everywhere, there's no ethereal zone these cards can be placed. Make sure they're locked and loaded.
Well, hey, you know what? All I'm saying is we got that second Eddie, you know. They asked her what she thought the answer was. She said what it was. And it looks like we are going to be getting this sorted here. And the confusion does seem to be, I think you might be exactly right with this Eddie, the physician of the deck, Eddie going back to the hand right now.
Yeah, Eddie going to the hand. There was an Aphoros in the Underworld, it looked like, that was from the shield. I think it was moved to the Underworld.
Ah, I see. Okay. Eddie, however, coming out now and moving that Rabbit into attack. And Decent Shirt preparing for the final blow here with not only everyone moved into attack, but a whole host of face down cards in the rune row back there.
Yep, and with the Ardbud going down as well, and potentially 2 more spirits of damage going out from Trishula. This is going to be down to the absolute wire, with Trishula down to maybe just 1 spirit.
Yeah, let's see if we can top deck that Ambrosia. It would not be the first time, at least, I will say. Not even the first time today that we would have seen that.
Down to just the last few portions here. It would have to be Ambrosia into Ambrosia. We got the calculation finger coming out here, the tapped on the board for clarification and for math here.
Okay. Oh, it was set. So we have the set Ambrosia. Okay, that's a start. We are healing back. Let's see. Oh, double Earth and probably 1 wind. Or we're really looking, is it? Yeah, something else in there.
It puts us back up to 5 spirits in the spirit deck. That's going to be plenty to play with for Hermes shenanigans. I imagine that Spine Nymph coming down into Spinosect here can help clear the board. And with only 2 spirits left, Decent Shirt has to have a Gorgons here to stop the onslaught, or else I think Trishula puts themselves back into a very strong position.
Definitely agreed. And with only 2 spirits left in decks, well, I have something to tell you.
What's that?
I think I'm giving up on my Rock in a Hard Place into Curibus Dreams.
Oh, it's perfectly fine. There could definitely still be one under there. The undercurrent is still in tow. Do not leave. Stay in line. It will happen, I believe.
Yeah, underwear. Anyways, we could see a hard ascend into a Curibus. I'm just saying, it is an option. I don't know. I might be coping, but I do still have dreams here. And Trishula with okay, a little spot. And you're right. We needed a Gorgon's Gaze, and that is what we had, paying off of this foamy 1 from the spirit deck, which tells me, hey, we might be sending into Curibus, saving 1 to ascend.
Yeah, and this is going to be kind of difficult here. Decent Shirt thinking about where to pay off this this spirit for the Gorgon's Gaze. Trishula is only down to 4 spirits here, and so you do have a way to contest and out the board by ascending with an Aphoros potentially, but I think you're siphoning off of the Foamy and the Eddy here for that Gorgon's Gaze to keep spirit deck alive.
Okay, so really valuing those final 2 spirits in spirit deck to bring out, okay, OG Aphoros, which makes that Aphoros a 5, which, okay.
Now contest our 4 bodies, swinging in for 2. Trishula on 3 spirits left, holding on to everything left as Decent Shirt goes down to 1 spirit here in our game 1 of our top 8. This has felt like a lifetime.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that last time was crazy, where I was like in and out of consciousness in my nap watching you and Andrew cast that, and I'd be like, it's still game 1? Okay. And, I feel like I'm living it here, actually.
It looks like that's going to be a concession from Trishula inside of that, wrapping up that forever game. And that was so methodical and so defensively played, I think, from both of our casters here, trying to wait for the exact moment to strike. Already off to a very interesting war of attrition here. Talk to me about the war of attrition.
I knew you were going there. This is a very interesting matchup. Partially because I really want to see Rock in a Hard Place ascend into Curibus. And Eddie is so back. I'm so happy to see it. Can't believe we're all getting retroactive points for our previous predictions from previous tournaments. That is a rule.
The last one, it's like school's going out. Summer vacation soon. We have to give bonus points here. Else how else are we going to get our gold stars?
Everything must go. Anyway, so I am very excited about this, but looking at, at this format, and seeing Trishula playing Rabbit, playing into Eddie, it honestly, this seems as if it's got to be Trishula's bread and butter. And Trishula saying, a lot of these things I'm very familiar with. Of course, with the new fish package, it does spice it up a little bit. However, I think that this is something that could easily be sided into to manage it, whether that be Dense Fog. That's a card that Andrew and I have been yapping about constantly. I think that it's great into the fish. And we know that at least Decent Shirt is playing Lunar, but I don't know if we saw any of that from Trishula. What are your thoughts here?
I think there's a couple things happening inside of this game specifically. One of them being you've activated the sleeper agent that is Trishula. You put Rabbit on the board, you put an Eddie on the board, and now instantly, this is the real misplay. It has nothing to do with the fact that you picked a certain deck, you're matched up against one of the most decorated players in Elestrals history. It's that he's been gone for so long, and now you've given him all of his memories back. It's like he forgot how to play the game, but now he sees Rabbit and Eddie, and he's like, yes. Like floods back into him like a memory breach. That's my real worry. He's a sleeper agent,
and his phrase is Eddie move Ask Rabbit into attack.
Yeah, Eddie effect. Yeah. And it all comes back to him now, Celine Dion style. I think for Decent Shirt here, one thing that might be more relevant is extra copies of utility pieces, right? We don't quite know what is the spice underneath. Like, we are assuming the undertow here is something like Rock and a Hard Place, like it's Curibus. But that could easily be cited out of, that could easily be replaced, or it could have not been the option in the first place. It could be Cap Regal. It could be Oistillery. We saw the Oistillery come down too. So I'm with you on this one. Rock and a Hard Place is coming in clutch for the Curibus.
I really believe. I think it must. I think it must be. It must. And I am just excited to see Eddie back. And it was my prediction for a reason. I said, what, I think it's good again. And turns out, hey, what is that we say? Never wrong, just early.
I think that is what they say in the game of Elestrals. That's absolutely correct, and 100% yes. Yeah. Hey, if you want it, you must will it, and if you will it, it'll be. So we can will all together this whale. I mean, this undertow. No, what is it? I'm mixing my metaphors here. See, my memories are gone. They've flooded into Trish now, so his expended draw is surely going to happen. If you're a Decent Shirt here, I don't know. I feel like you have to have something to pick up the tempo a little bit, giving Trishula these inches and miles in the war of attrition. I think that's the name of the game here going into our game 2. Both these casters on the day with their records, and Trishula with the Hermes deck is so interesting here. I do wonder if this is just Justin's list. It's got to be.
I mean, we saw the Ardbud. Part of me is like, Trish, do you remember Solar? And I wonder if we're ever going to see it happen. I think it would be so cool. However, I am at least excited about this potential Titan list. Potentially, maybe something else. It's really hard to say. It might simply be the Pantera brew that we've been seeing around. But I agree with you. Decent Shirt. I think that we need to start picking up more momentum. And maybe that was part of the plan in game 1 is I have all of these threats lurking in the depths, but I don't really want to reveal that strategy. You can suspect what I might be on, but I don't want you to know for sure and therefore be able to side accordingly. And I mean, it's worked so far, but going into game 2 could be anybody's game.
I think, and Decent Shirt is hoping that it'll be theirs. The threats in the depths is certainly bars enough for this game. Trishula going on the mulligan here, saying themselves that this Hermes hand wasn't quite the one for him, and this is going to give Decent Shirt an immediate advantage here. Though I think Andrew's pointed this out before, that something like the Hermes Champ Aviolith can easily get these spirits back online, so not the biggest deficit for this deck.
No, especially considering that this Spine Imp is going to be able to unchallenged go and grab Hermes, which is what we have seen here, and therefore putting the whole engine online. And like you said, if we wanted to, we could go grab Aviolith. We have that option in the future, but we have 2 back row and a pass, not even bothering to activate Hermes, possibly not wanting to give Rock and a Hard Place fodder. You said you thought Trishula was playing around that. Might be what we're seeing here as well.
Ooh, and Magnaris coming down here too. That's going to get us our 5s Fish Engine back online. We didn't know Trish to be playing copies of Shield though, which would help in this defenses. And even here, Rock and a Hard Place could be very valuable in that you're up in 2 Elestrals, and you can now snipe a back row too, given the option. And while one of the back rows can't necessarily stop both fish, 2 of them might be able to.
I mean, We've seen this time and time again. This is not something that Trishula would have come into today unfamiliar with. So, you know, there are plenty of answers to be seen here. Aphrodite coming out also fully loaded, as we typically expect Hermes to be. Going to be going in, searching out more and more fish to keep this engine alive and running. And it is actually the OG Aphros that we're going in and grabbing, that beautiful Stellar that I have not managed to find, by the way. Not complaining, just saying, just an observation.
Yeah, and to be honest, I happened to pull mine in Kissimmee out of those entry packs. It was a very nice present on the weekend. It was pretty great. Thank you. I don't get a chance a chance often to flex my Stellars, but that one is pretty nice. As set 2 here from Decent Shirt, swing into the Spine of Trish will have an answer here, and the attack sequencing here of the Magneros does mean that shield is a less viable option, but still somewhat relevant, as Aphros's 4 booty or 4 attack cannot get over the small 4 booty of Spino.
It is in fact going to be the shield, though. So as you mentioned, it's not quite as valuable, as this Aphros is still on the board, but it is no longer able to swing over the Spine Nymph and get rid of it. So Trishula here with potential Ascension fodder, or potentially just a buddy or rabbit, which maybe we are taking not back. There we go. Okay.
Our sweet time in enchanting the rabbit. You know you want to, Trish.
Yeah,
Put
come
it
on.
there.
It
Just
whispers
like a bike.
to you. Yeah, from inside the hat.
Yeah, legitimately inside the sleeves and inside the hat. Rabbit here going ahead and walling up more and more of Decent Shirt's offensive pressure. And we know that there is the other OG Aphros in hand that could potentially help dig for some outs to this more defensive board. Now, kind of crazy to think about here that, you know, playing this more slower defensive style with the Hermes is something you can do. I think I'm so used to seeing Hermes be this really big explosive turn deck, but Trish opting to play it slow. What do you think about that?
I think that's exactly what this format is, right? Is we're going from these explosive turns where you can go down to 1 spirit left in your deck on turn 2, and that's just the game. Whereas right now you need these slower strategies. You need a rabbit to be able to sit in front of possibly 4 5s and be like, and, you know, you better find your stadium. You better find something to be able to get over this stat. And by that time, you're able to get the resources that you need to set up some sort of breaking board strategy, whether that be actually playing this Hermes that we know was searched. We saw it. I saw you get it, Trishula. But, oh, never mind. Okay, he heard me. He's playing it. Never mind. I take it back. Everything's fine. Here we go.
Just like the surprise rock in a hard place, it was with us the entire time.
We have Hermes fully loaded. And going to be going in and searching who knows what. I mean, if we should start speculating.
It's just Earthquake. It's Earthquake. We can just say that Hermes is the best way for us to see Earthquake go down. And here, you can shuffle through the deck a little more. We'll possibly
we know you're getting it.
Moose. And at this point, I can't even be theory on theory while we're waiting for the shuffle back. I just have to let it happen. Whatever happens, happens. Let's see it. It's Gorgon's Gaze. Whatever.
He's doing it on purpose. And okay, now we're looking. Oh, okay, there it is. There it is.
There's Earthquake. So carry off here, going ahead and come down the extra removal options to remove the extra fish. I think that's also maybe telling of Trish's hands off of the rabbit and the potential fines from that. I think it's interesting here that you go and target a threat like that versus maybe when there's a loaded Aphros with spirits.
I mean, if the idea here is preventing the Aphros from being able to flood the board, then I think that makes some sense. Just the best way is to keep him off of it. But who's to say?
Now here with 1 set back row, 2 Elestrals in defense. Decent Shirt has the ability to swarm the board with a couple 5s here and potentially convert into like an Eddy from before. Though I don't quite know if that's going to be the pace that we need. Rock in a hard place in this position would be very nice. You can target any rune, so that would now put Trishula in the response of, do you want to clear this rabbit or do you want to clear this Hermes potentially? But Magneros comes down instead.
Yep, so we're going to be going in and searching. I mean, we know that we have an Aphros in hand, but it was the OG Aphros, so probably going in and grabbing the, champ Aphros so that we can get this special cast here. And possibly off to the races. There was a part of me that was like, maybe soulmates, but no, it would make sense for the champion Aphros. So that we can start special casting these fish, flooding the board. However, none of these are gonna be 6s, at least with the cards that we've seen Decent Shirt have. Okay,
I think idea here is maybe just to play into getting rid of the Spine Nymph and saying that's good enough. Start chipping away at this armor.
I think that makes some sense. I am holding out hope for a stadium, though. Come on, an answer is the answer to your problems.
Well, to call it back to previous, if they were on Jolton, then that not only would get you a point, as we've now established that is definitively true, it would also allow them to grab things like Atlantis or the Mount Olympus to go into the Magneros being a 6 and so on and so on. We're going to disenchant from the Aphrodite here to get an extra search. It's notable, too, that we have the Aphros, the Stellar Aphros, still in hand. So Aphrodite search another Aphros here to get some more value. Ooh, interesting. Going to go ahead and go for the Champ Aphros to start on this, too. I wonder if the idea is to prevent any sort of shenanigans, maybe Pandora's box or something.
Yeah, possibly, or just, while you have the ability to Aphrodite for this, if you want Aphrodite for something else later, like the Eddy, like we saw at some other point, or we've seen people do it with the Whale. I think that could make sense as Whale. And for the time being, looks like we're going to just be swinging Magneros first over the Spine Nymph, and then sitting here because funny.
I would say that both these casters are some of the most methodical inside of the game's history, and I can definitely say that with how much time is left in the round. I think that this is going to be a consideration now for Trishula, as the Hermes players don't like to be up in spirits too much. Aviolith Champ can maybe help with that, removing this Aviolith to heal back, but the defensive wall, once again, we're going nowhere very fast.
Yeah, what's harder to get over than a 5 is a 7, and my word, it's this is going to be quite a time. Although, hey, I'm just saying, we have OG Aphros in hand. We Nexus both spirits from the Aphrodite onto the Aphros. And, okay, so that's not what we're doing. Although we could still, we still have our normal cast. And then if you have Stadium, then that's an 8. So...
And we still have the ability here to ascend over, it looks like, on our normal cast. Let's see what the 2-drop is.
Yes! It's the Kerberos! Haha! We didn't even need, although I did want to see Rock in a Hard Place, but we do have this Kerberos, and we have plenty of spirits on board to disenchant 2 from the board. There we go for the Kerberos effect. Going to be targeting probably. Yeah, non-targeting destruction here. It's very much catch 22, or rather a catch 4 from this heal on Trishula if you go for this Aviolith. But Hermes is a nice target to get rid of here. God, that's so challenging. What do you think you're taking? I mean, we've taken the Hermes, and I have to agree because that represents removal for this Kerberos that you've just committed to and set up. Obviously, the Aviolith, hard to get rid of. But, I mean, Kerberos, if you can get the spirits on board, you can do it again. And, I think that prioritizing the Kerberos, staying around, being able to swing over this... Oh. Aviolith?
Over the Aviolith versus the...
There we go. Versus the rabbit. Yeah, okay. So Trishula gonna be able to heal back.
And this is a clear board now. Much different pace than we saw previously from Decent Shirt, enabling Trishula to go in the more defensive route here. But now almost putting Trishula in the position of, you have to now expend more spirits and extend further into my board. Now, not too difficult for the Hermes deck at all. Even Spine Nymph here represents getting rid of or bouncing back this Kerberos and swinging over or trading with the fish. There's a lot of options here still, and allowing Trish to get that heal with the Aviolith is just more fuel to the flame.
Yeah, and we didn't see a Gorgon's Gaze, nothing to stop the search of this Hermes, and so yes, we just got rid of the threat, and yes, it was loaded with 2, which is a hit, but we were able to simply do it again this next turn, and we'll be curious to see Trishula's search from this Hermes as well.
A little confused on that spirit counting there to make sure we had everything. But again, Occam's Razor, the simplest answer is usually the Earthquake that's in your hand. And Earthquake comes down here, destroys the Curibus. And we also can now go into Hermes for Spinosect line to bounce a fish, swing for game. And if that's trickery in the back, we have some very complex states that puts Trish in a position of, well, effectively going to potentially game 3, but also definitely in the time.
Yeah, as that is sinking lower and lower as every second passes. Yeah, that's how time works, Halen. Well, more relevant now than ever.
Into the depths. I've heard there are threats in those depths. So if the time's sinking down into the coast, then hey, I'm down there with it. We have Hermes coming down here. Once again, Hermes fully loaded and gonna send off to the underworld. Again, this is going to be one of those postulation things where we can just say it's going to be Carry-Off. It's going to be Aviolith.
Listen.
We have only one option here, and that's Aviolith.
It's Aviolith. Now, are we healing back to Hermes, or dare we not?
The illusion of choice here.
Yep. As we are going to be healing back, we have all those nice little Moonrise spirits. Which
that's the last time Trish played, so you know what?
I was gonna say, I feel like we don't see those that often, but it makes sense.
No, that's that makes sense to me. That's the Trish I know right there. That's the one I recognize, yelling at me, telling me, "Swole, why are you playing this card? That card's bad."
Mm-hmm.
Like, back at home.
Dad's back. Yeah, his spirits are just unsleeved and.
I support it.
Mm-hmm. I know you do. Okay, so we did see the Earthquake, and now we are seeing the Resting on Your Laurels. That rabbit finally going somewhere. Gonna be getting rid of it, which means that now the fish parade is free to reign, honestly.
Yeah, though, once again, I think that we are in a very similar position to we were back in the first turn of this game, where one shield messes this whole thing up unless Decent Shirt has an answer. There's the OG Stellar Aphros coming down, as beautiful as ever.
Mm-hmm.
Set card in the back, and let's go Magneros in. A shield here would allow them to go into further value and then attempt to swing 2. Trish is going to take it here.
Yeah, it looks like we are just going to be taking 2 damage. However, we still have Hermes on board, and what have we seen? Only 2 Avioliths so far, so that means that if Trishula so chooses, we could go and get the other one, have plenty of spirits left to play with at this point. There's the other Aviolith. It was in hand.
Back into defense. This is truly the illusion of choice here. No matter how much you can tear down this wall, Gorbachev's not going anywhere. We got Hermes in for an option, and we still don't know what this mystery set card is from Trishula.
No, and it does just feel like the more things the more things change, the more things stay the same. Speaking of, we went and grabbed Curibus, which
from
in
the
fact,
Foamy Expend here.
Yeah, Foamy can search any water 2-drop, not just Locagon. And going to be going in, and it looks like that OG Aphros, if I had to guess, is looking like some nice Ascension fodder for this Curibus.
Yep, there it is. Just as you called it, on the Eddy play, we have a Curibus coming down, and that's going to be able to contest once again this Aviolith champ. But you are back in the position. Once again, the illusion of choice into the mixer we go, and you hit into this Aviolith. You are healing back Trish, and we are now giving more options back to our Hermes players. I think this is one thing in terms of grand support for the deck, is a reason why Aviolith Champ is one of the best cards inside the strategy, allowing you to do so many things and come back from these really tricky positions.
I mean, healing 4 is wild. Like, that is so many. And it really just opens up so much to be able to do moving forward. We didn't have enough spirits on board to be able to activate the Kerberos effect, so we are simply just swinging as a 9 attacker, which, I mean, hey, considering that the highest attack stat in Trishula's deck, unless he is on some sort of tall build here, we know of is 8 in the carry-off.
Yeah, so, what's the height check on Hermes here? Is it we're talking about 5'10"? We're going average, what, 6'3"?
I think he says 6 foot on his online dating profile, so we all know what that means.
6 foot rose for UC Davis. Honestly, it makes a lot of sense. Well, actually, in this matchup specifically, if Hermes can walk away from it, adding the photo of to that dating profile, holding up a couple fish, that'd be killer.
As we put yet another wall in front of Decent Shirt, we are going and doing a Strabbit again.
The illusion of choice.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, it's like we've got to be digging for, Ambrosia, some answer, some removal. We've already seen Earthquake, so that's not an answer. What are you looking for as Trish that you can't get from Hermes?
Well, if I can be honest with you, let me answer this question with a question. Kaylin, do you know much about biology?
Just go. Just do what you're doing. Just go ahead.
Well, you know how most things turn back into crabs? I feel like everything's turning back into rabbits. And so for Trish here, I think the answer is it could be a billion different things, but it turns out it was Cryoblast the entire time. That works.
Listen, the speculation that
That's not what I was going for. Wait, fit the narrative. Rewind that back. Look for another rabbit. The whole joke's complete.
Hey, remember when I said, unless they're digging for removal of some sort? Okay, there we go. Hey, listen, go back to that point and call it there.
Cryoblast coming in here clutch. Old school way to deal with Kerberos. For most of y'all who do not know, Cryoblast used to be a mainstay 3-of for a lot of different types of removal, but also was a great way to deal with one of the hardest to out Elestrals in the game, which was Kerberos for a good amount of time.
Oh, right.
Yeah, that too. Anything with that 2 booty is just not enough to deal with the frosty fury of the Cryoblast coming down. And once again, we're back to Rabbit walling out with only 3 minutes left, though. This is so tricky.
Yes, thank you so much, Swole Spear, for that. I truly loved your pentameter. But we're going to be looking through the underworld here saying, what have we used? What do we have left? 2 Kerberos. What are the odds that we're playing 3, Probably not likely. Okay, as we still have the Hermes over there. Very intimidating, representing a plethora of terrifying things going in and getting that. At least we know the 3 of Aviolith are gone. But what we haven't seen is all of the removal, I believe.
That's Pandora's box coming in here to prevent the search from this potentially clutch Hermes, and that's an Ardvarum, an additional card that was sent out. So didn't actually end up citing out this Ardbud package here. Still saying that's going to be good to go.
Okay. All right. I wonder if that means that there's an Antitan there, but the Ardvarum hit. Not that Trishula is committed to going for Antitan at this point, but if he had, that'd be a great hit. Big if. However, Ambrosia is just going to heal back 3. And meanwhile, Trishula sitting with this wall of 5 in the form of a rabbit, and Decent Shirt sitting with this spear of a 5s in the form of many fish. And there's unfortunately not much to do until one of these casters sees some action. We've already seen Earthquake. We've already seen the Resting on Your Laurels. And we've already seen 2 Kerberos. So that we're starting to run low on options from both casters.
Yeah, just staring at each other down here with a similar stat. We know that Eddie is in the deck, which is a potential viable option if Trish does not opt to stop anything further. And we only have so little time left, and Trish is down in spirits here. Reenchanting Rabbit to potentially dig for either further Hermes or further Ambrosias, I think might have to be the answer to win in game 2.
Yeah, this is still game 2. So, genuinely incredible. We're down to less than a minute to go. We got to wrap up this game at least. We got to get to game 3 before time, surely, right?
Oh, and there it is. Ambrosia again.
Woo!
This will put Trish off the rabbit here and back onto 3 spirits. And even if this does go into turns now, as the clock is winding down, Trish will be up in spirits just a little bit if he can play his cards right.
Ooh, okay. I don't think I've ever seen, actually, a game 3 that going into it, we've already hit time. So the rules are a little bit different for those of you who don't know. If we have Trish able to secure this win, then we will tell you what fun bits of game we're going to be able to play going into game 3, if that is what happens here.
You know, and I don't think I've ever seen what we'll get there when we get there, or if we get there. But I've never seen in the entirety of playing this game of Elestrals what we might actually run into here. That is time in the round called now, and Trishula and Decent Shirt are now going into turns. Trish was turn 0 here, so Decent Shirt will now be turn 1 on this pass. And there's Eddie. There's the answer to Rabbit.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so we're going to be able to swing over this rabbit and do 3 damage. But Trishula still has spirits to play with here. It's not over. However, we've already seen, I think, about as much healing as Trishula can hope to do in both Ambrosia, I think, and all 3 Avioliths. So unless there is something very specific in hand that is going to be able to deal with this entire board of fish, and Eddie is there too. Do not forget about him. But
yeah, the next time that we're saying a fish deck, if we could also say fish and Eddie, that would be cool.
Yeah. And Curvis, but if you, hey guys, it's me, Curvis. I'm here too.
Oh, and that's gonna be a concession from Trish. Having a Poison Nectar set was the bluff card, hoping that Aphros would Nexus to draw. Not a bad call, but going into time there, Decent Shirt takes it in spirits and advantage after a long war of attrition, securing them to move on further and qualify for more Worlds points. They need to make the run if they're going to do it, and this is a big step forward for it.
Yeah, we were just talking about this. Decent Shirt needs to make the full run here, and this is a start. Taking out Trishula, an absolute titan in this game, and especially Trishula playing the scariest thing imaginable, being a bunch of rabbits. And, you know, we overcame with Eddie and Curvis and like a lot of fish. I wonder if, because you mentioned that Poison Nectar that was set, is this purposeful playing around a Poison Nectar? Has Decent Shirt been running into this all day and now knows, like, don't risk it? Or did we just simply never have the opportunity to Nexus and get the draw? Hey, you know, skill or an issue?
You know, we can definitely say it might be a skill and also might be a skill issue. I think this is a really funny scenario of the spoiled fruit conundrum, where sometimes you're just put into the scenario where you have to do it. But luckily, the nice part about the Aphros Nexus is that sometimes when you're just up an advantage, you don't have to. So he could have been in a position where, yeah, he could have done it, but why waste the spirits? Why Nexus it over? And that could have been the silver bullet that Trish needed. So maybe just a little bit of timing, maybe just a little bit of luck. I'm not quite sure, but that would have been a very nice little tech option to see, and not a bad heads up call for a deck like Fish, which desperately needs it. So,
hey.
I mean, that was pretty insane. Curvis coming down, talking about that one.
I loved seeing Curvis. Not only did we see Curvis, we didn't get into it, you know, the biblically accurate way with Rock in a Hard Place. It was a hard ascend, but we did see the Curvis effect happen. We saw the disenchant. We saw the destruction. Very, very cool. That 9 attack stat, only to then be taken down by the Achilles heel of that 2 defense, vulnerable to Cryoblast. Cryoblast is so back. Many people are saying it. And, you know, I was happy to see the Curvis. I'm happy to see it moving forward. And I will definitely, if we get to speak to Decent Shirt in the winner's interview, I will absolutely be asking about that Poison Nectar. Have you been seeing it a bunch today? What's going on? Talk to me about Rock in a Hard Place. All of these things I would love to hear more about, certainly.
Yeah, I think that, and outside of this too, again, congratulations, Decent Shirt, for moving on to our top 4 inside of our last premiere of the season before we get into our big worlds here. And of course, congratulations to Trish here for making it this far after such a long hiatus from the game. Hopefully we'll see you return after just a little while. Amazing showcase from both these players. And looking at our top 8 bracket here, moving on to our top 4 players, this is killer. We've got up top Trenton C, Sir Tractor versus Spicy Sausage, and then Decent Shirt versus Lightbringer.
Lightbringer moving forward again. This is our caster. This is their first premiere. They went into this premiere with 0 qualifying points. We are looking at possibly a run where we start from 0 and end with a world's qualification. How incredible is that? However, they will have to go through an incredibly scary caster who we just saw put on so much pressure to Trishula, one of the greatest casters to ever do it. And that is not an easy road to take. And then, of course, we have Trenton C and Spicy Sausage. So I'm going to have to start doing those tongue twister warm-ups again before we have our next Spicy Sausage round.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty big between Shirt, Sausage. That kind of final would be killer on the voice. So I'm right there with you. A big brain theory on Lightbringer. You know, if this is A Drive and a trench coat, then that's just like, no, that's illegal. But who's gonna fire the CEO, right? That'd be hilarious in itself. I love seeing new blood in the water, and making it this far, like you said, a top 4 finish into a finals, into a win would be killer. But we're gonna go to a quick break, and then we're gonna get into more action with Andrew and Kay on the top 4 match of our premiere. Don't go anywhere. More electrifying action here to come.
Hello, hello, hello. It is good to be back here with UK. I mean, far be it from me to criticize a winner, but excuse me, where was the babloon to enable the Curibus?
I'm saying thank you. You know what, Andrew? Thank you. From the bottom of my heart, from the rock and a hard place of my whatever. Thank you. And, you're asking the right questions, and I'm just saying that could have been a real boon. A baboon.
A real double bubble boon. Yes, of course.
Yes.
Now, the other exciting thing is we saw Trenton move on, which means we are one step closer to being able to ask him about his scoop strategy. I saw on socials while I was on my break, he did, in fact, scoop his last game in Swiss.
Okay. Is this actually the strat? Are we seeing a new... Listen, we've been talking about like, we're testing all these different builds. We're testing all of these different cards and things that we can add. What the real casters are testing is psychological warfare in saying, what if I scoop game one? What if I scoop game one? What if I scoop the last round before Swiss? What if I do this? How does that result in me moving forward? And genuinely intrigued to see the results.
Yeah, Trenton, previously also known as Sir Tractor, maybe Sir Scoopter if it goes all the way to finals here today.
Yeah, we might need to workshop that one with him. But hey, we can do that in the winner's interview later, okay? Hey,
well, maybe, or we'll have an interview with Lightbringer and get to figure out how they went from not to top today.
We have so many. I mean, there's so many casters who I would be thrilled. I mean, any of these casters, I would be thrilled if they won. There's so many great stories in the making. Unfortunately, at our one of our bracket matches right now between Decent Shirt and Lightbringer, that means that one of those casters based on this semifinals is not going to be qualifying for Worlds, as I think both of them need a win to make it there. So
that's what the
stakes.
LCQ is for.
Very true. The last chance qualifier at Vegas. Hey, you know what? Come in with a gamble. That's the spirit of the city. I would know. I live here, and I can't wait to see you all here in March.
We're all going to Kay's turf to flip gambits.
Exactly. Hey, we talked about those aura points, you and I. We will be rewarding them all Worlds, so...
Okay, good to know. We'll print out some little coupons to hand out.
Uh-huh. Oh, cute! Wait a minute. I cannot wait. We are going into our semifinals round, also known as the penultimate round of the tournament. And me personally, I can't wait. I imagine that we're going to be looking in on Spicy Sausage and Trenton C, just based on the fact that we saw Decent Shirt in the last round. And have you been doing your warm-ups for Spicy Sausage?
Sausage? Wait, no. Spicy sausage. Okay, we'll get there.
Yeah. Hey, listen, Spicy, nothing personal if we actually keep calling you Spicy. So,
Spicy sausage.
No matter what, it's gonna be spicy, okay? That's what we do know.
Hey, and we do have confirmation we are getting the Spicy Sausage versus Trenton round here. Both of these casters absolutely covered in accolades. We've seen both of these casters today. We've talked about all of their tops, but what I'm really curious, Kay, is how do you think both of these players are feeling after 7 rounds of Swiss and a top cut round now?
I think they're telling us. They're smiling. They're happy. They're happy to be here. They're smiling with their cards, and they are thrilled to be here in semifinals with all of us. And Spicy Sausage is playing that mat for me.
For you. This is a well-known fact. For you.
That actually counts as another point towards my prediction. Somehow.
We do have to make up points for ourselves, Kay. It's been a rough day out here.
We really do. We've just been taking L's left and right. And it's okay, because you know what? I love when our casters do these little smiley faces or make little designs with the cards. It does my heart good. I would make a heart for both of you right now if I could.
Well, we do know that Trenton will be going first here, so I think we'll be in for an explosive first turn in our penultimate match of our penultimate event for the 2026 World Series.
Cannot wait. As you mentioned, Trenton is going to be starting us off going first here, and hopefully we can get some... Did we see Trenton C on? Do we know what they're playing? Is this a mystery?
I'm pretty sure we saw them today. I think they were on fish, but now I don't remember. Maybe we haven't seen them actually. I think now that I think about it, I think we haven't seen them actually.
It's been quite a day of casting, and well, you might be right, because that is looking like the ingredients for fish soup in the mulligan sauce that we've got.
That is true.
Yeah, as we see the water and the thunder spirit coming out here and getting us into hopefully a better hand, as Spicy Sausage seems quite content to just stick with this initial opening hand. So going to be already starting off with an advantage in terms of spirits over Trenton here. But with fish, I find that doesn't really matter too much.
Hey, the only spirit that matters is the zeroth.
Very true.
As long as you have 0 spirits, you can still win the game.
Yeah. Okay, and it looks like both of our casters are ready to go, unless we see a double mulligan happening here, which, would not be the first time. And, nope, we are getting ready to go. Starting us off super strong with a flex of that Champ Foamy, going in and grabbing the Aphrodite full art, the double flex, my heavens.
Sir Flexton C here, getting off to the races. We'll be grabbing another Foamy. Now, the real question becomes, what is the spice that Trenton has put in their deck for searching with Foamy today? Are we going to see the Waylance finally? Okay, it's the Waylance finally, right?
Surely, because that's a point for both of us, yeah? Looks like we're possibly about to find out. There we go, unless you're keeping... Okay. There goes the Foamy, grabbing it. Are we going to be searching? Or is it going to be a fine keep your secrets kind of moment? This is not the time, Trenton. We are in semifinals. It is time to tell us everything.
Getting the Foamy at the start of the game is kind of tricky, because sometimes you want to hold it if you have multiple multi-drops to select from, but also there's no Pandora's box or anything right now. But if you have an idea on who will win, why we wonder what Trenton is going to do, make sure to head over to twitch.tv/Elestrals and put in your vote.
Oh, and it looks like it's 2 fish staring into a mirror and saying, oh, man, I look fishy today, as we see a Magneros coming down, and it is going to instead just be Pandora's Boxed. And we saw a mill of an Aphoros, and was that another Aphoros?
I think 2 Aphoros just got milled, which is devastating if you're fish.
More like Aphoros, am I right?
But it doesn't matter. The other Aphoros is simply in hand every time.
Although we see a flip of there's a poison tipped arrow set. I saw it. Unless that's a
Trenton,
secret.
we know your
secrets. It's safe with me. No, it's safe with us. Don't worry. No one noticed. Unless you wanted to keep that to yourself, in which case, don't worry about it. Okay, as we see 3 back row from Spicy Sausage here, we're going to be swinging over that Foamy and hitting in for 1 with the Aphoros.
That is a commanding start to the game here. Trenton, though, might just have fish in hand to combat the fish here. I've talked about it earlier today. Magneros does counter Magneros.
Oh, okay. And it looks like Aphoros is going to be what's countering Magneros and Aphoros. The champion of Aphrodite, going to be Aphrodite affecting, and we're going to be, once again, oh my gosh. Are you getting a little bit of deja vu here as we see a Pandora's Box activation on the effect of Aphrodite? Did you see those mills?
We wondered where the Pandora's boxes were all day, and the answer was they were in top 8.
Yeah, and then there was a cryoblast also in addition to that. And so we have removed the champ Aphoros, making this Magneros only a wee baby, no longer a 5.
That's correct. And Champ Aphoros having a higher natural attack stat than the Magneros means that Trenton will be able to get the value they need off of running into this. Except ergo Argo.
Ergo, in fact. And our go to top cut is so back. We are so back as we are going to be Necklace of Harmonia-ing to this Magneros. But we saw those Aphoros. One of the key ways that this deck has to get rid of Necklace, that Nexus effect, those were milled in the Pandora's Box. What is Spicy Sausage to do?
Simply drop Aphrodite and search the 3rd Aphoros.
Okay, you're right. Calm down. We're fine, actually. Everyone, don't worry about it. There is an answer. It's been here all along, and no one is worried. This has really been just a back row slog, and we are only a couple turns into this game.
But the spirit counts are getting under the halfway mark here. Trenton only on 9, Spicy Sausage on 12, and Trenton choosing to fire the poison-tipped arrow that none of us expected.
Hey, yeah, hey, your secret was safe with us. See, they had no idea. And we do see it activated here. And there goes the champ Aphros. I wonder if, like you suggested, if we will see the Aphrodite. No, we are simply going to pay out and take this burn damage from the Necklace of Harmonia as well.
Necklace of Harmonia is a great battle trick until you don't have a way to remove it, and suddenly is very painful.
Yeah, suddenly you are putting yourself on a timer. However, looking at these spirit counts, Spicy Sausage is still up, and Trenton not quite so much, although you never know. As we saw, Spicy Sausage milled those Aphoros, those opportunities to be able to come back, to get value, to get rid of this necklace. So we might be catching up in spirits very quickly here.
That's fine. Spicy Sausage will simply drop an Ambrosia on top of the necklace.
That is another way to get rid of a Necklace of Harmonia. I have seen this done. And it looks like... Yeah, oh, hey. It looks like you were right. We're getting those Earth Spirits back. Does that mean you have Earthquake in hand, Spicy Sausage? Is that what we're looking at here?
Earthquake would be a weird pick. I mean, I guess if the Earthquake is in hand, having the Earth Spirits to sit on is a good thing, but Trenton with an empty board, so Spicy Sausage can just kind of keep poking here.
Very true. I just want to know what those Earth Spirits are for, if not Earthquake. As we do go, this unnecklaced Magneros simply swinging for 1 damage. And now we are back to Trenton, who needs to start coming up with answers quickly, and another Foamy is not quite fast enough.
I wonder what the game plan is here. Maybe just deck thinning. This is the Foamy presumably that was searched earlier, so we could go Foamy, get second Aphrodite, search a third Foamy, still have an Aphrodite to play. I'm not quite sure what that accomplishes for Trenton here, but maybe they have enough cards in hand to make something happen next turn.
There's gotta be an Ambrosia or something, as I'm looking at Spicy Sausage's side, and I see a regular Foamy.
Yes.
And that Earthquake. What did I say? We have Earthquake coming out here to get rid of a champ Foamy. I don't know if we've ever seen a champ Foamy Earthquake before, but it seems to be the game decider, as Trenton has scooped game 1 of semifinals, which means Spicy Sausage has taken the first game. Going into game 2, a fish mirror match. What are you citing for fish from fish?
Well, you're yeeting any tsunamis in your deck to the wall, as you do.
Yes.
You're putting in Cryoblast if it wasn't there already. It was there for Trenton, but maybe Spicy Sausage has it. Maybe you do some Dense Fog. Mostly, I think you just try to have more fish. I mean, hey, I think that's exactly what we saw. And I mean, hitting the fish with the mill from Pandora's box, I really thought that was going to be a pivotal point of the game. But it turns out Spicy Sausage was able to just play through that and come back, and it didn't end up really mattering all that much. And Trenton not really able to get much momentum going, unfortunately. So going into this next game, as you said, we saw the Cryoblast from Trenton. I actually did see a Frost Spirit from Spicy Sausage, whether that's just there to pay for Cryoblast in the side, I don't know. But you're right. If it is in the side, it is coming into the main expeditiously. Well, with Frost in the main deck, Waylance is clearly getting sided.
Wait a minute. Yeah, forget Cryoblast. You're right. That is the fish answer for fish. When you're right,
Side in the Waylance, you mill all the fish, and then there's no more fish to worry about, and then you die to Galaxy anyway. No, surely not. I don't think that's been the experience so far.
But there are many answers, as we've seen all day, to fish. There are many ways to fry a fish, as it turns out. And we will be seeing that going into this game 2. Hopefully we can see this go to game 3. That's always how I feel about Top Cut, is every single game I want both casters to be able to shine, show what they did to get here. And, that last game went right to time, and we didn't even make it to game 3. So who's to say what we're in for this time?
I want to know what the tech is with Foamy. I mean, we saw Foamy into Foamy earlier today. Is the idea of Foamy for Aetheros if you only have one Aetheros on the field? Like, I'm trying to compute what the spice is there for the sausage.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but as it turns out, most of what we had was in fact Foamy. But I am curious about that. You mentioned the Foamy into Foamy. We have so many questions. That's right. We do need to ask these questions and have them answered. Hold on. As we start off with Rabbit for Trenton, going ahead very quickly, getting into game 2 here. And this is looking classic. It really is.
All right, I asked this of Swole. Are you a Clash Asked Rabbit or an OG Kickstarter Asked Rabbit type of person?
Okay, so my favorite Astrabbit art is the Shattered Stars one, or was it Tournament Pack? I'm trying to remember. What's the one that's sort of like purpley in the background? I actually think that's Tournament Pack.
I think that's Tournament Pack.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's Tournament Pack, and that actually is a correct answer. That is one of the Asked Rabbits I played a lot of too.
Yeah. That's my baby. I do love that one. Although, the Shattered Stars art, that's the one that's kind of like a long bunny. Also good, but yeah, I have to say the Tournament Pack art. As we see this Foamy once more, for some reason, once more into the Foamy, dear friends, once more.
And as we know, Foamy never gets to do anything, immediately taking a poison-tipped arrow.
Yup. So, classic. Maybe that's what Foamy is here for, is to bait out PTAs. And, as we saw, it didn't really go into anything before, so it might just be back row fodder. I don't know. As we see Champ Foamy now coming down from Trenton's side again.
The classic I'm you but better. Champ Foamy coming out, getting the Aphrodite here, who will search, I assume, another Foamy. And maybe we'll get to see what the high end of Trenton's deck is this time around.
And Spicy Sausage is once again smiling at us. Thank you so much for that. Very sweet. And we see Aphrodite getting loaded up over on Trenton's side. Going to be searching out another Foamy here. Classic. It's like a repeat of the last game, only Bunny is here. Going in.
Yes, the bunny is in the party, always invited, no matter what the deck is. Got kicked out of parties for a little while, but we forgive you, Bunny. You're back.
I mean, the real question here is, are we going to see the Foamy expend effect this time, or are we just going to be casting the Foamy again? I don't know. I don't know if we're digging for something a little deeper, or if this is just another body for the board.
Bodies for the board is never a wrong answer. And I mean, if you drop a second Aphrodite, you get to add 2 cards to hand per turn. I mean, that's not bad.
No, it is not. But if those cards are just Foamy, then, I don't know. But we do see Magneros coming out. We are starting Fish. I mean, this far into Fish, having not seen Fish or Fish, it's shocking, frankly.
The fish riseth from the depths, as it were. Or not at all, actually. Gordon's gaze.
Okay, so still no Fish. However, if we do have Aphrodite in hand, we can still make it happen, just not quite
No,
as...
you cannot Aphrodite on a Magneros.
Oh, wait, true, because it is Thunder Enchanted. Hey, listen, a girl was trying to dream, but we did have the 1-up resting on your laurels coming out here, getting rid of the bunny, poor bunny, and leaving us with just a Foamy on board.
A Foamy and a dream from Trenton, but that's all they need to be able to ascend if they want to spend the Foamy in hand this turn.
And, okay, we are drawing for turn here. We have 3 back row, which is quite intimidating. Oh, actually, we're just going to do our own Magneros, which the Spicy Sausage, this is your perfect time to get revenge for that Gorgon's Gaze by using one of your own.
3 back rows, certainly one of them does something.
Right. Okay, in fact, we are just going to be going in, searching out that, I imagine, Champ Aetheros from the deck, There it is. Going to be able to special cast that out, and now everything is 5. So, the poison-tipped arrow onto the Aethros. Okay, all right, makes sense.
It's an interesting position to be in. The Magnaros is still going to be able to clear the other Magnaros, and then Trenton can poke for 2, unless Spicy Sausage is going to spend even more back row on this interaction.
Yeah, I think the only other option is if for some reason you didn't get rid of your Tsunami. You could, Tsunami this.
Tsunami the Magnaros? But that puts your Magnaros in defense too.
Well, then, but then you still can't swing over it, you know?
That's true.
You protected it at least.
Okay, I think we're going to get the Magnaros on Magnaros attack here.
Come on. You want to shoot.
It's entirely possible. A shield here would be horrible, and then you just get a Magnaros again.
Yeah. Spicy Sausage might be having that exact thought process here as we're really deliberating. And it's an Argo! Okay! Argo to top cut. And
it is the second Argo onto a Magnaros that Spicy Sausage has pulled off for us here today. It won them last game. Let's see if they can do it again.
Yeah, and let's see furthermore if we can get rid of this necklace and not sit and burn every turn. Not that, like you said, it won them the game. It didn't end up mattering, but it does put a timer on things, certainly. Oh, just kidding. So Trenton C has activated their own Argo. Ergo, this other Magnaros is actually going to be able to destroy the original Magnaros. Okay. Because
that's going to be super pricey for Trenton, though. That's going to be a 6 spirit move because two.
The shield.
Oh no!
Okay.
Oh no!
Oh no! In fact, it was a shield all along. But if you shield after making your opponent invest 4 additional spirits, that feels more worth it, I guess.
I mean, this is such a pricey turn for both of them. So Spicy Sausage spending 7 spirits total, I think, after the PTA expend, right? 1 for PTA, 2 for Argo, 2 for Necklace, or 6 total, whatever.
Mathematics, yeah.
And Trenton spending 4. Oh man, plus 2 for the Magnaros and Aepharos, which got cleared this turn. Pricey turns all around here.
Yeah. However, they're not going to continue to be too pricey because we were able to get that OG Aepharos, get the Nexus effect, and get rid of that necklace. So with those draws, we might be drawing into finally that champ Aepharos that Spicy Sausage has not been able to get this entire time.
I don't think it matters here, though, because they can clear Foamy, and they have enough spirits to get Trenton down to 1 spirit, I think.
As we might be having that exact conversation right now. Trenton might be saying, let me check if this is an Ambrosia on the top, and then I'll see if I can see. Possibly? What you got there? Okay, there's the Aphrodite. We are finally getting the champ Aepharos, which means that this might be all she wrote, as there is no back row on Trenton's side, and this is just about to be an onslaught of fishes.
This does look like all she wrote for Trenton, unfortunately. No hand traps in Elestrals, so no way to stop on a cleared board like this.
Yep, there goes the Foamy, and there goes the 4 spirits of damage. Yep, I think that is all she wrote for semifinals, which means that Spicy Sausage is moving on. Hey, we are getting ever closer to being able to ask, what was regular Foamy doing?
What was the game plan?
We gotta know. I'm gonna lose sleep over this. And huge congratulations to Spicy Sausage for that win, moving on to finals. And
I actually think we have way overdone this.
Okay,
an Ambrosia has just hit the field, and Trenton is now healing. We misinterpreted the game actions that were happening there.
Hey, remember when I said, let me check if I can top deck an Ambrosia? If not, I'll concede. Let's go back to that point where I said that. Whoa! And we are still in game as we have a Magneros coming out, gonna be searching out the Aetheros champ. All right, we're fishing. We've gone fishing, and never mind Spicy Sausage. I mean, you're doing great, but little preemptive on our part.
We entirely misinterpreted your putting down of cards there. Many apologies. Now, this is 2 5s versus 3 5s, unfortunately, so Trenton is still going to have to do a good trick.
Yes.
But there is hope.
And that hope is... Okay, we've crashed. And now we have Champ Aetheros, which is a higher attack stat, so a Spicy Sausage cannot go and get their own Champ Aetheros, or a Whale, or an Earthquake. Never mind. Okay, it's an Earthquake. So we have Earthquake, the Champ Aetheros, and I don't want to misinterpret all of these cards being put on the board, so I will remain here and not definitively saying anything until we have confirmation for sure.
We'll wait for the pop-up this time.
No, we were actually just seeing into the future. We opened our third eye.
Yeah, no, that was actually stream lag. We were one turn ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so we see that Poison Nectar. I think they're discussing their spicy tech that they've got. And, Trenton saying, yeah, this is what I was hoping to see against you, as that looks like the full art resting on your laurels there. And okay, we have the pop-up, we have confirmation. Congratulations to Spicy Sausage, who is moving on to finals. Congratulations to Trenton, who played so well. Incredible clashes all around. And good thing we didn't call that one too early.
Hey, where there's a fish, there's a way.
Exactly. And there is, as we have concluded, more than one way to fry a fish. And that way is apparently regular foamy that seemingly does nothing, but it's the thing that unlocks everything and gets you to finals. That's the secret.
That's the secret. Spicy Sausage chose to put the foamy in the deck, and the foamy has carried them, is what I think we can take away from this clash.
Yes, foamy has floated into top cut and now into finals. So
that's true. Maybe we'll finally get to see what foamy does in finals.
Wait a minute! And I don't know if we've gotten our other match results yet or anything, but as we know, our other table is a very, very high stakes match, as both of the casters in sort of the south part of the bracket are both fighting for Worlds qualifications. Whoever makes it has to win, and if they win, they're going to Worlds. Now, I don't know about you, my hands would be shaking. I'd be quite nervous with something so high stakes like that.
Well, I mean, if you're a Lightbringer, you have the advantage of not knowing what the heck is going on here today. So you probably can just kind of like jump through and be like, this is great. Let's have fun.
I mean, that, or I loved Swole's theory that Lightbringer is secretly just an A-Drive alt. And he's here to sweep the entire tournament and show up to Worlds and be like, technically, I got the Worlds points, guys. Technically. My name's Lightbringer, by the way. Nice to meet you.
That's so true. But I think we have the bracket to pull up here to finally see what our finals is going to look like. And it's going to be Spicy Sausage versus the Decent Shirt.
Okay, so that means we have Fish with a mysterious foamy versus Curibus and, I can't say for sure, Rockin' a Hard Place, but One Can Dream. And congratulations to Decent Shirt.
The Babloon is in the deck, right? The Babloon is in the deck. They just didn't draw it last time.
Put the Babloon in the bag, guys. And no one gets hurt. And give me my points. Woo! Actually, what's that? I'm getting a call. Both Spicy Sausage and Decent Shirt have qualified for Worlds just by making it to finals today. So huge congratulations to two Worlds competitors, Spicy Sausage and Decent Shirt. And Lightbringer, incredible run today, coming from not having played in a tournament at all to making it all the way to semifinals. Genuinely huge congratulations, and congratulations to all of our casters today in what has been one of the most fun, exciting, going to time. Every single match I've been like, at the edge of my seat. So thank you all so much for playing out of your minds today and for the high caliber of play we've seen during this tournament. And I can't wait for that to continue on into finals.
And I'm sure what a great finals it will be today. I'm super excited to see how these two casters clash it out. I think it will be one for the history books.
Absolutely. And as we are getting ever and ever closer, I know that the anticipation is growing, and I personally can't wait. So I will go ahead and get out of the way, and I will pass it over to Swole and Andrew, who are going to be bringing you your finals.
Hello, we are back here with me, and welcome back, Swole, to the desk. They have made the glorious decision to put us on here for the grand finales today. We're going to have two amazing casters we have seen just clash beautifully today. So many clashes have been nail biters down to the last spirit. What are you most excited for in our finales here, Swole?
You know, honestly, I think this is a very interesting finals for a lot of reasons. Yes, not only is this the final tournament before our World's Championship to crown our big season ender here, but also Spicy Sausage, versus Decent Shirt here. Spicy is a name that we haven't quite seen at this level in quite some time. And it's been a while, I think, since Spicy has even won an event. It used to be one of the most winningest names of Elestrals, I think, back when we were running even like the app tournaments. And decent shirt as well. No slouch to this game either. Has been showcasing an insane fish list with this Curibus. And I'm so excited too. The tech options and the amount of things we've seen on the day, it all comes down to this. Whether it be Outback, Sunset, or Fish, hey, it turned out to be Fish. So we're getting a Fish v Fish final here on this one. But talk to me, Andrew. What's going on with witnessing the Spicy and shirt today for you?
Oh, well, I gotta know what that foamy is for, Swole. Many are asking, what is the game plan with the foamy? Is there some secret sauce to that, or is the goal that it's just another way to get Aetheros again? I gotta know.
You know, I've been seeing some. I think Kay was right. One of the most spectacular cards of all time. Back in contention, foamy used to be one of a big line of water heavy hitters back in the day, and Spicy, I think, is just so interesting with this build, right? Is it a way to get back into the champ foamies? Is it a way to flow into whales? Is it a way to flow into Aetheros? There's a lot of utility pieces here, or is there a secret water card we don't quite know about? Yeah, I think for the finals, you got to pull out all the stops, leave no secrets, and get down to business. And I cannot wait.
We've seen Galaxies, we've seen Eddies, we've seen Astravets, we've seen Foamies. I know you were talking about sleeper agents with Trishula early today. I mean, if you've been playing Elestrals for a while, your synapses are going bzz, 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 bzz.
It's cerebral for sure. You know, it's got to be cerebral. And my synapses are maybe broken. There's like one wire that's twinged and it's little sparks flying out. It's cerebral.
Yeah. You got some sparkets flying out of the head.
Yeah, exactly. Sent to Tartarus and back again, for sure. Both these casters also qualifying for Worlds off of this placement is also incredible to see. I think that's really exciting. But one will walk away with this championship Centaur today and be crowned the last champion of our premier runs before Worlds.
The very last Centaur.
The very last Centaur, that's right. Oh, wow. Because the next one we get into is that Volt Tempest.
Yeah.
On the day. And there's been a long rounds of Swiss for Elestrals. I know both our players have been fishing out of their minds into this round. And so I guess the question we'll have to ask ourselves here is, our water good stuff, our low to the ground options, our foamies, is that going to be able to take it? Is that going to be able to do the deed versus our Curibus, our rock in a hard place, our eddies, and our fish? What's the difference maker here today? I cannot wait.
The difference maker is going to be that we finally see the baboon champion of Aphrodite enable the Curibus.
Of course. And then there's going to be a Waylance in there too. And then both you and Kay will be able to get those points back. Absolutely. That's the most important thing. No matter who wins today, it's about our commentators' points specifically in this coalition.
Oh, man. Yes. I'm just excited to see. You know, in the last match, I was really excited to finally see live the Magnaros counter Magnaros move we've talked about, where you have your Magnaros over Aetheros, Aetheros over Magnaros. Like, it finally happened. It's a real strategy. Maybe we'll see it happen again in this game.
Now, it's one thing, too, is that the tech play for the fish has been on display all day, right? And talk about these sort of minutia plays between how to combat the different board states that this engine enables, right? What does your opponent have? How many Aphrodites left? Is it OG Aetheros? Is it the new Aetheros, Champ Aetheros? Is it Magnaros? And so down to the decisions of, do I ascend? Do I Nexus? Do I play around Poison Nectar, a tech card that a lot of casters have been running into? Does this play well into Pandora's Box? We'll have to see. And we're getting down to it. Our finals of our last premiere before Worlds, Decent Shirt versus Spicy Sausage.
Spicy Sausage going first to reign in this final game of this premiere season, opening with the foamy champion of Aphrodite to search the Aphrodite. Classic fish opener here. We're off to the races.
And here we go now to, I think even searching the OG foamy could be the way to go here, starting off strong. And there it is, OG foamy. Hearing our wishes here, our fish wishes on what that could be about.
Okay, so you put that out into the world, but what are you expecting them to do with the foamy they just searched?
I think just intimidate. Just literally search it, show us that they have it, and never cast it. That would be the ultimate power play.
Totally fair. We do have one back row to defend this foamy on board. So Spicy Sausage might be able to defend this foamy, simply search a second one and get off to the races. Decent Shirt is dropping a original Aphoros here and that beautiful reverse stellar. The real question will be if there's an Aphrodite. And there it is. So we're going to probably go get the Champ Aphoros. Actually, the Champ Aphoros was in hand the whole time. What is happening, Swole?
Sometimes you just have everything here, and Aphrodite can be used as this Nexus bank to draw into more cards and counter runes. And you still have enough material to search out too. And a second Aphrodite. Is this Aphoros to Nexus onto Aphrodite?
I think that is what's going to happen here, which is a great move because then you're not as worried about losing spirits off of the Aphrodites. And with Curibus in tow, keeping those spirits on those divines is probably of the utmost importance.
This is kind of crazy to think about too, because now the bouncing between spirits won't be as, I would say, vulnerable. Something like Shield of Achilles here from Decent Shirt. Normally, if the Aphoros is nexting onto a fish, all those spirits can be lost with that. This expertly plays around that.
It'll be interesting to see how Spicy Sausage chooses to navigate their turn now. They have 2 back rows to play into and 2 fish sticks they have to make. A Magnaros, I guess, does it here. Maybe there's some spicy tech with the foamy we'll see shortly. Or, you know, who knows?
Yeah, I think one of the things to note here too is that after dealing with the Champ Aphoros here, Foamy does crash into the OG Aphoros, meaning that you get the removal and the extra cast to search here. So if there's a Cryoblast, some sort of removal option from Spicy Sausage, this could be the way to go. And there's the Earthquake.
There you go. Soothsayer Swole has predicted in the stars and foretold the lines. We're going to get a Foamy crash here. If Decent Shirt allows it with 2 back row there, I don't know how much you want to spend back row on a Foamy, though. Well, a Gorgon's Gaze is a good one. Get the crash with no value.
You know, that's just a difficult position to be in if you are Decent Shirt still. That Gorgon's Gaze is super valuable. And yes, you get rid of the search, but you still lose the Elestral. That's spicy. I think you're happy with that, taking out that Gorgon's Gaze.
I think so. Our players going over something here, probably confirming the activation window for the Gorgon's Gaze or some such.
Yeah, just kind of point out the cards, being like, you meant to do that, right? We both meant to do this. Eddie dropping down here on this. And man, Eddie here, nothing to turn about, but this just the presence alone and being able to represent additional Eddie search with an Aphrodite and potentially, again, we know the rock in the hard place is somewhere in there to go into Curibus. I just have not been able to see it.
What do you think this tells you about Decent Shirt's hand, though, that Eddie was the play? I mean, you know, maybe Decent Shirt knows something, and maybe you agree with Decent Shirt. Head to the polls at twitch.tv/Elestrals and let us know if you think Decent Shirt or Spicy Sausage is going to take it. But seeing an Eddie dropped like that into no turn possibilities makes me think there's not really other bodies in Decent Shirt's hand right now.
Yeah, it definitely could be the conga line of water coming out here and just trying to refresh your hand after some drawing of runes, potentially from that Aphoros. Is definitely a good call. Magneris touching down here from Spicy, and then Gorgon's Gaze has come to meet that. That's 2 Gorgon's Gaze down from Decent Shirt. I think Eddie here and double Eddie could definitely represent a double ascension of Curibus. There's definitely an option there if Spicy does not have a Gorgon's Gaze to stop that effect.
Ooh, yeah. Rock in a hard place next turn.
That's what I'm thinking. Here we go. Let's see it. Decent Shirt draws for turn. Both casters just slinging spirits left and right. 8 to 9. This is not the War of Attrition that we saw from the previous round with Decent Shirt.
Yeah. Second Eddie into Rock in a hard place would be tough here because even a Gorgon's Gaze from Spicy Sausage would not stop at least one Curibus from hitting the field.
Oh, and this is so heads up too. Eddie on Eddie into the Magneros. This plays around the Argo that we know Spicy to be running.
It does. You know, we forgot why Eddie was so good.
Yeah, it turns out we are going back to the deck builder on this one, and we're saying, yeah, this card's good enough.
Yeah, when combat matters, you know, controlling positions matters too.
Yeah, Mudlet Mudlet, it's your time. Wake up. Wake up, Mudlet.
Decent shirt. Also revealing here that there has been a third Eddy in this deck the whole time.
I think we've only been able to see 2 copies at a piece kind of juggling back and forth as Magneris goes down here to 1 Eddy, the other one swinging in for 1 and just kind of taking this small turn here. Maybe the Kerberos is just a hard ascend here and the Lunars for the fake out, you know?
Maybe. I'd love to see a rock and a hard place hit, though. We'll have to find out. I mean, you don't even need to properly enchant it to get your Ascension.
When a whale coming in here, this is exactly what we were talking about previously. The Galaxy's messing up the little Eddy that could. And that's going to swap one of the Eddies. Going to take down nice and clean and simple here. And whale in itself, back to where we were previously, where an Argo is a very real threat.
Yeah, despite having a third Eddy in hand, you don't actually want to put the whale in defense position, and Argo onto whale here would be a bad time all around. So hopefully Decent Shirt has a different draw they can utilize here.
Yeah, this is such the counterplay of the water dance between Eddy and a whale. Eddy in OG Galaxy, Eddy in this Galaxy. An Earth Spirit drop. Oh, an Earth Enchanted Eddy. Interesting.
I think the point here was if you're not going to use the effect of Eddy, misenchanting it and saving your water for something else is probably the right move.
I think that's absolutely right. And an Argo coming down here to protect the whale in, making this thing a beefy 7-body.
That is a precarious move from Spicy Sausage, though, at low spirits. They're going to take 2 from the Argo, 2 for the necklace, and if they don't have Ambrosia or Aetheros in hand, they will take an additional 2 at the end of next turn.
Yeah, this is so tricky here because in a deck like this, the fish deck that can easily deal with those spirits off the Necklace of Harmonia and gain advantage value, this is still very scary. With the Galaxy on board, especially, you now have tools to out the Eddy and swap the attack and defense. That's scary stuff.
So we'll have to see what Trenton has, what Spicy Sausage has in tow here to clean up that necklace on their turn. Otherwise, they're going to be going out with almost no spirits left if they are forced to Necklace of Harmonia ascend. And we're going to just see a second whale here.
Ooh, second whale is very strong. Still, it won't swap the big 7 here from the Necklace of Harmonia, but a 5 attack is enough to deal with an Eddy alone.
And actually, that might not be the cast. That was just the search. I misinterpreted it being placed in the Elestrals row there.
Oh, I got you from the Aphrodite there. Thinking out the deck just a little bit and gives you an option to do it. But we're going for the mystery foamy.
Okay, we're going to go foamy crash to show us what the secret sauce is, right? That's what's happening.
Yeah, the secret sauce is that there is no secret sauce. It's the secret sauce has been us the entire time. As the shield comes down here, bounces that whale back to hand, and outs this Necklace of Harmonia. I think you're okay with this as it doesn't allow Spicy to advance further board position, but now you have the whale to reactivate again and a foamy to threaten the sauce, apparently. Interesting board state.
Do you shield in this scenario, Swole? Like, if it was you personally, or would you let Spicy Sausage expend themselves to 1 spirit?
Oh, honestly, I think there's a world here where ascending into the Kerberos makes sense. Yeah, there we go. Drop down the Kerberos here, the 9/2 body over the little foamy. Yes, you're going to take damage, but if it's a shield, if it's PTA, you're taking so many spirits.
Yes, Spicy Sausage here would have to expend the rest of their spirit deck, essentially, if they want to shield this.
Yeah, and that's going to be a little tricky. We know that Ambrosia is in the deck for this. They could play off the Aphrodite or the foamy. A lot of options still, but Kerberos effect, I think, to disenchant 2 from the Aphrodite on their side of the field to destroy a card.
I think we hit the foamy here, right, to make sure no value is gotten off of that. You swing for 2, either taking Spicy Sausage to 1 or letting Spicy Sausage kind of expend their way down.
Yep, and there's a Gorgon's Gaze there to prevent the destruction as a whole, putting Spicy down to 1 spirit against a 9 big body.
Hey, 1 Eddy or 1 whale does it here.
I think the whale, that's right. There is a whale left to ascend over into the foamy. That is very risky. Spicy's going to go in with a water spirit on that to swap the attack and defense. Foamy can now hit over the Kerberos.
And the whale in defense is a very heads-up play because the foamy can get over, and then the whale will be in defense as a big body that Decent Shirt has to deal with now.
Oh no, the shield coming down here. Putting back that foamy, a clutch shield, Spicy on one spirit, and does not take damage now from this defense position whale, like you were saying, that is such a heads-up play, but any Elestral can do it now from Shirt.
Yeah. You know, hindsight maybe 2020. If the whale had been an attack, it would have still got over the Curibus.
Yeah, there we go. That's going to be game one going to Decent Shirt after the cast of a foamy can now put the spirits down to 0. Spicy scoops it up, and we're going to game 2. This is now match point for Decent Shirt on all the way here into the finals. This has been crazy. Curibus comes back in a big way.
Curibus scary.
Curve is very scary. It's a terrifying Elestral to look at. Even above the water.
Nine is hard to deal with. I believe we saw Spicy Sausage was on Cryoblast, so if that's not a main deck option, it certainly comes in now to be able to handle the Curibus in game 2. In a mirror match like this, though, besides maybe slotting in a Cryoblast you didn't have, I don't think you change very much. What do you think, Swole?
Yeah, I think you have all the tools necessary, right? I think both casters bringing themselves back down to, minimal spirits, 1-to-1 in some of these dire circumstances. I think that you have everything to match your opponent, but what are those silver bullets? What are those things that put you over the edge? That Cryoblast you were mentioning. Maybe you could play additional copies of Pandora's Box if they're not inside of the main deck. PTA could be an interesting one to help take care of Curibus and these big boss Elestrals too. I don't know. It seems so strange to say, but I think honestly it might just be Cryoblast. Takes care of the eddies, take care of the fish.
Hey, maybe if you had eddies in your own side deck, they come in now.
Ooh, that could be killer. Try to eddy on eddy, and then you have the rebel Curibus on your side to tech in when they activate their rock in a hard place. Now we're really going back format. Now that was a crazy tech play back in the day.
Hey, one of my favorite old school Elestrals things is when someone would play rock in a hard place and you would have Eddy and you would go Eddy effect and they'd go, I'm sorry, what? And then like you bait out a Gorgons or something, but really you didn't have Curibus in your deck the whole time.
Yeah, the classic fail to find on the goof. Sometimes they'd get you with that and they'd be like, oh yeah, that's good, man. I think if you have Curibus, you might just win this one. Oh, fail to find? Oh, okay, that's nice.
Yeah.
You can definitely get it for that one. Decent Shirt looking to apply the pressure and keep it going here to secure this victory for this tournament. We're seeing how this will shape out. Fish v Fish, Curibus v Whale, I think is our current sauce of choice. And thus there's, again, the mystery here is on this foamy against on with the foamy.
Sausage, what's the game plan? What is the foamy doing? We've seen the foamy so many times and it's never done anything.
Foamy, I'm so proud of you, Ant.
Oh, no. We see a foamy on Decent Shirt side as well, just the champion one instead. So I believe we will probably see a search of foamy and then a search of Curibus, if I had to imagine. Based on what we've seen from Decent Shirt, I think Curibus is the only multi-drop they are on today. Yeah,
this kind of showcasing off, like sometimes you don't need the extra spice, right? A lot of fish decks and some of these foamy search 1 or 2 drop decks have been opting to play double versions of whatever they need. Locagon, Zephrog, we've seen the Capregal, Oistillery, and so something like this is just running the Curibus for a little more straightforward. That could be really nice.
And we do see the search of Champ Foamy here. I guess there was always a chance for Decent Shirt to reveal that they were on OG Foamy too, but looks like not.
Yeah, that could have come into the side and been really funny. A true mirror of mirrors to end it all.
We'll see a couple of back row set. Looks like we're not going to see the foamy search this turn, but that's fine. We will see a whale from Spicy Sausage, though.
Ooh, coming in here, hot OG whale. This is looking a lot like base set. Wait a minute. Galaxy coming in here and foamy taking care of the other foamy and swinging for 1. Set 2 back row. Galaxy foamy. This is, what year is this?
2026. Believe it or not, my friend.
Oh, there's just no way. The name Spicy Sausage, playing Galaxy, playing Foamy at this time of year, this time of day, localized entirely within the Pentultimate tournament before Worlds. I don't believe it.
Now, Decent Shirt is in an interesting position. The fun thing about OG Galaxy is actually Magnaros into Aetheros still does good things here, because the Magnaros would still be a 5.
Yeah, that's one thing about this, is that the Galaxy swap shenanigans is a little bit tricky in maybe something like this position here, where if you don't play this right, you could even Galaxy or Gorgon's your own Galaxy to destroy a Foamy and not crash instead. There's so many small things you can do here to turn off your play. Oh, and there's a Cryoblast.
Okay, that's going to take care of the Foamy, I guess? Or are we using that to drop the whale and get over it?
Classic case of Cryoblast whale ? In fact, I think this is kind of what we're seeing here, but it will crash with the Galaxy and take out that option, leaving the little Foamy that could, the little OG Foamy.
Double OG Foamy. Spicy Sausage saying, surely I'll get value out of these this game.
Yeah, just kind of showing it off here again. The double Spicy Sauce could be underneath the surface. 2 damage direct. Foamy here so imposing without some suppression tool, right? I think it's one thing that we've been seeing constantly is just Foamy getting checked by things like Spectaris and Dense Fog. But in a match like this where there's no suppression at all, just raw stats, Foamy might reign king.
They should have listened to Kay and put some Spectaris in their deck.
That's what I was saying. You know, she called out the Eddy, she called out the Jolton, and calling out the Spectaris. You know, Kay's champion in the making.
We're going to see the Magnaros here from Decent Shirt, which is going to allow them to go into their fish line, getting a Champ Aetheros, and I imagine searching an OG Aetheros off of the Aphrodite, assuming Spicy Sausage's back row doesn't stop this here. But we do see the deck picked up, so it looks like this will be good to go.
Yeah, this is so interesting. Those 2 back row have been sitting there for a little while, so I can't imagine unless they could be just an Argo set for a jump scare surprise. But even if you clear both Foamy here, if you're Spicy, you have a lot of options. What do you think you're grabbing off of the clear?
I don't know, 2 Aetheros?
Yeah, it's possible, right? Now you just end up with 2 5s.
More than likely, you grab Champ Galaxy in defense position so that without activating effect, and then just sit on that for a turn.
Ooh, or here's an idea. You go for the Champ Foamy, search Aphrodite, other one searches an Aetheros, and now you have your engine online to get your search.
Is Champ Foamy not normal cast?
Champ Foamy is cast total.
Nice.
Messed up. Learned that one the hard way.
Okay, so we do... Okay, the Foamy will activate. The Aetheros has gone in. Spicy Sausage, show us the tech.
Let's see here. Just confirming spirits now. Spicy is up by quite a large margin. And Argo coming in here for the Foamy.
Argo. The Foamy was a trap all along. Actually, this is the swollest Foamy that has ever been.
Wait, Earth Spirits on this wait a minute, this is actually correct. Now I'm thinking about it. You won't have any Earth Spirits left for your Earthquake.
That's because they're going to pay those Earth Spirits for the Earthquake next turn.
Oh, they're pulling a bow, not a swole. I get it. Yeah. Absolutely.
That must be that's the only logic I can have. Spicy Sausage being so up on spirits, there would be no reason to get rid of your Earth here unless you were planning to use it next turn.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense here too, especially because now you're in this position where you have just a hard removal for the 3 body, leaving Decent Shirt on. Do I swing and let you deck thin and get value? Spicy's defensives here are, oh wow, they're so strong, even with staring down 3 back row.
Magnaros could crash here, but I feel like you wouldn't want to do that. Never mind. Oh, Foamy has a 2, right? It's not a crash.
Yep, this thing crashes with Rabbit and the OG Aetheros Foamy here gets a search. Search is good here from Shirt, saying Spicy is deliberating. I swear that was the tech. It was the spicy sauce, and instead Sausage said, no, I'm good with this seashell by the seashore.
And we are going for the Champ Foamy, it looks like there. So we'll get that Aphrodite search, which means we're off to the races next turn to search more Foamies.
See, this is, I think this is a very interesting, I guess, micro synergy of the deck, which is the Foamy bring out Foamy. We're so close to the 9 Foamy deck already, but Aphrodite is so important in this deck, like a lot of our divines for these key strategies like Aphrodite, like Hermes. And so getting to that faster, I can see the line in the decision.
But maybe there's just simply an Aphoros in Spicy Sausage's hand to search things out. And we see the Earthquake. So it was foretold and understood. The board is cleared. We do, in fact, have the Aphoros in hand. That means Spicy Sausage is going to be able to create a full board here unless Decent Shirt has a Pandora's box to stop the imminent search of this Aphrodite.
Well, that could come in clutch here. These mills have been really solid here. Typically through Decent Shirt, but this Aphoros search now goes in clear, and we get to have our 2/5 bodies and our defensive Foamies out now, representing 4 damage on the board. It's a lot to consider here.
A lot to consider, and even if you have a shield or something set, I guess you send Champ back to hand. It's like shielding almost anything on this board doesn't feel very good.
Ooh, and even a poison tipped arrow too. That's gonna put you down to, oh my gosh, I think you take 4 spirit damage or 3 here?
6 total damage, right? 4 from swinging if Spicy Sausage full swings, and then
the PTA cast and the PTA expend. That is 6 total damage, leaving you on just 2 spirits. Ambrosia is real and can help us. Hopefully Decent Shirt has a game plan here.
They'll simply drop the Dratogla or Sluggle. We haven't seen from them yet.
That honestly could be the spice. We're talking about the Foamy side of things. That into the expert late game heal. I've seen that one before.
Okay, Decent Shirt not out of this yet. I mean, with the second Aphoros cleared, they could go exactly Magnaros into Aphoros, but that would use up all of their spirits.
Yeah, down to 3 spirits here. It might just be worth it to play as conservatively as possible until you see your larger outs and dig for those Ambrosias just a little bit. We know that OG Aphoros is a pretty clutch card in these situations, but Spicy now at 2 back row 2, 1 Gorgons, or even a PTA here would be really brutal.
All right, Decent Shirt's making a move. It's going to be OG Aphoros.
Aphoros here, Spicy Sausage thumbing over the back row. Going in with a poison tipped arrow, now bringing that attack down to 2. You cannot crash my Lestrals, and I will be clearing this. Draw the Ambrosia.
Decent Shirt still able to go search Champ Aphoros if desired, or just try and draw something off of the Aphrodite. We do have the Champ Aphoros, it looks like.
Yeah, just trying to clear board as much as possible. Very, very tough position down in these 2 spirits. A set Ambrosia could also be what we have lurking underneath. We've seen that before from a few of our casters. Just surprising out. Yeah,
the OG Aphoros could still crash with, or no, I would get over Foamy with Champ Aphoros. So -2 to 5 is 3. So Decent Shirt could decently clear the board here, and we do see the Ambrosia.
So that's a small help here, returning back some water spirits. That puts it a little more comfortable back to 5 to 7 spirits in Sausage's favor. Gonna go ahead and cast out the Champ Aphoros, making both these things a 5. So you do have a potential clear of a couple cards, but that poison tipped arrow is going to be really, really nice.
Yeah, if you're Decent Shirt here, you probably get rid of the Champ Aphoros to make sure they don't go off to Fishtown next turn, and then I guess you gotta go. hopefully you don't go with OG Foamy, because that's just going to allow getting another Aepharos off of the Aphrodite.
Yeah, really tricky too, because you're in this catch-22 of, do we give them advantage or do we make them take spirits? Because Foamy is still a burn card when you think about it. So now with a Cryoblast on the board, taking care of the last fish on the board, that's huge.
That's huge. Spicy Sausage with a second Magnaros here, going to be able to search an Aepharos and do 3 damage onto Decent Shirt here. That might be it for game 2. We shall see.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a concession here from Decent Shirt, and Spicy is going to take the second game. We're going to a game 3 of our finals here of the Fish v Fish, Curibus versus Foamy, Spicy Sausage versus Decent Shirt here. We have been going into some crazy games all day, and we're finally at the very last one. This will decide who is our ultimate premier champion before Worlds, right? Both
who
these
has the most delicious fish sauce?
Whose fish sauce is more tasty? Spicy's, or is it decent fish sauce, or is it spicy fish sauce? You know, that's the way that's the way I describe it.
We'll find out shortly, I think.
Yeah, I think for both these casters now, they didn't seem to have a lot of siding options. That game 2 fired off very quickly. Do you think that's going to be a different case inside of this game 3?
Maybe. It looks like we are seeing some siding action there, though. I see the caster shuffling through their cards in our little window down there. So maybe there are some regrets and some last-minute text to put in here as they both go to a winner-takes-all scenario.
You know, those OG Spectaruses could be the game breaker here. We did see Lunar inside of the Spirit deck for Decent Shirt, and that could be a way to handle Foamies. I don't know if we've seen Spicy and Shirt face off here, but that would be the perfect scenario.
Hey, we haven't seen Decent Shirt use a Lunar Spirit for anything except expending, so there's got to be something in the deck.
Yeah, I mean, we all Dense Fogs or something, right? And it turns off a little bit of your own engine, but I imagine that could come here very well. Kay's prediction might come in to be the most clutch and the most perfect of the day, in fact, if we have a little more of the consideration from Decent Shirt. And for Spicy here, you know, you keep that pressure going for the third game. You want it to be almost as similar, controlling the space in the board, having answers to everything. And those Foamies were kind of an unforgettable wall when you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Foamies made the math real hard for Decent Shirt in choosing what to go over. You know, giving the water deck their pick of something is not fun.
And I think that we're hoping to get a little more in depth with it, diving into our game 3, the final game of the final match, the grand finals here of our Elestrals Premier Tournament. February 7th, 2026 will crown a new champion and also be the last one before Worlds. We're going to start off strong with a Foamy, Search Aphrodite, or a Decent Shirt.
That is off to the races. We shall grab another Foamy here and perhaps set up for Curibus. We didn't see the Curibus last game from Decent Shirt, and maybe that was the difference maker in how Spicy Sausage came ahead.
Yeah, the advantage gain early here could be critical, and the now having instant access to the Curibus, set 2 from Decent Shirt pass. This is a very quick game so far. I saw a lot of these actions and spirits flying early. Galaxy OG coming in from Spicy. That also can mess up Curibus, by the way. We didn't quite see in the last one, but this is also a force to be reckoned with.
Galaxy does make all of the math hard for the fish deck. I mean, Decent Shirt also being on Eddie, which is, you know, going to have a miserable time into an OG Galaxy. Lots of things that Galaxy makes hard for Fishmere. Now, Spicy Sausage will also have to contend with the fact that it's going to make all of their own fish worse now, though.
Ooh, and here's a good call and response with the OG Galaxy and the Champ Galaxy. Effectively, in this position, the same card. You know, I think they play well into each other as counters and play well together in general. Or should I say play well together?
Yep, so now Decent Shirt will have to make a choice on if they want to crash. They are searching another Galaxy here, but maybe the plan is simply to put their own Galaxy on the board to be able to do the rare triple flip to be able to put things in their favor.
You know, this is so interesting now on both these decks that they are effectively doing very similar things, but one is leaning in the direction of grabbing your whales and foamies, and the other one is trying to, I think, still establish that, but now having the early search and the early Aphrodite for Decent Shirt, your whale engine being online a little faster, that's very scary stuff. As a foamy coming down, OG foamy, MVP of last game for Spicy. PCA here? No PCA. It's clear.
All right. Foamy poke.
And foamy just showcasing why removal is so critical here. And I want to say Spicy's deck is also very hard on math, right? You have the galaxies to swap stats, you have the foamies to crash and to create these scenarios where stray whales and rabbits can just equal advantage. There's a lot of really cool utility here, and I like the idea, but still lurking in the waters is that fabled rock in a hard place from Decent Shirt.
Or maybe they just forgot to take the Lunar out of their deck.
Ooh, yeah. That'd be really funny. It's just their reverse Earthless Quake where they're playing the spirits, but not the card.
We know Decent Shirt has the whale in hand now, so they will have to make a difficult choice on their turn if they want to drop the whale and go over the foamy and give Spicy Sausage a search, or if they will hold that for a future turn.
Ooh, and then we go down a defensive option on the wall for Decent Shirt, not allowing Spicy Sausage to crash with the foamy. But now we have a poison-tipped arrow coming in here, and that is such high value. And Pandora's box to stop the search.
Oh no!
Oh, you get Earthquake with that too?
Oh no!
That's gonna be so critical.
Such a high value sequence of counter runes there from Spicy Sausage. Nullifying the search by PTAing the whale, and then nullifying another search with a Pandora's box into mulliganing Earthquake. Oh, Decent Shirt is probably thumbing through their hand right now, wondering how they got here.
Yeah, this is very much is back to being a scary position. You're down in spirits. Your initial push for a defensive option, and then into I'm gonna play a little slower here, getting stopped. Spicy now up in board presence. We already know these foamies get really hard to deal with, and Aphrodite can just search another one. This is pretty killer.
Well, we could also search Champ Foamy, grab the 2-drop, which is certainly in Spicy's deck, right? Spicy, you have a 2-drop hiding there somewhere that you've kept from us this whole time?
Yeah, the real secret is that this is Gaslight the deck. It's not actually a water deck, it's a gas deck. We've gone to the third form of the liquid solids.
There we go. We are just getting another OG foamy, and we're just going to keep poking and say, you know what? That's fine. You waste back row on this. You waste attacks on this. I'm going to get value out of them.
Yeah, that's just like the beauty of foamy for so many years is that foamy, like rabbit, similarly represents a type of value that we haven't seen in a while. It's just hard positions to put your opponent in, and if you are utilizing resources on it, it feels bad. You know, it feels heavier investment than it might be necessary. And even a board of 2 foamy and 1 back row is just as scary as a full fish board here.
Especially with Aphrodite there, taking out a foamy is a fish into a fish search into fish board.
You know, foamy here in defense, that's going to wall up a little bit. And, like you said, can represent a Curvus Ascension later.
Thinning the deck by getting another Aphrodite. Thinning the deck, always a good thing to do. Not really space in the rune row to drop the Aphrodite at this point, but now it's in hand for the future.
And Spicy here holding up tight, allowing this to swing back. Let's see if they have a response here. Now, the tricky part, if you're Decent Shirt, is that 3 defense is enough to stop, well, 1 foamy, but not quite a whale or additional 5. This whale's going to swap attack and defense, and a Gorgon's Gaze coming down here to stop that swap. I think you're perfectly fine with that.
Yeah, Spicy Sausage here, though, can use the Aphrodite to just get another whale and do it again next turn.
This is the incredibly tricky part. I think you pointed this out in previous rounds here, that Gorgon's Gaze on a whale is not a permanent structure anymore. Aphrodite allowing you to advance the position further and saying, yeah, you need one Gorgon's Gaze, but you're going to need a second and the third. And there's no way you're having a fourth without a judge call.
Well, hey, maybe it won't matter. The Curibus is simply in hand and Decent Shirt will ascend to it. I have faith, Swole.
Yeah, that's true. You know, I think here's the tricky part about this. Oh, searching a OG whale here. I was about to say, do you just search out the OG whale to now make this protected Champ Galaxy a true 5 again?
I think that would be the plan. We're getting we have 2 back row there on Spicy Sausage's side, so they must be feeling pretty good about the survival of that whale, especially with an earthquake onto the foamy. Decent Shirt there must be jealous of seeing that earthquake fire after having their own mill.
Yeah, you know, they're like, yeah, listen, we'll put both these earthquakes in the underworld, okay? We'll see. We'll do it on 3. 1, 2. Okay, you can do yours by milling. I'll do mine by destroying your foamy. And we're going to go ahead and swing in for 2 here. Now to a nice and comfortable spirit deficit of, I want to say that's 3 to 7.
I do believe that is where we are, so it'll be interesting to see what Decent Shirt does with their turn. I mean, 1 Ambrosia flips this math on its head. And, you know, despite having basically a full board, it's not very threatening.
That was the destiny draw and a half. I saw Decent Shirt putting that down, saying this has to be the one. Let's take a look at it. And it's not an immediate concession, so it could be something. There might be a line here for Decent Shirt, checking all of your options here in the final game of the final match. What do you got for us here?
Just show us Eddie and Rock in a hard place. You have enough spirits for it. Make it happen.
That is the legitimate end to this tournament. I think that would be absolutely insane. You cannot keep on getting away with it.
Oh, I think that was was that a pass from Decent Shirt to Spicy Sausage?
Oh, I don't know. You're on such low spirit counts. You got to expend for an Ambrosia or something. Being in this position is so tricky. I think they're just thumbing over options. Double checking spirit decks.
Yeah.
Saying, what do I do here? Reaching for a card. There's Ambrosia. Potentially pulling off the Aphrodite.
It looks like the pull was off the Aphrodite. I think that tells us a lot about Decent Shirt's hand here, that they don't think there is a line to use that Aphrodite spirit.
Ooh, double water earth? Okay, taking that back for a frost spirit here. Oh man, that cryoblast might be burning a hole. These things are non-cryoblastable.
Yeah, what are our options here? I mean, if we put a whale down, you make their whale less useful. There's a lot of back row here. I mean, Decent Shirt has a good number of spirits again. So maybe they're just choosing to relax for a turn, take some damage, and hopefully draw the out next turn.
Passing back over to Spicy. OG Whale coming down here, flipping the stats on their head, moving it for the glare for our faces. Thank you so much. Double Foamy, 3 attack each. Double Whale, 5 attack each. Decent Shirt back up to 8. We can bring that down to half at 4. This is dire circumstances for Decent Shirt.
Oh, PTA here. That's going to leave Decent Shirt with only 2 spirits after taking damage and expansions.
I feel like we've seen this one before. This was very similar to our last game here. And Aphrodite coming in, activating the effect to search. A second Champ Whale coming in just in case this doesn't happen to pan out. But like you said, 6 spirits down is going to be very hard to say that won't work out.
Options here for Decent Shirt at this point. I mean, a board of fish does buy time. We know the galaxy is in tow, though, so that would be difficult to handle. Another Ambrosia into maybe a Sluggle buys more time.
There's that Lunar Spirit, the lone Lunar Spirit. I think Rock and Hard Place cannot save us here. Decent shirt. This is the time. Bust out some magic, and against the foamies, that's the hand, because there's Rock and a Hard Place right there. It was lurking in the middle, but not quite enough to take down Spicy, the OG champion, taking it all the way back, kicking it for the old school unks out here, showing why Foamy and Whale is just as good as this new school fish stuff. And while splashing the new school fish stuff, Spicy Sausage is your premier champion for the day.
We are all required to go have spicy fish sauce now.
That's, yeah, spicy fish, and luckily it's not Friday. That does actually exclude a ton of this consideration here. Amazing match between Decent Shirt and Spicy. What incredible runs. Both players qualifying for Worlds here off that points. And absolutely incredible back and forth here. I didn't think that you could play fish that way.
What fish? I think you mean Foamy? Foamy.deck?
9 Foamy deck was real, just minus the 3 of them. Spicy taking it over here with some OG classic cards. And Foamy, while we didn't quite to see any sort of spicy tech, I mean, can we even not call it that with a win like this?
Hey, Spicy Sausage, my brain still can't comprehend what Foamy was doing in this deck, but it really worked. It really worked, and I'll be excited when we get to hear from you what the math behind it is. You know, we'll look forward to that shortly. But I was also just excited to see Kuribus make it to the top today. Kuribus, long forgotten Frostfall entity of yore, has returned with a vengeance, Swole.
I love some entities of yore especially, and you're right, but showcasing off, we've been talking a lot about the Foamies, but the highlight of our other player here, our other finalist on the day, Decent's Kuribus, ended up being pretty clutch in a lot of scenarios that we saw time and time again. And so I would be curious on that as well. But man, I hope that Kay has done her tongue-tied warm-ups here, because Spicy Sausage, yeah, y'all can get all your questions answered here. I think that was the one thing on the day, is wanting to know the mind of a champion on a Foamy like this.
Spill the Foamy secrets.
Yeah, spill the Foamy beans.
Spill the Foamy beans. We all have to understand what the logic is behind this. Maybe in a world where people forgot Spectrus existed, Foamy just good.
Yeah, I think that is. Again, there's so many different small synergies here, and just down to the simple fact that it just works. It's classic. Maybe it's just comfort. Regardless, though, for Spicy, again, congratulations on taking it today, and for Decent for making it all the way here, and for our competitors as well. This has been an amazing day of Elestrals for this premiere, the last one before Worlds, and what a showcasing of skill.
It's been wonderful to see casters navigate the decks today. I mean, obviously we ended up with a fish mirror match in the end of the day, but we saw low to the ground solar. We saw our Outback sunrise or sunset, whichever way that goes. We didn't get to see a Dionysus feature match, I don't think, but they were up there in the deck lists. So very, very fun day today, I think, and it has me excited to see what more exciting secrets might be in tow for people's decks when we hit Worlds.
Yeah, I think that's to your point of this might be it. This might be what we're seeing now is the fish onslaught. Maybe Foamy gets back. Maybe Kuribus and Eddie are really here for Worlds, and we're going to see them in Vegas. Alternatively, maybe this is just the smoke show. We've seen so much fish on the day. Casters coming in with the easy option, the good take cards, But where's the real spice? That might just be it there. So I am also very curious to know, and great names we're going to be seeing inside of Vegas here very soon. A lot inside of our top 8. Absolutely insane matches all day. Outback Sunset too, coming in with the big hot top 8, by the way. Not to discredit that one.
They converted today. Everyone go out and get yourself a bloomin' onion.
Yeah, one big bloomin' onion for our lone Australian taking it down. And there will still be more end of season box topper shenanigans to be had. I know there's probably a lot of instances where they can come back with these beautiful box toppers and show us some absolute cookery. So there'll be more chances for that.
Technically speaking, this was not the capstone event. Worlds is.
Oh yeah, that's, you know what? You're absolutely right. Oh my God, it's gonna be worse. They're gonna win with Pharaoh Geist at Worlds. They can't do that to us constantly. Ridiculous.
We were expecting it today. The surprise was that this is not the capstone event. They were not able to win today. It will be Worlds.
Yeah, this was just a testing ground for the real events, the Ruminous Rumble, and of course, Worlds. That's so true. I didn't even consider that at all. Fish who? Yeah. Alternatively, casting the Curibus with the rock in a hard place there too on those lunar spirits. I think you could just slide in a quick little Farrageist in there as well. We'll just say that happened.
Hey, you got the lunar spirits. You just need 2 lunar, 1 solar. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. You'll get the Pharaohgeist. I mean, Zombie Fruit, right? Zombie Fruit, I think, only played like 4 lunar spirits or something like that. It was just like an Earth deck. And I was like, we'll put a couple of lunar spirits in here to kind of like surprise you.
Yeah, everything can be, just slap that spirit math in there and it'll end up working out. So, man, I'm so excited for it. I know we're going to be prepping our winners interview here with Kay and Spicy, getting into the mind of a champion, an old school player at this game, and certainly an old dog can learn new tricks, and showing us all up with some amazing technical play and some classic cards we haven't seen in a long time. That's something that's so cool with this game too, is we have a lot of returning players, a lot of familiar faces, some people who have not played in a long time. Spicy's last Premier win was November 9th of 2024. That is insane to think about. It's almost, a couple months away, but almost 2 years since a title. I'm right there with you. Hey, I feel that one. It's been a while for me too.
We had to go into the archives and dust that one off a little bit.
Yeah, I dust off the win, just saying, you know what, this is what it reminds me of. It's this right here, as Spicy's holding up the vast trophies in the library. And a Premier win on top of this right before Worlds is a great cherry on top of the cake.
Hey, it's going to be old school comeback season for Worlds. I believe the top 16 at Worlds will just be a who's who of old school casters. I have faith.
Yeah, maybe we'll just play it. The big surprise shocker is it's only gonna be base set like the old days. We'll just spark it, hand ripping everywhere, Echo Links back to 3, just like we used to do it. Best of 1s, in fact. 5 rounds, best of 1, Eruption still at 3.
Skyhawk will personally come in and start tipping over tables as you are all playing banned cards.
It's all on challenge, yeah. Even worse.
Oh, what a day though, Swole, to see such classic cards like Eddie, OG Galaxy, OG Foamy just make it back to the top and show us that sometimes the oldies are still the goodies.
Yeah, that's one thing to note about a lot of the changes in Elestrals, right? A lot of big things can happen in the format, a lot of big ban lists, a lot of big decks can be there, but your old favorites can still take down tournaments, and I think Spicy showing that time and time again, not only in previous years, but today in 2026, the last tournament before Worlds, we keep on saying that, but it's such a big occasion for a lot of casters trying to prove their qualifying points and to get that invite into Worlds, and Spicy taking it today is pretty incredible to think about. But one thing to note too is that getting into Worlds as well, the Fish will have a ton of targets on it. I think even this version alone, you show off the Foamy, you show off the OG Whale, but where's the counter to this? OG Spectaris could be back in a big way. It's so dangerous to think about.
Hey, Spectaris takeover. Let's go. You need to play your Spectaris, you need to play your Draking, you need to play your Rise from the Shadows in a Fish deck.
A Fish and Rise from the Shadows, I think Zombie Fish in itself could be insane. We already have the Poison Nectar to kind of spoil that out a little bit. I think that we're a little bit away.
Hey, we'll get there. We'll put it all in the pot. We'll cook, and it will. I'll be amazed to see what you all show up with at Worlds.
Yeah, I am between the metagame, this metagame, and the shifting of all the fish decks. We're in there, and I am really curious to hear from Spicy on this Foamy play. I think a lot of players just immediately said no because of the amount of suppression, because of the dense fogs, because of the Spectarises. So I'm so happy to be hearing from them sometime soon, and I cannot wait to hear this theory of an old school player.
Well, I think we are just about ready for that theory here. We're going to be going over to our interview in just a moment, and we can maybe finally discover what was going on in the mind of a champion with all of these wonderful foamies having a party in their deck. So I look forward to hearing what they have to say, and we will see you all on the other side after Kay's wonderful interview with our new champion.
And I am here with the final champion of the final webcam premiere before Worlds. That's right, the top 16 champion, Foamy. Just kidding. Hello, Spicy Sausage. Congratulations, and how are you feeling?
Thank you, Kay. I'm feeling really good, and I'm feeling even more tired.
It has been a long day for you, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so before we get into the standard questions, there are some questions that I promised myself and my fellow co-commentators that I would ask. The first being, the foamies, the OG foamies in your list, were those just there for the sort of threat factor? I mean, clearly we saw them put in work in those finals, but the entire time we were speculating, are they floating into something else? Is there more to this deck? What was the thought there? What was behind them?
They do a lot of things, but I think I have them there like for the threat factor, like you're talking about. But the thing is, a lot of my opponents today just weren't threatened by it, so they just let me resolve my foamies all day, and that's awesome. I get to float into a foamy champion, get my Aphrodite, I get to keep board presence. If I'm ever resolving foamy, that's awesome. And if I'm not resolving foamy, you're using a bunch of resources, you're playing awkward lines to do it. So foamy was just always really nice.
I think that's what we were seeing from you throughout all of the different games that we saw you play, was foamy, no matter what, was getting so much value. And it was almost like a mind game that we saw you playing there with these foamies. Now, what made you decide on fish? What drew you to this archetype?
Well, I've been a long time enjoyer of base set Afros. I've been playing that card since like Frostfall, I think. Just always been one of my favorites, and I mean, now it's the best deck. I had to play it.
So I have to ask then, is that something that drew you back in? Because I have intel that your last champion win was back in November of 2024.
I think that's right. That's part of it. Part of it is I just haven't had as much time to compete lately, but I've been getting back into it lately, and I played a bit back in Firestorm, but I didn't really find a deck that spoke to me. But like with this deck, I love it. This deck is great. I really enjoy playing it.
So does this mean, I mean, with this Worlds qualification, which, by the way, huge congratulations on that, are you looking at fish for Worlds? Are you cooking something else entirely? What's your thought there?
I don't know.
You don't want to give away the secrets?
I just don't know the secrets yet.
You know what? Fair enough. One day at a time. You said, I've been awake for so many hours and I've been locked in playing. Ask me about March later. And you know what? Fair enough. So before I let you go here and get some much needed rest, some food, some sustenance, is there anyone who you would like to shout out and thank for helping you practice or anything today before I let you go?
I'd like to shout out my friend Matt, because he was the guy who originally killed me on Foamy. If he hadn't helped me figure it out, I wouldn't be here. He helped a lot.
Well, that's amazing. And I'm so glad. I mean, it seems that from all of the talk that we've had with all of our champions, that it really is the friends that you make along the way. So thank you so much for chatting with me, Spicy Sausage, and congratulations again. I will let you get to your dinner and your sleep, and I will go ahead and I'll throw it back over to Swollen Andrew, and we'll get this all wrapped up.
Woo. Thank you.
Okay. Perfect.
The Foamy Swole, it turns out that all along it was for Foamy into Foamy. 9 Foamies was the hope all along.
Yeah, turning out that the secret sauce was inside Foamy the entire time is pretty hilarious. But I'd love to know, and so I'm humble of Spicy Sausage on the secrets, and the secret sauce is really just experimentation, trial and error, and a lot of hard work. You'll love to see it. And I think that was incredible. Again, congratulations to Spicy on the day. And an incredible interview from Kay as well. I know she'll be joining us here on the desk sometime soon to wrap up on the day, this little final premiere before Worlds. And we only have a little bit left to go before everyone comes together for the championship of Elestrals Championships. This even feels like bigger than Dallas in a lot of ways.
It does. And I mean, hey, if you are sad that this is the last premiere before Worlds, there's still plenty of opportunities to play Elestrals. We have our Tuesday casuals every single week. A-Drive has been showing up and showing fun things every week. So, jump in for your chance to get in on that. And if you are looking for a little more tournaments, maybe some practice before Worlds, the Australians have their Ruminous Rumble they are hosting, which you will be able to get in on. So lots of fun, exciting opportunities left for you to be able to play Elestrals even before Worlds. Are you jumping in on any of this, Swole?
I'll be hopping into the Ruminous Rumble as well, and I'm hoping to see you and also Kay there. I know that Kay took down the last one and was able to have a great time with that. Kay, what are your thoughts here on the Ruminous Rumble coming back again after this interview with Spicy, by the way? Hello, how you doing?
Hello, it's great to be back. I'll definitely be looking at participating in the Ruminous Rumble. Hopefully, one of these days I can remember that it is Tuesday, because every time it sneaks up on me and I see the message from Cinecat being like, "Thank you everyone for coming out." Dang it! It's a pattern that I've found myself falling in, and until then, we will be figuring that out. I can't wait for the Ruminous Rumble. I can't wait for more Elestrals gameplay, because I am honestly so jazzed. I'm so excited. After this full day of Elestrals action, there's been so much going on. So I'm trying to think back to the day that we have had, because so much has happened. I mean, there was even one match that it felt like an entire tournament where it was like, oh, wait a minute. Oh, it's still game 1. Okay. Oh, nope. It's still game 1. Oh, it's game 2, but there is no game 3, and we've gone to time. It's been a whole day. And, with that, I know that we've had our own favorite moments, things to call out. Andrew, is anything standing out to you? Anything that really got you excited?
I mean, Pharaoh Geist hit the field. What can I say? It's not posthumous, but I'll take it.
And what about you, Swole? Any favorite moments?
Oh, I mean, I got to talk about the Voltempest dropping down earlier, too. I love me some Thunder, and not just because I predicted Thunderstorm to be in today's contention. Outside of that, I got to give it to our OG players here. Spicy showing out for a big way of some of their OG casters. You love to see it. Warms my heart every single time. What about you, Kay?
There are so many moments that really warm my heart today that I really love to see. And one of them being a bit of a vindication moment for me in the return of Eddie. We saw Rock in a hard place. We didn't see it played, but it was there. It was in the deck, by golly. And I think that was so exciting. And I love to see old cards coming back. And I heard you when I was watching saying, hey, Mudlet, check on your Mudlets. Maybe position swapping is crazy. Maybe this is her time. I've got a full sleeve of reverse stellars that I can dive into if we can make those playable. So, hey, I'm just saying. We've already talked about, hey, if you're upset that this is the final premiere, we won't see you all until March, but there are plenty of things that you can do. We said the casuals, the Ruminous Rumble, and of course, there's lots of cooking to be done as people prepare for Worlds, and I can't wait to see what you all come up with even. And if none of those suit your fancy and you have not been able to qualify for Worlds up until this point, do not fear. because you do have the last chance qualifier. This is a high stakes winner takes all, or top 4 takes all in this case. If you have not qualified for Worlds, if you place 1 through 4, you are walking away with a Worlds qualification. The only thing is that this is in person. You have to take the gamble. You've got to come to Vegas. You got to play to get it. And, I think that it'd be an incredible story for someone to come with 0 qualifier points, win in the last chance qualifier, and then win the entire Worlds. I don't know. That's a beautiful story in the making.
Hey, we see Lightbringer. Yeah, actually, Andrew, let's say there's some casters here that are showing us up today on the bracket. But Andrew, you got to get up there too. If you can get these last chance qualifiers, Kay, you can join, right? It's for people who haven't qualified yet. You can get in there too. Mix it up a little bit.
I think that I've said please, please, please. Can I play please, please, please? And the answers are not to me yet, but I will definitely be there all weekend. I'll be joining in on the fun, and I can't wait to see our casters really, really cook and get into it. So with that all being said, Swole, Andrew, I know that we've had a long day, but of course we could not have done it without everyone who made it possible. Thank you to everyone who came out and played. Congratulations to all of our casters who qualified for Worlds with their placements today. That is so, so incredible. And thank you for participating. Thank you for giving us an exciting day of content. And also a huge shout out and thank you to all of the staff, the judges who keep things running, the helpers as well. And, I want to give a special thank you to both of you. We were here for the last premiere, and every time I get to commentate with the two of you, it's an absolute delight. And what a way to round out the season going into Worlds. So, Swole, how are you feeling now that we're at the end of this one?
Well, no, thank you, Kay. I think it's been wonderful to be guided by, our most professional and most effervescent caster here throughout our entire journey, not only inside of this, but also a couple times here on the competing end. It feels like it's not quite the end yet. I know we have one more big tournament to go into, but as far as our online premieres go, Andrew as well, it's been amazing to cast with you. I'm just saying, too, I'm looking forward to how these predictions have shaped out.
We're being nice to each other now, but
yeah, I have to say this is nice and cozy.
So let's take a look at who won at predictions. The points don't mean anything unless I win.
Unless we win, Andrew. We had a pact. Come on.
No. Last moment betrayal. Let's go, Waylands.
We all had one prediction, I think, actually work and actually happen. It's not, again, Spicy winning. That's amazing. The World's Championship, that's really cool. Ruminous Rumble, locals, hop on Elestrals, that's nice. The real competition has been in front of us so far. And I don't know. I don't think Andrew got this one. Waylands, I think we saw Waylands a lot.
We saw Waylands in the top of the statistics, so I'm just hoping that I get enough points for Waylands showing up that I get to clinch this thing.
I'm just saying, in terms of moments where a card would have been good, I think Spectaris won. Did we ever see Spectaris in those moments? No, but I think that's okay. We did, unfortunately, actually see Thunderstorm hit the board multiple times and put in crazy work, so I'm a little nervous that this Soul's got this one.
No, truly,
Soul doesn't count.
It won blizzillion dollars to Blizztrix. That's really what we're about to see. The hood off, the mask off the body, and then we got just Snowlits, Asperals, and Blizztrix. That's what we got for sure.
Ooh, and with all that yapping, that means that we have the results in and they are verified, and so this means the official winner is... Oh, we got to do quick math. Whoa,
it's Andrew.
It is Andrew by a mile.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, and I'm second.
3 Postlemuses, my lunar casters who are out there showing up today. Owloon be with you, and
also
you,
with
and
you.
Waylands, of course.
Yes.
16 Waylands.
Kier, you weren't on any copies of Snowlit?
The secret is that there was Blizz, but no Snowlit. That's ridiculous.
Kier, what are you doing?
Production has confirmed there was one Blizz player with 0 Snowlits in the deck.
I feel like that's got to be negative points.
Up. I was put into the blender on this one. That's awesome. Holy, 10 Spectaris is also no small feat, by the way. Shout out to that.
The minus -6.
-6 be upon you.
Yeah, I think that's only fair. Okay, well, hey, this was fun. We've been, you know what? The entire season here, we've been talking about these imaginary points of like, oh, I get a point, I get a million points, oh, you get a negative 17 points. Now we actually have them here represented, and honestly, this was a lot of fun. I liked this.
I think I can officially say I have the most points for the 2026 season, as these are the only points accrued. So,
the undefeated champion.
I'm happy to announce that there is a surprise premiere happening next week where I am the only caster and I can predict whatever I want. Go Gorgon's Gaze, go Ambrosia, and I'll get back to you all next week. Thank you.
Can I say lunar phase and it's Elestrals rules and it counts as all the lunar phases?
oh wait, I say Aetheros then.
I'll say more frost.
Oh,
Wait. There we go. Or more frost lunar phase. Oh, God.
With that being said, I know that we all asked you about your predictions, your moments, your commentary, everything earlier. If you have anything to share, be sure to share it with the hashtag #PlayElestrals. We love to see the community get involved. And also, the last person who we haven't thanked is one of the key people to making this all happen. So huge thank you to production, which is, of course, just Silver Beanie. And we couldn't have done it without you. And apparently also, I have been informed A-Drive. Yes.
And also with Dan.
And
but
the Dans have it, yes.
If you're sad we're going, Kay, I think people get to hear from you on Monday, right?
What's Monday? Oh, right. Oh, my gosh. True. Hey, if y'all have been excited for more Sunstrike reveals, be sure to stay tuned to the official Elestrals YouTube channel because we have more coming out on Monday. Over 40 cards will be featured. And hey, maybe some familiar faces, familiar voices, who's to say? But yes, thank you all so much for being here. There's way more Elestrals action to come because we are entering reveal season. We have Worlds on the horizon. We will all be there at Worlds. So hopefully we're going to be seeing you too. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for supporting and watching. And any final goodbyes to say, guys?
Just the last one. See you, everyone.
Bye-bye.
See y'all at Worlds. Thank you so much.